Chapter 104, Dragon Ying's challenge. Yi Gu and Tang Shan both returned to reality from the illusion at the same time, returned to the large classroom of the War Academy, and opened their eyes again. Tang Shan screamed in fear, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His collar was soaked with sweat, and his legs were shaking. Then he saw Yi Gu in front of him, and his legs suddenly went weak and he fell to the ground, as if he had seen his nightmare. Yi Gu remained silent. He quickly absorbed all the memories of his 16 years of life in the illusion. It was clearly an illusion, but it felt like something I had experienced personally. What a magical experience! Although he inherited only memories, the experiences, feelings, knowledge and insights he gained during these 16 years are undoubtedly extremely valuable. Lan Mi was right. Such an opportunity is probably something that countless people could not even dream of, even if they paid a fortune. All the students in the classroom looked at them in astonishment. Although Yi Gu and Tang Shan experienced 16 years in the illusion, for them, only 16 minutes had passed. What happened? It seems that the winner is already clear. Lan Mi glanced at the clock in the classroom and smiled. Only 16 minutes have passed, which means 16 years. I didn't expect it to go faster than I thought. In the face of absolute strength, any trick will be vulnerable. But now it seems that in the face of absolute arrogance, no matter how huge and magnificent the foundation left by the predecessors is, it will sooner or later be destroyed by the hands of the conceited. There was a buzz of discussion in the classroom. Some were surprised, some were amazed, and some were suspicious. Long Ying, who was sitting in the last row of the classroom, still kept his arms folded in front of his chest, and his soft eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Did Ye Ge really win, with such a huge gap in strength? How did he do it? The students in the classroom were still whispering and discussing, seemingly guessing what had happened to Yi Gu and the others in the illusion. Yi Gu won. Great! Xia Xiao patted her chest happily and breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. The principal gave me such a big disadvantage. I thought Yi Gu was sure to lose. Right, Schwer? Gao Shenxue shook her head gently. No, I didn't think Xiaoye would lose. Xia Xiao was surprised. Is it true? Why? I was originally thinking about how to comfort him when I go back, Gao Shenxue said calmly, because he is Xiaoye. Tang Shan was still sitting on the ground, his face pale. At this time, he had already integrated his memory in the illusion. He didn't expect that he would actually lose, and such a miserable defeat. The blow of failure was one thing, but the consequences were more serious. He would be kicked out of the inner gate of the academy, which meant that he would not be able to explain to his family, and might even be abandoned by his family. Lan Mi looked at Tang Shan, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and shook her head gently. Then she waved her hand, and two instructors came in from outside and carried Tang Shan away. Next, all of you will be divided into groups of 2 and enter the illusion to conduct war training. Lan Mi said, only after you feel the pain that war brings to the world will you understand what real war is. Lan Mi believes that the little ones who are attending the public meeting in the classroom today are very lucky. Everyone has such an opportunity, which may be only once in a lifetime for them, because creating such a white illusion lightball requires a lot of her energy, and the lightball can only last for one day before disappearing. Of course, although opportunities are in front of us, how much value can be created by utilizing the opportunities varies from person to person. Just like Yi Gu and Tang Shan, both of them had 16 years, but Yi Gu must have gained a lot, while Tang Shan probably only gained a lot of skills in eating, drinking, and having fun. And maybe also gained a fear of night songs and a fear of war. So Lan Mi said at the beginning that this game may be a priceless treasure for some people, but for others, they may never want to experience it a second time, because they don't want to go through war again. Xia Xiao, Gao Shenxue, and other students in the classroom stood up, lined up in front of the podium, and prepared for the match battle. Lan Mi turned her head to look at Yi Gu beside her, and asked with a smile on her beautiful face, how about it, little Yi Gu, do you want to play again? Yi Gu was stunned for a moment. Is it okay? Isn't it said that a student only has one chance? It's okay. That was just a demonstration. Lan Mi whispered in his ear, just think of it as a little extra training from your teacher. Yi Gu, one by one, the students touched the white ball of light, closed their eyes, and entered the world of illusion. When it was Long Ying's turn, she thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Teacher, can you arrange for me to fight against Yi Gu? Oh? Lan Mi showed an interested look, then turned to look at Yi Gu. Xiao Yi Gu, someone specifically called your name, how about it? Do you accept it? Yi Gu looked at Long Ying. Because Long Ying was in disguise, Yi Gu did not recognize her. He just felt that this person seemed to have never appeared in the classroom before. Could it be that these are graduates returning to attend classes? Yi Ge shrugged. I don't care. Lan Mi laughed. Okay, in that case, then you can touch the ball of light with your hands. Yi Ge, a young master with demonic genetic mutant, fights against Long Ying, the most talented princess in the empire. This competition might be very interesting. Long Ying looked at Yi Ge with a deep look in his eyes, then stretched out his white palm, gently placed it on the ball of light, and closed his eyes. Yi Ge also stretched out his hand. White light bloomed, enveloping the two of them. Now, guess how many chapters this time. There is a reward for guessing correctly. What do you say if the kid who guessed wrong gives you a gift? Free gift is also okay? Asterisk degree asterisk. Chapter 105 A heavy blow. The answer is 0 chapters, not a single word, just skip it. In the evening, after school. Yi Ge, Gao Shenxue and Xia Xia were sitting in the stretched black sedan that was taking them home. Yi Ge was holding a book and reading quietly, while Xia Xia, who was sitting opposite him, was discussing with Gao Shenxue excitedly what had happened in this simulated war before. It's just like a kid who is still excited after playing a game and is eager to share with his friends what gaming achievements he made that day. Both girls achieved final victory in the illusion. In fact, they only stayed in the illusion for 2 years and defeated the enemy. This illusion of the principle is really interesting. Xia Xia sat on the sofa in the car seat, her 2 little feet in black leather shoes gently shaking and kicking. It feels like playing a large-scale holographic real-life game, so magical. I don't know when I can play it again. Gao Shenxue said, this kind of illusion will consume a lot of energy to perform once. Even the principal should not be able to use it often. Yeah, what a pity. Xia Xia nodded, then looked at Yi Ge who was sitting opposite her. Xiaoyi, I heard that you were challenged in class just now. Did your opponent choose you? Yi Ge, yeah. Xia Xia blinked her eyes. What was the final result? Did you win? Yi Ge yawned lazily. Of course I win. Long Ying left the academy and got into a luxury car escorted by 2 guards. The old man sitting in the passenger seat glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that Long Ying seemed a little bit abnormal. He asked, Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Did you encounter any unhappy things when you returned to school? Long Ying did not respond. She lowered her head slightly, staring blankly at her thighs with lifeless eyes, as if she did not hear the old man's voice at all. She lost, and lost miserably. In the illusion world, the 2 armies were roughly equal in terms of military strength, population, and economic power, but she only lasted less than 3 months before being defeated. As the most gifted princess of the empire, Long Ying is a well-known genius girl in the royal family, and is known as the strongest brain in the imperial royal family. She has always been valued by her father. Her combat IQ can be said to be the highest in the royal family. In the past, in training classes, when Long Ying fought against her brothers and sisters, even if her extraordinary level was lower than that of the opponent, she could analyze and formulate a perfect tactic based on the opponent's different extraordinary abilities to win. All the extraordinary teachers in the royal family since she was a child praised her talent and intelligence, and Long Ying was proud to believe that these teachers did not praise her just because of her identity as a princess. For Long Ying, there have only been 2 major blows in her life. The first time was that he was not chosen by Lan Mi to become her personal student. There was another time, which was this failure. Long Ying kept reviewing the process of this war in his mind. Where did she lose? This question does not seem to need to be asked, because she lost everywhere. As the lord of a city, extraordinary level and personal combat capability are only one aspect. The quality of the commander, money, strategy, mentality, and the control over the hearts of her subordinates and the enemy's psychology are also important. She was almost completely defeated in this war. The key point is, even though she knew she had failed in all these aspects, she still didn't know how she failed. Your Highness? Your Highness? The old man was a little worried and tried calling a few more times. Long Ying came back to his senses. Huh? The old man asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Long Ying shook her head. Let's drive. The car started slowly. After a while, she suddenly said softly, Uncle Li. The old man turned back in confusion. What's wrong, Your Highness? Long Ying's eyes darkened, as if he had made a decision. I want to return to the war college and study again. A few more days passed. In the past few days, Xu Wanhe has been sending people to keep an eye on Yi Ge's whereabouts, only to find that Yi Ge is still the same as usual, studying at the War Academy every day, with a very regular schedule. going only between the academy and his family, with no sign of any change at all. Of the Yi family did not make any move at all. They neither sent troops to attack their Wanjian city nor sent assassins to kill him. This made Chu Wana feel completely confused, not to mention Chu Wana was confused, even Yi Xiao and Yi Quan were confused. Yi Xiao also recently sent masters from his family to protect Yi Ji's safety, but found that Yi Ge did not make any movement and no one knew what he wanted to do. Xiaoye has a day off today, right? He probably didn't go to the academy today? Night Owl asked the subordinates he sent out. A subordinate knelt in front of him and said, "Yes, we have been protecting the young master. He did not go to the academy today." Yi Xiao nodded, thinking that Yi Ge was Lan Mi's direct student after all, and maybe he had been busy studying in the academy before, so it was normal that he had not taken any action. Night Owl, so where did he go today? The subordinate hesitated for a moment and said, "The young master has been shopping, eating snacks, buying clothes, and watching movies with Miss Xia and Miss Shinxue all day today." Night Owl. Got it. Go ahead and continue to protect me in secret. Subordinate, yes. Night Owl covered his face with one hand and said helplessly, "This kid, didn't he agree to solve it himself? What the hell is he doing?" Zhou Yuqing rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you so anxious? Don't you believe in your son?" The next day. Yi Ge, Yu Li, and Gao Shinxue conducted experiments and research on potions in the basement laboratory of the Yi family's prop store. This is the recipe and method for refining the third-level potion. Yi Ge placed a notebook in front of Yu Li, then he placed another potion in front of Yu Li, and this is the sample. Yu Li looked at the notebook and sample in surprise. You have already made a third-level potion, yes. But didn't you say last time that you just made the second level? Yes. Yi Ge said, "I didn't lie to you. I just made this a few days ago." Yu Li, I'm sorry, young master. I'm so useless. Yu Li showed a sad and ashamed expression, and bowed vigorously to Yi Ge. "You have already refined a third-level potion, and I have only refined half of the second-level potion. I am really sorry that I did not meet your expectations." Yi Ge scratched his nose. Hearing this, he felt strangely embarrassed, even though he knew the recipe. It took him 16 years in the illusion world and the experience gained from many failed attempts before he mastered the technique of refining the third-level potion. Yu Li only took more than a week to complete 50% of the process of refining the second-level potion. This kind of talent is already many times stronger than his. Chapter 106. Can you indulge me for a moment? Well, don't blame yourself. You've done a great job. Yi Ge reached out and rubbed her head. By the way, besides this potion, there is another thing. Yi Ge gave her the material ratio of liquid energy. What is this? Yu Li asked curiously. A synthetic liquid energy that can replace the effect of the magic stone. Yi Ge said, "I need you to help me produce it in large quantities." Ah. Yu Li looked dazed, thinking she had misheard instead of the magic stone. "Sure, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with." "What's up?" "Come and see." Yi Ge sat in front of a computer, operating quickly with his hands. Gao Shinxue came behind him, bent down slightly to look at his screen, her long black hair not tied up hanging down on his shoulders. "What's this?" "Well, I named him System." System? You can understand it as a combination of the functions of a computer and a communication watch, while also adding the attribute scanning and analysis function, as well as the item storage function of a space ring. Yi Ge pointed to the design drawings on the computer, explained a lot, and then said, "I want to design it into a prosthesis that can be installed in the human body." Gao Shinxue looked at the design drawings on the screen for a long time and said, "It seems quite interesting, a good idea." Yi Ge smiled. Gao Shinxue glanced at Yi Ge and said, "However, this design is very professional and it is not something that an outsider can do." "When did you learn these things?" Yi Ge was embarrassed. "A friend of mine designed it for me." Gao Shinxue's clear eyes stared straight at Yi Ge, and she stared at him for a long time, making Yi Ge feel creepy all over. Then the girl reached out her hand and gently pinched Yi Ji's face. "A child who loves to lie to his mother is not a good child." "Yi Ge, then can Mama Miyuki indulge me for a bit?" Gao Shinxue was silent for a moment. "Okay." Yi Ge blinked, with innocence and expectation in his eyes. "Then please pretend that you didn't see through me, Mother Miyuki." Gao Shinxue, "If I pretend that I didn't see through it, will there be any reward?" Yiga thought for a moment and said, "Of course, whatever reward Miyuki-sama wants is fine." Gao Shinshue hesitated. She could ask for any reward, but she didn't know what reward to ask for. "It's okay, Schwer can think about it slowly." Yigu said, "By the way, if you were asked to make it, how long would it take?" Gao Shinshue said, "1 day." Yigu was shocked. "1 day?" "Yes." Gao Shinshue said calmly, "The design drawings have already come out. This design drawing is very detailed and has all kinds of parameters. Is it difficult to do it in 1 day?" Yigu, when he was in the illusion world, it took him 3 full years. Sure enough, these little childhood sweethearts around him, although they look cute on the outside, are actually a group of scary little monsters inside. After a while, Gao Shinshue asked Yigu again, "By the way, I recently learned something from my sister. Are you ready to go to war with Chu Wanha?" Yigu said, "Yes." Gao Shinshue asked, "Then why haven't you taken any action yet?" Yiga smiled and said, "Do you think I didn't take any action?" Gao Shinshue was surprised. "You have been with us these past few days, and I haven't seen you do anything else." "Ha ha." Yiga said, "Yes, even you think so. I think Chu Wanha must think so too, and those nobles in the empire who have been keeping an eye on our Yi family must think so too. But in fact, the war has already begun, but Chu Wanha may not know it yet." A few days later. On this day, Yiga stayed in his bedroom at home. Huiyan and Song Jie emerged from the shadows together and appeared in front of him. It seems that Song Jie is indeed making rapid progress. After following Huiyan for only a short time, he has even learned the art of hiding in the shadows. "What happened?" Yigu asked them. "Hey, boss, this thing you gave me is really useful." Song Jie pointed to his right eye and said with a smile, "I have downloaded all the attribute data of Chu Wanha and the data of his equipment." Chu Wanha, 51 years old, a third-level extraordinary person in the Shura realm, a swordsman. His sword is a plus 11-star pink quality long sword named Tiger Soul, enchanted with an ice attribute gem. His coat is a plus 10-star windbreaker for swordsman, with a plus 10-star black gold soft armor lining, plus 10-star warrior boots, and he also wears a plus 11-star Earth Ascension amulet. In short, all his equipment is of pink quality, and expensive equipment that has been enhanced to 10 or 11 stars. His strength was originally at the 3rd stage of the Shura realm, but with all his equipment and weapons, his attributes are almost comparable to those of an ordinary civilian at the 9th stage of the Shura realm. In addition to the strength level and equipment data, Huiyan also brought other detailed information about Chu Wanha, including Chu Wanha's personality, age, hobbies, daily routine, various talents, sword skills, the economic situation of Wanjian City, the situation at home, etc. Chu Wanha is a suspicious and cautious person, which can be seen from the fact that he did not hesitate to use a Shura realm warrior to assassinate Yigu, who was in the mysterious realm. Even with his most trusted subordinates, he would be on guard and would not give them any chance. Moreover, although he also has the shyness of a man, he would never delay his work because of a woman, which is very different from Tang Shan. Huiyan said, "We have been secretly observing for a long time. Chu Wanha's personality and daily routine seem almost impeccable. He always brings his men with him wherever he goes. If we want to assassinate him by capturing the leader first, it may not be that easy." Yiga smiled playfully. "No, everyone has weaknesses. Someone like him who is cautious and suspicious by nature certainly has his own weaknesses." "Oh?" Huiyan showed a curious look. Chapter 107 Conspiracy. "You mean, that kid from the Yi family went shopping with 2 girls today?" Chu Wanha stood in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back and his brows furrowed. "Yes, City Lord." Old Shao knelt in front of him and reported respectfully, "We have been watching him for several days. This is the first time he has left the War College and his family." Lao Shao is a middle-aged man with ordinary looks, small eyes, a flat nose, a beard, and a very inconspicuous gray suit. He looks the type that no one would even glance at if he walked on the street. He has the most typical look of a spy. He is one of Chu Wanha's trusted subordinates and the head of the intelligence personnel in Wanjian City. He has strong professional capabilities and Chu Wanha has always valued him. Chu Wanha was silent for a while. "Got it, you can go down." "Yes." Lao Shao stepped back. Chu Wanhe looked solemn as he paced back and forth in the bedroom these past few days. His mind was full of thoughts about how the Yi family would deal with him, but for 2 weeks in a row, the information he received was always such meaningless content. Logically speaking, Chu Wanhe should feel relieved that the Yi family has been silent for such a long time, but Chu Wanhe didn't feel relaxed at all. This lack of news was the worst news for him, because he always felt that this was the calm before the storm. That if he could find out what the Yi family was doing, he would at least have time to prepare and respond, but now there was nothing, which made him feel very panicked. The wife looked at Chu Wanhe walking around the room and couldn't help but said, "I think you are too nervous. Maybe the Yi family was just trying to scare you last time. They don't have the courage to go to war with us. And the person the Yi family sent this time is just a little brat. I don't think he knows anything at all. What do you know?" Chu Wanhe glared at her. Even if Yi Ge knows nothing, the Yi family certainly can't be silent. You don't understand how terrifying these demonized mutants are. The Yi family has never been a family that only speaks harsh words. Since they have sent such a letter, it means they will definitely bring war. And now the calm on the surface must be just the Yi family trying to make us let our guard down. The wife did not say anything else. She felt that her husband was almost driven crazy by the Yi family. How can there be so many conspiracies? "I'm just thinking too much." At this time, a young subordinate suddenly ran in from outside, came to Chu Wanhe's side and whispered, "City Lord, can I talk to you in private?" Chu Wanhe recognized the young man. He is a spy under Lao Shao, named Zhong. He has followed Lao Shao for about 5 or 6 years. He is quite good at reconnaissance, lurking, and gathering intelligence, and has been trained by Lao Shao as his successor. Chu Wanhe nodded and took him to another empty room. "What's the matter? Tell me." Zhong lowered his voice and said, "Old Shao betrayed you." This first sentence made Chu Wanhe's face change. "What did you say?" He looked at the young man in front of him with gloomy eyes. "Do you know what you are talking about now?" Zhong lowered his head and said, "City Lord, I know that Lao Shao is my master, so I dare not say anything. But after thinking about it, I still think that I should tell you about this matter. Old Shao has been bribed by the Yi family. Not only that, I have accurate information that the Yi family has planted more than one undercover agent in our Wanjian city." Chu Wanhe frowned. He was a little bit unconvinced and unwilling to believe it. Lao Shao has been his subordinate for more than 10 years. He has always been loyal and is one of his most trusted confidants. Moreover, Lao Shao is the most important intelligence officer under his command. If he betrays him, it will be a fatal loss for him. Zhong continued, "City Lord, I can take responsibility for what I said. Old Shao did receive a large sum of money from the Yi family. Otherwise, why do you think you have never been able to find out what the Yi family is doing recently?" Chu Wanhe's eyebrows moved slightly. There is some truth in what he said. Since the Yi family has declared war on Wanjian City, it is impossible for them to remain idle for such a long time. He really feels that something is wrong with this. Besides, he didn't dare to gamble that if Lao Shao is really a traitor, the consequences will be unimaginable. The next day, Chu Wanhe found a reason to send Lao Shao out, and then sent people to search Lao Zhao's house. During the search, they found 3 full boxes of 15,000 imperial gold coins under old Zhao's bed. 1 imperial gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 coins, which means a full 150 million yuan. It is absolutely impossible for Lao Shao to save so many imperial gold coins with his salary. Chu Wanhe was extremely angry and immediately called Lao Shao back to ask him to explain. Old Shao stammered and couldn't explain what he said, and immediately knelt on the ground to admit his mistake. Seeing his hesitant look, Chu Wanhe thought he had confessed his guilt. His eyes turned red and he was so angry that he drew his sword and killed him. Old Shao stood there in a daze, with a look of extreme surprise before he died. Although he had indeed been quite greedy while working for Chu Wanhe over the years, he thought that with his excellent abilities, Chu Wanhe would not pursue him too much and would only let him make meritorious contributions while serving his sentence, especially at a time like this when Wanjian City needed manpower. He would never have thought that Chu Wanhe would be so decisive as to execute him. Looking at Lao Zhao's body lying in a pool of blood, Chu Wanhe felt even more depressed. He was in a state of confusion. He waved his hand and had Lao Shao carried away. He thought that he had to find out all the other undercover agents that the Yi family had planted in Wanjian City as soon as possible. After killing Lao Shao, Chu Wanhe's access to intelligence was greatly weakened. Besides Lao Shao, He didn't know who to trust now. So he thought about it and promoted the young man who reported to him. Zhang demonstrated strong professional ability and kept bringing back intelligence and news to Chu Wanhe. He told Chu Wanhe that there were more than 1 or 2 traitors bribed by the Yi family in Wanjian City. Some of them were even the elite of Wanjian City, including 13 golden heavy swordsmen and his 300 elite swordmasters. Then, Zhang gave Chu Wanhe a detailed list of traitors. Chu Wanhe looked at the list and was so angry that he was shaking all over. He immediately sent people to thoroughly investigate the people on the list. Things soon came to fruition. There were as many as 30 or 40 undercover agents under investigation, which made Chu Wanhe shocked and angry. It turned out that the Yi family had infiltrated his men so deeply. In fact, among these 30 or 40 people, only 7 or 8 are real undercover agents. These people were bribed by Huiyan and Song Jie a while ago. This is what Huiyan and Song Jie have done during this period. Besides gathering intelligence, however, these 7 or 8 people are actually the smallest minions among the minions. They are the lowest level swordsman soldiers in Wanjian City. They are easy to bribe because these low-level swordsmen have basically never seen any money. Once a handful of gold coins are thrown in front of them, they will immediately be shaken. Chapter 108. Another strong blow. When those swordsmen were first bribed by Song Jie and his men, they felt a little confused. They thought that they should not be worth so many gold coins. After all, they were just the lowest level extraordinary warriors in Wanjian City. They had no access to important secrets, and their levels were only Huangjing and Xianjing. They did not have strong combat power. Even if the Yi family bribed them, it would not have much impact on the war. So why would the Yi family spend so much money to bribe these minions? But their suspicions were quickly suppressed by the excitement of obtaining gold coins, because they had never seen so many gold coins before. The most difficult thing to judge in this world is that the truth is mixed with lies. By the same token, after the real undercover agents on the list were caught, Chu Wanhe would no longer dare to trust the remaining innocent people, even if they were truly innocent. At the same time, another rumor began to spread among the lower-level swordsmen in Wanjian City. Some people say that Chu Wanhe has come into contact with some forbidden magic weapon, and his mind has been devoured by the evil spirit within it. He has now lost all reason and is close to being crazy. He is controlled by hallucinations all day long and has begun to kill people indiscriminately. The Yi family's enemy is outside, but Chu Wanhe is almost going crazy. There is no hope for Wanjian City anymore. Everyone who can escape from the city should escape as soon as possible. No one knew where this rumor came from, and many people were very angry, thinking that it would undoubtedly shake the morale of the army before the war. But the rumors did not seem to be groundless, because many people had heard that Chu Wanhe had executed many people recently, and they had no idea As a result, the extraordinary warriors at the bottom of Wanjian City became panic-stricken. Some of them could not stand the pressure and actually secretly escaped from Wanjian City with their wives and children. Chu Wanhe discovered that the people on the list really started to escape. He, who had originally only had doubts, now completely believed that these people were spies planted by the Yi family. Even if not, these people deserved to die for deserting at such a critical moment in Wanjian City. Chu Wanhe was completely furious and started a killing spree. He captured and killed several swordsmen who tried to escape. When the lower-level swordsmen saw this, they believed the rumors a while ago, thinking that Chu Wanhe might have really gone crazy and started killing his own people. Thus, a vicious cycle began, with more and more swordsmen running away, and those loyal subordinates who did not run away were also trembling with fear. For a time, people were panicked and morale was low. When Ye Ge heard the news sent back by Song Jie, he smiled faintly. Really? I didn't expect it to be smoother than I imagined. Yes, now Wanjian City is in complete chaos. You haven't even brought the soldiers to fight them yet, but they are already in chaos. Song Jie laughed and gave Ye Ge a thumbs up. Boss, this trick of yours is really amazing. I have never seen a noble as despicable, shameless, insidious, and cunning as you. Ye Ge, Grey Smoke. Huiyan stretched out his hand and patted Song Jie on the back of his head, saying expressionlessly, be respectful to the master, and don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Song Jie rubbed his head and muttered, oh. Huiyan looked at Ye Ge with calm eyes and asked again, Master, what should we do next? Ye Ge said, what's next? He hooked his finger, asking Huiyan and Song Jie to come closer, and then whispered to them about the next plan, and Grey Smoke nodded, we understand. Song Jie smiled playfully, don't worry, boss, I guarantee to complete the task. After the two left, Yi Ge continued to lie on the bed and read with a relaxed look on his face. Gao Shenxue came over with a plate of cut fruits, took off her slippers, sat beside him like a duck, and gently fed him fruits with toothpicks while whispering, "So you haven't moved for a while. Are you planning to play a psychological game with Chu Wanha?" "Yeah." Yi Ge chewed the fruit. For a suspicious person like him, it is easiest for him to think of simple things as complicated. This is both his advantage and his disadvantage. But there is one thing I don't understand. Gao Shenxue looked at him calmly. What if Lao Shao was caught and explained it to Chu Wanha directly? Yi Ge shook his head. If it were you, and you had done a lot of bad things behind your boss's back, and then one day your boss suddenly found you out, but you weren't sure what your boss had found out about, would you choose to confess everything directly? Gao Shenxue pondered for a moment, and seemed to understand what he meant. You mean, he will be optimistic? Yes. Yi Ge said, because he wasn't sure which of his deeds Chu Wanha had caught him doing, so he was naturally hesitant. Of course, this is also because I sent people to investigate Lao Zhao's character and determined that he is the kind of person who takes chances. This kind of psychological warfare is originally a process of controlling the enemy's psychology. Gao Shenxue nodded thoughtfully. She was naturally precocious, and she had also experienced 2 years of simulated war in the illusion, so she was naturally no longer a little girl who knew nothing. What's next? Gao Shenxue asked. When do you plan to take action? Don't worry. Yi Ge narrowed his eyes. Chu Wanha must be confused now, but not confused enough. We have to give him a strong medicine. In the past 2 days, Chu Wanha finally calmed down. He gradually discovered that the atmosphere in the city was a little off recently. There seemed to be an invisible hand behind all this, pushing things forward. By the time he realized all this, he had already killed several of his trusted men. Chu Wanha tried to calm himself down. After reviewing the recent events carefully, he suddenly felt that there were many strange things going on. He wanted to call A Zhong over to get to the bottom of things, but at this time, A Zhong took the initiative to contact him first. Chu Wanha opened the private message on his communication watch. It was a message from A Zhong, asking him to go to his wife's room and take a look. Chu Wanha frowned and immediately went to his wife's room. Outside the door of the room, he heard some strange noises. Chu Wanha's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly opened the door. The scene in front of him became the last straw that broke his spirit. Chu Wanha's eyes instantly turned red. Asshole. Chapter 109. The last straw. Chu Wanha stood at the door and saw his wife and one of his trusted men lying naked on the bed. When his wife saw Chu Wanha, she exclaimed in surprise. Bitch. Chu Wanha was furious. His rage had completely burned his reason. He suddenly drew his sword. I will kill you. He strode into the room, but the trusted henchman reacted quickly, immediately rolled off the bed, and threw a small black ball to Chu Wanha's feet. With a bang, the room was filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, the man and his wife were gone. Chu Wanha stood there, panting heavily, hacking at everything in the room with his sword like a madman, venting his anger. At this moment, he suddenly found a letter on the table. The letter was stamped with a black and red demon seal, which was the family emblem of the Yi family. Chu Wanha walked over and opened the envelope. He saw only one line of words written in the letter. Hey, City Lord Chu, guess how many of your men are still loyal to you? Signed, Night Song. When Chu Wanha saw the word Yi Ge, his face trembled slightly. Why did the Yi family's letter appear in his wife's room? Could it be that the subordinate just now was also bribed by the Yi family? Chu Wanha's hands gradually clenched into fists, with veins on the back of his hands exposed. The letter paper in his hand was instantly turned into ashes by the soul power. He burst out. The subordinate and his wife escaped and met Yi Ge in a tea house in a small town outside Wanjian City. Oh my god. I was so scared. My god, the aura of a Shura realm expert is really so terrifying. Boss, you don't even know. He exploded on the spot and I couldn't even move. I almost thought I was going to die there. The woman patted her chest desperately. Yi Ge sat calmly in his seat, sipping his tea, and glanced at him. With Hui Yan accompanying you, there is nothing to be afraid of. Come on, take off your disguise quickly. Hee, actually this outfit is quite interesting. The woman grinned and put her hands together. Transformation Jutsu release. With a puff, he turned back into Song Jia. The man next to him also turned back into a gray smoke. Ling stood behind Yi Ge, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Master, Chu Wanha should be completely confused now. Is it time to attack? Well, it's almost done. Yi Ge said calmly, You go, it's almost time to finish it. The current Chuanha should be easy to kill with 3 shadows. But to be on the safe side, you should take 20 people with you. Yes. Zero said, and his body slowly sank into the shadows. Chuanha came to the secret room again. This time, he came alone because he didn't know who he could trust around him. The stone door slowly opened, and Chuanha once again saw the magic sword, Dark Soul Ghost Dragon, which was inserted into the seal stone. But what was different from the last time was that when Chuanha saw this sword, his expression was filled with hesitation, fear, entanglement, fear, and tension. But this time, when Chuanha looked at the magic sword, the darkness and coldness in his eyes gradually became magnified. The magic sword seemed to sense the hatred and anger in Chuanha's heart. The black sword body exuded a strange black gas, and an indescribable rustling sound filled the entire room, as if it was actively communicating and inducing Chuanha. The runes arranged in strings on the seal stone flickered slightly, emitting a faint green fluorescence. Many words and symbols also lit up on the iron chains that bound the magic sword. It was the seal formation that was suppressing the monster spirit in the magic sword. Ha 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 ha, I'm at my wit's end. Yeah, I never thought that I would end up like this. I have only one condition. I want to kill that brat from the Yi family. I want to massacre the Yi family. You'd better keep your word. Chuanha came to the front of the magic sword with red eyes, talking to himself. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed the hilt of the magic sword, and pulled it out without hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. The magic sword is unsheathed. The runes on the seal stone dimmed instantly. The dragon pattern on the magic sword glowed dark red, and black air surged out, all entering Chuanha's body. In an instant, a terrifying dragon roar resounded in the sky above Wanjian City. The people in the city were all shocked to see the sky covered with dark clouds, but no one knew what had happened. Chuanha walked out of the secret room holding the magic sword. At this time, his wife just came back from outside and saw Chuanha with a gloomy face and cold eyes. The wife's body trembled subconsciously. She didn't know why, but she always felt that the Chuanha in front of her seemed a little different from usual. There seemed to be unprecedented cold-bloodedness and brutality in his eyes, and that terrifying and strange aura was frightening. What's wrong with you? The wife asked timidly. He knew that Chuanha had been forced too hard by the Yi family in the past few days. Had he lost his mind? Puff, the wife froze in place. She lowered her head and saw the black sword piercing her abdomen. Chuanha didn't even give his wife a chance to explain. After the magic sword pierced through his wife's body, black gas dissipated and quickly devoured his wife's flesh. Within a few seconds, his wife's flesh and blood were completely devoured by the black gas, leaving nothing behind. Yi Ge waited quietly in the tea house. Wanjian City was now vulnerable, and it was only a matter of time before it was taken over, so he was not in a hurry at all. Even if Shadow failed to assassinate him, at least he still had 2 trump cards to use. A red quality Iron Fist and Ghost Arm fighting doll, and a red quality Earthly Evil talisman. Originally, he was planning to let the demon beasts from the demon world come out to play, but now it seems that they are of no use at all. 2 hours passed quickly. Yi Ge waited in the tea house for a long time and suddenly felt something was wrong. This seems a bit too long, logically speaking, given Chuanha's current confused mental state. 20 shadows should be able to capture him in less than 3 minutes. At this time, Ling and Hui Yan came back from outside. Why did it take so long? Yi Ge asked. Master, something is wrong. What's wrong? Ling bent down and whispered something in Yi Ge's ear. After listening to this, Yi Ge narrowed his eyes slightly, then slowly stood up. Chapter 110, Possessed by the Demonic Sword. Yi Ge, Song Jia, Ling, Hui Yan, and others came to Wanjian City together. The situation before him was really beyond his expectations. Wanjian City is a relatively retro city-state with an oriental architectural style, but now the entire city is empty. The city gates are wide open, and there is no one on the roads in the city. No, not even a bird can be seen. The entire city was dead silent and empty. It was so quiet that you could clearly hear every sound of the wind. It was extremely eerie. Song Jia was confused. What's going on? Why is there no one here? Did we come to the wrong place? Yi Ge frowned slightly. Ling said, we just turned the entire city upside down, but we didn't see a single person. It's as if everyone in the city disappeared all of a sudden. Song Jia exclaimed, how is this possible? My master and I were still role-playing in the city at noon, and it was still normal here at that time? Yi Ge didn't say anything. He looked around calmly and sniffed gently. He smelled a strong demonic aura lingering in the air. Could it be that some other demonic race had invaded Wanjian City before them and massacred the entire city-state? But, even though the city was massacred by demons, there is not even a trace of blood here. Yiga walked along the street and looked around, and found that the streets here were very messy. There were all kinds of vendors' stalls on the roadside that had not been cleared away in time. He could even imagine that there should have been people hawking their wares here not long ago, and there were many passers-by coming and going on the road, but now all of them were gone. Yiga picked up a broken wooden sign from the ground. The marks of the cut were still fresh and neat, with a faint demonic aura remaining on it, as if it had been cut by some sword-carrying demonic aura. Miao Bai Shuling was lying on his left shoulder, and seemed to have sensed a strange aura. She scratched Yi Ji's shoulder with her cat claws, as if she wanted to remind her of something. The spirit of disaster on the right shoulder also gently fluttered its black feather wings and warned, "My lord, I sense a dangerous aura. You'd better be careful." The night song is silent. Everyone be careful. Yiga put down the wooden sign and said solemnly, "It seems that there is some powerful evil monster in this city." Monster? Song Jie shuddered and said weakly, "Boss, please don't scare me." Soon, Yiga sensed a powerful demonic energy approaching quickly. As a demonized mutant, he is extremely sensitive to demonic energy. Here it comes. Yiga fixed his eyes on the southwest direction. Bang! Suddenly, a humanoid creature covered in black air crashed into an entire building and appeared in front of everyone. A strong black wind blew over. Everyone was shocked. Yiga stared at the humanoid monster calmly. His slightly long hair was blown into a mess by the black wind created by the monster, and his clothes were also fluttering in the strong wind, making rustling sounds. Ling immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Protect the master." More than 100 shadows immediately dispersed and formed a battle formation. 20 of them stood in front of Yiga, each with their weapons drawn, staring at the terrifying monster vigilantly roar. The humanoid creature was seen with black demonic energy lingering all over his body, with some strange dark red words and demonic patterns faintly emerging on his body surface. His muscles and bones were in some mutated shape, which were typical characteristics of a demonized creature. And with his roar, the terrifying aura swept towards Yiga and the others like a black gale. Although the monster's entire body had been demonized and mutated, it still had a human face and its features could be barely seen. It turned out to be Chu Wana. "I'll go." Song Jie was frightened and quickly hid in a nearby building. The monster in front of him was obviously not someone he could fight against at his level. Chu Wanha? There was a hint of doubt in Yi Ji's eyes. How did this guy become demonized? At this time, he saw that the demonized Chu Wanha was holding a very conspicuous big sword in his right hand. It was a very beautiful and exquisite black sword. The blade was wider than an adult's palm, as black as night, with dark red texture, faintly emitting a strange black aura. A black dragon was faintly engraved on the hilt. Yi's pupils shrank. Demon sword, Dark Soul Ghost Dragon. Isn't this the ancient magic sword in the game map of all races that is said to have destroyed several races and civilizations in the ancient times? In the game, Yiga remembered that this sword would not appear until version 4.79, and players could not own it. It only existed in the official weapon encyclopedia. At that time, the dark spirit in this magic sword controlled the minds of several bosses after version 4.79. And more than a dozen NPCs were demonized and turned into villains. The culprit was this magic sword. I didn't expect that this ghost dragon demon sword would appear here. Kill you. Chu Wanha spoke word by word. His face was ferocious and terrifying, and his voice was hoarse and hoarse. His eyes had turned pure black, and it was obvious that he had been completely controlled by the spirit in the magic sword. Boom. Chu Wanha, who had turned into a demonized monster, rushed forward like a wild beast. Upon seeing this, the shadow troops immediately rushed forward and used their abilities to deal with the demonized monster. This guy, Song Jie, hid in the dark and swallowed his saliva. Could it be that everyone in this city was eaten by this monster? Yiga was silent, thinking that now it seems that this is really the case. If the ghost dragon fully awakens, it can destroy an entire civilization. Not to mention a small Wanjin city. Yiga didn't know why Chu Wanha possessed the magic sword, because there was no such part in the plot of the game, and the place where the magic sword appeared should not be here. It seems that it was because of this uncertain factor that appeared in this world that the butterfly effect occurred, changing the original historical plot of the game and causing the magic sword to appear ahead of time. Boom boom boom, the shadows scattered around Chu Wanha. Cooperating tacitly, they each threw out an iron chain, some of which bound Chu Wanha's limbs, and some of which bound Chu Wanha's body, temporarily restraining his movements, but the demonized Chu Wanha's combat power had increased by who knows how many times. He opened his mouth and roared, struggling and twisting wildly, with saliva flowing out of his mouth. He roared ferociously, holding the magic sword in both hands and swung it violently. The black sword energy swung out, carrying with it a faint, soul-stirring roar of a ghost dragon. All the chains were cut. Boom. Ling, Huiyan, and dozens of other shadow members were blown away by the powerful demonic energy. Chapter 111. The Trembling Demonic Sword. Ha ha ha. The demonized Chu Wanha laughed like a madman, and the magic sword in his hand seemed to emit strange magic sounds at the same time. I will kill you all. Zero got up from the ground and frowned immediately. He felt the power of this demonized monster. Master, please leave immediately. We will handle this. After saying that, he raised his hand and gestured. Dozens of shadows leaped up, occupied the commanding heights, and rearranged their formation. They dispersed in a well-trained manner and began to chant skills or make hand seals. Magic Rune Confinement. Superpower, Ghost Vine Entanglement. Trickery, Evil Spirit Binding. All of a sudden, all kinds of messy control skills were used. The demonized Chu Wanha was controlled by various skills and was unable to move. Zero pulled out a long sword from his back and rushed forward immediately. At the same time, a dozen other warrior-type shadows also took the opportunity to swarm forward and slashed at the same time with their swords. Dozens of knife shadows flashed with cold light and instantly gathered at one point, but the demonic energy lingering around Chu Wanha took shape, as if a layer of hard exoskeleton armor had condensed on his body surface, directly blocking all those physical attacks. More than a dozen long swords chopped on it, making ding-ding-ding sounds, but he was not hurt at all. Roar. The demonized Chu Wanha roared again. He seemed to be enraged. He easily destroyed the control skills that suppressed him, and swung the magic sword held in both hands horizontally. Shua, seeing this, the shadows quickly dispersed and hid, but it was too late. The magic sword swung horizontally, and the blade cut Huiyan's arm just by touching it. Huiyan's arm was instantly corroded by the magic energy and turned into blood. Then it was all absorbed by the magic sword. Huiyan's pupils shrank. He immediately and decisively swung his sword and cut off his left arm cleanly, otherwise, the evil energy would extend along his arm to his entire body and completely devour him. Yi Ji's face looked heavy. He knew that Chu Wanha was now possessed by the magic sword, and his strength after the demonization had probably skyrocketed to the apocalypse realm. The current shadow troops could not possibly be his opponent. However, Chu Wanha should have been possessed not long ago, and the forbidden spirit ghost dragon and the magic sword should not have been fully resurrected yet. If we go by the words in the game plot, maybe you all step back. Yi Ge suddenly said calmly. Ling turned his head and looked at Yi Ge in confusion. Master? Back off. Yi Ge gave the order again in a stern voice. Yes. Zero knew that Shadow was a death warrior, and the first rule was 100% obedience. All the shadows retreated immediately. In this way, Yi Ge stood directly in front of Chu Wanha. When Chu Wanha saw Yi Ge, a strong emotional fluctuation seemed to flash across his completely dark eyes, and more black and red demonic energy suddenly surged out. Kill. You. Chu Wanha screamed with his teeth bared. The next moment, he rushed towards Yi Ge with the magic sword in hand. What the hell? Song Jia, who was hiding in the dark, exclaimed. He thought Yi Ge was really crazy, actually volunteering to die in front of this demonized monster. Yi Ge stood there motionless, his pupils reflecting the figure of Chu Wanha holding the magic sword. Bai Shuling was also shocked. What does this guy want? Once the magic sword comes into contact with the blood of any life, it will completely devour it. Puff, in the blink of an eye, Chu Wanha, with a violent face, had arrived in front of Yi Ge. I saw the black and red magic sword piercing straight into Yi Ji's chest, and Yi Ge didn't dodge at all. Chu Wanha showed a ferocious smile. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. The magic sword pierced into Yi Ji's chest less than an inch and could no longer move forward. Yi Ge still stood there, motionless, his eyes still clear and bright, blood flowing from his chest like a stream, dripping along his clothes to the ground. More blood was absorbed by the magic sword. The blood was swallowed by the sword body and quickly disappeared. However, the magic sword did not show the terrifying murderous intent as before. Instead, it began to tremble continuously. Chu Wanha showed a stunned expression. He didn't know what was going on. The magic sword in his hand seemed to be out of control. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't swing it an inch. This time, Yi Ge slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of the magic sword. The broad and sharp blade instantly cut his palm, and blood flowed out from his palm again. The magic sword trembled even more violently this time, and the entire sword body was shaking like a sieve, as if the monster sealed in it was very scared. The terrifying demonic aura lingering around Chu Wanha gradually disappeared, and his eyes quickly returned to normal. The expression on his face changed from ferocious and violent to bewildered, as if he had regained his human sanity. It was as if he had just had a dream. When he regained consciousness, he looked up dully and saw Yi Ge holding the magic sword in his hand. His other hand was stroking the blade of the magic sword. What a great magic sword! Chu Wanhe widened his eyes. What happened? How could the magic sword be in the hands of the Yi family kid? Not only Chu Wanhe, but also those present including Ling, Huiyan, Song Jie, other shadow members, and even the two little pets on Yi Ji's shoulders, all showed expressions of shock and surprise. The degree of shock to the spirit of disaster was relatively light. He was stunned for just a few seconds, and then he immediately remembered that when he was at the Well of Black Abyss, Yi Ge used his own blood to activate the seeds of the demonic tree. In other words, Yi Ji's blood genes contained the blood of a demon king from ancient times. The monster sealed in the magic sword probably came from the ancient magic dragon of the same period. All the demon creatures at that time signed a soul contract with the ancient demon king at that time, which was like the contract of human dead soldiers, and could never be betrayed. So of course the magic sword could not kill Yi Ge, who had the blood of the ancient demon king. And once it came into contact with his blood, it behaved so obediently. Oh my god, Song Jie rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he was hallucinating, and said in amazement, what is going on, you? Chu Wanhe's body was shaking, and he looked at Yi Ge in disbelief. How can a mere Xin realm demonized mutant like you control a demon sword? Yeah, I'm surprised too. Yi Ge inserted the magic sword upside down into the ground, put his hands on the hilt, and looked at him with a smile. Are you surprised and surprised? Chapter 112. Ending. Chu Wanhe's face was still filled with disbelief, and he kept repeating, impossible. How could a little brat like you control the ghost dragon demon sword? Yi Ji's expression was calm. He knew that although Chu Wanhe had awakened and regained normal consciousness, he had been forcibly possessed by the magic sword and had suffered irreversible damage mentally. It was impossible for him to be as calm as before. You lost, Chu Wanhe. Yi Ge said lightly. Impossible. Impossible. Chu Wanhe screamed like a madman, and suddenly pulled out another sword from his body, Tiger Soul. He stared at Yi Ge viciously. You little brat from the Yi family, I'm going to kill you. As he said that, he raised his sword and rushed over without any plan. Why Yi Ge still didn't move, because he knew he didn't need to do anything this time. Before Chu Wanhe could run 2 steps, Ling's figure came from behind him like a bolt of black lightning, and the long blade in his hand instantly slashed across his neck. Blood splatters, a head flew high up. Yi Ge looked at Chu Wanhe lying in a pool of blood with an expressionless face. He knew that with the death of the Lord of Wanjian City, the Chu family would completely disappear from the nobility list of the empire. This war between the two major families in the human empire lasted only 2 weeks before it came to an end, and if you count the actual battle scenes, it's probably less than 10 minutes. Bai Shuling lay on Yi Ji's shoulder, looking at her master of this life with a complicated expression. As Yi Ji's pet, she watched the entire process of the war from beginning to end. At the beginning, Bai Shuling thought that Yi Ge was simply naive and actually agreed to deal with Chu Wanhe on his own. He was a human earl, a Shura realm expert. He was also the mayor of Wanjian City, powerful, wealthy, and well-connected, and you are only in the Xian realm. You want to fight with others with your head, but now, facing a Shura-level warrior, a family with thousands of extraordinary warriors, with only 100 warriors on their side, actually won the victory of this family war by relying only on tricks and conspiracies without losing a single soldier. Even though she had lived for tens of thousands of years as the empress of the Spirit Demon clan in her previous life and had experienced battles of all races, big and small, she had never seen such a special war. Huiyan, how are you? Yi Ge turned his head and looked at Huiyan, who had just lost an arm. Gray smoke lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, Master, I'm fine. It's just an arm. For a dead warrior, it's nothing. For the death warriors, they no longer care about life or death, so why would they care about an arm? Yi Ge asked. But you were just injured by the magic sword. Your body should not be contaminated by the magic energy, right? If contaminated by demonic energy, it is very likely that you will suffer from demonic diseases such as demonic eye syndrome. Like Arthur, Gray Smoke replied. I just cut off my arm in time, so it was not contaminated by the evil spirit. Yi Ge nodded in relief. That's fine, one arm is nothing. I'll have someone install a prosthesis for you when we get back. I guarantee it will be more useful than your original arm. A touch of emotion flashed in Huiyan's eyes. Thank you, Master. Hey, boss, you are awesome. After the war, not a single one of our people was killed. Song Jie said with a smile, and then he looked around. But what should we do next? Ye Ge said, according to the laws of the imperial nobles, it was the Chu family who plotted first, so we don't have to bear any responsibility at all if we get rid of the Chu family and capture Wanjian City. After we win the war, we can take away all the treasures and supplies in the city at will, and we can also take away prisoners, but we cannot occupy the city-state of Wanjian City. The Yi family currently only has the title of Viscount, so they can only own a territory of corresponding size as a Viscount, otherwise, the title would be meaningless. As for Wanjian City, the imperial royal family will naturally arrange for other nobles to take over. Hearing that you can take away all the treasures in the city at will, Song Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. Then can we start moving things now? Ye Ge nodded, then waved his hand and said, let's move. Take as much as you can. Half of the treasures you take away must be handed over voluntarily, and the other half will be yours. Song Jie laughed. Then I won't be polite. When it comes to moving things, he seems more excited than anything else. It is obvious that his occupational disease has struck again. The shadows also dispersed, searching the city for valuable treasures. Ye Ge gave the magic tooth beasts a signal in his mind, then opened the door to the demon world, released more than 300 magic tooth beasts, and let them participate in the work of moving the treasure. Ye Ge can now not only perceive the state of the demonic tree through his consciousness, but can also communicate directly with Hong Ko and other creatures in the demonic world through his consciousness. When the shadows saw the devil-tooth beast, they were shocked at first and drew their weapons and took a vigilant stance. Ye Ge waved his hand and said, don't be nervous, these are all my subordinates. The shadows looked surprised. Although he is a demonized mutant, Ye Ge should still be a human being. How could he have a group of demon subordinates? But considering that Ye Ge could even tame the magic sword, it didn't seem surprising that he could tame a group of monsters. Song Jie searched among the buildings, making full use of his skills as a wilderness thief, and soon found a large number of valuable things. As a thief, he had never fought such a rich battle before. He could just take away the gold and silver treasures of an entire city. This is heaven. Ye Ge thought that in this way, the Yi family's financial problems during this period should be perfectly solved. However, at this moment, Song Jie suddenly cried out, No, no, no! Don't kill me. Ye Ge frowned. Are there still enemies? Ye Ge rushed over immediately. When they arrived at the place where Song Jie made the shout, other shadows also rushed over. Song Jie was seen holding up his hands, his body stiff and not daring to move. In front of him was a black-haired woman with a ponytail, wearing standard swordsman's light armor and holding a long sword. The long sword in her hand was pointing at his throat. When the black-haired female swordsman saw Ye Ge and the others coming, she immediately reached out and grabbed Song Jie by the collar, pulling him over. At the same time, she held the sword across his neck and stared at Ye Ge and the others vigilantly. Don't come over here. Seeing this, Ye Ge stopped 5 meters away and raised his hand to ask the shadows to stop. Chapter 113. Isn't it natural to be mean? This is a woman who is about 18 years old, with delicate and upright features and a heroic look. She is wearing a set of silver light armor coated with a layer of fluorescent charms, which is the level 1 basic enchantment of swordsman equipment, which can increase the swordsman's defense attribute by 30 points. The sword she held in her hand was the standard long sword of Wanjian City, but there was a special mark on the hilt of her sword, which indicated that she should be the captain of a sword soldier regiment in Wanjian City. Ye Ge looked at the black-haired and heroic female swordsman in front of him and always felt that he seemed to have seen her face somewhere. Li Shuang stared at Ye Ge and the others, her beautiful and bright eyes filled with vigilance, and the long sword in her hand never left Song Jie's neck. Ye Ge looks very young, but she knows that he is the young master of the largest demonized mutant family in the empire and the leader of these people. It was he who subdued Chu Wanhe, so he must not be underestimated. There is no need to say more about Zero and Hui Yen, and the surrounding demon-toothed beasts made Li Shuang frown. Monster, the Yi family actually keeps monsters in captivity? The demon-toothed beasts have evolved to maturity. They are 2 times stronger than ordinary wild bears. The muscles on their bodies are like dried-up lava rocks. A pair of long and sharp fangs are sticking out. They stare at Li Shuang as if they are staring at their prey, and a beast-like growl comes from their throats. They look extremely ferocious. Don't come over here, Li Shuang said sternly, otherwise I will kill this man. Ye Ge noticed that there was not only Li Shuang in the room, but also several other female swordsmen, all of whom were wearing light armor, holding long swords, and looking nervous and alert. It turns out there are other survivors in this city. Yi Ge said calmly, Wanjian City has been defeated, Chu Wanhai is dead, you are not going to surrender, but are you still going to resist in vain? Li Shuang said coldly, surrender? Do you think I will surrender and become your prisoner? Yi Ge said, being a prisoner is better than losing your life. You have escaped the massacre of the demonized Chu Wanha and finally saved your life. Now you have to fight this kind of meaningless battle? Li Shuang hesitated. Just now, after Chu Wanha was possessed by a monster, he almost slaughtered everyone in the city. Li Shuang was lucky enough to have noticed the evil spirit released by Chu Wanha in advance, and took some of her female swordsmen into hiding, witnessing the tragic fate of the entire city. No one expected that Wanjian City would be destroyed at the hands of the city lord they were loyal to. But what was even more unexpected was that the young master of the Yi family actually defeated Chu Wanha, who had been strengthened by demonization. There is no doubt that they have no chance of winning against an enemy more terrifying than Chu Wanha. Stop talking nonsense. Li Shuang bit her lower lip and said, will you guys move aside? If you don't, I will. I will? What do you mean? Are you going to kill the hostage? Yi Ge smiled. You should have heard that our Yi family is a group of ruthless and unscrupulous villains. Do you think this threat will work on me? You? Li Shuang's body trembled slightly. You are right, these demonized mutants are a group of cold-blooded and ruthless guys. Am I really going to die here today? It doesn't matter if she dies, but as the captain of the corps, at least I have to protect these soldiers under my command. Well, have you made a decision? The sound of night song rang out. Li Shuang looked up at him, and suddenly everything in front of her eyes became cleared out. A pair of scarlet pupils suddenly appeared in her sight. The world before my eyes suddenly became a mess, as if everything was turned upside down, twisting and turning. The next moment, when she came to her senses, Song Jia, who was holding her hostage, had disappeared. What's going on? Li Shuang was shocked. It turned out that Hui Yan took advantage of the time when she was controlled by the illusion and took Song Jia away from her in an instant. At the same time, a female scream was heard. At the same moment, Yi Ge grabbed a female swordsman, forced her to kneel on the ground, and at the same time drew out the Shadow Moon straight blade and placed it around her neck. Li Shuang's eyes widened. Xiaoyu. Hey, don't move. Yi Ge put his straight knife on the white neck of the female swordsman. The sharp blade gently cut the delicate skin, and blood oozed out immediately. Otherwise, your little sister will die. The other female swordsmen were also shocked. They had just been affected by Shuling's illusion and had no idea what was going on. In the blink of an eye, Song Jia was rescued by Yi Ge and his friends, and Xiaoyu fell into Yi Ji's hands. Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly. Under the influence of the illusion, the female swordsman's body could not use any strength at all. The psychological fear was also infinitely magnified. She said with fear on her face, Captain, you. Li Shuang's beautiful eyes glared with anger. Despicable. Yi Ge, I am a demonized person, shouldn't it be natural for me to be mean? Li Shuang, okay, Li Shuang, surrender. Any further futile resistance will only lead to the deaths of all your men. Yi Ge said, you don't want to see all your men die because of you, do you? Li Shuang's soft eyebrows slightly frowned. How do you know my name? Yi Ge smiled. The human boss in the future version of the game, the future Valkyrie of the South, the first female swordsman of the human race to become a soul swordsman, is one of the NPCs who will be demonized and controlled by the magic sword Dark Soul Dragon to become a boss in the future. How could I not know? Yi Ge said. Since we are going to attack Wanjian City, I will of course investigate the information of the main generals under Chu Wanha in Wanjian City. You are the captain of the Wanjian City Female Sword Soldiers Corps. I know what's strange about your name. Li Shuang thought about it and felt that it was probably the case. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Yi Ge pressed the straight knife in his hand down a little harder. I will only give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't put down your weapon and surrender, her life will be gone. 3, 2, wait a moment. Li Shuang exhaled deeply, as if he had made a decision. He threw the sword in his hand to the ground and bit his lip. I surrender. But, you are not allowed to hurt others. Yi Ge nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Chapter 114, Reactions from Various Families. Yi family. Master. A subordinate came to Yi Xiao and knelt down to report. The young master has led the shadow troops to attack Wanjian City at noon. Night Owl's expression brightened. Oh. This kid has been waiting for so long. Has he finally decided to take action? Could it be that he has grasped some kind of opportunity? Yi Xiao thought for a moment, then ordered, "Okay, you take people to protect him secretly. The success or failure of this battle is not important. Yi Gu is still young, even if he fails, it will be a good experience for this kid. However, you must always ensure the safety of little Yi Gu." Well. The subordinate hesitated for a moment and said, "But the young master has returned, huh?" Night Owl looked confused. "Back? What do you mean?" The subordinate replied, "It seems that Master Yega has already captured Wanjian City and led the Shadow Army back in triumph." Night Owl? What? Night Owl was confused. "Didn't you say that he led the Shadow Army to Wanjian City at noon? It's only been a few hours now? He has already captured it?" "Yeah." The subordinate scratched his head. "I don't know what happened, but Wanjian City has indeed fallen. Chu Wanha has also been killed, and Master Yega brought back more than 100 boxes of treasures and supplies, and brought back more than 300 female swordsmen prisoners." Night Owl was even more surprised. "What? Chu Wanha is dead? What on earth is going on here?" Ha 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 ha. Yi Quan burst into laughter upon hearing the news, stroking his white beard with a kind face. "You really are worthy of being my grandson. I really didn't misjudge him. Ha ha. Chu Wanha was an earl of the empire after all, and the news of his death quickly spread throughout the aristocratic circles in the southern border. Moreover, Chu Wanha was a powerful Shura-level warrior, considered to be one of the top fighters in the human empire. Yet, he was defeated by a young master of the Yi family whose cultivation level was not even at the profound realm. This also makes the news even more sensational and incredible." Di Hai was also shocked when he heard the news. He originally thought that the news was wrong because the information sounded so outrageous and fantastic. Asa transcendent in the mysterious realm. Yi Gu actually led a mysterious army of only 100 people and defeated Chu Wanha, who had thousands of sword soldiers. Under his command, even science fiction novels wouldn't dare to write like this, right? However, Di Hai asked people to confirm it many times and also consulted several different intelligence personnel in the academy before confirming that the news was absolutely true. Wanjian City has been destroyed, and now the entire city has become a dead city. There is no one left in the city, and all the valuables in the city have been looted by Yi Ji's troops. Di Hai hurried to the principal's office, found Lanmi, and reported the matter to her. "You are too slow in delivering the news. I already knew about it." Lanmi was busy behind her desk with her head down. She glanced at him nonchalantly and asked, "Why are you so startled?" "But principal, don't you think this is too shocking?" Di Hai said blankly. Until now, he still thought he was dreaming. Lanmi raised her white and tender palm, yawned, and said lazily with a curled lip, "What's so strange? Yi Gu is my direct student. Is it necessary to be so surprised that he has achieved such results? Are you questioning my vision or my teaching ability?" "Earthsea, I dare not. That's why I always say that you, old man, have no vision at all. You only like outdated things. Your vision should be improved." Lanmi pushed the thin-framed plain glasses on the bridge of her nose with her slender fingers and said calmly, "Go down. I'm still busy." Di Hai saw Lanmi busy writing some documents, which seemed to have the royal seal on them, and couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" Lanmi said calmly, "Oh, the 9th princess of the imperial family, Long Ying, said she wants to return to the academy to study again." Di Hai was very surprised. Her Highness Long Ying? Didn't she choose to graduate? Why is she back? The inner gate of the War College is quite special. If inner school students feel that they have learned enough in the academy and there is nothing more to learn, they can take the initiative to graduate at any time. Of course, you can choose to return to school and resume your student status at any time, regardless of your status. Lanmi smiled faintly and said, "Maybe he was hit by my little night song in the last open class." Di Hai was stunned, not understanding what was going on. "Ah? Your Highness, have you heard? The Lord of Wanjian City, Chu Wanha, was suddenly killed yesterday." Uncle Li looked solemn and said, "I heard that he was killed by the young master of the Yi family." "Yeah, I heard that." Long Ying responded indifferently when she heard the news. She showed no surprise at all and continued to read the book in front of her seriously. It seemed that in her opinion, this was a matter of course. Uncle Li had a complicated expression. "I heard before that the Yi family declared war on the Chu family, and the young master of the Yi family said that he would personally resolve the matter with Chu Wanha." I originally thought that the Yi family was just gilding the young master, but I didn't expect, Long Ying said calmly. I had expected this result a long time ago. Li Bo was stunned. Did you expect this? Yeah. Long Ying's eyes revealed a trace of calmness. It would be strange if Chu Wanha could win. However, although he had expected it, Long Ying did not expect that Chu Wanha would be defeated so quickly. It only took a few hours from the time Yi Ge launched the attack to the fall of Wanjian City. How did he do it? Duke's palace. Duke Wang had of course also received the news of such sensational news. The entire Wanjian city was massacred, not a single person was left. The subordinate knelt in front of Duke Wang with a heavy face and said, "And I have sent people to confirm that this matter was indeed done by Yi Ge alone." The Yi family did not intervene. Chu Wanha was indeed defeated by Yi Ge. How is this possible? Duke Wang frowned, puzzled. If it was Ye Chuan or Ye Xiu who took action, then Chu Wanha's death would naturally not be surprising, but there is only one night song. Could it be that Yi Xiao used some means to conceal the outside world's eyes and secretly help Yi Ge in order to gild Yi Ge? So that Yi Ge can firmly sit on the next head of the Yi family? Duke Wang pondered for a long time but still didn't get an answer, but his eyes gradually became gloomy. No matter what, we must not let the Yi family develop so smoothly. Someone, prepare the car. Duke Wang said expressionlessly, I want to go to the capital. Chapter 115 Priest Jilian Capital City, Imperial Palace. A man in a dark robe with dragon patterns sat on the throne in the hall, his deep black eyes revealing an aura of majesty without even being angry. He is the second emperor, Long Hai, who rules the human empire on the territory of all races today. Duke Wang was standing in the hall at this time, bowing slightly, with his hands clasped together and slightly raised, and was telling something. That's how it is, said Duke Wang. Long Hai listened in silence, his eyes flashing with coldness. I didn't expect Chu Wanha to be so useless. He was defeated by his son without even Yi Xiao making a move. It's really embarrassing. Duke Wang said, the old man of the Yi family, Yi Quan, has now broken through to the 8th stage of the Apocalypse realm, and there is also news that Yi Xiao may break through to the Apocalypse realm at any time. Now the Yi family has produced Yi Ge, a gifted young genius. His talent has even been noticed by Lan Mi, and he has become a direct student of Principal Lan Mi. If we continue to let this demonized family of the Yi family develop like this, I am afraid it will be a disaster rather than a blessing for the empire in the end. Long Hai stroked his chin, thinking, as I recall, Lan Mi hasn't accepted any students for a long time, right? Yes. Duke Wang said, Lan Mi usually does not accept students as his own disciples, but in the past, all the students that Lan Mi took a fancy to became super powerful people at the top of the pyramid among the human race, without exception. Long Hai snorted coldly, this Lan Mi, she clearly knows the attitude of the empire towards the Yi family, but she actually made an exception to allow this little devil of the Yi family to enter the inner gate of the War Academy, and even accepted him as her personal disciple. What is her intention? Has she been bribed by the Yi family? Duke Wang pondered for a moment and said, well, I don't think so. Lan Mi's personality is just like that. She is weird by nature and hard to figure out. No one can really see through her, and she won't buy anyone's account. But since Yi Ge was chosen by Lan Mi as an exception, it means that he does have an unknown talent, and this family war between the Yi family and the Chu family just shows his extraordinary ability. As far as I know, Yi Ge took over Wanjian City without even spending a single soldier. Without sacrificing a single soldier? Hearing this, Long Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. How did he do it? Duke Wang replied, I don't know. The war started too suddenly and ended too quickly, so I didn't even have time to get any information. And everyone in Wanjian City has died. No one knows what happened in the city at that time. According to my intelligence, Yi Ge has been silent for 2 weeks and there has been no movement at all. But just yesterday, he suddenly led his troops to attack Wanjian City. The entire war lasted less than an hour, including the time Yi Ge and his men spent looting and transporting property and resources in the city. The time he spent traveling back and forth between the Yi and Chu territories was even longer than the duration of the war. Long Hai gently stroked the faucet on the armrest of the seat with his fingers, thinking, there is such a thing. It is indeed unbelievable. After all, Chu Wanha is a powerful swordsman in the 3rd stage of Shura realm, and he has thousands of extraordinary warriors under his command. Even when facing a family of demonized genetic mutants who are best at war, it is Impossible for them to be defeated so quickly, not to mention that Night Owl did not take action personally. Your Majesty, I know what's going on. At this time, a woman suddenly stood up. This is a beautiful woman who was completely covered in a black veil. She has a face so beautiful that it can be described as stunningly beautiful, most beautiful of all, the only priest of the Qin Empire, Jilian. Oh? Priest Jilian, you know? Long Hai showed a curious look. Jilian said softly, since the day when the Yi family declared war on the Chu family, I have been paying close attention to the situation of these two families and sent out spies to observe their every move. In fact, I think Duke Wang An just made a mistake. The Yi family's attack did not start suddenly, but began 2 weeks ago. Duke Wang An gave her a puzzled look. Long Hai looked at Jilian calmly and asked, why do you say that? Jilian took out a bundle of scrolls and said, this is the information I have collected during this period. These are all the major and minor events that have occurred in Wanjian City in the past 2 weeks. Your Majesty, please take a look. Upon hearing this, Long Hai raised his hand and grabbed the bundle of scrolls in the air with his 5 fingers. Long Hai opened the scroll and read its contents carefully, and then his expression quickly became solemn. Undercover, betrayal, public opinion, deserter. Long Hai paused and thought, could it be that? That's right. Jilian's eyes were as clear as a mirror, as if she could see the essence of everything in the world. So many coincidences come together, and they appear at such a critical juncture. I don't think these are all coincidences. Long Hai narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that all these things were done by the Yi family? To be precise, it's not the Yi family. Jilian said seriously, it's Yi Gu. Yi family. Yi Gu sat on the bed in the bedroom, closed his eyes lightly, crossed his legs, and practiced hard. In his consciousness, he could clearly sense that the demonic tree was rapidly absorbing nutrients. After plundering so many precious resources from Wanjian City, Yi Gu asked the demon tooth beast to move all the energy-rich treasures back to the demon realm and feed them all to the demon realm tree. The evolution points of the demonic tree grew rapidly, and Yi Gu also broke through and jumped to a higher level again. He broke through to the earth realm in one fell swoop and directly advanced to the 3rd stage. TSK, it's great to have an auxiliary experience pool that can feed experience. It's so easy to level up. During this period of time, Yi Gu has traveled a distance that would take ordinary people several years to complete. Normally speaking, because he was still very young, the soul power nodes in his body should not have been fully developed. So usually speaking, humans upgrade slowly during their childhood, and it would be very difficult to break through during this period. By the age of 15 or 16, the soul nodes and veins in the human body are basically fully developed. Between the ages of 15 and 50, the upgrade speed peaks. The lifespan of extraordinary people is very long. Some of them are still around the 1,000 souls realm when they are over 100 years old. They have basically reached their upper limit and will not be able to make any further progress in this lifetime. But Yega completely ignored this barrier. If people knew that he had just broken through a few days ago and had leveled up again, they would probably think he was some kind of monster, right? Chapter 116 Overlord Contract. In the Yi family dungeon. Li Shuang and hundreds of female swordsmen under her command were imprisoned here. Captain, how will the young master of the Yi family deal with us? Several female swordsmen huddled together in a corner, whispering nervously. Li Shuang bit her lip and said, I don't know either. She wanted to say a few words of comfort, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to say it, because she's really not very good at lying. After falling into the hands of the Yi family, she never thought about having a good ending and had already prepared for the worst. The demonized family is capable of anything. Xiaoyu looked guilty and sad. I'm sorry, Captain. If I hadn't been caught, you wouldn't have fallen into their hands. With your ability, it would be no problem for you to get out by yourself. Li Shuang shook her head. It's not your fault. There were so many masters present at the time, our fate was already determined. Do you think that cute little boy from the Yi family is going to kill us all and feed us to the monsters? Another female swordsman huddled in a corner, trembling as she hugged her knees. I'm still young and haven't been in love yet. You've been caught by that young master and brought to a place like this, and you're still saying that young master is cute. Well, although he does look very cute. Woo. Me too. I've never been in a relationship. I haven't even held a boy's hand. I haven't experienced the feeling of kissing. I don't want to be thrown to feed the monsters. Woo. I think being killed and fed to the monsters is better. I heard that the people of the Yi family practice some terrible magic and use young women as cauldrons for practice. You, please don't say those scary words. It makes me so scared, that's right. It would be fine if I was used as a furnace by that cute young master, but if I was, I have seen an anime before, in which the captured female warriors were, shut up. Don't say that again. Li Shuang let out a deep breath, she clenched her fists and made a decision in her heart, she wants to talk to that young master, whatever he wants to do, just do it to her, at least these female warriors who had to protect her no matter what. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the cell. Soon, Yi Ge walked to the cell under the guidance of the jailer. The female swordsmen in the cell were all startled. The originally noisy cell suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Yi Ge timidly. Yi Ge scanned the cell and finally stopped at Li Shuang. He raised his hand and pointed, "You, come out." Li Shuang's body trembled suddenly. Finally, is it coming? But that's okay, she originally wanted to talk to Yi Ge. Li Shuang stood up, his pair of heroic eyes filled with determination. The jailer opened the cell door. Yi Ge looked at her and smiled faintly, "Come with me." Then he left with his hands behind his back. Li Shuang gritted her teeth and followed. "Captain, you have to be careful." Xiao Yu had a worried expression on her face. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Li Shuang tried hard to force a smile, trying to make herself look as calm and steady as possible. "I will definitely protect you." Even if, at any cost, Li Shuang followed Yi Ge all the way out of the dungeon. Yi Ge walked into a villa, and Li Shuang followed him silently. Yi Ge walked very fast, and Li Shuang would not be able to keep up with him if she was a little slower. At the same time, she was not handcuffed, chained, or shackled, and Yi Ge didn't seem to be worried at all that she would take the opportunity to escape. Li Shuang was secretly annoyed. "Damn it. How dare you look down on me? Do you think that even if you don't handcuff me, I won't pose any threat? Or, take this opportunity to capture this young master and use it to threaten the Yi family to let them go." Li Shuang immediately looked around. At this time, Yi Ge led Li Shuang to walk in the corridor of the Yi family villa. Occasionally, only a few maids passed by in the corridor, and no soldiers were seen standing guard. It would be a piece of cake to take action here and catch this young master, but if that fails, Li Shuang recalled the incident when she had captured Song Jie and wanted to use it to threaten Yi Ge, but ended up being threatened instead. She immediately showed a conflicted expression. Yi Ge's ability is very strange. His level is obviously only at the Xian realm, but he was able to use illusion to control her for 1 second. No one knows what his skills are. If she fails again this time, I'm afraid the group of female swordsmen under her command will really not escape death. While Li Shuang was still struggling, Yi Ge had already brought her to a room and closed the door. They were the only 2 people left in the room. "Well, this is nice. Let's talk." Yi Ge smiled. "You should have something to talk to me about, right?" Li Shuang looked at Yi Ge's shy and well-behaved smiling face and bit her lip secretly. She found that what the female swordsman said was right. This young master was indeed very cute, with a tender, white face, incredibly delicate features, and he looked so well-behaved. I didn't expect a boy could be so handsome, but despite this cute appearance, there is a devil's heart. Li Shuang took a deep breath and tried to appear calm. "Yes, I want to talk to you. I hope you can let my men go. I will take care of everything. Whatever you want to do, just come to me." Yi Ge nodded in satisfaction. "Well, not bad, you are quite responsible as the female captain of the swordsman group. In that case, please sign it." Li Shuang was startled. "Sign?" Yi Ge placed a black scroll on the table, then slowly opened it, revealing it was filled with words. Li Shuang asked, "What is this?" Yi Ge said, "You will know if you take a look at it." After hearing this, Li Shuang picked up the scroll and read it carefully. His expression suddenly changed. "Soul contract?" The soul contract scroll allows 2 people to enter into a soul agreement. Party B must unconditionally pledge allegiance to Party A within the scope of the agreement. Once Party B harbors the intention of rebellion, he or she will immediately receive very severe soul punishment, which will make him or her suffer unbearable and make life worse than death. In fact, the contract that Julie signed was also a kind of soul contract. However, it was a 2-way contract. Yuli had to work for Yi Ge forever, and Yi Ge had to support her forever according to the provisions of the contract, otherwise he would also be punished by the soul. However, Li Shuang's contract was completely one-way. All the agreements above required Li Shuang to do so, while Yi Ge did not have to pay any price at all. Well, it's a pure unfair contract. Chapter 117. What did you think would happen? Li Shuang looked at the black soul contract scroll in his hand and was silent for a long time, but if she signed, there was no doubt that she would have to obey Yi's orders for the rest of her life, and she would have to do whatever he told her to do and let him control her. Moreover, there is absolutely no room for maneuver. Yi Ge waited patiently, giving Zhu Li Shuang time to think about it. Well, have you thought about it? Li Shuang looked at him and said, "Are you going to make all my subordinates sign this kind of contract? How is that possible?" Yi Ge sat on the chair, leaning back slightly in a very comfortable posture. This kind of soul contract scroll is very expensive to make. It requires the use of sacred wood that can connect to the power of the gods to make paper, and then invite rune masters above level 9 to carve runes, and then various rituals are required. The success rate of production is only 20%. Therefore, there are not many of this kind of scrolls even in the Duke's mansion of the Empire. I am not that generous. I just need to sign a contract with you. I can see that your female swordsman subordinates are very loyal to you. Controlling you is equivalent to controlling them. You. Li Shuang bit her lip in anger. But she had to admit that Yi Ji's judgment was very accurate. As the head of the Wanjian City Female Swordsman Corps, she knew her subordinates very well. Although they were all women, they would be depressed and afraid because of dying before having a boyfriend, but they would never do anything to betray her. Okay, I'll sign. Li Shuang stared at Yi Ge and said seriously, but you have to promise me that after I surrender to you, you are not allowed to touch them. If you want to do anything, just come after me. In short, no matter what, you are not allowed to bully my subordinates. As a captive, do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate terms? Yi Ge just found it very interesting. If you don't sign, their fate may be even worse. Li Shuang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. However, although you are not qualified to make conditions, I still agree to your request and will not embarrass them. Yi Ge decided not to tease her anymore and smiled. Remember to repay me in the future. Humph. Li Shuang snorted, you'd better keep your word. Although she knew in her heart that even if Yi Ge regretted it, she couldn't do anything, Li Shuang picked up the pen on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally put the pen down and signed her name on the contract scroll. Yi Ge picked up the scroll and took a look at it, then put it away with great satisfaction. Very good, now that you and I have established our relationship, you should be aware of your future responsibilities, right? Captain Shuang, whether your subordinates will be treated well or badly by me in the future will be determined by your performance. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Ge looked at her with a deliberate smirk on his face. Li Shuang's body trembled slightly, and a chill spread from his heart to his whole body, but she quickly suppressed the fear in her heart and calmed herself down. I am their core leader, I cannot be afraid. I must protect them. Li Shuang nodded slightly with an expressionless face. I understand. I am mentally prepared. I will obey all your orders, Lord Ye Ge. Yi Ge smiled and said, then come with me. Then he stood up, pushed the door and walked out of the room. Li Shuang followed behind Yi Ge silently, imagining what might happen next like a movie in her mind, because her subordinates had shared some small animations with her, and the plots in those animations had similar scenes that might happen next, so her mind was now full of imaginary scenes. Why did I have to see those things? Yi Ge took Li Shuang away from the villa. Li Shuang felt a little strange. Shouldn't we go to a certain bedroom? Could it be that he wants to be outside? Li Shuang's face was filled with horror. Yi Ge had no idea what Li Shuang behind him was thinking. He took Li Shuang around the Yi family manor and finally came to a large arena, which was actually the training ground for the Yi family soldiers. There were about 300 to 400 people wearing the uniforms of the Yi family warriors training here, clumsily waving their blunt swords in their hands. Most of them were young people, but there were also very young boys. Arthur was one of them, and sweat covered his cheeks. Some of these people were captives rescued from the well of Black Abyss last time, and some were scavengers found from the wilderness by Song Jie before. They basically all have a common characteristic, which is that they carry some degree of demonic contamination on their bodies, and are discriminated against and driven away wherever they go. Li Shuang was stunned. This is, from now on, you will be responsible for training them. Yi Ge said, as the leader of the female swordsmen of Wanjian City, you should have a lot of experience in training soldiers, right? These people are now in your hands. Li Shuang was stunned. Just like that? Yi Ge brought her here just for this. Yi Ge tilted his head. Otherwise, what did Captain Shuang think would happen? Li Shuang's cheeks turned slightly red and she stammered in silence. Let me tell you in advance that these people have not received any training before, and most of them come from the wilderness. They used to be involved in robbery and murder. There should be many who are barbaric by nature. You must be responsible for controlling and educating them. Ye Gu told her seriously. Li Shuang looked at the people in the arena, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, I understand." If it was just about managing the soldiers, then she was still very confident that she could do it. Ye Gu took out a Tiger Soul sword and handed it to her. This sword is called Tiger Soul. It was the sword of the former lord of your Wanjian city. Now I will give it to you for the time being. Li Shuang was very surprised. Eh? Give it to me? Ye Gu, you are my man now. It's not strange to arm your own soldiers. Thank you, sir. Li Shuang took the hupa with mixed feelings. Master Yega. At this time, a little girl's voice came out. Ye Gu looked back and saw a leaf trotting towards him, then put his hands in front of him and bowed vigorously. Hello, Master Ye Gu. 7-year-old Yi Zi's head was only about as big as Yi Ji's chest. Due to malnutrition in her childhood, her height was obviously slower than other girls of the same age. However, Yi Zi's meals at the Yi family during this period were apparently quite good. The paleness from malnutrition on her face gradually disappeared, and she looked very energetic. Ye Gu smiled when he saw the little girl and gently touched her head. Why are you here? He looked up again and found that Xia Xiao and Gao Xinxue were also slowly walking towards him. It seemed that they were the ones who accompanied Yi Zi here. Well, Sister Xiao and Sister Xinxue brought me here. I came to watch my brother practice martial arts. Yi Zi raised her head, looked at him expectantly, and asked in a baby voice, Master Ye Gu, when can I practice martial arts with my brothers? Yi Zi is already big enough, I can also learn to fight. I also want to become Master Yi Ji's warrior and help him in the future. Chapter 118, Envoy from the capital. Ye Gu told her with a gentle look, your domain is not here. In the future, you will become a very powerful psychic, not a warrior, so you should study hard the knowledge of controlling superpowers that your sister Xiao taught you, understand? Yi Zi blinked her eyes in a silly way. It was obvious that at her current age, she couldn't completely distinguish the differences between various supernatural professions. Then can people with special abilities also help Master Ye Gu? Of course. Ye Gu said, I will need you a lot in the future. Oh, okay. Then Yi Zi will definitely practice his supernatural powers well, in order to help Master Ye Gu conquer the world in the future. Yi Zi said seriously. Ye Gu didn't know whether to laugh or see or why. Li Shuang stood aside, looking at Ye Gu gently stroking the little girl's head, feeling a little surprised. Judging from the little girl's clothes, she should be just a servant of the Yi family. I didn't expect that this demonized young master actually had such a gentle side. Xia Xiao and Gao Xinxue also came over at this time. Xia Xiao looked at Li Shuang beside her with curiosity, then leaned over to Ye Gu and asked in a low voice, Xiao Yi, who is this big sister? Oh. Ye Gu said casually, she is a prisoner captured when we conquered Wanjian City 2 days ago. But she is mine now and will be my subordinate in the future, just like Arthur and the others. Your people. When Xia Xiao heard this, she couldn't help but look at Li Shuang again. She is so beautiful, it's almost as good as Yi Ji's mother. Xia Xiao and Ye Gu have been childhood sweethearts since they were young. She often comes to Ye's house to play with Ye Gu and Gao Xinxue, so she is very familiar with the situation in Ye's house. She knew that many of the maids and servants in the Yi family liked his childhood sweetheart very much, and they often liked to pester her childhood sweetheart to play games with them. In the past, Xia Xiao had no sense of crisis and was not afraid that her childhood sweetheart would be snatched away by someone else, but this female subordinate, she was so beautiful. What should she do if she was like the other maids in the Yi family, scrambling to play with her childhood sweetheart and using the excuse of family missions to monopolize her childhood sweetheart's time? Xiao Yi, Xia Xiao nervously held Yi Ji's arm, and then whispered in his ear, my mother said that beautiful women are the best at deceiving people. Ye Gu? I mean. Xia Xiao didn't know how to express herself, and said hesitantly, you are going to be the successor of the Yi family in the future, so you must be careful not to be deceived by those beautiful female subordinates around you. They may deliberately pester you and trick you into playing fun games with her, and then you will neglect the family's business. Oh, what I mean is, Yigu, Li Shuang, Yigu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had no idea what his childhood sweetheart was thinking about all day long. Beautiful girls are the most deceptive, what about you? Yigu asked with interest. I'm different. Xia Xiao pursed her lips, we are childhood sweethearts. Of course I won't lie to you. Okay, I get it. Yigu raised his finger and hooked Xia Xiao's little nose, sighing in his heart. You've learned to be jealous at such a young age. What should you do in the future? Look at Miyuki's mother next to her, how calm and composed she is. Yigu turned his head to look at Gao Xinxue, only to see Gao Xinxue looking at him with her eyes that were always calm and peaceful. But if you think about it carefully, with Miyuki's mother's personality, if she found out that he had a new good friend, she would probably choose to force him to join? At this time, the old housekeeper came over and bowed slightly. Master Yega, the master of the family wants you to come over. Yigu turned around and asked, is there something wrong? The old housekeeper said, I heard that the imperial family in the capital sent an envoy to visit. Yi Ji's eyebrows suddenly raised slightly. Capital city, Yigu, Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao soon arrived at the aristocratic reception hall. Of Father Yi Shao, Grandfather Yi Quan, and Mother Zhou Yuqing were already sitting here. There were also many extraordinary guards and eunuchs dressed in royal attire in the hall. It was obvious that these people were sent by the empire. Opposite them sat a beautiful woman shrouded in a mysterious black veil. Her clothing was completely different from the regular wizards' or warlocks' clothing. The lace black veil was woven with some strange textures and words. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with infinite charm, and her eyes were filled with an ethereal and holy temperament that left a deep impression on people at first sight. Wow, a very pretty sister, Xia Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Gao Xinxue saw the patterns and words on the black-veiled woman's clothes, thought for a moment, and said softly, I seem to have seen the patterns and words on this person's clothes in a book. Eh? Xia Xiao turned her head, really, Schwer? Which book is it in? The ancient books passed down from the gods to the earth. Gao Xinxue said with certainty, those characters seem to be the characters of the gods. Xia Xiao was even more surprised, the divine language? There was a glimmer in Yi Ji's eyes. He recognized this woman. In the game plot of Map of 10,000 Races, Jilian is the only priest of the human empire. Priests are humans who can communicate consciously with gods and have the ability to perform divine arts. Therefore, Jilian is a very special, extraordinary person. There are currently 10 major types of extraordinary professions in the human race, but her profession is not among them, the divine magician. This is the 11th extraordinary profession that will not appear in the game Map of 10,000 Races until version 6.0, and Jilian is also the first divine magician of mankind, and also the only divine magician in the current version of the human empire. Yigu was deep in thought. Jilian has always been an important official of the Qin Empire. Her status can be said to be second only to the emperor. Even the 4 dukes have to be polite when they see her, and the empire actually sent her to visit the Yi family, which is a plot that does not exist in the game at all. It seems that it was because he defeated the Chu family so easily this time that he finally attracted the attention of the royal family and completely changed the original plot. Chapter 119 The Empire's Choice. Yigu became alert, thinking that the royal family had sent people to cause trouble again, but he soon discovered that it was not the case, at least not on the surface. Father Yi Shao was chatting with the legendary priestess, and it sounded like the conversation was quite pleasant. At least both of them had smiles on their faces, which were common among nobles, and there was no tense atmosphere. Seeing Yigu appear, Jilian turned around and looked over. Her eyes, as beautiful and deep as the starry sky, carefully examined Yigu. Is this your son Yigu? Yes. Night Owl replied. Jilian nodded slightly. Being chosen by Lord Lanmi of the War College is enough to prove that this child has extraordinary talent. Perhaps in 10 years, a new legendary figure will appear in the empire. Night Owl smiled faintly and said modestly, then he has to learn to live until that time. After all, this is a cruel era. No matter how good the talent is, if he can't survive, everything is in vain, don't you think? The gods will protect every devout child of light. Jilian's expression was still calm, like a calm lake without ripples. And about the Chu family's matter this time. When he heard the Chu family, Yi Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed slightly. Jilian said, Your Majesty has heard that in this War Academy dungeon assessment, it was Yigu who discovered the Chu family's smuggling of soul crystals, and helped the imperial law enforcement officers to finally find a series of sources of stolen money. He has made great contributions, so your majesty sent me to visit you this time and also ordered someone to deliver a reward. As she spoke, she waved her hand. A group of eunuchs dressed in the imperial black costumes immediately carried several large boxes of treasures and placed them on the floor of the hall. There was a hint of surprise in Yi Ji's eyes. He really didn't expect this result, and Night Owl seemed to feel the same way, but he didn't show it. He still had a polite smile of a nobleman on his face. Thank you very much, your majesty. A top genius is the hope for the future of our human race, and the Empire will certainly pay great attention to him. Jilian said, of course I also hope that the Empire can have a top powerhouse like the late Emperor who was famous among all races. Yi Xiao was silent for a moment, somewhat unsure of what the royal family meant this time, and just nodded slightly. After chatting casually for a while, the two of them talked about some trivial matters. This priestess with a beautiful and holy appearance did not seem to be as rigid and cold as imagined. She was very good at bringing up topics, and she controlled the degree of each topic just right. It was obvious that she had received a very good aristocratic education and was very familiar with the etiquette and negotiation skills among aristocrats. It was not until the evening that Jilian was ready to leave. Yi Xiao took Zhou Yuqing and Yi Ge to see the guest off to the door. Jilian stopped and looked at him with her holy eyes. Viscount Yi Xiao, after the death of the late emperor, there may be many misunderstandings between the Empire and the Yi family due to the instigation of treacherous ministers. The enemy of all races is outside. The dark races frequently harass the border wall, and the human race still faces various challenges. His Majesty the Second Emperor hopes to resolve such unnecessary misunderstandings. Night Owl was silent for a moment. I understand. Before leaving, Jilian spoke a few words to Yi Xiao, who showed a surprised expression. Then Jilian said goodbye and got into the steel beast car towed by some flying beast. The beast roared towards the sky, and then spread its huge wings. The black steel wheels inexplicably turned, causing the steel carriage to float into the air and fly away with the flying beast. Other imperial guards and eunuchs also followed closely behind in various flying vehicles. The sun really is rising from the west. Zhou Yuqing walked to Yi Xiao's side, looked at the imperial convoy gradually disappearing in the distant sky, and murmured, "What is the Empire up to?" Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Ge and put his hand on his head. It seems that you have changed the Empire's attitude towards us by your own efforts. That's amazing, Yi Ge, is this true? Zhou Yuqing turned to look at him and asked, Oh, what did the priestess say to you before she left? Night Owl was silent for a moment. She told me 2 things. Which 2 things? First of all, she invited me to join the Federation Superhuman Association on behalf of His Majesty. The Empire gave me a seat as branch president. From now on, I can participate in various important meetings in the southern part of the Empire. Zhou Yuqing was surprised. Is this true? Did the sun really rise from the west? The branch president of the Federal Superhuman Association has high power, can participate in many important affairs of the Empire, and can receive fixed dividends from the Empire. Yi Ge didn't expect that he had changed so many of the original plots of the game at once this time. Even a fool could see that the Empire was doing this in order to appease and win over the Yi family. Frankly speaking, after hundreds of years, this comfort is indeed a little late. It's like a girlfriend who has been together for a long time has come to the edge of breaking up. The originally gentle and loyal woman has turned evil, and gloomily told the other party that I will kill you after the breakup. As a result, at this time, she finally came to comfort him. However, the appeasement this time did show some sincerity. Of course, his sincerity only appeared on the surface. No one knew what the second emperor actually thought. Yi Xiao thought for a long time but could not come up with a result. He looked at Yi Quan and asked, Dad, what do you think about this? Yi Quan yawned and said, the nobles play power games and manipulate people's hearts. It's an old trick. I, an old man, am tired of it and don't want to go through it anymore. Now that you are the head of the family, you can handle it yourself. After saying that, he turned around and left with his hands behind his back. Night Owl looked helpless. Zhou Yuqing pulled him aside and asked, what about the second thing? The second thing. Yi Xiao paused halfway through his sentence, turned his head and looked at Yi Ge with an interested look. Why Yi Ge? On the strange beast car flying in the air. Jilian sat in the beast cart, meditating quietly. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, and the scene in the palace appeared in his mind. You mean, you suggest appeasing the Yi family instead of continuing to target them? Long Hai sat on the magnificent throne in the palace, looking at Ji Lian below with majestic eyes. Ji Lian bowed slightly and said softly, "Yes, this is my suggestion. Although the Yi family does not have many soldiers, they have many elite soldiers and generals. The number of extraordinary warriors is small but elite, and their combat power is almost comparable to that of the four dukes. If your majesty insists on continuing to eliminate the Yi family, it will inevitably consume a huge amount of resources and financial resources of the empire. But similarly, the Yi family's combat power can also help the empire gain a long-term foothold among all races. You should be well aware of the powerful potential of the demonized mutant warriors. They are beings that even the dark races are afraid of. Perhaps your majesty can change your thinking a little and adopt a strategy of appeasement instead of eradicating them." Chapter 120, The man destined by heaven. Long Hai showed a contemptuous look and snorted coldly. "When I first came to power, the reputation of the Yi family was already so high that it shocked the emperor. Some people even said that if the Yi family could take over the throne of the late emperor, they could do even better than me. Over the years, I have finally weakened the power of the Yi family and ruined their reputation. Now I have to appease them again. Aren't all my years wasted in vain?" Ji Lian said, "You are the only bloodline left by the late emperor, there is no doubt about that. Even if the Yi family is more powerful than the emperor, it cannot threaten your position. Moreover, if the Yi family can really be fully used by the empire, it will definitely be more beneficial than harmful to Daqin. If Daqin can expand the territory of all races, then those little rumors will not be a big deal." Long Hai asked seriously, "What if they rebel? I have suppressed them for hundreds of years, won't they bear a grudge? And as far as I know, the current head of the Yi family, Yi Shao, is a very ambitious person. The old man of the Yi family, Yi Quan, is absolutely loyal to the late emperor. As long as Yi Quan is alive, the Yi family will not rebel." Ji Lian said softly, "And Yi Quan just broke through the 8th stage of the Apocalypse realm not long ago, and his lifespan has been extended again." Long Hai fell silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the gilded dragon head armrest, as if he was thinking seriously. Ji Lian added, "If your majesty is still worried, there is another way." Long Hai immediately asked, "What method?" Ji Lian said, "The young master of the Yi family, Yi Gu, was chosen by Lord Lanmi of the War Academy. He must have extraordinary potential and talent. The battle between the Yi family and the Chu family also showed that his potential is higher than expected. And his age is just about the same as His Highness Long Ying." Long Hai raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what Ji Lian meant. "You mean, marriage? Let them become destined people?" Ji Lian said calmly, "That's right." Long Hai pondered for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Yes, this is indeed a good idea. Let Long Ying be an undercover agent next to that little devil of the Yi family, so that the Yi family can completely let down their guard against me. After I have used the Yi family as a sharp sword and let them conquer all races and expand the territory for the empire, I will wait until the time is right to completely eradicate them." "Ha ha ha ha. It is indeed a good plan." Ji Lian moved her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but the words stopped at his lips. She thought that using this marriage to completely reconcile the empire and the Yi family might be a better choice, because with the help of the heavenly secret stone that fell on the earth by the civilization of the gods, she saw some vague pictures about the future of the human race. She saw 2 future scenes in total, which were completely different, even completely opposite, and only one of them would happen in the near future. Which scene will happen depends entirely on Long Hai's decision this time. Ji Lian knew very well that Long Hai's decision this time would shake the gears of the empire's destiny and send it in 2 completely different directions. However, Ji Lian could not directly remind Long Hai, because this was a matter of revealing the secret of heaven. Once she said it, it would affect the order of the power of destiny, and she would definitely be punished by God. "Why?" Long Hai stared at Ji Lian. "Priest Ji Lian, do you have any opinion on this?" Ji Lian bowed slightly. "I have no objection, Your Majesty, just follow your own judgment." "Ha!" After hearing what his father said, Yi Gu looked strange and confused. "Marriage? Gao Xinxua, Xiaoxia." Yi Shao sat with his legs crossed, resting his hands on his face and said leisurely, "Yes, this is what Priest Ji Lian told me just now. I heard that Her Highness Long Ying is also a rare genius girl in the royal family. She is the most promising, talented, smartest and most intelligent among the imperial princesses. At a young age, she is already a transcendent in the heavenly realm. She has even been on the battlefield of all races. She was rated as a monster in the inner sect of the War Academy. Zhou Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands together and said happily, "Oh my, she's smart and talented. It seems that she is a good match for our Xiao Yega." Yigu, Yi Xiao also said, "Well, I was also surprised. Her Highness Longying should have been the second emperor's most favored daughter. The outside world has always had a good evaluation. I didn't expect that the empire would choose her to marry Xiao Yigu." Then he shrugged. It seems that no matter what the second emperor thinks in his heart, his sincerity on the surface is indeed full. Zhou Yuqing looked at Yigu with a smile. "Little Yigu, what do you think? We are going to have a betrothal soon, are you happy?" Yigu raised his finger and scratched his nose. "Well, this is not good." Xia Xiao finally couldn't help but say it this time. "Ha?" Zhou Yuqing blinked and looked at her curiously. "Aunt Yuqing, I mean." Xia Xiao entwined her fingers and said hesitantly, "Xiaoye hasn't even met that His Highness Longying yet. It's too hasty to let Xiaoye become a destined lover with a stranger. What if she is ugly? Wouldn't that guy get away with it for nothing? Oh, about this, you should meet soon." Yi Xiao said to Yigu, "I heard that His Highness Longying has decided to return to the War College to study again. By then, you may be classmates, and you may even have the opportunity to carry out missions together." This. Xia Xiao felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. "Wu, how come, Longying?" Yigu touched his chin, thoughtfully. Chapter 121. Xiaoye is so pitiful. Xia Xiao was in a very depressed mood today. She lay on the desk in the academy and looked listless. Gao Shenxue sat down quietly beside her. Almost all the students in the classroom have arrived, except for 17 people, who are the students in the War Academy's elite class. All of them are the top geniuses in the South Territory, and each of them is from a noble family with a distinguished background. It is difficult for a super genius to appear among the common people. After all, extraordinary genes are inherited through bloodline. Gao Shenxue asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xia Xiao pouted and asked, "Shuer, don't you feel sad?" Gao Shenxue asked, "Why are you sad?" Xia Xiao groaned and said, "Now that Yigu has a date, won't he have less time to play with us in the future?" Gao Shenxue thought that she didn't care. "Anyway, she will ask to join when the time comes." Xia Xiao put her chin on the table and said sadly, "I've heard from my father before that in marriages between royal nobles, the younger generations of the family are sacrificed for the benefit of the family. Wu, I feel so sorry for Xiaoye. He will be forced to play with someone he doesn't know every day. Maybe that princess is ugly and has a bad personality. She is willful and willful. She will bully Xiaoye and not give Xiaoye food or water. She may even force Xiaoye to wash her feet and feed her. She may even be violent and tie Xiaoye to the ground and step on his head. I feel so miserable just thinking about it." Xia Xiao sat up and grabbed Gao Shenxue's hand, and said anxiously, "Shuer, what should we do? Is there any way to save our childhood sweetheart?" Gao Shenxue blinked slightly and said, "I think people like Xiaoye usually bully others." Xia Xiao, but, knock knock knock, an old scholar in a grey-white robe knocked hard on the podium with his teaching board, and said in a cold voice with a stern face, "Xia Xiao, repeat what I just said. What is the significance of building the Great Wall to the human race?" "Ah." Xia Xiao shuddered and stood up in panic. "This," Gao Shenxue whispered, page 64, lines 3 to 16. Hearing this, Xia Xiao quickly picked up the book. "Well, the Great Wall of 1,000,000 miles is an important line of defense for our race against enemies of all races. It is the crystallization of the wisdom of our human civilization." Gao Shenxue turned her head and looked out of the classroom window with her clear eyes on the lush green tree outside the window. 3 bright butterflies are flying around a small flower on the branch. At this time, footsteps were heard in the corridor, the classroom door was pushed open, and a tall man with a scar on his face led a girl into the classroom. The girl was none other than the 9th princess of the Empire, Long Ying. The principal has instructed that His Highness Longying should return to the monster class to study. Scar Tiger, the instructor who had previously assessed the protagonist in the academy, said to the old man who was teaching the class. "I didn't expect that His Highness Longying would come back to the academy." "Ha, welcome, welcome. The smile on the old man's face made his wrinkles come together. The students in the class were already discussing something. Longing stood on the stage and bowed slightly to the students politely, with a calm expression on her face. I am Longing. Xia Xiao was surprised. She didn't expect that just as she was discussing His Highness Longing with Shuer, Longing actually appeared in front of them and became their classmate. And, this Longing is actually so beautiful. The ninth princess was obviously not only a beautiful being, but more importantly, she had an elegant and noble temperament. Her beautiful eyes revealed a calmness and composure that did not match her age. Her every move was full of royal elegance, as if she had walked out of an ancient scroll. Xia Xiao felt deeply shocked just by meeting him for the first time. After she sat down in a daze, Gao Xinshue asked her calmly, should you be relieved now? At least she won't be ugly. Xia Xiao, this, being beautiful doesn't mean she has a good personality. Xia Xiao hesitated again. Long Ying's eyes quickly swept across the entire classroom. Yi Gu is not here. He is the principal's personal student. Apart from public classes, he should be receiving private tutoring from the principal. Longing thought so. The principal's bedroom, the splendor and luxury of Lan Mi's bedroom is no less than that of the Empress's palace. This was how Yi Gu felt when he first came here. The walls of the dormitory are paved with thick magic stones. It is said that this room was once designed and built by the best mechanics in the empire. These magic stones on the wall are connected to the most advanced magic technology devices of the human race, which convert and transmit spiritual energy in the room 24 hours a day, just like the heating device on Earth in the previous life. Therefore, the concentration of spiritual energy in this bedroom is almost 3 to 4 times that of the outside world. Sitting here to practice for a day, the efficiency is almost 3 to 4 times that of the outside world. Yi Gu sat cross-legged quietly on the dragon skin blanket on the ground and practiced. Lan Mi was lying on her side on the bed next to her, with one hand lazily resting on her cheek, reading a book in a very comfortable posture. Yi Gu opened his eyes at this time. Teacher. Lan Mi turned her head and looked at him with a gentle smile. What's wrong, my Xiaoyega? Is there anything you don't understand? Picture, Yi Gu said. You are the principal of the war college. Have you ever led troops to the battlefield of all races before? Ha, of course. Lan Mi twisted her hair with her fingers, but that was a long, long time ago. That's why you said in your last open class that we should experience the real war. Yes. Lan Mi smiled. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you what you experienced when you competed with your opponent in the illusion before. Can't you see? I can choose to see it, but that would require 100 times more energy than the original illusion. Yi Gu nodded, and when he opened his mouth slightly and was about to say something, Lan Mi pressed a finger against his mouth and shook her head at him. I didn't ask you to tell me what you experienced in the illusion. Even if we are master and disciple, you don't have to tell me everything. If you can digest it yourself, sometimes it's better for you to digest it yourself. Chapter 122 Understanding the Inner. Yi Gu closed his mouth again. Lan Mi smiled. But after experiencing 2 simulated wars, plus this war with the Chu family, you should have a lot of feelings, right? Well. Yi Gu paused and said calmly, the biggest feeling is that leadership means more than just power, it also represents responsibility. Because if you fail, all your subordinates may die because of you. It may not only be your subordinates, but also your family, friends, and loved ones. Every decision must be made in consideration of the overall situation. A small mistake may cause many people who trust you to die because of you. This is a lot of pressure. Lan Mi didn't expect that Yi Gu, as the winner of the war, could have so many insights, and that he gained these insights without sacrificing a single soldier. Usually, this is something the losing party gets. So Lan Mi originally arranged for Yi Gu to have such a huge disadvantage in illusion, and her original intention was actually to hope that he would fail once. Lan Mi said, generally speaking, among the young people I've seen, if someone did something like you at your age, their tails would probably be up in the sky by now. This is a common problem among geniuses, and it is also a common problem among most people who achieve success at an early age. This problem will last for a long time until it disappears after 1 or 2 major setbacks, and then people will really see themselves clearly. Among the people I have met in human history, there are only 2 who do not have this problem. You are one of them, and the other is the late emperor. Yi Gu lowered his head. Lan Mi smiled and poked Yi Ji's cheek with her finger. Why, are you blushing and shy because of my praise? You are so cute, Yi Gu. A leader needs absolute rationality, and often has to suppress our human nature. This is true for all the people in history who have made their names famous throughout the ages. Lanmi said with deep eyes. Yiga nodded and said, "By the way, teacher, the illusion you used that day." Lanmi smiled and said, "Do you want me to give you a special experience so you can experience it again?" Yigo, how greedy. Lanmi took the opportunity to pinch Yi Ji's cheek again. "Unfortunately, it's not possible now. I can only create that kind of illusion light ball once every 8 years, and each time it can only last for 24 hours. If you want to experience it, you can only wait 8 years later." Yiga thought, "So that's it. By the way, how is the development of your new supernatural power going? Are there any results?" Lanmi asked again. Yiga nodded slightly. "Well, during the 16 years I spent in illusion, I have already developed a new supernatural power, and I have thoroughly studied the energy laws involved. If I want to combine this skill with other skills in the future, it should be much easier." "That's good. It seems that you have gained a lot in those 16 years. Lanmi was very pleased. Alas, it's a pity that the opponent is too weak. Such a big advantage was wasted in just 16 years. You can't even stay in there for a few more years. You are really useless." Yigo, after class. Yiga left Lanmi's bedroom and walked into the War Academy. At this moment, a beautiful and noble girl suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It's Longing. The news that Longing returned to the War College to study again has spread, and many well-informed students already know about it. At this moment, in the corridor of the building, the girl's elegant temperament seemed like a shining pearl, attracting everyone's attention wherever she was, and soon many people looked over here. "It's you, Your Highness Longing." Yiga smiled. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The breeze blew up Longing's long hair, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. Her clear eyes looked at Yiga calmly. "I just want to see what my future destined lover will look like." Yiga, "Now, are you satisfied after seeing it?" Longing, "If you just talk about appearance, of course I am satisfied." Yiga raised an eyebrow. "Oh? I'm quite surprised." "What's the surprise?" "Because Your Highness doesn't look like a girl who would praise someone like this." "I just tell the truth, and I've never been shy about telling the truth." Longing looked at him calmly and said, "Since my father has already designated you for me, I will naturally not question his judgment. But since we have become each other's destined lover, in addition to appearance, I also want to know more about Yi Ji's inner self." Yiga was puzzled. "How do you know?" "Fighting is the best way to understand each other." Longing took a step forward, getting very close to Yiga, and looked directly into his eyes. "The academy has a combat training room open exclusively to the royal family. I want to see what kind of strength my future Tianding person has." Yiga smiled helplessly. "Didn't we compete with each other in the previous open class?" It seems that, without a doubt, the failure in the simulated battle in the open class dealt a certain blow to this proud prince. However, as a talented girl of the royal family, her pride made her feel unconvinced, so this little girl wanted to get back at him again. Longying's pupils shrank. "Do you know that it was me who fought against you in the illusionary simulated war?" Longing felt very puzzled. Even when she entered the illusion, her image in the illusion was her disguised image. This seemed to be a spell deliberately cast by Principal Lanmi, but if that's the case, why could Yiga still recognize that it was her who was fighting against her in the illusion? Could it be that he had already seen through her disguise when he was in the open class? "Of course I know." Yiga shrugged. In fact, it was because he saw Longing performing supernatural powers on the battlefield during a simulated war. Longing is also a very important character in the game's plot. How could Yiga not recognize her supernatural powers? Longing bit her lip lightly. There were many other factors in the illusion that time. "That time was a war. This time I want to fight you one-on-one." Yiga smiled and said, "Your Highness Longing, you are in the heaven realm, and I am in the earth realm. There is a whole realm difference between you and me. Even if you can defeat me in a one-on-one fight, it seems that there is nothing to be proud of, right?" Longing fell silent and thought about it, and felt that it seemed to be true. Yiga changed the subject and said slowly, "But I accept your challenge." Longing was stunned for a moment and looked up in surprise. Chapter 123 Longing vs Yiga. Yiga followed Longing to a special combat training room. The equipment here is obviously much more advanced than that of ordinary training rooms in the academy. The walls on all four sides are filled with a futuristic sense of technology. At the same time, there are many magical devices running here. There is also a huge screen in the middle, and many physical measurement instruments next to it, but actually from the outside it doesn't look like a training room, because there doesn't even seem to be a ring here. Instead, it looks more like a laboratory. Ye Gu heard that this training room was newly built. After Longing decided to return to the War Academy to study, the eunuchs from the palace came to the War Academy with a large sum of money to arrange it and ordered people to build such a training room overnight. This is a combat training room specially opened for the royal family, with a virtual combat system. Longing raised his hand and pressed a few buttons on the wall. Then, she inserted a magic stone into it and activated some kind of energy source. 2 formation figures soon appeared on the ground, emitting a white shimmering glow. Step into the formation and you can enter the virtual battle. Longing looked at Ye Gu and told him, in the virtual battle, we can fight in the virtual world just like we did in the illusion before. This way, we don't have to worry about hurting the opponent too badly. Ye Gu said, it's pretty good, it really is worthy of being the royal high technology. Longing asked again, what kind of battle scene do you want to choose? Ye Gu shrugged, Your Highness, just choose the scene you like. Longing bit her lip lightly. She felt Yi Ji's contempt for her. The opponent in front of her was clearly only at Earth Realm strength, so why did she feel like she would never be able to defeat him? But she won't lose, this is one-on-one. Moreover, Longing has always been very confident in her own strength. Since she was a child, she has the ability to fight against enemies of higher levels. Even if it is the 100 Souls realm, she is confident that she can fight against it. Longing typed a few keys on the technology keyboard and then pressed OK. Buzz, a beam of light appeared from the formation under Yi Ji's feet, enveloping him. After a few seconds, the white light dissipated. My vision became clear again. When Yi Gu regained consciousness, he found himself in a lush and ancient forest. The night was dark, the moon was bright, and fireflies were dancing in the woods, providing a faint light. It's quite magical. Ye Gu looked down at his body. Everything is the same as his own attributes. However, this place is different from Lan Mi's illusion. The speed of time flow here is the same as in reality. Roar. At this moment, a deafening dragon roar suddenly sounded in the originally lonely forest. Ye Gu narrowed his eyes and immediately became alert, scanning the dark woods around him. The dragon roar sounded again. At the same time, at the end of the forest under the cover of night, a huge red crystal dragon suddenly appeared from the depths of the jungle. The giant crystal dragon beast's body from head to tail was entirely condensed from some kind of red gem crystal. It was like a giant python wandering violently in the forest, rushing around and knocking down many tall trees. Its body was close to the ground, and it swam towards him with a roar, raising a large amount of dust. The red crystal dragon opened its bloody mouth full of crystals and roared while blowing out a howling gale. Many trees in the dense forest were broken by the wind. In just a few seconds, the red crystal dragon had already arrived in front of Ye Gu. Its huge mouth was several times taller than him. The black shadow completely covered Yi Ji's body and was about to swallow him. At the critical moment, accompanied by the cries of countless crows, Yi Ji's body suddenly turned into black mist and dissipated. The red crystal dragon bit into nothing and made a big hole in the ground. The black fog gathered again, and Yi Ji's figure appeared on a tree trunk 10 meters away. Ye Gu looked at the huge red crystal dragon calmly. This is Long Ying's innate ability. The red gem crystals on the dragon's body are actually the fossilized bones of some ancient dragon beast. After the ancient dragon beast died, its bones and dried blood turned into fossils, forming this crystal shape. Long Ying's innate ability is to establish a soul connection with the dragon souls in these crystals, giving these red crystals life, so that these fossils can be pieced together again and temporarily return to the original appearance of the crystal dragon beast. Ye Gu had seen this move before on the illusion battlefield. However, he used a strategy at that time, and his army won the victory without him having to take any action. But this time it's different. This time it's a one-on-one duel. The red crystal dragon raised its head again. Its body looked to be 100 meters long, and Longing was standing on top of its head. Ye Gu smiled and said, "You were so serious at the beginning. It seems that your highness is still brooding over the previous failure." Longing said expressionlessly, "I will not allow myself to fail a second time." As she spoke, she silently chanted a spell and formed a seal with her hands. A red crystal sword appeared in her hand. Longing raised the stone crystal sword and pointed it at Ye Gu, like a heroic female dragon knight. Go, roar. The red crystal dragon roared again and rushed towards Yi Ji. Ye Gu narrowed his eyes, and immediately drew out the two weapons, Ingwe and Guangli, and jumped up to avoid the attack of the crystal dragon. He performed a dark version of Netherworld sprint, leaped onto the dragon's back at an extremely fast speed, came in front of Long Ying, and slashed at her with a sword and a knife in both hands at the same time. Ding! The two extraordinary weapons collided with her stone crystal sword, making a unique crisp sound. The stone crystal sword in Long Ying's hand is actually not sharp, but its hardness is unparalleled. Ye Gu stood on the dragon's head, holding two blades, and engaged in close combat with Long Ying. Ye Gu, who possessed the soul of a weapon and mastered hundreds of sword skills, was still better in close combat and soon found an opportunity. Guan Li used his left hand to knock the stone crystal sword in her hand away with his clever strength. The shadow of the right hand turned into a cold light and wiped towards her neck. Long Ying's face changed, but she was not in a hurry. She quickly chanted a spell with her small cherry lips, and a red stone crystal shield quickly condensed in her left hand. With a ding sound, it once again blocked the attack of Ye Guangyue's straight knife. Roar! At the same time, the crystal dragon's roar sounded again. The roar was quite special. Not only was it deafening, but it also seemed to be mixed with the sound of some crystals colliding and rubbing against each other, which gave people a splitting headache. Ye Gu bared his teeth and was thrown off the crystal dragon's back. The moment Long Ying saw Ye Gu being thrown out, he put his hands together and used a skill, third-level supernatural power, water condensation crystal. I saw the red crystal dragon spurting out a column of water from its mouth like a high-pressure water gun. Ye Gu fell from the air and was unable to dodge, so he was hit in the leg by the water gun, but the water gun sprayed by the crystal dragon was obviously not ordinary liquid. The liquid hit Ye Ji's leg and immediately began to condense into crystals, and quickly spread to his body. Chapter 124 Big Move. Ye Ji's eyes changed. He quickly swung out Shadow Moon and shattered the crystals condensed on his legs with one blow. A sound like breaking glass was heard. Then he somersaulted in the air and landed lightly on the leaves of a large tree in the forest. You are really amazing, Ye Gu thought to himself. I didn't expect that Long Ying was so difficult to deal with when he was a child. Long Ying's supernatural power is a type of skill that cannot be copied by his dark copy technique. Or among the extraordinary professions of human beings, there are some professions whose skills cannot be copied by Ye Gu. For example, mechanics fight with the technological mechas they built by themselves, and their skills all come from mechas. There are also beast masters, and they cannot copy the skills of beast masters unless they have the same spirit beast, and gunners. The output carrier of gunners' skills is the guns they use. Different guns will have completely different effects when using the same skills. If the power of some gunners' skills is too strong and the gunner's guns cannot bear it, the guns themselves will explode. Long Ying's special abilities are of the same nature. All of her abilities depend on the red crystal dragon. If Ye Gu wants to copy it, he must also have a crystal dragon like this, but it was obviously impossible for him to find so many crystal dragon fossils to piece together such a dragon. Long Ying was somewhat surprised to see that Ye Gu actually dodged his move. I didn't expect you to react so quickly, Long Ying said calmly, clasping his hands together again, gathering his own soul power, but I want to see how much you can dodge. Third level supernatural power, water crystal. The red crystal dragon beast spewed out several streams of liquid water again. Ye Gu relied on his body skills to jump and dodge continuously in the woods. The water columns hit the big trees in the forest, condensing each tree into red crystals. While dodging, Ye Gu was looking for an opportunity to jump onto the dragon's back and attack, but this time, Long Ying also learned his lesson. The red crystal dragon stood up high, keeping a distance from the ground, making it difficult for Ye Gu to jump onto the crystal dragon's head and attack Long Ying directly. Ye Gu also tried several times to chop the body of the red crystal dragon, but the body of the red crystal dragon was extremely hard. Even though Yingyue and Guan Li both had the added bonus of 13 sharpness enhancement, chopping at it had no effect at all. Ye Gu thought that the body of this red crystal dragon was condensed from the fossils of ancient dragon beasts, and it might not be so easy to destroy. At least it's not something that he, who is at the Earth realm, can break through. Therefore, the only way is to find a way to attack Long Ying standing on the crystal dragon head. In the game plot of Map of 10,000 Races, Long Ying will also be a big boss-level existence in the future, like Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao. In the original game plot, her temperament changed drastically due to certain events, and she eventually turned evil and became a boss. She also killed her father, whom she later hated. Of course, Ye Gu had also passed the level without any damage in his previous life after he became the boss of Long Ying, but now, this little girl is still a child. It is definitely not feasible to rely on the future backboard to attack the current Long Ying. It seems that I have no choice but to try that new trick, Ye Gu thought secretly. So, are you going to give up? Long Ying asked as he looked at Ye Gu, who had given up attacking. Ye Gu smiled and said, you'd better stand firmly on that dragon head. After saying that, he put away Ingyue and Guangli. Ye Gu raised his right palm upward and grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. As he slowly recited the spell silently, a huge black fireball appeared on his palm. The black fireball gradually grew larger, from the size of a ball at first, to the size of a tire, and then almost to the size of a truck head, and the outer ring of the black fireball seemed to be faintly wrapped with a circle of black lightning. It made a sharp crackling sound. What is that? Longing frowned slightly, feeling very puzzled. Did they actually fuse the three elements of darkness, fire, and thunder together? Longing had never seen such a skill before, which meant there was only one possibility: this move was created by Ye Gu himself. Thunder and fire are both elements of extremely high energy. If you force these two elements together, if you don't handle them properly, they can easily explode. This Ye Gu is really brave. However, Longing also understood that if this move could really be used, the destructive power would definitely be terrifying. We can't let him succeed. Longing quickly formed a seal with her hands, and the misty pink soul power gathered and swirled around her body. 4th level supernatural power, Heavenly Crystal Tide. The red crystal dragon under her raised its neck as if taking a deep breath. Then the next moment, the red crystal dragon beast roared and spewed out a huge amount of wind tide. Boom! The sky crystal tide, like a storm at sea, swept across the entire forest, including Ye Gu, who was gathering energy on the ground, was also covered by the huge tide caused by the strong wind. You didn't hide? Longing said coldly, you are too arrogant. But if you think about it carefully, maybe it's not that Ye Gu didn't want to hide at all, but that he simply had nowhere to hide. This move is a large-scale attack, not to mention that Ye Gu is only at the Earth realm. Even if one possesses the speed of 100 souls realm, he may not be able to dodge such a large attack range in such a short time and distance without being prepared. Roar! I saw a large area of forest right in front of the red crystal dragon beast, all of which was covered by the huge waves it spewed out, and with the sound of crackling, it quickly condensed into crystals. In the blink of an eye, all the trees in the forest before my eyes turned into red tree crystal sculptures, reflecting the bright gem-like brilliance under the moonlight, just like a large work of art. Under the cover of night, the dragon's roar stopped and the night forest returned to its original silence. Longing breathed softly. The 4th level supernatural power she just used is her ultimate move. Using this kind of large-scale attack technique naturally consumed a lot of her soul power, but at least we won. Longing breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile forming on the corner of his mouth. However, soon, her faint smile froze on her face. Bang! It was like the sound of large pieces of glass breaking. Ye Gu suddenly broke out from the crystal ocean, like a cannonball shooting straight into the sky, holding a huge black fireball with the power of thunder and lightning in his right hand. 3rd level supernatural power, Black Lightning Pyroblast. Chapter 125. A delicate balance. Longing looked surprised, and Ye Ji's figure was reflected in his pupils. Ye Gu threw out the huge black fireball in his hand. The black fireball was flying at an extremely fast speed, leaving a trail of black electric arc light at the end, just like it was dragging a long tail. Longing had never seen a fireball flying so fast. Although fireball is a 2nd level magic, once it hits the target, its lethality is almost close to that of a 3rd level or even 4th level magic skill. At the same time, this move does not consume much magic power, and is usually the magician's main output skill on the battlefield. Even for mid-level or high-level magicians, the most commonly used spell on the battlefield is Fireball, but the disadvantage of this move is also very obvious, that is, the flying speed is slow. In a one-on-one situation, it is impossible to provide firepower coverage. Unless all the evasive angles of the opponent can be blocked, the hit rate is touching. But the black fireball released by Ye Gu was more than 10 times faster than the ordinary fireball. Could it be that the lightning element increased the speed of the black fireball? No, must get out of the way. Longing looked at the black fireball approaching rapidly and jumped to avoid it. The black fireball flew over and passed by her ear just a few inches away. The raging flames also burned off some of her flying hair. That was a close call. Longing broke out in a cold sweat. The power of that black fireball seemed to be much greater than that of an ordinary fireball. That if she was hit, she couldn't guarantee what would happen. Longing thought he had avoided the fireball and just breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the black fireball suddenly exploded about 10 meters behind her. Boom! The huge black fireball after the explosion was like a burst of fireworks, releasing terrifying black lightning from the inside out, and at the same time splashing out hundreds of small lightning and fire bombs. The black lightning made a sound like the chirping of thousands of birds the moment it exploded, as if forming a terrifying black vortex with a strong lightning attraction. It sucked everything within the 50-meter range of the explosion, and those scattered thunder and fire bombs splashed and suddenly exploded again. Longing had a look of shock on his face, and he didn't have time to react at all, as his body was violently pulled towards the lightning vortex at the center of the explosion. It turns out that the greatest effect of the lightning element in the fireball is not acceleration, but gathering monsters? Ah! Long Ying's face was filled with pain. His body was mercilessly sucked into the vortex of the thunderstorm, and then engulfed by the flames of the secondary explosion of the thunder and firebomb. The body was torn into pieces in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. The simulated battle is over. The two beams of light slowly disappeared. Ye Gu and Long Ying returned to the practical training room. Are you satisfied now, Your Highness? Ye Gu asked. Long Ying stood there in a daze for a long time. What happened just now in the last moment happened so fast. I didn't expect it to end like this. She didn't even have time to react before she was swallowed up by the vortex of thunderstorm created by the explosion of the black fireball. Long Ying looked at Ye Gu with mixed feelings. That last move just now, was it magic, or was it a supernatural power? Ye Gu thought for a while and said, well, to be honest, I'm not very clear about this either. It doesn't really matter anyway. I just made it up randomly. Is that really a skill you invented yourself? Long Ying had a complicated expression. She was originally wondering if it was a unique spell that Principal Lan Mi taught him. Ye Gu, yeah. Long Ying, how did you do that? That ball of black fire just now actually contained a lightning attraction technique and a pyroblast technique. How did you stabilize these two violent elements? Aren't you afraid of energy overload? Ye Gu looked bewildered. Isn't this a very simple thing? Just like that, this way, that way, and then rub the three elements of darkness, fire, and thunder together, isn't that it? Long Ying, been taught a lesson. Long Ying bowed slightly and bent down to Ye Gu. Thank you for accompanying me in combat training today, classmate Ye Gu. Ye Gu raised his eyebrows, thinking that he didn't expect that this royal princess was quite polite when she was a child, and was not as willful and capricious as other royal princesses. But next time, I will never be defeated by you easily. Long Ying said seriously. Ye Gu, there will be a next time. Ye Gu sighed. You may have some masochistic tendencies. Long Ying? With the change in the royal family's attitude towards the Yi family's status in the empire has risen rapidly during this period. Night Owl became one of the branch presidents of the Southern Federation Superhuman Association, truly gained some real power of border lords, and began to manage the border wall and border import and export trade. The family also gained a lot of business because of this, and large sums of gold coins were pocketed by the Yi family. The news and rumors that often discredited the Yi family and the demonized people gradually became less and less. Occasionally, there would even be some positive news that clarified the truth about the demonized gene mutants, telling the public that the demonized people were not that dangerous. Many nobles in the empire didn't know what had happened that caused the royal family's attitude towards the Yi family to take a 180-degree turn, but of course these old aristocrats would not dig into the matter soon. Those nobles who had never had any dealings with the Yi family before began to actively approach the Yi family and sent envoys to make friends with them. This is the nature of living things. When you are isolated by most people, no one will be willing to approach you, for fear of being implicated by you. When you are getting better, people will of course be willing to take the initiative to talk to you, make friends with you, and hope to get some of your glory. Of course, this is actually a cliché, and more often than not, people who use this sentence to mock human nature do the same themselves. It seemed that the royal family had really reconciled with the Yi family overnight, and everything was back to the way it was 1,000 years ago. At least that's what it looks like on the surface. Would the Yi family not know what the empire was thinking? Of course not. Would the empire not know what the Yi family was thinking? Of course not. The royal family and the Yi family both knew very well that a broken mirror could not be mended. Once broken, it was broken. Even if it was glued together, there would still be cracks. After hundreds of years of dissatisfaction, it was impossible for the two families to reconcile as before, unless the late emperor crawled out of the grave. Don't think too much, of course he can't crawl out. The royal family would not expect the Yi family to return to their loyalty of 1,000 years ago, and the Yi family did not expect the royal family to truly trust them. But even if there were cracks, at least the mirror was temporarily pieced together, maintaining a delicate balance. Chapter 126. Yu Li's attempt call finally succeeded. In the underground alchemy laboratory of the prop shop, Yuli wiped the sweat from her fair face and revealed an innocent and happy smile. She had already refined the third-level potion and that special synthetic liquid energy according to Yi Ji's instructions. Every time she completed the task assigned to her by Yi Gu, Yuli would show a happy expression and be happy for a long time. Not why Yuli was holding 2 sealed test tubes of medicine. In her little head, she had already imagined the scene where Yi Gu would smile with satisfaction when he got the 2 medicines, and then reach out his hand to gently touch her head. Maybe he'll say something else. My little childhood sweetheart is really amazing, she is worthy of my attention. Yuli thought blankly, her cheeks unconsciously burning up, becoming red and hot. Then she threw herself on the bed next to her holding her 2 potions, buried her hot little face in the quilt, and rolled around in the quilt shyly. After a while, Yuli sat up again and went to the laboratory bench to study the ratio of the medicine again. But can these raw materials be improved? Yuli looked at the list of raw material ratios. The materials used on these lists are all relatively cheap, extraordinary materials, so even if third-level potions are refined, they are all relatively low-quality third-level potions. Perhaps I can change the ingredients a little bit. Would it be better to replace crab bone powder with sky beast bone powder? Yuli placed the pen against her lips, thinking quietly. She is very conflicted because in the previous experiments, she did them all according to the list of proportions given to her by Yi Gu and the techniques and methods taught by Yi Gu. She had never attempted to make any changes on her own. That if the material needs to be changed, the refining method may also need to be changed. Finally, Yuli plucked up the courage and decided to give it a try. She doesn't have the Tianxian beast bone on hand now, and it is a rare commodity, but she didn't plan to ask Yi Gu for it at the end of last month. Yi Gu gave her the first month's salary, 5 soul crystals and 100 gold coins. This money should be enough. Yuli searched online for auction houses and found that several online stores were out of stock. After searching for a long time, I finally found it in an offline auction house. On Friday, at the Moyu Auction Center, live auction. Yuli silently wrote down the address and planned to go there on Friday. It's Friday. Yuli arrived at the auction, got the list of auction items at the door, and entered the venue nervously. The Moyu Auction Center is the aristocratic auction center of Yazan City. Almost all the people who come here are big shots from wealthy aristocratic families, rich second generations, or high-ranking officials. Each of them has an extraordinary background and extraordinary clothing. Yuli just felt a little timid. She was like an innocent little rabbit, feeling uncomfortable everywhere she went, so she had to put on her hood, lower her head and walk forward timidly, not looking at anyone. Hello, where is the auction venue? Yuli came to a service counter and asked weakly. Photo, over there. Okay, thanks. At this time, a man noticed her. Aren't you Yuli? An old man spoke up. Yuli didn't expect to be recognized here. She looked up and found that it was an old professor who taught alchemy at the War College. Yuli had been her assistant in class at that time. Hello, Professor Li? Professor Li. Yuli hurriedly bowed slightly and greeted him carefully. Why are you here? Professor Li was puzzled. He knew Yuli's family background. It was impossible for her to have the money to spend money in a place like this. This is not a cheap prop store for ordinary people. Did you come to the wrong place? But this didn't seem to be important. Professor Li remembered something and said in a commanding tone, by the way, I have an alchemy experiment class next week and I'm in need of an assistant. You can be my assistant. Yuli said, I'm sorry. Professor Li, I have left the college and I don't work here anymore. Oh? Professor Li raised his eyebrows, leaving the college? Then what else can you do? No more making money? I'm working for someone else outside now. Other people? Professor Li wanted to ask something else, but a companion next to him pulled him and said, Professor, the auction is about to start. Let's go. After hearing this, Professor Li didn't say anything more to Yuli and left with his companions. Yuli breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, she entered the auction venue and carefully found a seat in the corner and sat down. After the host said a few words on the stage, the auction began soon. One after another, high-quality treasures were brought onto the stage for auction. This is an auction for nobles, so the items being auctioned here are naturally treasures of pink quality or above and of a certain rarity. Fortunately, although the Tianxian beast bones are rare, they are not something that many people need, so there shouldn't be many competitors, right? Yuli thought secretly in her heart. The next auction item is the profound sky beast bone. The host smiled and said, "The starting price is 100,000, which is 10 gold coins. Buyers who are interested, please make an offer." 100,000, if it were the old Yuli, she would never have dared to even think about such a price. "I'll offer 100,000. Professor Lee raised the sign first. Yuli was stunned. She didn't expect Professor Lee to bid for such a thing. The host nodded slightly to Professor Lee, and then said, 100,000, are there any buyers who want to bid? Yuli grabbed the pants on her thighs with her small hands. Do you want to compete with Professor Lee for this thing? As an introvert, thin-skinned, and extremely socially phobic person, Yuli has never been able to compete with others since he was a child. When she was a child, she would quietly stand aside while sharing apples with other children. After everyone else had finished sharing, she would quietly walk up and take the remaining apples. However, if I don't fight for it this time, it might be hard to get that piece of the profound sky beast bone elsewhere. Yuli bit her lip lightly and slowly picked up the auction sign. 11,000. Chapter 127. Yuli's determination. Professor Lee was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would actually compete with him for the Tianxian beast bone, and the person competing with him would actually be Yuli. The skeleton of this exotic beast is a very rare, extraordinary material. The Tianxian beast is an exotic beast that is about to become extinct, and it is difficult to obtain it even on the battlefield of all races. However, while this kind of animal bone is scarce, the demand for it is also not great. Most people do not need it because it is something that only alchemists, and only top-level alchemists and above, can use. Even in the duchy city-state of Asen, the number of top-grade alchemists would not exceed 5. This little girl Yuli is just an intermediate alchemist. What does she need this kind of thing for? Besides, where did she get so much money? 120,000. Professor Lee snorted coldly, without thinking too much, and raised the sign again. Yuli also followed suit and raised the sign again. 130,000. Professor Lee, 150,000. 300,000. 310,000. 500,000. 510,000. The two of them bid against each other, and the price reached 800,000. Professor Lee's face looked quite ugly. As a top-grade alchemist at the War College, his monthly salary is only 500,000. In this version, alchemists are still not very popular, because there are too few items and potions in this version. Even if you are a top-level alchemist, you can only make some top-level life recovery potions and top-level energy recovery potions. What could have been solved with 100,000 yuan has now been dragged to 800,000 yuan, which makes Professor Lee very unhappy. Yuli, what do you want to do? Professor Lee was sitting in front of Yuli's left. There were no other guests between them, so they could look directly into each other's eyes. So he lowered his voice and questioned her through gritted teeth at a volume that only the two of them could hear. Yuli kept her head down, but she clearly felt Professor Lee's angry gaze, and her petite body couldn't help but tremble. If it was in the past, let alone facing such angry eyes from others, as long as the other party expressed a little "he also wants it," Yuli would immediately choose to give up the competition and give the things to others. But this time, it's different. She's not just doing this for herself and for her childhood sweetheart. 1 million. Yuli lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Professor Lee's face. She raised the sign again, and this time she directly raised the price to 1 million. She wanted to end it all quickly. This atmosphere was a terrible torture for her. Professor Lee looked ashen. The most he had on hand was only 850,000, but that means he lost the bid. He couldn't figure it out. Wasn't this little girl from the slums? She wasn't even a transcendent, just a mid-level alchemist. How could she come up with so much money? 1 million. Are there any other bidders? The auctioneer's hostess asked with a smile. No one in the auction hall said a word. 1 million, then. Deal. This auction did not cause any big sensation like the usual plots in some TV dramas or novels. For this kind of aristocratic auction, an item worth 1 million would not cause much discussion or attract much attention, and the bidding between two small figures, Yuli and Professor Lee, was at most a fun thing for the nobles present. Yuli is a person who doesn't want to attract attention. She got the Tianxian beast bone she wanted from the auction staff, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief and revealed an innocent smile. Yuli. At this time, Professor Lee's cold voice came from behind. Yuli shuddered subconsciously, turned around, and saw Professor Lee walking towards her with big strides. Professor Lee. No, sorry, Yuli quickly bowed and apologized. Professor Lee stopped and stared at Yuli's lowered head. Although Yuli's status is low and he is not even a supernatural being, he is just an ordinary civilian, but of course he couldn't snatch her auction items. The academy had its own rules. As a professor of the War College, if he did something like that and was discovered by the academy's law enforcement team, he would not only be expelled from the academy, but also receive severe punishment. This is the rule set by Principal Lonny, and no one in the academy has dared to break it so far, because everyone knows how terrifying this legendary principal is. Professor Lee snorted coldly. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a normal bidding. Do you think that a professor like me would bully a little girl like you? Yuli, of course not, but I just want to ask you, why did you spend so much money to buy the Tianxian beast bones? Professor Lee asked. Why? Yuli answered honestly, it's just doing an experiment. Do experiments? What experiments? Professor Lee raised his eyebrows. I remember that in the alchemy potion catalog, only the spirit power enhancement buff potion requires the bones of the sky-profound beast, but that is something that only top-level alchemists can refine. It's not about refining a potion to increase mental power. Yuli hesitated for a moment. It's an original experiment, not in the catalog. Original experiment? Professor Lee was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed and showed a very disdainful look. You are an intermediate alchemist, doing an original experiment? Yuli lowered her head and pinched the hem of her clothes with both hands. Professor Lee looked contemptuous and stern. I remember that you only had a few years of experience as an assistant at the War College, right? As an alchemist, you need to be calm and patient to accumulate knowledge, and you have only been an assistant apprentice for a few years, but you are so ambitious that you want to do original experiments? Yuli, is this what I taught you? Chapter 128. The host you were visiting is not at home at the moment. Yuli was a little overwhelmed and nervous. Professor Lee looked at Yuli's clothes coldly again. As Yuli's former mentor, he certainly knew Yuli's family background very well. As for the clothes Yuli was wearing, Professor Lee could tell at a glance that they were enchanted clothes, and the fabric used was woven from the sacred Nanmu grass. With Yuli's original family background, it was absolutely impossible for her to afford such clothes. Could it be that some great noble has taken a fancy to this little girl? It seems that this is the only possibility. Of course, Professor Lee didn't think that the nobleman was attracted by her alchemical ability. After all, it was not worth it for a nobleman to spend so much money to recruit a mid-level alchemist. It could only be. Professor Lee thought about it and suddenly showed a playful sneer. In Yazan City, there are many wealthy nobles and second-generation rich people. Even if you are a commoner, if you want to make money without any bottom line, you still have channels. I used to think you were an obedient and well-behaved child, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Professor Lee snorted again. Young people nowadays, they just do whatever they want. They haven't even learned how to write the words down to earth, but they're just daydreaming about soaring to the sky all day long. Although I admit that you, as a non-transcendent, have some talent in becoming an intermediate alchemist at such a young age, you are obviously lost in arrogance now. Scientific research is not as easy as you think, and innovation in alchemy is not something that an apprentice of your level can get involved in. If even someone of your level can create an alchemical potion, it is simply an insult to alchemists. You're doing original experiments without even laying a solid foundation. Do you think you're just playing a child's game? If customers knew that the buff potions and energy potions they purchased were created by a mid-level alchemist, what would they think? Would they still buy them? In fact, it is no wonder that Professor Lee feels so disdainful of what Yuli wants to do, because even though he is a top-class alchemist, he has never created an original alchemical potion. All the potions he concocted in his life were made according to the contents of the alchemical potion catalog manual left by his predecessors, and according to the detailed proportions left by his predecessors. Professor Lee had tried to conduct many original experiments before, but without exception, they all failed. He had had original dreams before. If he could come up with an original best-selling medicine and obtain a research patent from the Empire, he would not only earn a large sum of gold coins, but his fame and status would also skyrocket, and it would not be impossible for him to even be canonized as a minor noble. But only after actually putting it into practice did I realize how difficult original experiments are. Professor Lee spent a lot of money on original experimental research in the first half of his life, but the results he got in the end were heavy blows again and again. In Professor Lee's opinion, creating an original alchemical work is something that only a saint-level alchemist can do. So when he heard that Yuli, an intermediate alchemist, wanted to do original experiments, he felt so disdainful. It's like you've just graduated from elementary school and told others that you want to be the richest man in the country in the future. Yuli didn't say a word. She lowered her head, feeling tears welling up in her eyes, but she twisted her clothes tightly with her fingers, trying hard not to let the tears fall. I think you should stop wasting money. Professor Li said coldly, how about this, 800,000, you sell me the Tianxian beast bone. Anyway, if you take it back for research, it will just be a waste of resources, no. Yuli's voice suddenly sounded. These were the 2 words the girl had ever uttered without hesitation and with the most determination in her life. What? Professor Li frowned. You guy. Before he could finish his words, Yuli turned around and ran away holding her Tianxian beast bone. Stop. Did I let you go? Professor Li shouted sternly, thinking that Yuli was really impolite, but Yuli didn't stop at all. She lowered her head and strode down the cobblestone street, her silver-white hair swinging as she ran quickly. Along with it came big drops of tears, like crystal-clear pearls, falling on the stone road covered with traces of time, and disappearing. Yi family. Yigu sat at the table in the bedroom. There was a large black sword on the table, the demonic sword, Dark Soul Ghost Dragon. Yigu. Demon sword, Yigu, demon sword. It was different from the situation in the Chu family's secret room before. At this moment, the magic sword was lying flat on the wooden table in front of Yigu. It looked quiet, without even any evil spirit leaking out, nor any indescribable whispers. It was just as if it was asleep. To put it simply, it means playing dead. After a few minutes of confrontation, Yigu said slowly, okay, Guilong, stop pretending to be dead. I saw you. Magic language, demon sword, Sarue, the host you are visiting is not at home at the moment. Please come back later, or you can leave a message after 3 seconds. Please don't misunderstand. This voice is an automatic reply. Magic words, Yigu, is it okay not being at home? Okay, you're going to act cute with me, right? Yigu narrowed his eyes, reached out and grabbed the hilt of the ghost dragon sword. Yibuzz, the consciousness escaped into a dark space that was like the universe. Yigu put his hands in his jacket pockets, raised his head, and saw the giant black dragon hovering in the universe in front of him. Hey! Yigu greeted lightly. Guilong? How did you get in? Yigu smiled and said, is it difficult to get in? His weapon spirit soul talent is the ability to communicate directly with the weapon spirit that resides in the weapon. When Guilong saw Yigu, a look of terrified expression suddenly appeared on his face. That expression, full of excitement, was very inconsistent with his huge and majestic appearance. The body of this black oriental dragon is ridiculously large, just like a mountain range winding through the universe. Black scales are attached to every inch of its body. Yigu feels that its body is probably longer than the Great Wall of the Empire. Guilong thought to himself that he had made a mistake. He had originally wanted to pretend to be dead and sleep for 1,000 years until Yi Ji's lifespan was exhausted and he would be resurrected. However, he did not expect that Yigu could directly enter the space of the magic sword. This human boy with the blood of the mutant demon king was really unethical. Ahem, Guilong coughed twice. I fell asleep just now and didn't hear any noise outside. Chapter 129 Energy Perpetual Motion Machine. Really? It seems like your sleep quality is pretty good. Yigu said sarcastically. Yes, it has always been fine. Guilong smiled awkwardly. Yigu would never have imagined that this huge black dragon from the east that looked ferocious, hideous, and domineering, turned out to be such an abstract existence. It's no use trying to be cute with me all the time. Yigu simply sat down and said, I know your origins, Guilong. You are not a demonized creature contaminated by the aura of darkness, but an ancient demon dragon that truly possesses the blood of both dragons and demons. You were once the mount of the ancient demon lord. Later, the demon lord was defeated by the gods, and the demon world disappeared. That's when you were sealed in the magic sword and have been sleeping underground ever since. Guilong widened his eyes in astonishment, looking at Yigu as if he were a monster. How did you know? How I know is not important. Yigu said slowly, now that you are in my hands, tell me, what are your plans next? Are you going to follow me or pay me protection money every day? Guilong was silent for a long time, and then his eyes gradually became fierce. Humph. All right. Human boy, since things have come to this, I won't pretend anymore. Originally, I just wanted to pretend to be asleep for 1,000 years so that we could live in peace. But I didn't expect that you, an impolite little guy, would directly break into my domain space, although I don't know where you heard the legend about me, and I don't know why you have the blood of the demon lord. You are just a 10-year-old human child after all. With your lowly strength at the earth realm, you want to control me. This is really laughable. Although you have the blood of the demon lord and my demonic energy cannot cause any backlash against you, you can never expect me to obey you. Yiga narrowed his eyes. Oh? Are you sure? Of course, what is my status? In the past, only the Lord Demon could be superior to me, and you are just a small human cub. The ghost dragon snorted coldly, and the majestic demonic sound mixed with a metallic feel echoed in the universe. It seems that you chose the latter of the two options I gave you. Yiga smiled, then don't blame me. Guilong looked at Yi Ji's smile, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and had a bad feeling. The latter, does he mean that I will pay him protection money? Humph. How could I possibly pay him protection money? What do you want to do? Guilong asked him. Why Yiga did not answer him and directly exited the magic sword's consciousness space. He opened his eyes. He looked at the magic sword on the table in front of him and picked it up. Yiga smiled, reached out and stroked it gently, his fingers caressing every inch of the sword. Yiga held the magic sword in his hand, and he always felt an ominous feeling, so he kept buzzing and saying cruel words. Humph, let me tell you, this sword body of mine is made of the essence and blood of the demon lord. It is immortal. And my soul will never disperse, not to mention that your meager power now can't hurt me. Even if you reach the Soul Emperor realm in the future and destroy my spiritual body, I can slowly be reborn over time. So even if the king of the gods comes, he can't completely destroy me. Immortality. Yiga murmured, that's great. You must be a good natural perpetual motion machine. The magic sword was stunned. Huh? You, what do you mean? Yiga didn't answer him again. He slowly raised his hand and spread his fingers. With the piercing cries of crows, countless crows flew out from the black mist, gathered at one point, and then slowly dispersed, with black feathers flying. A scarlet door gradually opened in the black fog, the gate to the demon world. The demon sword's voice trembled, and he seemed to be extremely surprised. This? What is this? Yiga stepped into the gate of the demon world. Come to the demon world. Yiga came to the demonic tree holding the magic sword. Demon world tree? Wasn't this thing destroyed by the gods in ancient times? Yiga, yes, but I resurrected it again. Demon sword? Now that it has come to this, I will stop pretending. Yiga sighed. I am the new generation of the Lord of the Demon Realm. I am laying my cards on the table. Demon sword, huh? Onar. Honko came to Yiga at this time, put her hands together in front of her abdomen, and bowed slightly respectfully. You are back. Yeah. Yiga looked up at the Demon Realm tree and asked, how is the Demon Realm tree doing recently? Honko answered Yi Ji's question like a caring housekeeper. It is still in the growth stage, but the Demon Realm tree has expanded the Demon Realm to 6 times its original size. The roots of the tree are absorbing nutrients every day and are undergoing a transformation. The number of plants and creatures in the demon realm is gradually increasing. Yeah, not bad. Yiga said, by the way, I brought something good to the demonic world tree. As he spoke, he raised the magic sword in his hand horizontally. Demon sword. Honko's eyes were blank for a moment, and she quickly searched the memory data in her genes in her mind. Is this the demon sword ghost dragon? Yes. Yiga said, the demonic world tree needs energy, and this thing just happens to have an endless supply of life force and soul force. Demon sword? Honko thought about it silently for a while, and then said, indeed, the immortal soul of the ghost dragon may really be able to play the role of a good perpetual motion generator. It's not maybe, it's a necessity. Yiga smiled, came to the heart of the demonic tree, and inserted the magic sword into a rock. The demon realm tree was consciously connected to Yiga, so it immediately sensed Yi Ji's intention and quickly extended many root tentacles from the ground. The root tentacles stretched out from all directions and slowly wrapped around the blade and hilt of the demon sword. The magic sword sensed the roots entwined around its body and shouted in shock, don't come over. What do you want to do? Damn. It's so itchy. No. let me go Chapter 130. If you don't do it, there are plenty of demons who will. However, no matter how the magic sword trembled or buzzed, the roots quickly wrapped around it and bound it tightly, and then began to absorb his energy. Yigu squatted down in front of him and looked into his eyes. How do you feel? The demon sword was horrified. How can you control the demon world tree? I've already told you that I'm the new generation lord of the demon realm, but you just don't believe it. Yigu sighed. Since you're not willing to work for me, then you can be sealed here and act as a perpetual motion machine to provide nutrition to the demon sword tree. You won't die anyway, you'll just be a little tired. But I think you're just a sword, and the ghost dragon in your body is just a soul without a body, so you don't need to rest, right? Then you can work 24 hours a day, 168 hours a week, 720 hours a month. With your efforts, I think the demon world tree will be able to evolve to the metamorphosis stage within a month, and enter the mature stage within a year. If you work for 1,000 years? The magic sword was dumbfounded. What the hell? What kind of demon capitalist is this? Even if his soul is immortal, his magic power will be lost if it is constantly being absorbed by the demonic world tree, right? It takes time to recover, and who says the soul won't get tired? Well, keep going. You are the monument behind the infrastructure construction of the new era of the demon world. Yigu had an expression that showed he had a long and arduous journey ahead of him. He reached out and patted the magic sword's shoulder, the hilt guard, then stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, the magic sword said hurriedly. How? The demon sword paused, then said with a wry smile, well, kid, don't be so heartless. What I meant just now is that I will never yield to ordinary people, and since you are the new generation of the Lord of the Demon Realm, you are equivalent to the Demon Lord of the new century. Then of course I will obey and serve you, so, you regret it again? Yigu glanced at him and said, so do you want to follow me now, or do you want to pay protection money every day? Of course I'll follow you. The magic sword's buzzing metallic magic sound was filled with the smell of iron bones. From now on, I will be your most loyal and sharp sword. At your disposal. Just use me as you like. Yigu finally laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's good, but unfortunately, it's too late to show your loyalty now. Let's work for a while and see how you perform. If you perform well at work, maybe I can consider reducing your working hours to 18 hours a day. I have always been generous to the hard-working demon employees. Yigu turned his head and pointed with his thumb at the demon-toothed beasts that were carrying supplies to the demon realm tree. Look at them, they are so happy working. Demon sword, Yi's face turned serious. Why, you don't want to? Let me tell you, if you don't do it, there are plenty of demons who will do it. Demon sword, willing. Yuli has been obviously absent-minded these days. In the underground alchemy laboratory, Yuli dropped a drop of alchemical liquid into the boiling medicine pot. Looking at the purple bubbles gurgling up in the pot, he pursed his lips with a wandering look, obviously worried about something. These past 2 days, she has been thinking about what the professor said. In fact, what the professor said was not wrong. She was just an intermediate alchemist. Although she had refined magic potions and liquid energy, those were actually the results given by Yigu and the things Yigu taught her. And I, in fact, did nothing at all with my level. I actually want to try to do original experiments and improve on Master Yega's results. Is it really possible? Yuli lowered her head and fell into deep self-doubt. Her mind kept recalling the scene of Professor Lee talking to her at the auction venue that day, and she felt more and more sad. Gurgle. More bubbles emerged from the pot. Be careful. At this time, Gao Xinshua's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Yuli back from his distraction. Yuli came back to her senses from her trance and was frightened to see the boiling pot of alchemical liquid in front of her, but it was too late for her to end it. The alchemical liquid in the pot exploded with a loud bang. Raging flames and purple poisonous gas instantly rushed towards the girl. Yuli screamed and fell to the ground. However, the explosion and gas did not harm her in the end. A spherical mechanical flying robot flew in front of her and created a colorless energy barrier out of thin air, blocking all the explosions. The danger dissipated, and the flying robot slowly flew back to Gao Xinshue while Yuli sat on the ground, still in a daze. Gao Xinshue came to Yuli's side, helped her up, and looked at her calmly. Have you been worried about something these past 2 days? No, it's okay. Yuli forced a smile. Sorry Schwer, I may be a little too tired. Gao Xinxue was silent for a moment, then said, "The drop of ZX solution should have been added when the water reached 75 degrees, but the pot was already boiling. Adding it at this time is basically like putting explosives in an oil pan. Even as an alchemy beginner, I would not make such a mistake." Yuli lowered her head, seeing that she seemed unwilling to talk. Gao Xinxue stopped asking, "If you are in a bad mood, just take a few days off." I would never do scientific research when I was in a bad mood before. Yuli was silent for a while, and suddenly asked curiously, "Schwer, have you ever been in a bad mood before?" What is it? Gao Xinxue thought for a moment and said, "I haven't seen my godson for several days." Yuli was stunned. "Huh? Yi family that day." Xiao Xiao took Yuli's arm and brought her to Ye's house to play poker with Yi Go and Gao Xinxue. The four little ones sat on the carpet in the room, barefoot, in a circle, with a pile of drinks and snacks beside them. "Yeah. I won again. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ya, you lost again. I can punish you again." Xiao Xiao waved her hands happily, picked up a paintbrush, drew a circle on Yi Ji's face, then pointed at his face and laughed. Yi Ge reached out and touched the pattern drawn on his face with a black pen, and said in a dark tone, "Why is it that when I lose, it is drawn on my face, but when you lose, it is drawn on your arm? This is not fair, right?" This. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a while and said coquettishly, "I am a girl, it will look so ugly if I paint it on my face, but both of your arms are painted all over. It's okay, it's okay. I'll let you draw somewhere else later." "I don't want to draw my face anyway." The room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Yuli sat among them, and although she tried hard to smile, she didn't want to ruin such a beautiful atmosphere, but the sadness in her eyes seemed to be captured by the thoughtful Yi Ge. Yi Ge looked at her, stared at her for a while, and suddenly asked, "Shaoli, are you worried about something today?" Chapter 131. Can Yuli be bought? Yuli didn't expect Yi Ge to ask this suddenly. Her expression clearly changed for a moment, and then she subconsciously waved her hands and denied it in a low voice, "No, no." Yi Ge asked twice again, but Yuli still did not admit it. He just said vaguely that he was fine. Yi Ge knew that with Yuli's personality, even if she had something on her mind, she would keep it to herself, so he didn't ask any further questions. The little party was over soon. Yuli said goodbye and went home before dark, and Yi Ge asked a housekeeper to drive her there. However, Xiao Xiao felt that she didn't have enough fun and wanted to stay and play for a while longer. Gao Xinxue took a hot towel and carefully wiped off the traces of paint on Yi Ji's face bit by bit, then took the basin to the bathroom to wash it. Xiao Xiao stayed in Yi Ji's room, hugging Bai Shueling and kissing her again and again, rubbing her until Bai Shueling meowed in fear. Finally, she broke free from Xiao Xiao's arms, hid in Yi Ji's collar, and dared not come out. "Xiaoya, let me discuss something with you." After sucking the cat, Xiao Xiao lay on the carpet with her hands and feet, crawled to Yi Ji's side, and then sat in front of him in a cat-like posture, looking at him with expectation in her eyes. Yi Ge smiled and said, "What's the matter? Do you want me to go somewhere with you again?" "No, in your impression I'm just a little girl who only knows how to play?" Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and snorted. "What's that?" Yi Ge asked. "Well, that is." Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, "I want to discuss with you whether you can, buy Yuli?" "Yi Ge?" "I mean, Yuli seems to be very unhappy recently." Xiao Xiao explained, "Yuli used to be the assistant to the deputy professional instructor of our war college, but she resigned from the college some time ago. I heard that she seems to be working for some noble in our southern border now. I was thinking, some evil capitalist must have taken a fancy to Yuli because she was well-behaved, obedient, honest, capable, and good at so many secondary jobs, so he coaxed her into coming over and even tricked her into signing a contract. I asked Yuli, and it's actually a lifetime contract. You have to work for the other party for the rest of your life. It's so abominable. Yuli is such a well-behaved and introverted girl, she must have been deceived." Xiao Xiao waved her fist angrily and said, "That person is so despicable. He even lied to a simple and kind girl like Yuli. He must be a big villain." "Yi Ge, Yuli has obviously been in a bad mood these past 2 days. I think she must have been bullied by her new boss, which is why she is so depressed." Xiao Xiao sighed, "So I thought, instead of letting Yuli be exploited by those evil capitalist aristocrats, it would be better to let you, Yi Ge, exploit her, and if you can buy her, we can play together often. Yuli is so introverted. She didn't have many friends when she was in college. Now that she has left the college, she must not even have anyone to talk to. How pitiful! Xia Xiao looked at Yi Gu eagerly, and put her two small hands on his thighs and gently shook him. How is it? Is it good? Yuli is good at so many secondary professions, he can definitely help you. Yi Gu raised his finger and scratched his cheek. Well, okay, I can think about it. Great. Yi Gu is the best. Xia Xiao clasped her hands together and smiled happily. It would be best if you and Schwer could accept her and let her become a part of our small group. This way, Yuli won't be alone in the future. Yi Gu thought that not only had he accepted it a long time ago, but he also, however, Yi Gu really didn't expect Xia Xiao to make such a request. She is indeed a kind little angel. Alas, thinking about myself, I actually deceived such a little angel, secretly recognized other childhood sweethearts outside, and kept it a secret from her. It really makes me feel ashamed. Well, try to lie less next time. Yi Gu thought so and nodded in his heart. Night. It was already late in the day, but Yuli did not go home today. Instead, he returned to the Yi family's prop shop alone. He hid in the dimly lit underground alchemy laboratory and conducted repeated experiments and research. Yuli had long ago gotten used to doing experiments alone in a secret corner that belonged only to her. This was the case when she was in the War College. As an assistant apprentice, she was not qualified to touch the equipment in the college during the day. Only at night could she borrow the college's laboratory to study various secondary professions, but before, she didn't have any pressure. Because as a commoner, an ordinary apprentice who was not a superhuman, no one had any expectations of her, and no one had ever recognized her. Even if she had ever had a little fantasy in her mind, she just treated it as a beautiful dream in the middle of the night. But later, someone really helped her realize that fantasy gave her recognition and held high expectations for her. But do I really deserve such expectations? Failed again. Yuli looked at the experimental results in front of him and showed a lost expression. The laboratory was quiet. The girl stood in front of the laboratory table in silence for several minutes, then quietly poured out the waste alchemical liquids one by one, and cleaned up the used conical flasks, crucibles, and weighing bottles. There are only a few Tianshan beast bones left that I bought from the auction last time, and Yuli has failed for the third time tonight. So I can't make an original potion by my own strength, right? Yuli stood quietly in front of the table, looking down at the research materials on her notebook. This is a summary of her 3 failures. The girl had many questions in her mind, but now she had no one to ask. She couldn't ask the academy's alchemy instructor for advice. After all, she was no longer in the academy. She didn't dare to ask Yi. Why Yuli had not told Yi Gu in advance about the original experiment in brewing the potion. She was wondering, would Yi Gu also think, like Professor Li, that she was overestimating her abilities? Yuli recalled Professor Li's indifference, criticism, and sarcasm at that time. She was very nervous and scared. Would Yi Gu also utter such criticism? Squeak! At this moment, the wooden door of the alchemy laboratory was suddenly pushed open. Yuli showed a surprised look. She didn't expect that someone would come at this time. Yi Gu walked down the stairs slowly, step by step, with his signature smile on his face. It's so late and you're still not going home. You're still studying hard here. My little childhood sweetheart is really hardworking. Yuli couldn't help but blush. Master Yi Gu, why are you here? You called me that wrong? Yi Gu said with a smile, did you forget how to address me when we're alone together? Yuli's cheeks became even hotter, and he lowered his head, speaking in a mosquito-like voice, brother. Chapter 132. I want to meet your expectations. Well, that's more like it. Yi Gu came to her contentedly and rubbed her head. Then he looked at the notebook in front of her and the mess of experiments on the table. What experiment did you do? It looks like it failed? Yuli twisted her fingers together. I heard from Schwer that you seem to be absent-minded when doing experiments recently. Yi Gu picked up a test tube and played with it casually in his hand. Tell me the truth, what's going on? Yuli hesitated for a long time. Yi Gu looked at her calmly, waiting for her to tell the truth. Why Yuli couldn't stand Yi Ji's gaze. In the end, she told Yi Gu everything. After saying this, Yuli lowered her head deeply, covering her eyes with her white bangs, not daring to look at Yi Ji's expression. Young Master Yega, you must be very disappointed in me, right? How would he criticize me? You actually wanted to tamper with my potion formula? Oh, how naive you are. Yuli, you don't think you are good enough just because you have made a few potions, do you? You just followed the techniques and formulas I taught you step by step. Or, not sarcastically, but in a more angry tone. You actually want to tamper with my potion formula? So what you mean is that you think my recipe and method are not perfect? Don't you see your own level? What you did is simply an insult to me. Yuli. Wu, finished. Yuli closed her eyes tightly and shivered. So that's how it is. After a moment of silence, Yiji's calm voice came slowly. I thought it was something else. Huh? Yuli opened her eyes in surprise and slowly raised her head. Master Yega, aren't you going to criticize me? Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Ge asked puzzledly. Yuli grabbed her clothes and said embarrassedly, I thought you would. Yi Ge gave a warning look. Why? Yuli quickly changed her words. I thought my brother would scold me, thinking that I was overestimating my own abilities, that it was an insult to you for a low-level person like me to modify your research results without authorization. After saying that, the girl suddenly bowed to Yi Ge. I'm sorry. Huh? Yi Ge was speechless. It seems that this child's inferiority complex has really reached the point where it must be properly treated. Yi Ge stretched out his hand and pinched Yuli's fair face with 2 fingers. Yuli felt pain and looked at him with aggrieved eyes. It hurts, Yi Ge said coldly. You deserve it. This is your punishment. Yuli, sorry, I'm sorry. You seem to be mistaken. Yi Ge said, I am not punishing you for modifying the potion-making method without authorization. Yuli's eyes flashed with confusion. Let me ask you. Yi Ge let go of her hand, stared into her eyes calmly, and asked, Do you think that professor knows potions? Yuli was stunned for a moment, pondered for a few seconds, thought carefully, and then slowly shook his head. Professor Li probably doesn't even know what a potion is. After all, this concept was proposed and invented by Yi Ge, and it is not a conventional medicine in textbooks. Before this, probably no one could have imagined that ordinary people could awaken and become extraordinary people through magic potions. Then do you think that the professor understands more about making potions than you do? Yi Ge asked again. Why? Yuli thought for a moment. If it comes to refining other potions, Yuli believes that she will definitely not be a match for Professor Li. After all, Professor Li is a top-level alchemist, while she is only an intermediate level 1, but when it comes to potions, Yuli should still have some confidence. So after hesitating for a long time, Yuli slowly shook his head. Why? Yi Ge, then why are you standing here alone and being emo? Yuli, the girl shrank her neck in fear, because she had never seen Yi Ge speak in such a fierce manner. Because he is a professor, a senior, I think what he said might. Listen, Yuli. Yi Ge frowned, staring into her eyes with a serious expression that Yuli had never seen before. In the future, you will definitely encounter groups and waves of people who clearly have no idea what you do, but are very confident in pointing fingers at you based on their own imagination of something and their knowledge from hearsay. This situation will not only happen to your elders and teachers, but will also happen to your peers, classmates, friends, and even people younger than you. It may also happen to strangers you don't know at all, or even online critics. They will confidently show you their half-understood, hearsay-based knowledge and teach you how to do things, in order to make themselves feel superior. If your behavior does not meet their expectations, or if you do not handle something in the way they think is smart, you will definitely be attacked by them. Because in these people's minds, only the way they think is the only smart and correct way. They cannot accept that other people's views are different from their own, and they cannot admit that the times have changed. Yuli looked at Yi Ge with surprise. In the Empire and even in the Academy, whether in academics or in the extraordinary field, respecting teachers has always been emphasized, and what Yi Ge said, in this era, sounds a bit unorthodox, but you have to remember. Yi Ge paused, then pinched her cheek again and said seriously word by word, what you have to do is not to meet the expectations of any of them. After all, none of them will be responsible for their casual comments. Yuli glanced at Yi Ge quietly, and said in his heart, but I want to achieve your expectations. Yi Ge certainly couldn't hear what Yuli was saying in his heart, and continued to speak seriously. You must have your own judgment and cognition. You need to maintain your confidence, ignore those ignorant and arrogant show-offs, recognize your true level, and reflect on your mistakes and faults. You can be introverted. But you should never hesitate in your professional field because of 1 or 2 words from others. After Yi Ge finished speaking, he stretched out his other hand, pinched the other side of Yuli's cheek, and rubbed her collagen-filled face vigorously from both sides. Do you understand? Wow, Yuli. I understand. Chapter 133. She completed it herself. Only then did Yigo let go of Yuli's face with his hands, while Yuli covered her cheeks, which were left with red fingerprints from being rubbed, her face full of shyness. Okay. Yigo said, show me the summary report of your failed experiments. After hearing this, Yuli quickly handed her notebook to Yigo with both hands. Yigo read the contents of the report carefully, and then fell silent. Yuli placed her hands on her thighs and looked at him cautiously. Is it very bad? In fact, the basic logic of refining is still the same as what you taught me, Master Yigo. However, I think some of the extraordinary materials are too cheap, and perhaps I can find better substitutes. But after I replaced the crab bone powder with Skyprofound Beast Bone Powder, I found that the water attribute of the Skyprofound Beast Bone Powder was too heavy, causing the overall potion to be unbalanced. Later, I tried to adjust the dosage, but still failed. I'm sorry, I haven't lived up to your expectations of me. Maybe my talent isn't as good as you thought. Yigo took a deep breath. After only 3 experiments, we have already achieved such completeness. Then you told me that maybe your talent is not that good. Okay, go. So only those lucky ones who hit the target with one shot can be considered talented. How do you make those scientists feel after failing more than 6,000 times and finally concluding that these materials are not suitable? Yigo stretched out his ruthless iron hand. Again, this time grabbing Yuli's little nose. Yuli was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly. Woo-woo first of all. Yigo looked at her expressionlessly. You have to change the name first. I'm sorry, brother. Yuli's nose was pinched and he made a nasal sound. He opened his eyes and looked at Yigo pitifully. Those watery and tender eyes are so pitiful that anyone who sees them would feel heartbroken, but Yigo kept a straight face and said, shouted 1,000 times again. Yuli, shout. Yigo said sternly. Brother. Yuli only felt his ears burning. Why Yigo, shout again. Yuli, brother. After shouting 1,000 times, Yuli felt that her cheeks were so hot that she could almost fry eggs on them. It would be fine if it was just shouting. The key is to face Yige's deep and calm eyes. Yigo also let go of her. Are you used to it now? Yuli, yeah. Yigo, if you shout the wrong thing again next time, no. Yuli shook her head quickly. Yigo finally smiled. That's pretty good. Okay, now let's get down to business. Yigo put the notebook on the table. Upon hearing this, Yuli immediately sat up, like a primary school student listening attentively. There were many things I didn't understand during the experiment, and I wrote them down in my notebook. I hope my brother can explain it to me. In Yuli's eyes, although Yigo was the same age as her, his alchemy skills were much higher than hers. He is the object of her super admiration. Yigo didn't pay attention to the contents of the notebook. He looked at the girl in front of him and said leisurely, you should know that Schwer is the inventor behind the technological cyber knife and soul gun, right? Yuli was stunned for a moment, then nodded blankly. Yeah, I know, Schwer told me. Schwer conducted hundreds of experiments in order to invent a soul energy storage battery that could integrate technology and supernatural powers, and failed hundreds of times. Yigo said slowly. Why Yuli was surprised. Really? A girl as smart as Schwer, Yigo said. No matter how smart you are, you still have to try. If you try, you must be prepared to accept failure, and even be prepared to overturn all the hard work you have accumulated over a long period of time. Otherwise, where do you think this thing called experience comes from? Yuli lowered his head and thought. Why Yigo, I don't think I have any questions to answer for you. You just need some confidence. Yuli thought for a moment, but I'm almost running out of the Tianxian Beast Bone Powder. This kind of extraordinary material is not so easy to buy. Oh, the bones of the profound heavenly beast, right? Yigo raised her hand and waved, and 10 pieces of the profound heavenly beast bones appeared on the table in front of her. Why Yuli? Yigo, you do it first. If it's not enough, I have more. Yuli was very surprised and wondered where Yigo got so many Tianxian beast bones. Isn't this a very rare material? But she didn't ask any more questions. The girl said blankly, Okay. Yigo nodded in satisfaction, stood up and gently touched her hair. But it's getting late today, shall I take you home first? Yuli looked at the 10 pieces of Tianxian beast bones on the table in front of him. Actually, I want to try it 2 more times. Yigo smiled and said, okay, whatever you want. But I have to go back first. I came out so late at night just for you, but I am so sleepy. Yuli. Especially for me, Yigu will never know how much damage his unintentional words have done to the little girl's heart. Yuli felt dizzy and said quickly, "Then brother, go back and rest." Yeah. Yigu stood up and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, Yigu remembered something and turned around and asked casually, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to ask you something, who is that professor?" Yuli was still in a state of fever. "It's the deputy professional instructor of the college, Professor Li Bing." "Oh, I see." Yigu said lightly. "Professor Li, right?" Yigu is a vengeful person, but in fact, Yigu would not do anything directly to Professor Li. For a scholar like Professor Li, the heaviest blow was not the physical one, but one day, he realizes how stupid what he said was, and when you realize how ridiculous the things you have always been proud of are, that's when I'll be truly slapped in the face. But she can't let others do this slap in the face for her. Yigu turned his head to look at Yuli's back, who was doing the experiment. Seriously, and narrowed his eyes slightly. To do these things, the only way is to let Yuli do it herself. Chapter 134. Dark Blood. As the temperature drops, when the migratory birds that left in the summer fly back to the south, people know that the cold winter is coming. Winter is supposed to be a season for all creatures to sleep, except for the dark race. Various monsters will become more rampant in this season. For many weak races in the territory of all races who are afraid of the demons, this is undoubtedly a huge test of survival. Southland, War College. The air conditioner was on in the principal's office of the academy. Lanmi was lying comfortably behind her desk, holding a game controller in her hand and wearing VR glasses on her head, playing a game. She quickly operated the joystick with her hand and said angrily, "What the hell are you playing? It's better than the ugly group's takeout delivery. You guys should practice more. Is this how you use R? You might as well take off the keyboard. My 10-year-old student is worse than you. If my lovely student wasn't here today, would I still be able to play with you? Hurry up and click, knock knock knock." At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Lanmi, come in." Pushing open the door, Duke Wang Yan strode in from outside the office. He was dressed in standard aristocratic attire, a black silk top, jet black high boots, a long cloak of red and black, and a beautiful brooch made of soul crystal. His face, full of traces of the vicissitudes of time, had the solemn expression of a great leader that never changed for thousands of years. "Principal Lanmi." Duke Wang Yan spoke in a cold and calm voice. Lanmi lifted up the high-tech glasses on her head and saw Duke Wang Yan. "Hey, isn't this Lao Wang? What a rare guest. How come you have time to come to my place today?" Duke Wang Yan opened his mouth. Lanmi put her tech glasses back on. "Wait a minute, let me finish this game first." Wang Yan, after about 10 minutes, Lanmi took off her glasses and placed them on the table. She stretched herself and leaned back in her office chair. She looked at him with a smile and said, "Okay, Duke, do you have any instructions for me today?" Wang Yan snorted softly and said, "Principal Lanmi should know that winter is coming soon, right?" "Winter? Oh, I know. Who doesn't know that? The southern border has been in turmoil recently." Wang Yan said, "Beyond the border wall, the activities of the dark races are becoming more and more frequent. The border city defense forces and the Night's Watch are extremely short of manpower." "Oh." Lanmi quickly guessed the purpose of Wang Yan's visit. "So, you want to issue a commission to our war college and ask me to send students to help you?" Wang Yan, "Yes." Lanmi shrugged. "In that case, why don't you just go to the school's mission hall to post it? Why are you looking for me? This time is different." Wang Yan said, "I need a lot of people." "How many people are needed?" "At least 300 super warriors, and I need the elite ones." Lanmi was a little surprised. "Oh? Is the border already so short of manpower?" This time it's not just the monsters that are wreaking havoc, there are also many underground forces outside the Great Wall of the third layer of the 10,000 races defense line. Wang Yan said coldly, "These people are rebels of the Empire, and their hideout is outside the Great Wall. Moreover, these people's business has been growing stronger recently, and they have even extended their hands into the Great Wall several times, causing many adverse effects. The Night's Watch has caught them many times, but they still come in an endless stream and are very rampant." Lanmi hesitated for a moment. "Where exactly is it?" Wang Yan said, "It's near the border, close to the Night City territory." Lanmi raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Wang Yan snorted coldly. After the Yi family regained control of border transportation and trade, various illegal underground forces outside the Great Wall have continuously appeared in the empire. I have said long ago that the Yi family will be a disaster sooner or later, but your majesty made such a decision. Now that such a thing has happened, I think the Yi family itself is highly suspected. Lan Mi smiled and said, "Oh, Duke Wang Yan, don't blame the Yi family for every trivial problem. Although I know that you have a grudge against the old man of the Yi family, you were beaten up by him in front of your sweetheart, and you were kicked in public by a spirit beast of a royal princess. You must still be holding a grudge." Duke Wang Yan's expression suddenly changed, and his cheeks twitched violently. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I accidentally said it out loud." Lan Mi looked apologetic and sincere at Wang Yan, "But even so, you can't put all the blame on the Yi family, right?" Lan Mi spread her hands. "It's not the first day that those underground rebels outside the Great Wall have been rebelling against the empire. Didn't they appear long before the royal family appeased the Yi family? Even if it has nothing to do with the Yi family, it's because they didn't manage the border properly." Wang Yan's eyes shone coldly. "But the Southern Territory is also under your jurisdiction." Lan Mi looked into his eyes and said, "You are the Duke of the Southern Territory. If the empire blames someone, they will blame you first." Wang Yan was silent. "So, isn't that what I'm trying to fix right now?" Wang Yan said expressionlessly, "The night watchmen and city defense forces of the major border territories and city-states are already working hard to eliminate the monsters. Now I want you to send students from the War College to help investigate the rebellious forces outside the Great Wall." Lan Mi smiled and twisted her beautiful gray-silver hair with her fingers. "As long as the price is right, it's no problem for me to send people. I also want my lovely students to go out and gain some experience. But I want to ask, what kind of business are those rebellious forces doing?" Duke Wang Yan said expressionlessly, "Dark blood." Doubt flashed across Lan Mi's eyes. Dark blood? Professor Li was walking alone in the corridor of the college, looking depressed and sighing. "Well, failed again. If this continues, when will I be able to become a saint-level alchemist?" At this time, Duke Wang Yan just walked out of the principal's office, closed the door, and saw him in the corridor. Professor Li's eyes met the cold and calm gaze of Duke Wang Yan, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he looked away guiltily. But Duke Wang Yan still walked towards him step by step. Professor Li's body was trembling slightly, but he stood there and didn't dare to move. "I dare not leave." Duke Wang Yan slowly came to his side and whispered in his ear, his cold voice full of threats, "Professor Li, let's talk somewhere else." Professor Li showed a bitter expression and did not dare to disobey. He knew that his fate was already determined. Chapter 135. Meeting a few days later. Southern Territory, Federal Superhuman Association. Everyone, winter is approaching, and the infestation of monsters is a problem that cannot be ignored. Duke Wang Yan sat in the main seat of the conference hall, with his hands interlaced on the table, his eyes cold, his voice majestic and steady. "At the same time, according to my intelligence, many underground rebel forces have sold the blood of darkness to the Great Wall recently, resulting in a large number of black blood-infected people appearing in major city-states in the border area. This is simply absurd. The Empire has issued a death order. We must resolve this issue as soon as possible. This is a magnificent dome conference hall with murals on the walls. The long table in the middle of the hall is more than 10 meters long, enough to accommodate 30 or 40 people. Those who can sit here for meetings are all famous figures in the Southern Territory. They are either the heads of the top families, or the presidents of the Psychic Guild or the Magician Guild, the leaders of the Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, Yin-Yang School and other sects, or the directors of the Demon Hunters and the Night Watch. Each one of them is an extremely powerful character. Night Owl sat at one of the seats at the long table and said slowly, "In the past few days, we have arrested at least a dozen vagrants selling dark blood, and more than 200 dark blood users. However, these dealers are all self-employed, and most of them are wanderers in the wilderness outside the Great Wall. They are completely clueless." Nangong Ru, the head of the Night Watch, crossed her arms over her chest, glanced at him with her indifferent and beautiful eyes, and said expressionlessly, "It's useless to just catch these vendors, we must also catch the source." The white-haired old man from the Magician Guild stroked his beard and said, "Winter is approaching, and the climate is getting worse. Monsters are rampant outside the third line of defense, and it is also the season with the most serious magic pollution. Our extraordinary warriors will face many dangers if they want to move outside the Great Wall, let alone conduct overseas investigations. The president of the Mechanics Guild echoed, "Yes, I'm afraid it will be very difficult," the head of the legalist sect. "Besides, those underground rebel forces have always been very cautious in their actions. How can it be so easy to find the source? The Empire has been investigating for so long, but they haven't even found their lair." The demon hunter chief said carelessly, "Anyway, my people are only responsible for hunting monsters. As for catching any underground rebels, I'll leave it to you to deal with." The bigwigs and leaders of many forces discussed for a long time, but in the end they could not reach a satisfactory result. Yi Shao listened to a group of people talking at the same time and shook his head secretly in his heart. "A mob," Duke Wang En said at this time. "I have issued a mission to the War College, asking them to send 300 elite students to help us investigate this matter. But I still hope that the city lords stationed at the border cities can pay more attention. Especially the city lords who are in charge of border logistics and trade. Winter is the time when the dark race is most active. Think about the major demonic disasters that occurred in the past, all of which occurred in winter. If problems arise within us first and the dark race takes advantage of the situation and invades, none of us here can afford the consequences." All the bigwigs nodded in response. Then, the meeting was over. The seats at the long table in the conference hall, the figures of the bigwigs from various forces gradually became blurred and then slowly disappeared. It turned out that all the people sitting here were holographic projections. "Director Nangong, please wait a moment." Duke Wang En suddenly pressed the button on the table and sent a private voice message that only the two of them could hear. Thus, only Duke Wang En and Night Watch Chief Nangong Ru remained at the long table in the conference room. Nangong Ru still folded her arms across her chest. She was a beautiful woman who looked about 30 years old, but the expression on her face seemed to be always so cold and inhuman. "Photo, what's the matter that left me alone?" Nangong Ru asked expressionlessly. I will post half a chapter first, and there will be more later, but I guess it won't be that fast today. I have to stay up late to write. Go to bed first." Chapter 136 Detective Game. I left Director Nangong here alone because I wanted to talk to you alone. Duke Wang En said. "What do you want to talk about?" Nangong Ru crossed her arms across her chest, folded her long legs in boots, and still maintained her cold demeanor. Even when facing Duke Wang En, her attitude and expression did not change at all. "Director Nangong, our Southern Territory Federation Superhuman Association is seen by outsiders as a group of powerful people with great power and influence, but only you and I know that these guys are actually a bunch of good-for-nothings." Wang En expressed his evaluation of those bigwigs without mercy. "So, I actually just want to talk to you about this matter." "What do you want to say?" After the Yi family took control of the trade and transportation on the southern border, the blood of darkness began to flow into the Great Wall. "Don't you think this is a big problem?" When Nangong Ru heard this, she naturally understood what he meant. "Do you think the Yi family is secretly helping those rebellious forces?" "I didn't say that. I just have reasonable suspicion. After all, the Yi family is a family of demonized mutants." Wang En sneered. "Director Nangong should be the one who knows best how greedy and shameless the demonized people are. They can cooperate with anyone for the sake of profit. There is no bottom line or honor for them. They only care about the results." Nangong Ru remained silent. Duke Wang En continued. "Now, His Majesty has made such a decision, choosing to appease the Yi family, maintain peace within the human race, and give them such great power. The Yi family is originally brave and good at fighting, and they like killing. In addition, they are now in power. The nobles of the empire are too busy trying to curry favor with them at this critical moment. How dare they question them? Even if someone thinks there is something wrong with them, they dare not investigate openly. But I also feel that Director Nangong is the only one who is not afraid of the Yi family." Nangong Ru was silent for a long time and did not give Wang En any answer. She just snorted coldly and then hung up the holographic communication. Duke Wang En sat in the main seat, looking at the disappearing holographic projection of Nangong Ru with a contemptuous sneer. A servant came up to him and filled the cup in front of him with tea. "My Lord Duke, is this kind of provocation really useful?" "Of course it's useful." Duke Wang En took a sip of the teacup, his eyes showing confidence. "At least for Nangong Ru, it must be useful. This woman is so cruel that she is like a demon. This morning, classes were still normal. Xia Xiyao noticed that there were obviously much fewer students in the college classroom today than in the previous few days. In the past 2 days, it seems that many students were seen getting ready and leaving the college in teams, as if they were going out to carry out a mission. It was common for students from the War College to go out on missions, but it was unprecedented for so many students to disappear at once. Moreover, Xia Xiyao discovered that all the students leaving the academy were transcendents above the 100 souls realm. Hey, Yi Ge, Shui'er, have you noticed that there are fewer people in the academy recently? After class at noon, in the cafeteria, Xia Xiyao and her two childhood sweethearts gathered together for dinner and discussed in a low voice, did something happen recently? Yi Ge ate his lunch slowly. Maybe we need to solve the problem outside the Great Wall. Xia Xiyao was curious, beyond the Great Wall? Winter is coming, and monsters are everywhere. Gao Xinxue held a spoon and fed Yi Ge lunch while saying lightly, perhaps the Night Watch and the City Defense Force are short of manpower. As he spoke, Gao Xinxue picked up another piece of dragon turtle meat, blew it gently, and then came to Yi Ge's mouth. Yi Ge obediently opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Although they were in the college cafeteria, with countless pairs of teachers, students, and cafeteria ants looking at them from time to time, Yi Ge had gradually let go of his shame under the daily pressure of Xinxue's mother. Alas! I am becoming more and more depraved. Yi Ge criticized himself harshly in his heart. But I heard from my father that it seems to be because there are many underground rebels outside the Great Wall. Xia Xiyao lowered her voice and said, they seem to be selling a terrible illegal drug. What's it called? It's called. Xia Xiyao scratched her head hard and suddenly couldn't remember her name. Dark blood. Yi Ge said lightly at this time. Oh, yes. It's the dark blood. My father said that it is the first-class contraband in the empire. Anyone carrying even a small bottle will be beheaded. If someone sells it, they will be tried and executed in public. Xia Xiyao looked at Yi Ge and asked curiously, but what exactly is this dark blood? Why do people still buy poison? Yi Ge shook his head. That is not a poison, but a special blood-synthesized potion. This potion looks like blood on the outside. In fact, it is synthesized from the blood of the dark race. After use, this thing can make people gain powerful strength close to that of a demonized person for a short period of time, but this drug is highly addictive, and these people will have severe sequelae and mania from time to time, and will easily attack others uncontrollably, bite others, and spread plague. And those who are bitten and infected will also become addicted to the blood of darkness, and such a vicious cycle. Dark blood also exists in the game's plot, so Yi Ge certainly knows it very well. Why Yi Ge thought that the time period of this world line has almost reached version 1.16, and the plot of Dark Blood seems to have appeared a little earlier. Xia Xiyao was surprised. Why would anyone buy and use such a terrible thing? Yi Ge shook his head. The third line of defense outside the Great Wall is extremely dangerous, with all kinds of monsters rampant and food shortages. It is difficult for ordinary wilderness survivors to survive without strong power. The blood of darkness can allow ordinary people to gain powerful explosive combat power. A weak person surviving in the wilderness, let alone encountering monsters, even if he encounters other scavengers or hunters, as long as he is weak, the danger he will face is no less than facing monsters. In such a harsh environment, people are competitors to each other. Even if a weak person is picking up garbage in the ruins, he can only pick up the garbage left by others, eat the food left by others, and even compete with vultures and hyenas for carrion corpses. Then why doesn't the Empire bring all these disaster victims to the Great Wall? Xia Xiyao couldn't help but ask, how are we going to handle billions of wilderness wanderers? Yi Ge shook his head. So many? Xia Xiyao was shocked. Yes. So that's how it is. Xia Xiyao suddenly realized, it's so pitiful. At this time, in a corner of the restaurant not far from the dining table where Yi Ge, Xia Xiyao, and Gao Xinxue were having dinner. A little girl with brown hair and brown eyes and a bun-like hairstyle quietly hid in a corner of the cafeteria, with only her head exposed outside the dining table and the rest of her body completely hidden behind the dining table, secretly observing the situation at Yi Ge's table. Picture, that guy, is he really Yi Ge? Is he the young master of the demonized Gene Mutant family? The brown-haired little girl with a bun looked at Yi Ge, who was opening her mouth wide and being fed by Gao Xinxue in the distance, and suddenly pursed her lips slightly. Isn't this guy a demonized mutant? How come he needs to be fed even though he's already 10 years old like me? How shameless, I haven't accepted food from my sister since I was 5 years old. Are all demonized mutants like this? Nangong Choyua leaned against the table leg, picked up her small notebook and placed it on her thighs, sneaking glances like a spy while quickly writing something on the notebook with a pen. Then she picked up a few more photos and compared them with Yi Gu and the others one by one. It must be Yi Gu. The girl with black hair and a high ponytail feeding him is called Gao Xinxue. She is a student in the demon class of the War Academy and her extraordinary occupation is a mechanic. The girl with light brown hair and pink eyes is named Xia Xiao. She is the daughter of Earl Xia and a water and wood psychic. Are these two people also his accomplices? Nangong Choyue thought secretly in her heart. I heard that Yi Gu defeated the Earl of Wanjin City, Chuanha, without relying on his family's power. This shows that although this little guy looks cute, his mind is definitely not that simple. He must be a very good and extraordinary 10-year-old elementary school student like me. In this case, we can't look at him from the perspective of an ordinary elementary school student. Perhaps, he was also involved in the dark blood incident of the Yi family. As long as I can find evidence that this guy is related to the dark blood after a secret investigation, I'll see if my sister dares to look down on me for my young age in the future. When the time comes, my sister will definitely come to me and ask me to join the Night's Watch. Nangong Choyue's little head had already started to imagine many scenes, and she started to giggle. The lady mopping the floor in the cafeteria who passed by cast a suspicious look at her, wondering what was wrong with this child. After a while, Nangong Choyue came back to her senses, wiped her drool, turned her head to see Yi Gu and the others' original seats, and was suddenly shocked. Gone. Where did those 3 people go? Nangong Choyue quickly jumped up from the ground, looking left and right in the cafeteria for Yi Gu and the other 2. But I can't find it. Could it be that they had just finished eating and then left? How can this be possible? My secret investigation has just begun. Nangong Choyue quickly picked up her little notebook and ran out of the cafeteria in a hurry. After searching everywhere on campus for a long time, he finally found Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, and Xia Xiao. Found it. Nangong Choyue was suddenly delighted, and immediately followed with swift and light steps. Strangeness, I just saw them coming here. Why did you disappear again all of a sudden? Nangong Choyue entered a garden, twisted her bun-like head, and looked left and right, searching everywhere. At this time, a figure approached quietly behind her. Are you playing detective? Yi Ji's voice sounded leisurely behind her. Nangong Choyue didn't react at first, and was still concentrating on investigating seriously. She replied impatiently, It's not a game. I'm investigating the case seriously. Investigating secretly. Investigating a case? Yi Ji's face was full of confusion. Then the next moment, Nangong Choyue finally reacted, turned her head and saw Yi Gu, then she almost jumped up with a wow. Chapter 137 Iron Fool. Yi Gu looked at the little girl in front of him with suspicion. The girl looked about the same age as him, probably only about 10 years old, with brown hair, brown eyes, and a neat bun. She was wearing a black tactical jacket, black combat boots, and a leg strap around her thigh for carrying a dagger. She was dressed like a female agent. So, who are you? Yi Gu asked. Why are you following us? Nangong Choyue glanced around with a guilty look. I was just passing by. Who followed you? Yi Gu raised his eyebrows. But I seemed to hear you say something just now, handling cases, investigating, etc. Nangong Choyue hesitated. Ken, you must have heard it wrong. Hateful, I didn't expect that I would be discovered just after I started the follow-up investigation, died before achieving success. If my sister knew about this, she would definitely think that I was not good enough and would not let me join the Night's Watch. No, I have to find a chance to escape. Yi Gu looked at the little girl in front of him with confusion, and felt that she was suspicious no matter how he looked at her. Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao also walked out from both sides at this time. Xia Xiao asked curiously, Xiaoya, who is this person? Is he your friend? Nangong Choyue saw Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao surrounding her from behind and blocking her retreat. She felt cold in her heart, too cunning. They're actually trying to double-team her. I don't know her. Yi Gu looked at Nangong Choyue, with a more scrutinizing look in his eyes, so I'm questioning her. Nangong Choyue's eyes kept spinning, and suddenly she raised her hand and pointed to the distance with an exaggerated expression. Hey! Look what that is? Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao looked up in pure confusion. Eh? What? Now is the time, swish. Nangong Choyue turned around quickly like a phantom, and rushed out like a gust of wind and a sharp sword. She took steps one after another, as if phantoms appeared, and quickly bypassed Gao Shenxue, and rushed out dozens of meters away in a blink of an eye. Gao Shenxue was slightly stunned, her black hair ponytail swayed slightly, and she felt a gust of wind blowing past her, and then the girl in front of her disappeared, returned to the Fengming dance steps? A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Ji's eyes. Eh? Where's that girl just now? Xiao Xiao came back to her senses with a dazed look on her face, and Nangong Choyue in front of her had disappeared. Gao Shenxue said to Yi Gu, "She is so fast." Yi Gu showed an interested look. "It's okay, I'll go after her." Schwa schwa tat 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 tat. Nangong Choyue's black military boots stepped on the buildings of the academy, and her arms spread out behind her like a bird. She made several consecutive whoosh jumps between the buildings and trees, moving quickly, and finally landed on the top of a magic tower. Luckily I managed to escape. Nangong Choyue patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Yi Gu was so vigilant. It seems that I have to be more careful the next time I track you. Do you want there to be a next time? Yi Ji's voice sounded again behind her. Nangong Choyue was stunned for a moment and slowly turned her neck, then she saw Yi Ji's face in front of her. Oh my god. It's a ghost. Nangong Choyue jumped back as if she had seen a ghost, and looked at Yi Gu with horror. How did you catch up with me? Of course I just followed your footsteps and ran here. Yi Gu found it a little funny. Nangong Choyue once again opened her originally large and bright brown eyes wide. Can you keep up with me? Is it hard to keep up with you? Yi Gu thought, why does this little girl look so silly? Nangong Choyue looked at Yi Gu in silence for a long time, then slowly pursed her thin lips, with a look of dissatisfaction between her eyebrows. I don't believe it. As she spoke, the girl moved again. Martial arts, wind shadow dance. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. Copy the martial art, Black Sun shadow dance. The two of them moved their bodies almost at the same time and made the same body movements. Nangong Choyue's upper body did not seem to move, but her body moved 10 meters to the right like a ghost. At the same time, Yi Gu did exactly the same thing, moving 10 meters to the left, as if he was copying her movements. Nangong Choyue was stunned for a moment, and then without time to think, she immediately turned around like a dancer, and passed by Yi Gu like a spinning movement in a dance. However, this action was still seen through by Yi Gu. He stood still, but his ruthless iron hand reached out and grabbed the ball on her head. Ouch. Nangong Choyue's lower body was about to jump out, when she suddenly felt someone pulling the ball behind her head. Then he leaned back and fell on his butt. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Nangong Choyue sat on the ground, rubbing her butt with a grin. Yi Gu said, are you still running now? Why do you know the return wind shadow dance? Nangong Choyue sat on the ground and looked up at Yi Gu unconvincedly. This is obviously my own martial art. I have never taught it to anyone. Yi Gu frowned. Your self-created martial arts. So, you are really Nangong Choyue? Nangong Choyue was stunned. Eh? Do you know me? Yi Gu was speechless for a moment. Nangong Choyue first appeared in the game in version 1.53.at. That time, she was 20 years old, and was the captain of the Imperial Night Watch. She was heroic, cool and capable, often wearing a black windbreaker and long boots. She was known as the most beautiful NPC in the game. She was the dream lover of countless people in the Night Watch, and her long legs made countless LSP players drool. But why was he so silly when he was a child? Are you really Nangong Choyue? Yi Gu was silent for a moment, then subconsciously spoke out his thoughts. Why was Nangong Choyue so naive when she was a child? Nangong Choyue? Who is being stupid? Nangong Choyue said angrily, damn it. Don't think that you won just because you took advantage of my mistake and grabbed my bun. You are a boy fighting with a girl and you grabbed her hair. You, humph, watch out. As she spoke, Nangong Choyue's soft and elastic body suddenly bounced up from the ground, then she suddenly raised her slender right leg and whipped Yi Ji's face hard. Yi Gu didn't move at all. He just turned his upper body slightly to the side and avoided the whip kick. As a result, Nangong Choyue's sweeping kick missed and her body suddenly lost balance. When she landed, she failed to step on the edge of the top of the magic tower. Her body flew out with the momentum and fell down the tower in horror. Wow. Yi Gu. Chapter 138 The Spiritual Demon Tribe Visits WoW. Nangong Choyue lost weight and fell from the magic tower several dozen meters high. As we get closer to the ground, the girl only felt the cold wind blowing into her ears. Her long hair was disheveled and scattered, 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind, like a young eagle with broken wings, falling weakly straight down. She was so scared that she subconsciously closed her eyes. However, more than 10 seconds passed, and she still didn't feel any pain from her body. Huh? Why doesn't it hurt? Could it be that my skills are so strong that I can feel nothing even if I fall from dozens of meters? Nangong Choyue slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself surrounded by many black crows. It was the dozen or so crows that caught her before she hit the ground. At the same time, Yigu, surrounded by a dozen crows, floated down from the sky and landed lightly on the ground. Yigu looked at her and said, "You still say you are not an idiot?" Nangong Choyue's cheeks flushed. "I just accidentally slipped." Ouch! The dozen crows that caught her suddenly dissipated into misty black fog. Nangong Choyue lost her balance instantly and fell face down on the ground with a bang. Yigu, so, you think the dark blood incident is related to my Yi family, so you are following and investigating me? Yigu crossed his arms over his chest and stared at Nangong Choyue in front of him with a scrutinizing look. You want to catch evidence of my crime, and then make a contribution to join the Night Watch? Nangong Choyue lowered her head, looking guilty, and her two index fingers touched each other from time to time. Yes, but it's just a suspicion. Xia Xiao stood aside and said indignantly, "This is too much. How can you arbitrarily accuse someone when there is no evidence? Xiaoye is so simple, kind, gentle, and cute. Why do you people always target him? Gentle and kind? Simple and cute?" Nangong Choyue widened her eyes, as if she had heard the most exaggerated thing in the world. Gentle and kind. Can he defeat Xu Wanha? Can he destroy Wanjian City? Are you kidding me? You have misunderstood these words. Nangong Choyue pointed at Yigu and said angrily, "What gentleness and kindness? He just had a fight with me and even pulled my bun. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all." Gao Xinxue said calmly, "If Xiaoye wasn't gentle, you would have just fallen from the top of the magic tower and would be lying in the medical room now, letting the medical superhumans help you fix your bones." Nangong Choyue was speechless for a moment, glanced at Yigu, and said softly, "I admit this. I owe him one. But he was teasing me on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't have slipped." Xia Xiao put her hands on her waist and said, "I don't believe it. Xiaoye is not that evil. He would never tease any girl other than me." Yigu, Nangong Choyue was confused, not understanding why this could be compared. "Why do you look so proud when you mention being teased by him? Do you like being teased by him?" Xia Xiao was suddenly embarrassed. "That's not what I meant." At this time, a strange and pleasant sound of music suddenly came from afar. The timbre of the tune was very special, with a strong foreign flavor, or it should be said that the timbre of that instrument was not something that could be played by human instruments at all. Yigu turned his head and sensed that the music came from the gate of the War Academy. What happened? Xia Xiao asked curiously. At the same time. At the gate of the Southern Border War College. A long and magnificent team of spirit demon warriors slowly entered the campus of the War Academy. Hundreds of spirit demon knights rode on spirit beast mounts, followed by more than 300 foot-fighting spirit demon warriors holding 3-meter-long serrated spears. In the middle of the team there was a large silver carriage, the entire shell of which was inlaid with expensive exotic gems. There was no doubt that the person sitting in the carriage must be their leader, or some big shot among the spirit demon tribe. In the college, many students have been attracted to watch the fun. There are constant whispers and pointing sounds in the crowd, and the place is bustling with activity. However, the students were still very polite and made way for a long path to give the long line of foreigners space to pass. It seems that this is an army of the spirit demon clan. Among all the races in the light camp should be allies. Of course, this is just theoretically speaking. In reality, even if they are of the same race, there may not be harmony among them, let alone alliance. For example, the elves were divided into frost moon elves, silver elves, forest elves, blood elves, night elves, etc. Generally speaking, the races of the light camp will only reluctantly unite and form a unified front when they need to fight against the dark race together, or when they receive divine orders from the gods. Otherwise, everyone would basically play their own games and not interact with each other. Even within the light camp, some races would often go to war with each other. Of course, the same is true for the dark race, and even more outrageous than the light race. In order to fight for territory, the two dark races fought countless battles to the death. However, the race that can freely enter the Empire when winter is approaching means that they are truly friends with the human race. Ye Gu, Gao Shenshua, Xiao Shiyao, and Nangong Chouyue squeezed through the crowd and came to the front, watching the long line of spirit demon army slowly enter the campus. What race is this army? Xiao Shiyao asked with blinking eyes. It's the spiritual demon clan. Gao Shenshua said, the human race and the spiritual demon clan established a cooperative relationship 200 years ago, and they still maintain a good friendship. It is said that the reason for maintaining the friendship is that Principal Lan Mi once saved the life of a spiritual demon clan general on the battlefield of all races. Yi Ji's calm eyes swept across the long line of Lingyao tribe troops. Actually, Lingling belonged to the same race as them, but the little civet cat was not with him today. In the morning, Bai Shuling said that he was not feeling well today, so he continued to curl up at home and sleep. But why did the army of the spirit demon clan suddenly come to the human race's territory? Nangong Chouyue murmured softly, it doesn't seem like anything good is going to happen. Chapter 139 All members mission. The column of spirit demon warriors finally stopped in front of the principal's residence. The carriage pulled by two tall spirit beast horses slowly stopped. 2 Lingyao tribe members in military uniforms got off the carriage, one male and one female. Both wore red and yellow feather cloaks inlaid with some kind of alien totem. The male Lingyao was handsome and tall, while the female Lingyao had a beautiful face and a charming figure. There were many similarities in their facial features, which showed that they should be a pair of siblings. Jilin, male spirit demon, looked up at the magnificent building in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time since I saw you, teacher. The last time we met was on the battlefield of all races 100 years ago, right? Fei Yu, female spirit demon, said, yes. At this time, she saw a doorstone next to the villa building. There are a few big words engraved on the stone, the residence of Lan Mi, the greatest principal in history. Fei Yu's eyes curved and she smiled. It seems that the teacher is still the same as before. Let's go in. Lan Mi lay lazily on the toffee chair in the living room. She picked up a handful of melon seeds from the plate in front of her with her slender hands. Every time she flicked her thumb, the melon kernel and the shell would automatically separate and fall right into her mouth. Generals Qilin and Fei Yu of the Lingyao clan, how come you two suddenly have time to come to my place today? Lan Mi looked at the guests arriving below with a smile. Qilin bowed slightly. Teacher, long time no see. Oh, I've told you so many times, I'm not your teacher. Lan Mi muttered, I'm the principal, I don't usually accept students, I have so few students that I can even count them on one hand. Qilin said seriously, but you have helped my brother and I, and you have saved our lives. Whether you deny that we are your students or not, in our eyes you are our teacher. Fei Yu also nodded vigorously, yes, yes. Oh, you two idiots. Lan Mi said, I mean, you can't go out and talk nonsense. As the president of the Imperial War College, the places of my personal students are very valuable. If everyone who thanks me claims to be my student, I will earn a lot less money, right? Red phosphorus, Fei Yu, so you came all the way from outside the Great Wall today. You're not here to chat with me to relieve my boredom, right? Lan Mi continued to crack melon seeds. What's the matter? Qilin's expression became serious at this time, and he said, Teacher, this time we came here because we need your help on something very important. It's a very important thing? Lan Mi was curious, how important is it? Qilin's eyes were solemn, this concerns our entire spirit demon clan. Oh? Lan Mi's delicate hand holding the melon seeds paused in the air for a moment, then continued to throw a melon seed into her mouth, chewing it crunch, crunch and said, for such a serious matter, you should go to the Empire to discuss it, right? No, teacher. Fei Yu said seriously, we don't trust the human empire, we only trust you. Lan Mi narrowed her azure eyes slightly, really? Then I'm interested, tell me about it. The next day, morning, all the inner gate students of the Southern Border War College were suddenly summoned to the large playground for a brief school-wide mobilization meeting. The content of the meeting was simple, there was a task, and it is a large-scale task for the entire school. If in the past 2 days, only the middle and high-level students above the 100 souls realm in the academy were sent out this time, almost all the remaining inner students in the academy were sent out. D-High stood on the podium, holding the microphone and said loudly, this mission is very special, because your mission location is outside the Great Wall. The students on the playground were all surprised when they heard this, because according to common sense, students below the 100 souls realm would not be assigned to perform tasks outside the Great Wall. Ye Gu thought silently. It seems that winter is coming, and not only are the Night's Watch and the city defense forces short of manpower, but even the War College is short of staff to this extent? Even students below the Heaven Realm were sent out to perform tasks outside the Great Wall. Students on the playground began to discuss privately, and the sound of whispers continued. The students on the playground nowadays are basically rookies below the heavenly realm. Those who can enter the War Academy and the Inner Gate can definitely be called geniuses outside, but most of these geniuses have never left the Empire. For these still green rookie students, the world outside the Great Wall is something they have only seen in textbooks and online materials. They heard that there are many dangers outside, not to mention that it is the season when monsters are rampant. You don't have to worry too much, Dihai said slowly while standing on the stage. Don't worry, your mission level won't be too difficult, it's just an ordinary sea-level mission. We naturally won't give you too important missions. Moreover, although it is a sea-level mission, as long as you can complete this mission, you can get credits and rewards equivalent to a B-level mission. Such good things don't come often. After hearing this, the students' mood improved a little, and many of them began to get excited. Complete C-level tasks and get B-level rewards. Is there such a good thing? Dihai continued. Next, you will be divided into teams of 5, and the school will assign a teacher or instructor to lead each team. Your mission is also simple, just escort a batch of supplies. You need to go to the second defense line, the Great Wall. After receiving the supplies, you need to cross a forest of hundreds of souls and escort the supplies to our Great Qin Empire's neighbor, the Spiritual Demon Empire. Then your mission will be completed. After Dihai finished speaking, he announced the disbandment and asked the students to go to the school's mission hall to meet their teammates, team leaders, and view the detailed mission content. After the meeting, Yiji's cyber watch beeped twice. He picked it up and saw that it was a text message from the War College. It said, Student Yega, you have been assigned mission number 0226. Please go to the school mission hall and team up with students with the same mission number. You will have 1 day to get to know each other and discuss tactics together. The mission will start tomorrow morning. Yiga was silent for a while, thinking to himself, could such an urgent and hurried task really be just an ordinary sea-level task? He didn't see his teacher Lanmi the whole day today. Could it be related to the group of spirit monsters this morning? At this time, Xiao Shiyao and Gao Shenxue both came to Yi Ji's side. Xiao Shiyao stood on tiptoe behind Yiga, trying to see the mission number on Yi Ji's watch. She asked nervously and expectantly, Xiao Yi, what's your mission number? Oh. Yiga showed her the watch screen, 0226. Xiao Shiyao took one look and cheered in surprise. That's great. We are together. Chapter 142 Teammates, Me Too, 0226. Gao Shenxue also showed the number on her watch. That's great. Xiao Shiyao clapped her hands together, looking very happy. Now we can do missions together again. We are childhood sweethearts after all. It really is fate. Yiga smiled secretly, thinking how could it be such a coincidence. Maybe the teacher knew that the three of them had a good relationship, so he gave them special lessons and put them in the same group, right? The three little ones came to the mission hall together. Today, the academy's mission hall was probably the most crowded and busiest it had ever been since they enrolled. After all the inner school students were mobilized. Ye Gu, Gao Shenxue, and Xiao Shiyao quickly found a room. The electronic code above the room showed 0226. This was their team's exclusive pre-war discussion room. There was no one in the private room at the moment. Apparently the remaining two teammates and the team leader had not arrived yet. There was only a long table, a few chairs, a mural and a decorative vase in the box, which was a very ordinary conference room furnishing. The three kids found a seat and sat down first. This time, the team is 5 people per group, right? Xiao Shiyao held her cheeks with both hands and said expectantly, I wonder what kind of people our remaining 2 teammates are like. Yiga said, if the academy wants every team to be of equal strength, they will probably assign us 2 teammates from the passing class. After all, Yiga was a direct disciple, and Gao Shenxue and Xiao Xia were all in the monster class. There are already few students in the monster class. If 2 students with excellent ratings or above are assigned to their team, the strength will be too unbalanced for other teams. Xiao Xiyao tilted her head and thought for a moment. Well, then we won't be matched with that childish Jiang Xiaoming, right? Actually, it's not absolute. Gao Shinxue said, although we are in the monster class, this only represents our talent. Xiao and I are only at the profound realm, and Xiaoye is only at the earth realm. There are still many students at the heaven realm staying in school. If we consider the overall strength, the three of us are not actually at the top. Ye Gu nodded. What Schwer said makes sense. Gao Shinxue looked at Ye Gu at this time, and suddenly remembered something. We are about to carry out the mission, we need to eat something nutritious to replenish our energy. As she spoke, the girl took out a lunchbox from somewhere. I put the prepared lunchbox in the space ring. Ye Gu, no need, right? And the departure is tomorrow morning, right? Gao Shinxue's eyes were sincere and irresistible, but discussing mission tactics also requires physical strength. Ye Gu, squeak. After a while, the door of the private room was opened again. Nangong Choyue looked at the number 0226 on the box and pushed the door open and walked into the room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Ye Gu opening his mouth and obediently accepting Gao Shinxue's feeding. It's you? It's you? Nangong Choyue and Xia Xiao said almost in unison. Ye Gu chewed the soft rice that Shinxue's mother fed him and turned to look at Nangong Choyue. What a coincidence, this can't be. This is also the teacher's arrangement, right? Nangong Choyue's mouth twitched slightly, and she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had just been caught following someone during the day. You again? Are you here to follow Xiaoye again? Xia Xiao blinked her eyes and said, your tracking skills are so poor. If you want to collect intelligence, you should lie down outside the private room and eavesdrop, right? The space here is so small, you are directly exposed to us if you come in like this. Of course I know that. I'm not that stupid. Nangong Choyue said angrily. She felt as if her IQ was looked down upon. I'm here to find my teammates. My mission number is 0226. Xia Xiao was stunned for a moment and confirmed the number on her watch. It's actually true. What a coincidence. Nangong Choyue also sat down and waited with Ye Gu and the others for the last teammate and their team leader. Gao Shinxue still fed Ye Gu carefully. Xia Xiao, a social terrorist, took the initiative to chat with Nangong Choyue. Hey, let me tell you, when we are on a mission together tomorrow, you are not allowed to bully Ye Gu. I know that you people who come from righteous backgrounds are very discriminatory against Xiaoye's identity as a demon. If I find out that you bully him, I will definitely not allow it. I bullied him? Nangong Choyue glanced at Ye Gu aggrievedly. How pure and harmless do you think this guy is? This guy is obviously a big bad guy. Nangong Choyue still remembers the feeling of Ye Gu grabbing her bun and making her sit on the ground. At that time, she clearly caught a glimpse of Ye Gu grinning secretly with a sinister look on his face. As a result, both her buttocks are aching. By the way, what is your relationship? Nangong Choyue lowered her voice and glanced at Ye Gu and Gao Shinxue. We are childhood sweethearts. Xia Xiao puffed out her chest proudly. The three of us are the best friends in the world. Childhood sweethearts? What does that mean? Nangong Choyue frowned. Haven't you heard of this word? Xia Xiao wondered. Nangong Choyue pondered. I haven't heard of it. The books I read since I was a child were all about battles and night watchmen, and there were few other words. But I remember that there seemed to be a sentence in a book I read before, called Green Plums Can Never Defeat the Sky. These two green plums should be the same green plum, right? Xia Xiao, after a long while, the door of the box finally opened again. This time two people came in at the same time. One is Long Ying. There was another one, a man who looked to be in his 30s, wearing a dark blue casual suit, with a slicked back hair and thin-framed glasses. Happy New Year, ******. Chapter 141 Preparation before the mission. When Xia Xiao saw Long Ying, her eyes widened, and she became alert all of a sudden, like a kitten with its tail raised up seeing its natural enemy. How could it be her? Are you our last teammate? Nangong Choyue looked at Long Ying and suddenly recognized her. Eh? Aren't you Long Ying, the 9th prince of the royal family? The super talented girl of the imperial family? Yeah. Long Ying responded calmly, and then her eyes slowly swept across the box. Her gaze lingered on Ye Gu for a moment, then she nodded slightly and said softly, please give me more advice. Ye Gu didn't expect that the last teammate would be Long Ying. Is it really such a coincidence, or was this arranged on purpose by the teacher? Nangong Choyue's sister is the director of the night watch, Nangong Ru. That woman has always been unfriendly to the demonized genetic mutants. The 9th princess of the imperial family, Long Ying was destined to be his, deliberately putting Qingmei and Tianjiang together. Ye Ge suddenly thought of Lan Mi's fun-loving personality, and immediately felt that the possibility of a deliberate arrangement might be higher. Oh? Everyone is here. The 30-something man in a suit with a greasy hair had a black leather bag under his armpit. He didn't look like a teacher or an instructor, but more like a social worker. Then he put the black leather bag on the table and said, "Very good, you all have a good sense of time, and you are all students with a demon rating or above. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tsong Feng, and I'm the teacher leading your team for this mission. You can call me Brother Feng, or you can call me Teacher Tsong Feng, but I don't recommend you call me Teacher Tsong." Xia Xiao sat in her seat, raised her head like a curious baby with a slightly puzzled look in her eyes, and asked, "Why?" "No reason." Tsong Feng raised his middle finger, pushed his reflective thin-framed glasses, and said, "Since everyone is here, let's not waste time. After all, we only have one day to prepare, and we will set out tomorrow morning. Now I will explain to you the precautions and key points of this mission as quickly as possible. Except His Highness Long Ying, the rest of you are rookies who are carrying out a mission outside the Great Wall for the first time, so you'd better listen carefully. Listening to one more word may save your life." After hearing this, everyone sat up straight. "This time, our mission is to transport and protect supplies." Tsong Feng said slowly, "The world outside the Great Wall is completely different from the world inside the Great Wall. The reason you have been able to grow up in peace is because of the protection of the Great Wall, which can isolate you from the flames of war on the battlefield of all races, and no dangerous creatures from all races will rush into the Great Wall, even if there are any. They are low-level creatures deliberately released by the Night's Watch to provide training for you newcomers. So after we leave the Great Wall tomorrow, I hope you will obey my instructions and not act on your own." As he spoke, Tsang Feng pressed his cyber watch, projecting a holographic map in front of everyone. "This is our course of action tomorrow. We will pass through an entire forest of 100 souls. Legend has it that this forest was once cast into an ancient formation by a certain god. Any creature that enters this forest will have its strength level suppressed to the 100 souls realm. So in this forest, the most you will encounter is an opponent at the 100 souls realm, and the creatures of all races living in this forest are relatively gentle and not densely packed. So although this route is a bit longer, it is the safest one for you after I researched it for a long time. In the next few minutes, you will each introduce yourselves. Tell us about your respective strengths, weaknesses, advantages, and occupations. Get to know your companions so that we can work together better when the time comes." Tsong Feng coughed twice, then began to speak. "First, me. My name is Tsong Feng, male, 33 years old. My extraordinary profession is a supernatural being. I come from a Confucian school, and the supernatural powers I use are also related to the bloodline of Confucian inheritors, and I am good at spell attacks. Oh, my strength is the 7th level of the 1,000 souls realm, but in the 100 souls forest, my strength will also be suppressed to the 100 souls realm, so this is not important." "A Confucian sect?" Nangong Choyue was surprised. Tsong Feng glanced at her. "Yes, what's wrong?" "I heard that the people of the Confucian school are all very good at reading." Nangong Choyue scratched his head, "But why doesn't the teacher look like a nerd at all?" Tsong Feng smiled faintly. "Oh? Then what do I look like I do?" Nangong Choyue thought about it carefully, looked at Tsong Feng's suit, glasses, and slicked back hair, and said from the bottom of her heart, "Well, he looks like the guy who sells insurance downstairs at our Night Watch headquarters every day." Tsong Feng, Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment, then she chuckled. "I suddenly realized that it really seems like that. Ha ha ha, so prosperous and dazed." Tsong Feng, Ye Ge was a little embarrassed and quickly pulled Xiaoxia's arm. "Okay, Yao Yao, stop laughing. The teacher is explaining the task to us. Even if it really looks like it, you can't just say it out loud." Tsong Feng, "Oh, you're right." Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and looked up at Tsong Feng with innocent eyes. "I'm sorry, teacher, please continue." "I've finished." Tsong Feng glanced at Ye Ge with resentful eyes. "Who's next?" "I'll do it." Nangong Choyue raised her hand and began to introduce herself. "My name is Nangong Choyue, I'm 10 years old, and I'm a future elite warrior of the Night's Watch. My strength is the 1st level of the mysterious realm, and my extraordinary profession is a warrior." "Well, Actually, I'm also a wind-type ability user, but my ability to learn is not very good, so my sister suggested that I use my wind-type ability in martial arts and major in martial arts. My advantage is that I'm very fast and good at close combat. Long Ying also introduced herself. My name is Long Ying, I'm 12 years old, my strength is the first level of the Heaven Realm, and my extraordinary profession is a psychic and a magician. However, because my superpowers are quite special, my fighting style is more like that of a beastmaster. Nangong Choyue was surprised and said, the strength of a 12-year-old in the Heaven Realm? Is this true? Isn't it too amazing? Long Ying said modestly, I am from a royal family and have taken a lot of potential elixirs since I was a child. It's nothing special. Then, Yi Ge, Xia Xiao and Gao Xinxue introduced themselves respectively. After Xia Xiao and Gao Xinxue ate the top-grade spirit-gathering pills that Yi Ge gave them, their strength increased very quickly. Xia Xiao had already broken through the Xian realm and reached the second stage of the Xian realm, while Gao Xinxue was already in the fourth stage of the Xian realm. Chapter 142 Magic Gun. After a brief self-introduction, everyone had a basic understanding of each other. Almost done. Song Feng stood up, pushed his glasses, then picked up his black briefcase from the table and put it back under his armpit. After you go back, make good preparations. Remember to bring your main weapons, spare pistols, smoke bombs, blasting talismans, and various supply potions. We will gather and set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone, okay. By the way, we also need to select a captain. In case something unexpected happens during the mission and I am forced to separate from you, there must be someone who can step forward and take the lead. Song Feng looked at Long Ying and said, Your Highness Long Ying, you have been to the battlefield of all races. You are the only student among the 5 who has been outside the Great Wall. You have the strongest experience and strength, so you will be the captain. Long Ying was silent for a moment, but then said, No, I think there are people who are more suitable than me. Then, she looked at Yi Ge and said, Let Yi Ge take the position. Yi Ge, Xia Xiao. Suddenly alert.jpg, oh? Song Feng looked at Yi Ge with some curiosity. In his impression, Princess Long Ying has always been a very proud girl who rarely admits that she is inferior to others. Why does it feel like she has become much more humble this time when she returned to the academy? Is there some other story here? That's fine. Song Feng looked at Yi Ge deeply and said, Yi Ge, what do you think? Yi Ge shrugged, I don't care. Then it's decided. Song Feng nodded, gather outside of Yazan City at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, disband. Yi Ge, Xia Xiao, and Gao Xinxue returned to the Yi family. Xiao Yi, you and His Highness Long Ying knew each other before? After returning to the Yi family villa, Xia Xiao finally couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Yi Ge said casually. We actually know each other. Xia Xiao's little head subconsciously immediately popped up the words that Nangong Choyue had said before. Then how did you two know each other? Xia Xiao pursed her lips and asked pitifully, Why do I feel that His Highness Long Ying seems to be very impressed by you? Oh, I had a fight with him before. Have you ever had a fight? Yi Ge told them about his 2 previous experiences. There was nothing to hide. So that's how it is. Xia Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's what I told you, Xiaoye is not the kind of person who gets bored easily. Green Plum is the sure winner. Speaking of which, we have a mission tomorrow. Aren't you going to go home and pack your props? Yi Ge stretched out his finger and hooked her nose. Why do you still want to come back and play with us at this time? No. Xia Xiao said, That's because Schwer said she had something to show us. Oh? Yi Ge looked at Gao Xinxue in confusion. Yes. Gao Xinxue gave an affirmative look and said, Follow me. Soon, Yi Ge and Xia Xiao followed Gao Xinxue to her room. After arriving at her room, Yi Ge and Xia Xiao discovered that Yuli was also there, busy at the workbench where Gao Xinxue usually did scientific experiments. Shaoli? So you are here too? Xia Xiao ran to her happily, only to see many strange bottles and tubes in front of Yuli. What are you doing? Yes, Schwer asked me to help. Yuli said a little stiffly. Yi Ge recognized at a glance that the things stored in the bottles and tubes on the table were the liquid energy that he had asked Yuli to make before. Is it liquid energy? Yi Ge picked up a liquid tube that looked like a light tube, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Have you finished it? Yes. Yuli said, and I made some adjustments. Maybe I can maximize the power of the energy on the original basis, Gao Shenxue said slowly. This is the result of my and Yuli's research during this period. The tube in your hand is actually a magazine for a magic gun. Magazine? Yiga looked puzzled. The long cylindrical tube in his hand has special connector devices at the head and tail ends, and the tube in the middle is transparent, and you can see the liquid energy inside emitting fluorescence, but it doesn't look like a magazine at all. Gao Shenxue took the magazine from Yi Ji's hand, and then took out a magic pistol she invented. This is a level 3 magic pistol, and the power of one shot is enough to rival the fatal blow of a strong man in the Earth realm. The magic pistols and psychic pistols currently on the market are very rare new products in this era. Only a few elite night watchmen, elite demon hunters, and some wealthy nobles would be equipped with it. The reason is simple: the cost of use is too high. The magic pistol is much more powerful than the ordinary gunpowder pistol, has a longer range and stronger penetration, but its shortcomings are also obvious. Gao Shenxue said slowly, the first is the cost. The magic pistol itself is not expensive, but the cost of the bullet is very high, because the power source of the magic pistol is the magic stone. The second is the magazine capacity. The magic pistol can only fire one shot after loading a magazine, and the error tolerance rate is extremely low. Third, there are restrictions on use. The third-level magic pistol can only be used by the gunner class in the Earth realm. These three shortcomings meant that the magic pistol could only be a luxury item for the nobles. As a trump card for the nobles to save their lives, it could not truly replace gunpowder weapons and make them popular in the military. Gao Shenxue continued, but now, with liquid energy, everything is different. As she spoke, she stuffed the tube of liquid energy ammunition in her hand into the magazine of the magic gun and pulled the safety. Gao Shenxue slowly raised her arm, held up the magic gun, and aimed at a dummy not far from her room. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 143 New Artificial System. I saw a blue room glow on the gun body of the magic pistol. Immediately afterwards, a beam of magic energy burst out from the muzzle. The bullet beam hit the test dummy, making a small hole the size of a copper plate in the dummy's chest, and also making a noticeable dent in the metal wall behind it. Yi Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. Why does it feel like the power is even greater than before? Yi Gu asked. Yes. Gao Shenxue said, because of the size of the magic stone, only 1/5 of the magic stone fragments could be loaded into the magic pistol before. But now, after Yuli and I have jointly researched and improved the compressed liquid energy and made it into an energy bullet tube, the magic pistol can be charged with one charge at a time. It is about 10 times more than before using magic stone fragments. Xia Xiao took Yuli's arm and said, Wow, Xiaoli, you are so amazing? But when did you start doing this research with Schwerer? How come I didn't know about it? It was some time ago. Yuli felt a little embarrassed and said quickly, Actually, I didn't give much advice on the process of modifying it into a bullet tube. It was basically Schwerer's idea. Yi Gu asked, in other words, this magic gun can fire 10 such magic beams after loading the barrel once? Gao Shenxue said, yes, and the output energy is about 30% higher than before. Moreover, liquid energy is more stable and safer than magic stones, so the level restriction is not high. Even if the profession of a transcendent is not a gunner, it can be used. Yi Gu looked at the magic pistol in Gao Shenxue's hand and couldn't help but sigh. This thing has never appeared even in future versions of the game. There is no doubt that with his activities in this world, many aspects of the game's history have been changed by him. Using liquid energy to make bullet tubes not only increases the capacity of bullets and increases their power, but most importantly, it also reduces costs. The original magic gun used ammunition made from fragments of magic stones. One shot consumed 1/5 of the magic stone, which meant that after 5 shots, a magic stone would be gone. This kind of fighting method, where bullets are more valuable than gold, is something that even many nobles in the empire cannot afford, but now it's different. Now that the bullets have become cheaper, this kind of magic gun can even be used as a main combat weapon. I didn't expect that putting Gao Shenxue and Yuli, 2 treasure girls, together would have such a perfect chemical reaction. Besides that, Gao Shenxue suddenly said, there is one more thing I want to show you. Oh? There's something else? Yi Gu was curious. What is it? Gao Shenxue took out a small box, opened it, and inside were 2 things that looked like contact lenses. This is an improved version of the artificial system you mentioned before. I have modified it from a prosthetic eyeball to a contact lens. The system will project an AR three-dimensional system panel on the user's retina. Gao Xinxue took out another small microchip, but it needs to be used with this. Yi Ge looked at it and asked, "What is this?" Gao Xinxue explained, "It is the control chip of the system, or you can call it the motherboard. You can think of it as a cyber prosthesis. Install it in your body and it will connect to your brain consciousness control nerves, so you can use your consciousness to control the system." It was also produced after a long discussion between Yu Li and me. Prosthetics. Yi Ge tilted his head and thought for a moment, how do I install it? Does it require surgery? No, it only takes a second, it's very simple. Gao Xinxue picked up something that looked like a barcode scanner in a supermarket. Yi Ge felt it was interesting, then try to install it for me, good. Gao Xinxue came behind Yi Ge and pointed the scanner at Yi Ge's neck. Ding ding. A red beam of light entered Yi Ge's body. Gao Xinxue, okay. Yi Ge was suspicious, alright? That's it? Yes. Gao Xinxue, you try it. Yi Ge picked up the box and put 2 contact lenses on his eyes. Soon, as his pupils flashed several textured lights full of cybertech colors, a transparent panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Tip, the new system is loading. Tip, the new system has been loaded. Enter the system panel. Yi Ge showed a surprised expression. The appearance of the main interface panel of this system is almost the same as his personal system, however, the functions of this system are relatively few. The main functions are data analysis, item spacebar, thermal imaging scanning, and the other functions are basically the same as mobile phones and computers on Earth. You can surf the internet, connect to the CyberWatch for telephone communication, and view satellite maps, etc. Yi Ge didn't expect that Gao Xinxue had perfectly replicated the artificial system that he had spent 16 years researching in Illusion so quickly, and had even made greater improvements and enhancements. The system can analyze and interpret most things in reality. Gao Xinxue picked up a magic stone and handed it to Yi Ge. Yi Ge used the system's data analysis function on the magic stone. Item, magic stone quality, pink attribute, 1000 TC introduction, a stone that stores abundant energy and has excellent energy conductivity. It can perfectly carry magic, spiritual energy, soul power, and force. It is the most important energy commodity for most races among all races. It is rare and expensive. The attribute data comes from the system's scan of the item. As for the description on the panel, the system is connected to the internet, and most of it comes from online encyclopedias. Gao Xinxue explained, but we can also build our own database and input some information that is not available online. Yi Ge looked at the panel in front of him and gradually began to laugh. Xue, you are really a genius. As a time traveler, his personal system can also analyze these panel data, and the information is more detailed. However, as a man-made system, being able to achieve this step is already very remarkable. Xia Xiao saw that Yi Ge had been staring at the front of her, but she could not see the panel that Yi Ge could see. She immediately looked very interested. Xue, I want to try it too, can I? Of course. Gao Xinxue came behind her and installed the system prosthetic chip for her. Xia Xiao blinked twice, and then stared blankly at her own panel in front of her. Chapter 144, a product that changed the pattern of the times. This is so magical, I can control it with just my thoughts. Xia Xiao said this and turned to look at Uli.as. A faint technological light flashed in her pink eyes. A data dialysis panel suddenly popped up. Name, Yuli age, 10 years old. Level, non-transcendent health, HP, 1/1 soul power, MP, 0/0 4-dimensional attributes, strength 0.1, agility 0.2, spirit 0.1, stamina 0.2. Basic attributes, physical attack 0.3, magic attack 0, defense 0.2, resistance 0.2, burst 0.3, speed 0.2, agility 0.3, perception 0.4. Special attributes, intelligence 11, charm 9, luck 10. Main occupation, non-secondary occupations, alchemist, enchanter, pharmacist, talisman master, prop master, rune master, hacker, network security officer, scientist. Wow, Xia Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Then she looked around at the various items in the room. Item, apple quality, white attributes, sugar 11.3 g, glucose 3.8 g, dietary fiber 5 g, potassium 170 mg, calcium 10 mg, carbohydrate 22 g. Introduction. Common apples grown in Night City, slightly sweeter than ordinary apples on the market in the human continent. Item, D2 Type Level 3 Magic Pistol Quality, Purple Level Restrictions, can be used by Shin Realm Transcendence and Yellow Realm Gunner Transcendence Attributes, Power 1200, Magazine Capacity 10, Range 200 Rate of Fire 0.5 Introduction. The second version of the Magic Energy Pistol uses compressed liquid energy bullets. Compared with the first version of the D1 Magic Energy Pistol, its power, magazine capacity, and range have been improved. Item, Yi Ji's Special Lunchbox Quality, White Introduction. Gao Xinxue uses this lunchbox to prepare snacks for Yi Gu. It contains Xinxue's deep love for her godson. Every time you eat from this lunchbox, your mood will increase by +3 and your physical strength recovery speed will increase by +10%, only for Yi Gu to use. It's really amazing. Xia Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Can I check my attributes? Of course. Gao Xinxue said. Xia Xiao opened her attribute panel. Strength 60, Agility 64, Spirit 120, Stamina 62. It seems my attributes have improved a lot compared to a month ago. Xia Xiao said happily. Swear, this thing is really good. This way I don't have to spend several hours on physical examinations in the future. But Xia Xiao glanced at the column of her special attributes. Special attributes, Intelligence 5, Charm 9, Luck 8. This was the first time Xia Xiao saw her special attribute values. Prior to this, human technology had reached a level where it was impossible to detect one's own special attributes through physical examinations. Why is my intelligence only 5 points? Xia Xiao discovered that Yuli's intelligence was 11 points, while hers was less than half of hers. Am I really stupid? Xia Xiao lowered her voice and spoke weakly. In fact, most people's intelligence points are probably between 1 and 9 points. Gao Xinxue explained softly. 5 points is actually a mid-level, not low. I see. Xia Xiao stuck out her tongue and looked at Gao Xinxue again. She said in surprise, wow. Swear, your intelligence points are 12. It's actually higher than Yuli's. Then, Xia Xiao looked at Yi Gu again. Name, Yi Gu. Age, 10 years old. Grade? Life, HP? Soul Power, MP? 4-dimensional attributes? Basic attributes? Special attributes? Xia Xiao looked confused. But, why can't I read Xiaoya's data? I've discovered this problem before. Gao Xinxue glanced at Yi Gu and said, almost everyone's data can be analyzed, except Xiaoya's. I don't know why. Yi Gu fell silent. I thought that maybe it was the original system installed by his time traveler that encrypted and protected his personal data. Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, and Yuli didn't think much about it either. After all, it is a newly developed system. It is normal to have defects and bugs. Now that we all have the system, does that mean we can all be the protagonists in exciting novels? Xia Xiao said with a smile. Yi Gu smiled lightly. This time we are going to carry out a mission outside the Great Wall. With the system and the magic gun, I think it will come in handy. I wish you a successful mission. Yuli said, the system is still in the testing phase, and I will be in the back to help you test and adjust the system at any time. Well, thank you for your hard work. Yi Gu looked at the system chip and magic gun on the table, and the burning light could not be concealed in his calm eyes. Without a doubt, these two things will be weapons that will change the landscape of the times. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, Nangong Qiuyue, and Long Ying, the 5 of them gathered outside the city of Yazan on time. Long Ying's outfit today was not much different from usual. The long black windbreaker completely covered her petite body, leaving only a noble, elegant, and beautiful face exposed. Nangong Qiuyue had obviously prepared carefully. She wore a black jacket with a special pattern tattooed on her chest, which was the uniform of a night watchman. She wore shorts and military boots, and had a long black straight knife on her back. There was also a dagger and a traditional revolver on the straps on her legs. She looked quite impressive. Yi Gu thought, if you just look at her appearance, she does look a bit like the cold and majestic goddess of the Night Watch in the future game. Well, that's if she doesn't speak. How is it? Nangong Qiuyue made a cool gesture, brushed the bangs hanging down in front of her forehead, and put one hand on her waist. Isn't it very handsome? Not bad. Yi Gu looked at him and said sincerely, as long as you don't do anything stupid later. Nangong Qiuyue. Chapter 145 The Great Wall and High-Speed Rail. About half an hour later, Sang Feng also arrived at the meeting place. Ye Ge thought that Sang Feng would change his outfit for the mission today, but he didn't expect that he was still wearing the same dark blue casual suit as before, with a slick back hair, wearing glasses, and still carrying his briefcase. Nangong Choyue said angrily, "Teacher Sang Feng, you asked us to be on time, but you were half an hour late." Sorry, I was delayed a little because of some preparations." Sang Feng raised his hand and adjusted his suit collar again. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go. Speaking of which, how are we going to get there?" Xia Xiao asked curiously, "Is there any means of transportation? We don't have to run all the way to the second line of defense, the Great Wall?" "Of course not." Sang Feng said, "The school has prepared transportation for us." "What is it?" Xia Xiao asked with great interest. "Is it some kind of spiritual beast mount? For example, riding a dragon or something?" "Sang Feng, you have a nice idea." Xia Xiao paused. "Then what should we sit on?" Sang Feng pushed his glasses up with his fingers. "Let's take the high-speed train." 20 minutes later, Yi Gu and his group boarded the high-speed train to the wilderness outside the Great Wall. A high-speed rail in this world is not much different from that in the previous life. The only difference is the appearance, because there are many creatures of all races in the wilderness outside the Great Wall, and all kinds of strange beasts, demons, and dark races are rampant. The exterior of the train is covered with hard black metal armor. This armor is made of extremely high-strength soul steel, and the body of the train is also covered with hard steel spikes and cables. This is to prevent strange beasts from pouncing on the train. The entire train looks like an extra-long metal monster. Similarly, the rails of the entire high-speed rail line are made of the same special material, so the cost of building each high-speed rail line outside the Great Wall is very expensive. Boom boom boom. The train starts. The sound of the hard metal shell rubbing against the rails can be clearly heard even when sitting inside the car. Ye Gu, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, Long Ying, Nangong Choyue and Sang Feng sat face to face in seats A1301. Watching the wilderness scenery rapidly receding outside the window, the wilderness is filled with yellow sand and is polluted by demonic energy everywhere. Many plants have mutated, and one can even occasionally see a few strange and ferocious beasts wandering on the distant plains. There were very few passengers on the wilderness train at the beginning. Apart from Yi Gu and his team, there were only about a dozen people. However, soon after leaving the inland Great Wall, more and more people got on the train at various stations in the wilderness, and soon about 70% of the seats were occupied. This is normal, as there are not many high-speed rail lines in the wilderness, and this should be the safest means of transportation for traveling in the wilderness. The majority of the passengers were bounty hunters and demon hunters, and there were also some wilderness wanderers and adventurers. Everyone looked very tired. They were ragged, smelled fishy, and their skin was covered in black and purple stains. It was obvious that life in the wilderness was not easy. I didn't expect that there would be a high-speed railway in the wilderness outside the Great Wall. Nangong Choyue looked out of the car window and couldn't help but sigh. Of course there is. Sang Feng picked up the thermos cup on the table in front of him and took a sip of tea. Within the first line of defense, it is still considered our human territory. Why is there no high-speed rail? The territory occupied by the human empire is just a tiny place among the territories of all races. The total area of Daqin's territory is about 100 million square kilometers. Outside this area is the battlefield of all races where war is raging. In order to isolate the battlefield from all races, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty built the 10,000 races defense line, which is the Great Wall. The first line of defense is the outermost Great Wall, which isolates the battlefield of all races and encloses a territory of 100 million square kilometers. But in fact, the outermost Great Wall is still under construction, so there will still be many creatures from all races that slip through the net and break into the human territory. The second line of defense will form a circle covering an area of 30 million square kilometers. In fact, the circle of the Great Wall still has loopholes, so creatures from all races will still be able to sneak in through various means, such as flying in the sky, lurking underground, and in rivers. The third line of defense, the Great Wall, shrunk into an even smaller circle, enclosing an area of 9 million square kilometers. And this circle is also called the inland. The Great Wall of this defense line is the most perfectly built. When it was being built, it received help from many other highly civilized races in the Light Camp. It combined many top advanced technologies beyond human civilization, and has air defense, ground defense, and explosion-proof capabilities. In addition, there are many top human extraordinary people guarding the Great Wall, so it is almost impossible for creatures from all races to break in. All large city-states among the human race are built within the third line of defense, and the population of the interior accounts for about 1 billion. Outside the third line of defense, there are basically only some small towns, villages, tribal groups, or underground cities. The population in the wilderness is about 6 billion, and these people are scattered across more than 90 million square kilometers of harsh land. 90% of them are scavengers, wanderers, and adventurers. This is the current living situation of the human race in this era. Song Fong explained these things to everyone, and then took a sip of tea. Ye Go was quite familiar with this history, because these historical stories were all written in the background plot of the game map of 10,000 races, so he was not surprised. Song Fong said leisurely, "That's why we say that the former emperor of our great Qin was great. In fact, the war between all races is still going on. It's just that because of the three lines of defense, you little guys can't feel it. If there were no Great Wall, I think we would suffer invasions of all races, big and small, every year. There is also the high-speed rail, which was actually built by the late emperor in that era. Without the high-speed rail, it would be very difficult for the mainland to leave the Great Wall and go to other places." At this point, Song Fong sighed softly. What a pity. The late emperor passed away early, and of the three lines of defense, only the third line of the Great Wall has been completed. The construction progress of the other two lines of defense has been slowing down since the late emperor passed away. In 1,000 years, we have not made as much progress as in the 10 years when the late emperor was alive. After listening to this, Nangong Choyue suddenly understood many things at once. So that's how it is. Song Fong glanced at her in confusion. Your sister is the head of the Night Watch, and the Night Watch's activities are basically around the Great Wall. Why do you know nothing about these things? Oh, you are not a poor student, are you? Didn't you pay attention in the knowledge and history classes in the first grade? Nangong Choyue. Chapter 146. But I can't seem to sleep. Poochie. Xia Xiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Xia Xiao looked at Nangong Choyue and suddenly wanted to see what her intelligence points were. Her pink eyes flickered, and a transparent data panel appeared in front of her. Intelligence points 5. Huh, finally someone with the same intelligence points as me. Xia Xiao thought happily. Hey, that's not right. Doesn't that mean I'm also a poor student? Xia Xiao pursed her lips and looked at Song Fong again, scanned his data, and found that the teacher's intelligence points were 8 points, and Long Ying's intelligence points are 11 points. Xia Xiao suddenly felt a little inferior. Although Schwer said that human intelligence is generally between 1 to 9, 5 points is the value that a normal person should have, and above 7 points is very smart among ordinary people, but everyone's intelligence seems to be very high. Did Schwer say this to comfort her, or was it because the people around her were a bunch of monsters? The sky gradually darkened. The train departed at 10 a.m. and ran until sunset in the evening. The high-speed rail in this world is faster than that on Earth in the previous life, but it still takes at least 1 day to travel such a long distance and reach the second line of defense. The Great Wall. Ye Go kept the system map open along the way to confirm their location en route. Something furry moved slightly inside the clothes in front of me. Ye Go lowered his head and stroked the little civet cat that had hidden in his clothes through the collar. He could see that Bai Shuling looked listless, with his eyes closed, and his head pressed against his chest. Ha, woo, Xia Xiao yawned sleepily and stretched. I'm so sleepy. Gao Shinxue was typing some code on her laptop. She looked up and said softly to her, we will probably reach our destination tomorrow morning. Go to your room and get some sleep before that. Well, okay. Xia Xiao stood up from the car seat. At this time, she saw Ye Go had been touching the white blood spirit hidden in his clothes. Xia Xiao asked, is Ling Ling still not well today? Ye Go hesitated for a moment and said softly, but I don't think she is sick. She just doesn't have much energy. Through the system's data analysis, he could see that the white blood spirit's evolution points were 99 out of 100, which was almost full. So Ye Go roughly guessed that it was probably on the verge of evolution and was about to evolve from the infancy stage to the growth stage. Really, it should be okay, right? Xia Xiao was also a little worried. She reached her finger into Yi Ji's collar and gently touched the little civet cat's head. Well, it should be fine. Ye Go said, you should go to sleep quickly. The real mission will begin when we arrive at the destination tomorrow morning. There will be no high-speed trains to take when we get to the 100 Souls Forest. You may face various battles by then, so you have to get enough rest. Yeah, I know. After touching the little civet cat, Xiao Xiao also rubbed Ji's head, her voice so sweet that it was sickening. Then Xiaoya, you should also go to bed early. Yi Gu, well, good night. The train was rumbling steadily in the night. Outside the car window, the night sky was full of stars, and from time to time the violent roars of some unknown ferocious beasts could be heard from the distant wasteland. I in the corner seats of the train, a few wandering warriors who were dozing in tattered clothes and holding swords suddenly opened their eyes and stared at Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue, who were not far from them, with sinister eyes. After a while, Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue also got up and prepared to go back to their respective rooms to rest. It's very noisy on the high-speed train. Can you sleep at night? Gao Xinxue looked at Yi Ji's eyes with soft eyes. Do you need me to tell you a story to put you to sleep? That kind of sincere, pure and gentle look really requires a lot of courage to refuse, but Yi Gu was determined. No need. We will arrive at our destination tomorrow. When you arrive at the Forest of Hundred Souls, there are dangers everywhere. Before that, you must adjust your state and be on high alert. You must never stay in your comfort zone. Gao Xinxue took out 2 cotton swabs from the prop box beside her and shook them with her 2 small hands. I recently learned a new skill on the internet. Asmer, do you want to try it? Yi Gu, no. No need. Gao Xinxue, do you need a midnight snack before bed? Yi Gu, no need. After finally rejecting the gentle Mama Miyuki, Yi Gu came to his room and opened the door with the door card. At this moment, someone suddenly poked his back with a finger from behind. Yi Gu was stunned for a moment, turned around and saw that it was Gao Xinxue again. What's wrong? Gao Xinxue put her hands behind her back and pointed to the sky, referring to the loud noise of the train. But I can't seem to sleep. Can you tell me a story to help me sleep? Yi Gu finally chose to surrender. Yi Gu first put the white blood spirit back into the room and let it go to bed to rest. After telling a few more stories to coax Xinxue's mother to sleep, Yi Gu put down the storybook with a smile, covered Gao Xinxue with the quilt, and then left her room quietly. Yi Gu looked at the time. It was 11 p.m. The train should arrive around 10:30 tomorrow morning. Before going to bed, it is better to use the system to check the in-game strategy. Although the Forest of Hundred Souls was a very classic dungeon map in the game, so many years have passed and he still needs to review it. He has forgotten a lot of the backstory. Yi Gu used the room card to return to his room and turned on the room light. Then he froze. He saw a strange girl sitting on the bed in his room, with silver white hair, deep red eyes, milky white tofu-like skin, a long cat tail, and white cat ears. Picture. Chapter 147. What a bad master. The little cat-eared loli who suddenly appeared in his room looked only about 6 or 7 years old. She sat on the bed and looked at him dimly with her scarlet eyes. Her resentful and arrogant expression was like a sick little girl who was throwing a tantrum after being abandoned by her playful father. Yi Gu subconsciously showed a confused look. You are. Bai Shuling's face changed when she heard this, and her mood became worse. She crossed her 2 white arms in front of her chest, turned her head to the side, pouted her lips as if she was snorting, and thought angrily, even my transformed pet didn't come out. Humph. What a bad master. Put. He is not the master. He is just my contractor. Yi Gu seemed to have reacted at this time and asked tentatively, Are you Ling Ling? Bai Shuling still did not respond, looking sulky. Actually, the truth is, she didn't quite know how to talk to Yi Gu. Before this, her way of communicating with Yi Gu was very simple. Anyway, just meow and that's it. If you want something delicious, just meow to express refusal, just meow. Anyway, Yi Gu is a beastmaster and can understand what she means, but now that I have transformed into a human form, but she didn't know how to communicate with Yi Gu, keep meowing, but now that they have transformed into human form, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to continue meowing? At this time, Yi Gu had already come in front of her, stretched out his warm palm, and gently stroked her forehead. At the same time, he leaned down slightly and observed her pupils very closely. Bai Shuling trembled all over and suddenly became nervous, looking away. Why did you suddenly get so close to me? When it was in kitten form, the white blood spirit would get closer and would even usually crawl into his clothes, but at that time, Bai Shuling could still comfort himself that he was just a cat in this life, and no one knew his identity in his previous life anyway. But now that he had turned into a human form, Bai Shuling suddenly felt that his previous pride and shame as a female emperor had suddenly returned. If she were to be left in this state and go and get close to her owner, oh no. No. Go and get close to this shit scooper, that would be totally unacceptable. You have to know that in her previous life, Bai Shuling, as the empress of the spirit demon tribe, never allowed any man to get within 3 meters of her. It looks like the fever has finally subsided a bit. Yiga showed a gentle smile. Her clear eyes were like the spring water flowing from the valley in the Hundred Souls forest, so clear that it seemed to be able to extinguish all the resentment of girls in the world, making it irresistible. Do you feel better? Bai Shuling couldn't stand Yi Ji's eyes. Her originally proud expression was melted little by little. She avoided his gaze and finally said the first sentence softly, I'm fine. Well, that's good. Yiga loosened his palm, then said with a smile, my Lingling's voice is very nice, just like the kitten's voice before, it's as sweet as a grandma's. What's the coquettish talk? This emperor will never say anything coquettish. Bai Shuling stared, suddenly anxious, and immediately returned to his arrogant defensive posture. This emperor? Yiga was at a loss. Bai Shuling then realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. I mean, what I meant. Yiga didn't care much about it, then he looked the white-blooded spirit up and down again, and suddenly asked curiously, by the way, how come you have clothes? Did the two-tailed snow spirit automatically generate clothes after it transformed into a cat girl? Bai Shuling's cheeks suddenly turned red. What do you mean there are clothes? Isn't it normal to have clothes? What a poor master. Is there something else he wants to see? Bai Shuling said in a loud voice, of course I changed it myself using magic. So that's how it is. That's convenient. Yiga looked at the time, then gently rubbed Bai Shuiling's head. Okay, it's getting late. You just completed the transformation and consumed a lot of energy. You need to rest well. Go to bed early. Bai Shuling hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, I'm actually a little cold. Yiga thought for a moment, then reached out and placed his hand on the pulse point on her fair neck. Bai Shuling's body stiffened again and his neck shrank subconsciously. How can you stretch out your hand so naturally, although I am indeed your little kitty? But, however, Bai Shuling saw that Yi Ji's eyes were clear and there was no strange expression on his face, so he gradually relaxed. Yigu, besides feeling cold and shivering, do you also feel a little palpitation? Bai Shuling, It seems so. As a beastmaster, Yiga naturally knew a lot of little knowledge about raising spiritual pets. The two-tailed snow spirit cat has a very weak period in the process of evolution from infancy to growth. The evolved form needs to consume a lot of energy, which is normal. Unfortunately, they just left the inland at this time. The white blood spirits used to live in the inland with a better environment, but now they have left the Great Wall and come to the wilderness. There is magic pollution everywhere, and the air quality is very poor, which will definitely bring various adverse reactions to many weak lives. Simply put, it's due to acclimatization, or something similar to altitude sickness in this world. If the white blood spirit is allowed to rest on its own, it will actually only need one night to recover. After all, it is a top-level spiritual pet. However, Lingling will have to suffer for a whole night. Come here. Yiga patted the seat beside him and said, sit down here. Bai Shuling was stunned and looked at Yiga blankly, not knowing what he wanted to do, but Bai Shuling knew that Yiga would definitely not harm her. So she just moved her butt and sat over, sitting next to Yiga in a lowly posture. Yiga stretched out a finger and gently tapped Bai Shuling's forehead. He closed his eyes and practiced his own cultivation technique. Holy soul purification technique. Bai Shuling only felt that a stream of warmth quickly penetrated from Yi Ji's fingertips into her brow, and then flowed to every part of her body. So warm, Bai Shuling only felt like she was soaking in a pool of warm milk. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her scarlet eyes slowly closed, and a feeling of drowsiness quickly swept over her consciousness. Chapter 148. Arriving at the second line of defense, the Great Wall. The little white-haired cat girl closed her eyes, her body swayed unconsciously, and finally she fell asleep. Her petite body leaned forward slightly, and she leaned on Yi Ji's shoulder, then fell into a deep sleep. Yiga smiled slightly, picked up the white-haired kitten, put her on the sofa in the room, and covered her with a quilt. The next day. 10:15 m. The train is about to arrive at its destination. Songfeng, Longyang, Nangongchoyue, Gaoxinshuet and Xia Xiao sat in seats near the train windows and confirmed the route of the mission for the last time. Most of the creatures in the Hundred Souls forest are relatively docile. As long as you don't disturb them or intrude into their spawning habitat, there won't be any major danger. Song Feng pointed at the route on the map and said, I drew up this route after studying the map carefully. We will follow this route in a while. This escort mission will take us about 3 days to travel through the forest to reach the spiritual demon kingdom. You must follow the instructions of me and the captain along the way. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. I know. Pay special attention. When we set up camp in the forest at night, do not run around. Especially when you smell the scent of some unusual beasts, do not get close. That may be the territory marked by the beasts. Song Feng said, looking at Nangong Choyue, especially you, Nangong, as a poor student, you must be honest and don't do anything stupid. Teacher, please don't always target me. Nangong Choyue waved her hands in anger. You can't listen to what Jigu says. I'm not stupid when it comes to serious matters. After all, I'm also a demon-rated student certified by the principal. Song Feng, it's your fault that your knowledge of all races is so poor. Go back and make up for it. Oh, Nangong Choyue lowered her eyebrows and looked aggrieved. I know. Xia Xiao turned around and looked around. Speaking of which, we are about to arrive at the station. Why hasn't Xiaoya come out yet? Is he still sleeping in the room? Gao Shinxue heard this and slowly stood up. I'll go wake him up. I'll go too. Xia Xiao said with a giggle. I also want to experience the feeling of waking Xiaoya up. No need, I'm here. Yi Ji's voice came over. Everyone looked back and saw Yi go walking out of the carriage, followed closely by a cat girl with white hair and cat ears. This is... Xia Xiao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Wow! Is this Ling Ling? Then she pounced on it like a little girl seeing her favorite doll in the mall. Bai Shuling seemed to be reacting to a stress situation. She quickly grabbed the clothes on Yi Ji's back and hid behind him. When Xia Xiao went left, she went right and kept pulling, but in the end, the helpless little cat girl was hugged by the enthusiastic Xia Xiao and hugged tightly. Wow, so cute. Ling Ling is even prettier than I thought after she became a cat girl. Yiga smiled helplessly. Okay, Xiao, we are almost at the Great Wall. It's time to get off the car. Wait, let me hug her again. Xia Xiao looked excited. Bai Shuling was in tears and completely unable to resist, but when she was a child, she couldn't resist the temptation and ate a lot of the snacks that Xia Xiao brought her. How can I resist with violence now? As the empress of the spirit demon tribe, Bai Shuling is proud of being an empress. But at the same time, she also has unknown weaknesses. That means it's easy to be soft-hearted. When she was young, she had used her cat claws to resist Xia Xiao before, but every time she saw the disappointed and sad expression of a childish and innocent little girl after being rejected by her, she immediately softened her heart. Bai Shuling turned his head and gave Yigu a pleading look, but Yigu just shrugged, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Hateful. This incompetent master. He can't even protect his contracted pet. Bai Shue Lingqi was thinking. At this time, the train broadcast sounded, Dear passengers, the K3 gate of the second defense line of the Great Wall is about to arrive. Passengers who need to get off, please go to the designated get-off point. Let's go. Song Feng pushed up his glasses, picked up his briefcase and stood up. It's time to get off the bus. Have we reached the Great Wall? Nangong Choyue stretched her neck and looked out the window. Where is it? Song Feng raised his chin and pointed to the distance. Here. I saw a long black line gradually emerging in the southern part of the horizon. As the train approached at a high speed, the black line gradually became clearer and taller. That is the true appearance of the Great Wall. The wall is hundreds of meters high and looks like a metal structure that is completely black as night. The texture of each brick is clearly visible. From a distance, it looks like a long mountain, and it is not until getting close that people can truly feel its grandeur. Yiga was also cheered up in the game. He has lost count of how many times he has seen the Great Wall, but when you see it with your own eyes, you can't help but be shocked by its magnificence. Majestic, spectacular, imposing. These words are difficult to describe this extremely long, desperate city wall that stretches for millions of miles. It is simply a super upgraded version of the Great Wall on Earth in the previous life. What does a 100-meter wall height mean? That's almost like a 25-story building, and at this height, the material used to build it is the expensive pink material Soul Steel. It is hard to imagine how much manpower and material resources were spent when building this thing. I didn't expect it to be so spectacular. Nangong Choyue opened her mouth slightly and couldn't help but sighed. It's amazing, Song Fong said calmly. The Great Wall of the third line of defense is actually more spectacular. The Great Wall there is 300 meters high, it really is like a mountain. It's a pity that when everyone took the high-speed rail out of the Great Wall, they went through an underground tunnel and had no chance to see what the third line of defense of the Great Wall looked like. The other passengers on the train did not react much. These adventurers and scavengers had been traveling in the wilderness for years, so they were naturally accustomed to seeing these things. They all had numb expressions on their faces. One of the wandering warriors had a gloomy expression. His eyes fell on the Night Watch logo on Nangong Choyue's black uniform, and suddenly his eyes became even colder. His calloused and dirty palm gently placed on the hilt of his greatsword, and was about to draw the sword. However, another hand, also covered in dirt, held him down, and another older wandering warrior beside him shook his head at him. The young wandering warrior finally controlled his emotions, loosened his hand on the hilt of the sword, and retracted it. Ye Gu caught a glimpse of the actions of these wandering warriors out of the corner of his eye and seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 149. You are not the only one who can conspire. Yazan City, Duke's Palace. Duke! A subordinate in black flashed to Wang Yin's back and knelt down, saying respectfully, Ye Gu and the others have already set out to carry out the escort mission, and now they have arrived at the second line of defense, the Great Wall. Okay, I understand. Duke Wang Yin responded expressionlessly. He stood on the wooden bridge in his garden and threw pieces of fish food from the bag in his hand into the garden pond. Let's proceed as planned. Wang Yin's eyes were grim. This time, this duke must see the demise of the Yi family with his own eyes. Yes. The black-clad men dodged and left. Duke Wang Yin grabbed another handful of fish fillets from the bag and threw them all into the pond. Countless piranhas swarmed to the surface of the water to grab food. Their sharp teeth opened and closed above the water, making a crunching sound. Some piranhas even started to bite each other for a few pieces of fish food. Soon the whole pond was dyed scarlet with blood. Duke Wang Yin looked grimly. Humph. Yi family boy, don't think you're the only one who can plot. Compared to me, you're still too young. The train has arrived. The Yega team got off the high-speed rail station and came to the majestic second line of defense, the Great Wall. Standing at the foot of the Great Wall in person will undoubtedly give you a more shocking visual impact. Nangong Choyue raised her head and looked at the 100-meter-high metal wall in front of her, blinking hard. Teacher, such a tall building, stretching for millions of miles, how was it built 1,000 years ago? No historian has been able to answer this question so far, so how would I know? Song Fong shrugged. Doesn't the imperial court know about this? Nangong Choyue wondered, wasn't this Great Wall built by the order of the late emperor? As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Long Ying. Song Fong said, that's true, but the engineers who built the Great Wall at that time have all died for several generations. The court also kept important documents, but somehow they were all lost. So many of the advanced technologies have actually been completely lost until now. Long Ying paused and said, compared to the technology of building the Great Wall, what is more difficult for us as descendants of the royal family to study is the construction materials. You should know that the main external material of the Great Wall is Seoul steel, which is an extraordinary material of pink quality. Undoubtedly, this is a very terrible expense. Even if all the Seoul mines in the human territory were dug out, it would be impossible to dig out so much Seoul steel. Well, I can only say that this is indeed the greatest miracle in the history of our human race that has not yet been solved. Song Fong said, okay, stop chatting, let's go. Everyone arrived in front of the city wall. Several imperial soldiers holding guns immediately came over and tried to stop them. What's going on? Song Fong showed the War College's iron plate and said, mission number 0226, we are here to take over the transportation mission. When several imperial soldiers saw the sword and musket logo on the iron plate, their faces brightened and their attitudes changed immediately. They clenched their left fists in front of their chests and made an imperial salute. So you are friends from the War College, hello. We have prepared your mission items, please follow us. After a while, Yi Gu and others saw the supplies they needed to escort. It was a huge, pitch-black rectangular iron box, completely sealed with iron chains, and attached with 3 layers of level 9 rune seals and 2 electronic combination locks. Ye Gu thought secretly, it seems that the thing they are escorting is indeed very important. This kind of 9th level rune seal can only be completed by a 8th level rune master, but if it was really important, it seemed a bit unreasonable to arrange for a few low level extraordinary people who were still in the first stage, yellow, black, earth, and sky, to escort them. This is very important material. The Imperial soldier said seriously, please make sure you deliver it to the Spirit Demon Kingdom safely. Don't worry. Nangong Choyue patted his chest, looking confident, leave it to us. Xia Xiao raised her hand and knocked on the black iron box that looked like a coffin, and asked, can I put it in the space ring? No. The Imperial soldier shook his head, this kind of rune-sealed item cannot be stored in any space prop, so you can only transport it this way. Xia Xiao, oh, several Imperial soldiers helped load the black iron box into an off-road transport vehicle. Song Feng adjusted his glasses and said, let's go, get in the car. 6 people got on the off-road transport vehicle. Song Feng was responsible for driving, and Yi Gu, as the team leader, sat in the co-pilot seat. Bai Shuling had turned back into a little civic cat and lay on his shoulder, while the others followed behind. The off-road transport vehicle started slowly, and as the city gate opened, it quickly drove out of the Great Wall. Outside the second line of defense, the Great Wall, the weather and environment gradually became worse. Everyone frowned as they looked out the window at the environment. Homeless scavengers can be seen everywhere in the wilderness. They are wandering and searching among various ruins and garbage dumps with sacks in their hands. They are dressed in tattered clothes. There are many adults and elderly people with children, and several children are fighting, as if they are competing for a piece of moldy bread, cracked ground, polluted black soil and plants, and occasionally a few small rivers that are still black. Even so, there are still many people wandering around their drinking water and washing. Occasionally, you can see some scattered villages and towns, which are also extremely dilapidated. Those towns seem to be built by scavengers using broken wooden boards and nails picked up from the wilderness. Yiga feels like he has come to the slums of Feizhou on Earth in his previous life. There were a few scavengers sitting on the side of the road. When they saw Yi Gu and his group's car, they immediately cast cold glances at them. Their eyes were sinister, and their gazes kept following the movement of the off-road transport vehicle, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Xia Xiao couldn't help but ask, why did those people just now look at us like that? Come to think of it, just now on the train. Gao Xinxue said softly, there were also quite a few wandering warriors who looked at us in that way. Yi Ge thought, it turns out Shuer also noticed it. Song Feng, who was driving, said, it's probably the barbaric forces in the wilderness. Yi Ge asked, the barbaric forces in the wilderness? Yes. Song Feng said, the area between the second and third lines of defense is basically a no man's land in the empire. In this area, violence and crime are everywhere. In order to survive, some people have formed groups of forces in the wilderness. Yi Ge remembered the plot. These groups were basically the Eris gangs in the wilderness. There were no imperial garrisons in many places here. These scavenger groups were the strongest force in this land. The blood of darkness was also created by these wilderness forces, right? Yi Ge asked. Chapter 150 The strongest force in the wilderness. Oh? So you know about the dark blood? Song Feng said, that's right. In order to survive, they sell the dark blood everywhere, and they also eat the dark blood themselves to gain powerful strength. Now they even want to expand this business to the mainland. The Empire has also spent a lot of effort to deal with these barbaric forces. However, you are only half right. It is true that the blood of darkness is circulated by these wilderness forces, but it is not created by them. The scholars of the Empire have studied the blood of darkness. It is a special blood gene poison. It is a product of artificially mixing the magic pollution substances with alchemical potions and the blood of monsters. It requires a lot of alchemical knowledge to refine it. Most of the wilderness people are illiterate and they don't have that ability yet. Yi Ge narrowed his eyes. In other words, there are big men behind the scenes doing illegal business with these wilderness forces? Yes, the Empire is also investigating this matter recently. Song Feng paused and said, so, on the way of transportation, in addition to being careful of various monsters and beasts, we must also be vigilant and stay away from these wilderness forces. They will not risk their lives to survive. There are not a few military transport vehicles that have been robbed by scavengers in the wilderness. We must not take it lightly. Nangong Choyue was shocked. How dare they be so bold? They even dare to rob the Empire's transport vehicles? Aren't they just a group of ordinary people? Of course. Song Feng said slowly, they are indeed a group of ordinary people, not extraordinary people, but don't forget that they have dark blood, which can make them gain very terrifying combat power in a short period of time, so they are not weak, and they can do anything to survive. Oh, by the way, let me remind you that these wilderness people don't just rob money and property, they also eat meat. Xia Xiao and Nangong Choyua shuddered when they heard this. The two little girls subconsciously wrapped their clothes tightly, their faces suddenly turned extremely pale, and they didn't speak for a long time. Teacher, please stop scaring them. Yi Ge gave a helpless smile. The route we took this time through the 100 Souls Forest, there are no wilderness forces at all, right? Xia Xiao and Nangong Choyue were stunned and looked at Song Feng. Song Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yes, I did scare them. Scavengers really wouldn't enter the 100 Souls Forest casually. But you don't have to ruin my plans so quickly, right? Isn't it fun to make them nervous? Xia Xiao and Nangong Choyue, haha teacher. You're going too far. That's right. I was scared to death just now. As an adult, you actually scare a child like this. How despicable. Song Feng glanced at them through the rearview mirror and said calmly, this is to teach you a lesson. If you had researched the information and studied our mission route before carrying out the mission, you would not be scared by me at all, just like Yi Ge. Gao Xinshui and Longing obviously did the same homework. What about you two? Why were you scared? Reflect on it yourselves. After these words came out, Xia Xiao and Nangong Choyue were speechless. The two poor achieving girls looked at each other, blushed, and stammered guiltily. Without saying anything, the off-road transport vehicle drove into the 100 Souls Forest. The environment here has finally become better than before in the wilderness. The spiritual energy here is quite abundant, and there is no pollution from demonic energy. The air quality has obviously improved a lot. Spiritual plants can be seen everywhere. The huge Shenling trees are hundreds of meters high, with their crowns covering the sky. The trees are thick enough to accommodate 4 or 5 adults to hug them. Song Feng drove all the way from morning to evening. Along the way, they saw many rare spiritual beasts and exotic beasts in the forest. They were indeed just as Song Feng said, not aggressive at all and behaved very docilely. The sun gradually set after dark. The temperature in the Baihan forest drops greatly, dropping to more than 30 degrees below zero. So everyone decided to find a place to camp in the forest first. After setting up the camp and lighting a bonfire, Sang Feng assigned everyone to take turns keeping watch. Although this is not the habitat of any exotic beasts, we still need to arrange night watch shifts for safety reasons. Song Feng said, there are 6 of us in total. I will guard for 2 hours, and the rest of you will guard for 1 hour each. After 7 hours we will continue to move on. Is that okay? Xia Xiao and Nangong Choyue, okay. Gao Xinshuo and Longing nodded gently, no problem. Yi Ge had no objection either at Song Feng. That's it, go to bed early and continue on the journey tomorrow morning. The night deepened, but there were no stars in the dark sky. A light snow fell in the forest and the temperature became even colder. Yi Ge opened his eyes and woke up on time at his shift, then walked out of the tent. Longing was sitting alone by the fire in the open space, cross-legged with her hands on her knees, as if she was practicing. The orange-red flames made her calm and beautiful little face even brighter. It's time to hand over the shift. Yi Ge came and sat down next to her. You are really hard-working. You don't forget to practice even at this time? Longing restrained his breath and said calmly, actually, I haven't been practicing much. It's just that my mind has been a little confused, so I want to meditate to divert my attention. Oh? Is there something on your mind, Princess Nine? Yi Ge smiled faintly. What are you thinking about? Longing turned her head and glanced at him, then said calmly, I miss you. Yi Ge? Longing continued, I was thinking about how to defeat you. After hearing this, Yi Ge breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, it seems that you were very upset about those 2 failures. Yi Ge said. Yes. Longing looked into his eyes and said seriously, from childhood to adulthood, I have never lost to anyone of my age. Or rather, since I was 7 years old, I have never lost to anyone under 18 years old. Chapter 151, Concealing the Truth. Yi Ge said, oh, it's okay, just lose often in the future, and you will get used to it. Longing, don't think about those things. It's time to hand over the shift. Go back to the tent and sleep. Yi Gu said, we have to continue our journey tomorrow morning. Longing looked at him deeply, said nothing more, then stood up and walked towards the tent. The forest is very quiet late at night. Harmonious sounds of insects chirping came from deep in the woods. Yi Gu added some firewood to the fire and took out a few skewers from the system space and put them on the fire to grill. The crow stood on the treetop nearby, its scarlet eyes flickering brightly. It fluttered its wings slightly from time to time and used its beak to comb its black feathers. The little civet curled up on a rock nearby and fell into a deep sleep. Don't hide anymore. If you can't sleep, just come out. Yi Gu suddenly said. Xia Xiao, who was secretly observing from behind the tent, heard what he said and trotted over with a smile, coming to Yi Ji's side. Have you discovered me? Yi Gu looked at her strangely. Why are you awake so early? It's still early for the shift change, right? Ah, I'm not sleepy. Xia Xiao sat down on a stone next to Yi Gu, stretched out her arms and stretched herself. I've been sitting in the car all day, and I fell asleep several times in the car. Our mission this time is really easy. Although it is a sea-level mission, why do I feel that it is easier than the previous D-level missions? There was not even a yellow-level beast that attacked us along the way. It's better not to take it lightly. Yi Gu said, many dangers come without warning. Yeah, I get it. Xia Xiao leaned her head gently on Yi Ji's arm and closed her eyes slightly. Anyway, I have my childhood sweetheart here, and of course Xuer is here. I'm not afraid of anything. Yi Gu smiled and handed her the grilled skewers of meat. Eat something. Xia Xiao took the skewer and took a careful bite, because it was just baked and it was still a little hot. I blew on it with a hissing sound. Speaking of which, Xia Xiao curiously came to the large iron box sealed with iron chains, raised her hand and knocked on it. What is this thing we are escorting? As a super warrior, you cannot open the transported items during the mission. This is the most basic professional quality. However, they couldn't open the big iron box even if they wanted to. Not to mention the 9th level rune seal, even the big iron chain on the outer layer was made of North Sea black iron, and it was impossible for low-level extraordinary people to break it. Xia Xiao pressed her ear against the iron box, trying to listen carefully to see if there was any sound inside. No sound at all, Yi Gu said slowly. I guess there is either something very important in it, or it is something completely useless, or even nothing at all. Xia Xiao said in surprise, nothing? What do you mean? If there's nothing, why do you need us to escort it? Yi Gu continued to operate the skewers on the fire. This large iron box is completely sealed on the outside by the iron chain of Baiming Xiantai. It is also attached with 3 layers of level 9 rune seals and 2 most advanced electronic password locks. This level of protection is enough to show its importance. But if there is something really important inside, would low-level transcendents like us be arranged to escort it? Xia Xiao bit her finger and thought for a while. Maybe it's because of the lack of manpower? Recently, all the seniors above the intermediate level have been sent out to perform tasks. It's impossible even if we are short-handed. Yi Gu shook his head. If you just use short-handedness as an excuse, it only means that this mission is not that important. Xia Xiao tilted her head. Why is that? I think there are probably 2 intentions. Yi Gu said slowly. The first is to deceive people, and the second is to pass off fakes as real ones. Xia Xiao fiddled with her fingers, embarrassed to say that she still didn't understand. What we mean by hiding our tracks is, Yi Gu saw that she didn't understand and smiled. The Empire deliberately asked a group of low-level extraordinary people to transport this batch of important supplies. If we encounter enemies on the way, they will see that we are a group of low-level extraordinary warriors and probably won't think that the supplies we are escorting are anything good. Xia Xiao suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Then, there were fakes mixed in with the real ones. Yi Gu continued, all the low-level students in the inner sect of the War College were sent out and sent to various places on the second line of the Great Wall to get the supplies they needed to escort. If we divide people into groups of 5, then including students in passing classes, we can make up nearly 100 groups. If 100 groups transport supplies separately, there will be more than 100 completely different routes. Xia Xiao finally understood something at this time. You mean, among these more than 100 iron boxes, maybe only one of them contains the truly important supplies? And the other boxes are actually all empty? Yes. Yigu said, so even if the enemy finds out that we are trying to hide our tracks, they won't be able to tell which iron box actually contains what they want. Of course, this is just my guess. I see, so amazing, it turns out that the world of adults is full of calculations. Xia Xiao stroked the iron box in front of her. I wonder if there are any real supplies in this big iron box we are escorting? Whether he has it or not is none of our business. Yi Ge shrugged, our mission is just to deliver the things. Xia Xiao, yeah, that's true, the snow fell heavier in the forest, the cold wind at night made the trees sway, and from time to time the long howls of wild beasts could be heard in the distance, the leaves shook, making a slight rustling sound. Yege's ears suddenly perked up. He heard many deliberately suppressed footsteps. Yi Ge quickly sensed that something was wrong. In the surrounding woods, it seemed that many sneaky people were approaching here and had surrounded their camp and listening to the footsteps. It's human, there are a lot of them, but they don't seem to be very strong. The spirit of disaster standing on the treetop also flew back to Yege's shoulder and conveyed certain information using low-frequency sound waves that only the two of them could hear. Yi Ge narrowed his eyes. Disaster, go and pass the message to Schwer and the others. The crow nodded slightly, flapped its wings and flew up, turning into a ball of black mist and dissipating in the air. Then, Yi Ge woke up Xia Xiao, who was sleeping on his shoulder. Xiao, wake up. Xia Xiao woke up in a daze and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. What's wrong? Is it time to change shifts? Chapter 152, Late Night Attack. No. Yi Ge said seriously, but we are surrounded. Xia Xiao, Shu, don't talk. Yi Ge said, for the next move, you listen to me. Xia Xiao, okay. Deep in the jungle, dozens of people with gloomy expressions tiptoed through the woods and approached silently, pushing aside the bushes. They saw a camp, a campfire, an off-road transport vehicle, a large iron box tied with iron chains on the vehicle, and Yi Ge and Xia Xiao sitting in front of the campfire in an open space not far away. How many people are there? 6, and 4 are sleeping in the tent. What levels are they? I don't know, but 5 of them look like children. They must be low-level transcendents. No matter what level they are, in this 100 Souls forest, they can only use the strength of the 100 Souls realm at most. Just kill them all. After a while, wisps of colorless and odorless white smoke floated out from the woods. Yi Ge and Xia Xiao sat in front of the fire, their eyelids gradually became heavier, and finally they closed their eyes one after another. They both fainted and fell to the ground. Dozens of men and women then came out of the dense forest. Most of them were dressed in rags, their faces were covered in dirt, and they smelled fishy and foul. Some of them were even covered in furs of unknown animals. They held weapons such as pickaxes, axes, and hoes, and they looked like a group of primitive savages. Undoubtedly, these are a group of wilderness scavengers. A young man holding a boning knife came up to Yi Ge and Xia Xiao and snorted, are these guys all extraordinary people from the mainland? Humph, they don't look that great. Another woman with long messy hair said, yeah, just like the group just now, they fell down as soon as they were released. I thought they were so powerful. A bearded man said, there are other people in the tent. Don't be too careless. The young man waved his hand and said, don't worry. This smoke has a wide range and is specially designed to deal with extraordinary people like them. Even if they are in the tent, they will definitely be affected. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and tried to pick up Yi Ge from the ground. However, as soon as the young man's hand touched Yi Ge, Yege's body instantly puffed and turned into a ball of black mist. Fake body? The young man was stunned for a moment, but the black mist quickly wrapped around his body and penetrated his skin. What is this? Hysterical screams echoed throughout the forest. The young man was just an ordinary person, and the doomsday curse took his life in less than a second. He died of boiling blood all over his body. Lying on the ground, even boiling blood bubbles appeared on his skin. His death was extremely tragic and disgusting. The other scavengers were also stunned. Fake? So where did Yege really go? Copy the martial art, black light sword slash. The next moment, Yege's figure appeared behind them like a ghost. He held the Shadow Moon straight knife in his hand and slashed out with it. I saw a long black line passing through the bodies of these scavengers. Before they could react, they felt their upper and lower bodies being separated. Then they heard another series of miserable screams. There were a few survivors who managed to escape the net and they fled in panic, but at this time, Song Feng, Long Ying, Nangong Choyue, Gao Xinxue, and Xia Xiao appeared from the surrounding woods one after another. Superpower, Wood Phantom Entanglement. Xia Xiao raised 2 fingers and used her supernatural power. The 7 or 8 scavengers who were fleeing were immediately entangled by the grass and trees growing under their feet. The grass and trees quickly spread along their legs and to their upper bodies, and even seemed to merge with their skin and flesh. Soon, they could not even struggle with Song Feng and others came over. Are these people scavengers? Gao Xinxue asked. Yes, that should be it. Song Feng nodded, and it seems that they are a group and an organized wilderness force. Nangong Choyue curled her lips and said, Teacher Songfeng, didn't you say that there are no wilderness forces in the 100 Souls Forest? Logically speaking, the wilderness forces will not enter the 100 Souls Forest casually. After all, they are just a group of ordinary people. Even if they want to rob the transport vehicles passing by, they will not choose to rob here. Song Feng came in front of the bearded man. I think it is definitely not a coincidence that so many of them are here today. Xia Xiao said, in other words, they are deliberately ambushing us? Song Feng did not respond. His pair of thin-framed glasses shone silvery white in the moonlight. He looked at the bearded man calmly. Tell me, what is your purpose? Do you want to tell me yourself, or do you want me to torture you to extract a confession? The bearded man seemed very nervous when facing Song Feng at first. However, after a while, his breathing gradually became heavy, the blood vessels in his neck were visibly wriggling rapidly, and sweat broke out all over his body, as if he had some disease breaking out. Song Feng also felt something was wrong. Then, he saw the bearded man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Song Feng looked at him quietly, and everyone else frowned, not knowing what was wrong with this guy. You are the extraordinary ones who are high above us. The bearded man had a ferocious look on his face. Do you really think you can get out of this forest alive today? Yi Ge narrowed his eyes and immediately turned on the system to scan the physical attributes of the bearded man. Hint: the target character's emotions are experiencing strong fluctuations. Hint: the target character's body is undergoing an unknown mutation, and various attributes are growing rapidly. Hint: target character's strength +9, +11, +10, +8. Hint: target character's agility +15, +7, +11, +9. Hint: target character's intelligence -3, sanity -10, endurance +15, pain perception -50%, adrenaline secretion +130%. Yi Ji's expression changed, and he quickly said, Teacher, get out of the way. Ah! The bearded man suddenly burst out with terrifying power. The grass and trees wrapped around his body were shattered by the demonic energy emanating from his body. Chapter 153 Confucianism and Legalism. 10,000 books. Song Feng reacted quickly and immediately moved back 7 or 8 meters. Long Ying, Nangong Choyue, and the others also dodged away. The next moment, the lower half of the bearded man's body exploded. Bang! Demonic energy mixed with blood splashed in all directions, like a watermelon being squeezed and burst, with all kinds of pulp flowing all over the ground. The bearded man seemed to be stunned for a moment, and he didn't even notice that his body had exploded. After a few seconds, he found that only the upper half of his body was left, and all the flesh and blood below his lower abdomen was blown into pieces with the explosion of demonic energy. What's going on? Nangong Choyue was confused. Why are these scavengers trying to self-destruct? Yi Ge said, it's not that he wants to self-destruct. Xiao's entanglement with plants and trees just now not only entangled his body, but also almost embedded the properties of plants and trees into his skin and flesh, allowing the wood element to grow in his body and become a part of his body. But this scavenger doesn't know this. At this time, when he forcibly bursts out his magic energy to break through, it is equivalent to shattering his own body and the wood growing on his skin. Nangong Choyue suddenly realized, so that's how it is, Song Feng, everyone was not injured just now, right? This person is contaminated by the blood of darkness. If he was splashed by the demonic energy just now, he needs to be treated in time. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. At this time, Long Ying looked towards the woods not far away, his eyes fixed. Be careful, there are still enemies. I heard bursts of dense footsteps coming from the dense forest not far away. One after another, ghostly figures slowly emerged from the dark forest. There were at least hundreds of people coming out of the dense forest from all directions. It is obvious at first glance that these people are all scavengers. They held axes, steel knives, pickaxes, and other weapons, and everyone's eyes were purple-red, filled with violent emotions, and their throats were growling like beasts. The blood vessels on their bodies were clearly visible, whether it was the neck, arms, or the whole body. Each blood vessel was dark black and red, looking terrifying and scary. Their eyes were filled with hostility and anger, and they quickly surrounded Yi Ge and the others in the open space. They are all polluters of the dark blood. Yi Ge's expression darkened. He held Shadow Moon across his chest, ready to fight. Everyone stepped back and stood back to back. Xia Xiao exclaimed, "How can there be so many?" Nangong Qiuyue also drew out her long sword and said quickly, Hey, Xia Xiao. Hurry up and use that thing you have to wrap around and control all these guys. This. Xia Xiao thought it might not work, but she still clasped her hands together. Superpower would illusion entanglement. I saw grass and trees growing rapidly under the feet of those wilderness polluters, entwining their legs. However, this time, the polluters just roared, easily broke free from the plants that were entangled around their legs, and pounced towards Yi Ge and the others frantically. Oh my god! Nangong Qiuyue, why is this not working? Yi Ge thought that because Xiao used this move twice in a short period of time, the effect would be weakened. Moreover, it takes a certain amount of time for the grass seeds of this move to grow inside the target's body. In the first 2 seconds, it actually only has an ordinary confinement effect. Only after that can the grass and the target's body be completely integrated. A strong person only needs to break free in the first 2 seconds. After the polluters broke free from the plants and trees, they were just like zombies in movies and games, swarming towards Yi Ge and the others without caring about their lives. Zheng. Yi Ge swung the Shadow Moon straight blade again. Copy the sword technique, black light draw sword slash. A beam of black sword energy slashed forward, but this time, those polluters of dark blood were merely forced back a few steps by the sword energy, and then continued to rush forward. Yi Ge frowned slightly. It seemed that relying on the power of dark blood, these people's defense and resistance had indeed become stronger. Gao Xinshua's eyes flashed with the light of the system, and a transparent data panel appeared in front of her. After scanning and analyzing these polluters, the girl said to Yi Ge beside her, These polluters, in terms of physical attributes alone, their attribute data is almost equivalent to that of transcendence in the heavenly realm. Yi Ge said, Then why bother fighting? Find a way to retreat. The woods had become a mess. The polluters rushed over and everyone was forced to engage in a melee with them. Nangong Qiuyue relied on her nimble skills as a warrior to move around in the woods, fighting with those polluters with a straight knife in hand, but she soon discovered that her several slashing attacks were ineffective against these polluters. The opponents seemed to be completely unaware of the pain. He let the long sword chop his body, blood and flesh bursting out, but he completely ignored it. A middle-aged polluter roared and swung his axe to chop down heavily at Nangong Qiuyue. Nangong Qiuyue was not like these polluters who had no sense of pain. She knew that if they were injured here, they would have no chance of survival, so she had to keep retreating. Gao Xinshuo released several small robots. Some of these robots were crawling on the ground, and some were flying in the sky. These robots quickly locked onto their targets and launched a self-destruction attack on the opponents. Boom 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 boom. Amid the sounds of explosions, several polluters had their body parts blown off, with their arms, fingers, and feet falling all over the ground, but the pollution still swarmed forward without feeling any pain. One of the polluters rushed towards Gao Xinshuo from behind, trying to grab her. Seeing this, Yi Ge immediately struck back with a knife. Sword skill, sword raising style. A flash of knife, the polluter's arm was cut off instantly by Shadow Moon. At the same time, Yi Ge pulled back the straight knife, and immediately used Guangli to strike another sword at the polluter's abdomen, piercing its body. Don't fight any longer. Yi Ge pushed the polluter down, then said loudly, Long Ying. Go drive the car. Long Ying, who was closest to the car, immediately responded, Got it. In the chaos, Sang Feng looked at the more than 100 crazy polluters around him and opened his briefcase. A thick bundle of bamboo scrolls was taken out from it. Swish, the scroll was quickly unfolded, stretching to more than 1 meter long, and was covered with densely packed ancient characters. Sang Feng formed a seal with his hands, and golden soul power quickly condensed in his body. And his pupils behind the thin-framed lenses suddenly turned golden. Confucianism and Legalism, the soul of 10,000 volumes of books. Chapter 154, Madman and Yang Yin. All the words engraved on the bamboo scrolls suddenly lit up with brilliant golden light. These ancient texts seemed to be alive, and each character was suspended from the bamboo slips and floated into the air. Hundreds of thousands of words are suspended in the woods, like bright golden fireflies. Xia Xiao was stunned. she felt that the scene in front of her was just like the special effects in a movie scene. All the words were floating around her, and they were arranging quickly. Nangong Choyue also said blankly, "Wow, what a cool skill, bang." Song Feng's eyes were calm, and he put his hands together, determined. Rows of words formed spells and crawled onto the bodies of those who polluted. The next moment, all the polluters in the venue were frozen in place, the movements of them swinging their axes and raising their arms suddenly stopped at the same time, as if they were under a spell of being immobilized, and they were completely unable to move. Then, Sang Feng calmly changed his hand seal, burning soul. Then, the golden words attached to the polluters began to burn. The polluters regained their mobility, but golden flames burned their bodies, causing them to suffer so much that they stumbled here and there, fell to the ground, and rolled over in struggle. This should only delay for a while. Sang Feng exhaled heavily and said, "Prepare to retreat. You go first, I'll cover you, and then I'll catch up with you, yes." Longing drove the off-road transport vehicle over. Ye Gu, Gao Shinshua, Xia Shiyao, Nangong Choyue, and others got in the car immediately. Just as he was about to start the car, he suddenly heard a loud bang from the roof, which scared Ye Gu and others in the car. A heavy object hit the windshield of the transport truck hard. Ye Gu looked up and found that it was a pair of feet. Standing in front of the windshield of the transport truck was a tall and strong man. He was at least 2 meters tall, shirtless, with angular muscles and tattoos all over his chest. In his hand he held a huge broadsword that was wider than his shoulders. He was looking at Ye Gu and others in the car with a look of contempt and sneer. The loud noise just now was caused by the broadsword in his hand hitting the roof of the transport vehicle. Although the transport vehicle was wrapped in armored material and was not destroyed by his sword, an obvious dent appeared on the iron shell. The windshield of the transport truck was also slightly cracked by his foot. The tall man looked down at Ye Gu and the others in the car window with a cold look, and said, "You are in my territory now. You still want to leave without paying a toll?" Ye Gu frowned slightly, looked at the tall man standing in front of the windshield, and checked his attribute information using the system. Character Maniac, age, 45 level, 1000 Souls realm, 8th stage, currently suppressed to the 9th stage of the 100 Souls realm. Occupation, warrior, mutant. Property, this person is not the polluter of the dark blood, but a real extraordinary person? Ye Gu pondered. When Sang Feng saw the madman appear, he immediately wanted to come over to help. However, at this moment, another strange aura came from behind him. Ha! A strange roar. Sang Feng felt a chill on his back and turned his head suddenly, only to see 2 female ghosts rushing towards him with fangs and claws. Shua! Sang Feng quickly pulled out a golden sword and killed one of the ghosts with one sword. At the same time, he took several quick steps backward to create distance. Is there another mid-level transcendent? Ye Gu looked towards the woods on the other side. I saw a feminine-looking man walking out of the woods. His cheeks were pale, and he was tall and thin. He looked like a dead person, and there was a long-haired female ghost attached to him. Ye Gu checked the person's attribute panel again. Character Yang Yin, age, 37 level, 1000 Souls realm, 5th stage, currently suppressed to the 9th stage of the 100 Souls realm. Occupation, Ghostmaster. Property. Ye Gu thought to himself, "This is a ghost tamer, he. The teacher leading the team from the War College is really quite capable. He was able to dodge my ghost girl's sneak attack." Yang smiled sinisterly, and the laughter was creepy. Sang Feng looked at Yang Yin, the feminine man who attacked him, and then looked at the tall maniac standing on the off-road transport vehicle. Thinking quickly about countermeasures and tactics in his mind, he said calmly, "I originally thought that these rebellious forces in the wilderness were a group of ordinary people contaminated by the blood of darkness. I didn't expect that there were extraordinary people." Yang Yin said, "Oh? Are you surprised?" Sang Feng narrowed his eyes. "You are all extraordinary people, and your level is not low. Even if you are in the mainland, you should be able to develop very well. Why do you want to be robbers who rob transport vehicles in the wilderness? What do you know?" The madman snorted disdainfully, pointing the huge broadsword in his hand at Sang Feng. "Not everyone is willing to serve that shitty empire and that tyrant emperor. No wonder the wilderness forces have been able to grow so strong in this land. It turns out that they have the support of extraordinary people." Sang Feng had a blank expression on his face. "There should be other forces behind you, right? Who is your boss? Ha, you're already about to die, and you're still asking so many bullshit questions." The madman slowly raised his broadsword and hung it on the roof of the transport truck. "I can kill all of your students with one strike now." Sang Feng frowned. "Why, are you worried?" Yang Yin mocked. "What do you want?" Song Feng asked. Need I say more? Yang Yin said, of course, all the valuable things on you, and then, Yang Yin turned his head and looked at the off-road transport vehicle. He looked at Yi Gu sitting in the passenger seat through the windshield and said sinisterly, you still have to go with us to meet our boss. Song Feng paused and said, this is impossible. Damn, you ignorant fellow, do you think I'm bargaining with you? The madman cursed, and raised the broadsword high with his strong arms easily. Since you don't want to, then I'll send these students of yours to see the king of hell first. Song Feng's eyes changed, wait. But it was too late, the madman swung his broadsword down heavily, call bite. Just heard a crisp sound, a slender black straight knife appeared, blocking the broadsword as thick as his chest. The madman widened his eyes and saw clearly the young man in front of him. He never thought that Yi Gu would dare to come out of the car. Chapter 155. Responsible for cleaning the toilet. The Shadow Moon and the Night Singer's hand blocked the madman's heavy blow with his broadsword. The two weapons were stuck in the air, making a sharp friction sound. Good boy, a transcendent in the Earth realm actually dares to get out of the car. The madman looked at the Shadow Moon and Night Singer's hand and said, your sword is quite good. The blade is so thin, but it can withstand the blows of my broadsword? You have a lot of brute force. My wrist is numb from the shock. Yi Gu said calmly, how about I give you a suggestion? The madman frowned, what? Why don't you betray your boss and work for me? Yi Gu said, you can be in charge of cleaning the toilet with the maids in my villa. The madman's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. You are looking for death. Call. The broadsword was swung again. The sound of breaking through the air was even more domineering than the previous knife. Bang! A 2-meter-long broadsword slashed down, and Yi Gu immediately dodged to the side. The broadsword hit the roof of the off-road transport vehicle heavily, and the entire off-road transport vehicle was directly cut in half. Gao Xinxue, Xiao Shiyao, Long Ying, Nangong Chouyue, and others reacted quickly and immediately got out of the car. The entire transport vehicle was chopped into pieces by a single blow, and there was a sudden sound of an explosion. The car was completely burned. When the madman saw that his attack failed, he glanced at Yi Gu, who was dodging, and his eyes were gloomy. Then he used the rough brute force of his wrist to twist the blade of the broadsword, turned his upper body, and slashed horizontally again. The broadsword was very long and wide, and it almost completely blocked all of Yi Gu's dodging movements. Longing had just jumped out of the car. Seeing this scene, his heart was hanging in the air. He quickly reminded, be careful. Longing thought Yi Gu was simply crazy. He actually dared to provoke a 9th-level transcendent in the 100 Souls realm. Does this guy have no idea about the level of strength? Back then, although Longing had killed a monster from the 100 Souls realm alone when he was in the heavenly realm, that monster was only at the first level of the 100 Souls realm, and had just entered the 100 Souls realm. So the tall man in front of me is at the 9th level of the 100 Souls realm. The difference in strength is simply huge. Longing wanted to use her supernatural powers to help, but it seemed too late. The heavy broadsword slashed horizontally, directly cutting Yi Gu's waist, splitting his body into two, cut it into upper body and lower body with one knife. Long Ying's pupils shrank. The madman sneered, the young master of a demonized family. It turns out to be just like this. However, the next moment, Yi Gu's body split into two with a puff sound, and turned into a ball of ethereal black mist. The madman was stunned for a moment. Then, after the black mist dissipated in the air, it quickly gathered into a human shape behind the madman, transformed into Yi Gu's appearance. Yi Gu appeared behind the madman with a sharp look in his eyes, holding a compressed black fireball wrapped in lightning in his hand, and bombarded the madman on the back at close range. Sizzle, 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 boom. The roar of thunder and the explosion of fire sounded almost at the same time. Sparks of explosion and smoke spread everywhere at the same time. Longing was stunned. He actually hit it? After the skill hit, Yi Gu immediately jumped back a big step, quickly creating distance to avoid being harmed by the spreading power of the lightning-induced fire explosion. The smoke cleared. The madman staggered forward a few steps with his teeth bared, and stood leaning on his sword. His face showed a hint of pain, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A dark shadow was blown out on his back, and the flesh there was already burnt. Nangong Chouyue was shocked. Although she had fought with Yi Gu before, she knew that Yi Gu was very strong. Although Nangong Chouyue was a little reluctant to admit it, she knew in her heart that Yi Gu's strength was at least stronger than hers. But she never thought that this young master of the demonized family could actually compete with a strong man in the 100 Souls realm. When Song Feng saw this scene, although there was not much change in expression on his calm face, he couldn't help but be amazed in his heart that he had never seen that kind of supernatural power before. Although it looked a bit like a supernatural power, it also seemed to have some shadows of magic. It had some properties of fireball magic, and some properties of lightning magic. Is it self-created? A young and only Earth-level extraordinary person could actually release such a terrifying skill, and it was a self-created skill. Is this the terrifying potential of the demonized gene mutant family? He is worthy of being the student favored by the principal. Yigu stared at the madman's back calmly and checked the status of his health bar panel using the system. Character Maniac age, 45 level. Thousand Souls Realm, 8th stage, currently suppressed to the 9th stage of the 100 Souls Realm. Occupation, Warrior, Mutant. Life 1958222/200000 Soul Power, 138000/140000 Strength. Yigu thought that it really didn't work. The 100 Souls Realm is the 2nd stage for intermediate level transcendence. There is a world of difference between them and the low level transcendence below the heavenly realm. What's more, this madman's current strength is the 9th level of the 100 Souls Realm. In the previous move, he had compressed the Black Lightning Pyroblast into the size of a tennis ball, trying to increase the concentrated destructive power of this move as much as possible. But even so, facing a strong man in the 100 Souls Realm is still like scraping. Yang Yin looked at the madman's painful expression, frowned slightly, and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" He really couldn't understand how a transcendent with the strength of the 100 Souls Realm could be injured by a little brat with the strength of the Earth Realm. "It's okay." The madman touched his back, smeared a palm of burnt black blood, and said with curses, "I was careless, and was beaten by a hairy boy and bled. It's really shameful." Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, Long Ying and Nangong Choyue also retreated to Yi Ji's side and stood with him. "Xiao Ye, are you hurt?" Xia Xiao asked with concern. Yi Ge shook his head, "It's okay. Don't waste time, the boss must be getting impatient." Yang Yin said, "Hurry up and get rid of these guys." The madman shook off the black blood in his palm and pulled out the broadsword stuck in the ground again. "Then you will be responsible for killing that teacher, and I will take care of these little brats." "Yang Yin, come on, you can get hurt even when fighting one-on-one with that kid from the Yi family, and you're still talking about this." "Madman, you are a power type. If these 5 kids are scattered, it will not be easy for you to win. Even if you want to catch them, it will take some time. If you make the boss wait impatiently, you should know the consequences." Yang Yin said, "Let me deal with these little brats, and you can deal with this man with glasses who is dressed like an insurance company salesman." Song Feng. Chapter 156. Don't you give me any face at all. The madman hesitated, but thinking that the boss was still waiting, he could only say, "Okay then." The two exchanged positions. Yang Yin came to Yigu and the others, Nangong Choyue and others became alert. Xia Xiao shrank back timidly and whispered, "This person is a ghostwriter." I have never fought with a ghostwriter before." Yigu didn't say anything, just stared at Yang Yin. He, kids, don't be afraid. I won't be as rough as that uncle just now. I will be very gentle." Yang Yin stuck his tongue out of his mouth, licked his lips, and said sinisterly, "I will send you to hell very gently." He just raised 2 fingers, chanted a spell, and performed the secret technique of controlling ghosts. Secret technique, Ghost Shadow Mist. In the woods, a hazy white mist inexplicably appeared. From being thin at first, it quickly became thicker and thicker. Soon, Yigu and the others were all trapped in the dense mist of ghosts and disappeared. The madman dragged his broadsword at Song Feng and snorted coldly, "I have no choice but to inflict the scars your students left on me on you. Don't blame me for being too ruthless, blame your students if you want to." Song Feng seemed to have not heard what he said at all, and did not even look at him. He had an expression as if he had suffered a major blow in his life, with a face full of loss and melancholy, and sighed. The madman frowned and shouted, "Hey! Did you hear me? You dare to daydream when fighting me?" Song Feng glanced at him leisurely and said in a faint voice, "Do I really look like an insurance salesman in this outfit?" "Ah." The madman didn't understand the point of his concern. "Forget it." Song Feng picked up his bamboo scroll, and his voice suddenly became indifferent and cold. "The scars your companions left in my heart, I have no choice but to take them back on you. Don't blame me for being too ruthless, blame your companions if you want to blame someone." "Madman?" Yigu stood in the white fog. He glanced around at the foggy woods. Visibility was extremely low and he could see nothing at all. He could vaguely see a few ghostly figures rushing towards him with their fangs bared, as well as the screams of many evil spirits, which was creepy. Yigu is now completely certain Guangtu and Yang Yin should be two of the elite monsters in the Dark Blood plot copy in the original game map of 10,000 races. However, the plot of Dark Blood should not have appeared so soon in the original game. It should be the butterfly effect caused by what Yigu did when he appeared in this world, which suddenly brought forward the plot of Dark Blood. The current Guangtu and Yang Yin are also somewhat different from what they will look like later. This is also the reason why Yigu did not recognize the identities of Guangtu and Yang Yin when he first saw them. And who would remember the names of two elite monsters? It was not until Yang Yin used his ghost mist ability that Yigu was able to basically confirm the identities of these two people. So, this place should be very close to Dark City, the lair of the wilderness forces? Yigu thought so in his heart. Ha! A female ghost suddenly emerged from the white fog, and her horrible pale face almost bumped into Yiji's face, and her 10 long nails scratched at Yiji's face. However, the female ghost just pounced in front of Yigu, face to face with him, with their noses only 2 centimeters apart, and then kept screaming at him with bared fangs and claws, making a very terrifying and ferocious expression, but never touched him. It really feels like the NPC ghosts I encountered in the horror chamber. Yigu had a calm and indifferent look on his face, watching the ghost performance expressionlessly. Female ghost, Yigu. Female ghost, Yigu. The female ghost scared Yigu for a long time, but Yigu didn't react at all and his face suddenly became stiff. 2 hands like the 9 white bone claws were suspended in the air, neither of them being put down nor being raised up. With this, isn't there any face at all? Why didn't this kid overflow with fear? Get lost. Yigu had a blank expression on his face, and suddenly swung the Shadow Moon in his hand mercilessly. With one strike, the female ghost was chopped to pieces. With a terrible scream, the female ghost disappeared. The reason why Yigu could remain so calm was because he understood Yang Yin's abilities. These foggy ghosts are actually only the lowest level among the ghosts. They have no real entity and cannot directly harm the lives in the world. They can only rely on intimidation to make the target feel fear, and then rely on devouring the other party's fear value to cause mental damage to the target, causing the target to hallucinate and add various negative buffs to it. If a transcendent who does not understand this ability fights him for the first time, he will probably be at a great disadvantage. I can only say that the other party had bad luck. It's a shame to meet a scoundrel like Yigu. Fortunately, as a ghost tamer, Yang Yin is essentially a fragile person. Compared with the crazy thug who was a warrior and a mutant with high health and high resistance, he should still have a chance to be killed. Yigu looked at the white mist around him and said, "But he used this ability just to disperse us and defeat us one by one." Drop. A transparent panel appeared in front of Yiji's eyes, and through the system's communication function, he connected with Gao Xinxue and Xiaoxiao. "Hello? Shuer, Xiao, can you hear me? Aha. Don't come any closer." As soon as the call was connected, Yiji's ears were almost deafened. It was obviously Xiaoxiao's voice. "I can hear you." Gao Xinxue's steady and calm voice came. "Yeah." Yigu paused and said, "Xiao, calm down and don't be afraid. Those ghosts don't actually have physical bodies. They can't hurt you. Only when you are afraid of them will they absorb your fear value." "Ah, eh?" Xiaoxiao heard Yiji's voice, and suddenly her fear was reduced by half. Then a timid voice came over, "Really, really?" Chapter 157. Where did the gunman come from? Yes. Yigu gave an affirmative answer. These ghosts are very fragile and will scatter if you pinch them. Only when your fear value is sensed by them will they cause mental damage to you. After hearing this, Xiaoxiao tried hesitantly and used her plant hands to strangle the ghost's neck. Sure enough, it was easily crushed. Xiaoxiao blinked. "Really, this fog will block your vision. If you turn on the thermal imaging function of the system, you should be able to see the enemy's position clearly." Yigu paused and said seriously, "Everything I say next, you must listen carefully. This is a tactic to deal with the enemy." Yang Yin stood in the ghostly fog with his eyes closed, then suddenly opened his pupils. There was no white in those eyes, and the eye sockets were completely dark. In pupil. This move can help him see everything clearly in the ghost fog. He, these kids should be scared by my ghost now. Yang Yin smiled coldly. In his eyes, the mental strength of these low-level transcendents was very weak, and there was absolutely no way they could resist his ghostly fear. With the strength of their mental strength, they would basically collapse completely within a dozen seconds. The only difficult thing is probably the dragon tassel. The 9th princess of the Qin kingdom possesses the strength of the heavenly realm and is said to be a rare genius girl in the royal family in hundreds of years. She once single-handedly killed a demon from the Hundred Souls realm on the battlefield of all races. She should definitely not be underestimated. As long as he can get rid of the one in the heaven realm, the remaining one in the earth realm and the three in the profound realm will basically be lambs to be slaughtered. However, Yang Yin soon began to realize that something seemed wrong with the development of things. Under Yang Yin's vision, he couldn't find Ji Gu and the others in the ghost fog. Strangeness, where did these little brats go? This forest is shrouded in ghostly fog. They shouldn't be able to get far. At this moment, Yang Yin suddenly felt something entangled under his feet. He was startled and looked down, only to find that tree roots were winding up along his ankles and quickly binding his legs. Is this that little girl's supernatural power? Yang Yin was a little surprised for a moment. He didn't know why Xia Xia was not affected by his fear of ghosts, nor did he know how Xia Xia saw him. Logically speaking, in the ghostly fog, only he with the Yin pupil can see others, but at this moment, there was no time to think about these things. Yang Yin immediately raised two fingers. Ghost, wake up, Lin. A black-haired female ghost suddenly woke up from behind him, and her body crawled out from behind Yang Yin little by little, as if she was slowly separating from a mirrored quagmire, dragging out a trail of sticky, stringy liquid. The black-haired female ghost was holding a huge sickle in her hand. Only half of her pale face was visible, while the other half of her facial features were completely blank, which looked extremely terrifying. Snap! The sickle chopped down, easily cutting off the tree roots that were entangled with Yang Yin's legs, but at the same time, a beam of magic bullet shot out from the depths of the foggy woods and accurately hit the female ghost Lin. Ah! Lin let out a horrifying and miserable scream. Magic gun? Yang Yin immediately became alert and looked around with his Yin pupil again. Are there any extraordinary people with the gunner profession around here? Beforehand, they carefully investigated the occupations of Yi Gu, Long Ying, and others, and found that there was no extraordinary person with the profession of gunner among them. A magic gun is an expensive firearm that uses magic stones to conduct and store energy. It is much more powerful than ordinary gunpowder firearms. Judging from the power of the shot just now, it should be at least a level 3 magic gun. A shot from a level 3 magic energy gun, as long as it hits the target accurately, is comparable to a fatal blow from an Earth Realm Transcendent. And a fatal blow from an Earth Realm Transcendent can almost reach the power of a regular blow from a Heaven Realm Transcendent. Logically speaking, this kind of magic gun should only be controlled by a gunner who has reached the 5th level of the Earth Realm or above. So, in addition to Yi Ji's team, there are other teams from the War Academy in this forest? Or did a squad of Imperial Night Watch break in? Yang Yin was thinking quickly in his mind, and at the same time he jumped onto a big tree, using his dark pupils to try to find the enemy's trace in the dense forest. But I still can't see any enemies. What happened? Is my Yin pupil ineffective? Bang, bang, bang. At this time, 3 shots from magic guns were heard again in the fog. 3 magic bullets hit Lin at the same time, and the ghost girl screamed again. Yang Yin's eyes widened. The other side actually had 3 extraordinary people with the gunman profession? And all of them were equipped with magic guns. You have to know that 1 shot from the magic gun consumes 1/3 of a magic stone. How rich is the other party? However, what followed was an even more horrifying scene. The 3 shots just now were just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, more magic bullets were fired from the woods, focusing on the female ghost Lin from 3 different directions at the same time. Yang Yin's eyes widened. The magic gun could only fire 1 bullet each time the magazine was installed. Such continuous shooting could only come from different magic guns. Could it be that the other party had a company of magic gunners? After being fired at by dozens of magic energy bullets, the female ghost Lin was killed on the spot. She slowly collapsed and turned into a pool of black blood. Yang Yin felt uneasy and heartbroken at the same time. The female ghost Lin was a ghost he had conquered with great difficulty, but he didn't expect that she would die like this. At this time, the enemy's magic gun team began to focus their fire on him again, firing more than a dozen magic bullets. Every magic bullet, if it hits, is a blow to the heavenly realm. Even if Yang Yin has the strength of the 100 Souls realm, he dare not take it head-on. Moreover, as a ghost tamer, his combat power is very weak. Just like a beast tamer relies on spirit pets and a mechanic relies on controlling robots, a ghost tamer is almost as fragile as a magician. Even magicians have some protective abilities such as releasing magic barriers, but ghost tamers have none at all. Yang Yin quickly jumped and dodged between the trees, and finally hid behind a big tree, sweating profusely. He didn't know which group of rich gunmen had come to the 100 Souls forest today. Such an army broke into the forest of 100 Souls, but they didn't even notice it. Chapter 158 Interruption. This won't work. Yang Yin gritted his teeth, but he didn't know why his Yin pupil had stopped working and he couldn't see the enemy clearly in the ghostly fog. Since this trick has failed, it is obviously not a solution to continue like this. The ghost fog is originally used to confuse the enemy's vision and perception, making the enemy unable to distinguish one's own position, but now he is unable to find the enemy's position. Yang Yin raised 2 fingers. Ghost mist, release. However, after the secret technique was lifted, the ghost fog did not dissipate. Yang Yin was stunned. What happened? Yang Yin felt a chill on his back. Could it be that these mists are not the ghost mists I set up? But that's right. At this time, Yi Ji's calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind him. This is the magic shadow mist I set up. Yang Yin's heart skipped a beat and he turned around to see Yi Ji. Yi Gu was seen holding weapons in both hands, the shadow moon knife in his left hand and the Guangli sword in his right hand. He crossed his arms and attacked him. Swish! This cross slash hit his right chest accurately. However, when the double slash hit the target, there was no spurting of bright red blood, but instead a large mass of black, hair-like filaments splattered out. Yang Yin groaned, fell from the tree, and landed upside down in the air. He covered his pierced right chest. I have such bad luck. This little devil actually hit my weak spot. Yang Yin cursed secretly in his heart. Black hair continued to flow out of the hole in his right chest, falling all over the ground, and finally turned into a pool of black liquid, melting into the ground and disappearing. His right chest is actually the part where he stores ghosts as a ghostmaster. In order to tame more and more powerful ghosts, Yang Yin divided 4 parts of his body among the ghosts he tamed, allowing them to live in them and share his life energy. These 4 parts are his back, right chest, left abdomen, and throat. Now that the right chest has suffered a severe blow, the ghost residing in it has been killed directly before it has even been summoned. Only the left abdomen and the 2 ghosts in the throat were left. However, Yang Yin just thought that Yi Gu was just lucky. After all, the location where he stored ghosts was his secret, and no one knew it except himself. Well, it must be just a coincidence, Yi Gu said. Xiao, hold him down. Shuer, attack his left abdomen. Yang Yin? I understand. Xiao Xiao's voice came from somewhere in the fog. Then Yang Yin felt his feet entangled by the tree roots again. Mad, again? Yang Yin cursed and immediately burst out his soul power to break free. Then he leaped onto another tree, began to make seals with his hands, and silently chanted ghost spells. I didn't expect these little brats to be so difficult to deal with, and they actually have helpers. Those gunmen who appeared out of nowhere are even more troublesome. There was no time to delay. Yang Yin planned to summon out the remaining 2 ghosts. The remaining 2 ghosts are also the 2 strongest ones that Yang Yin has on his body, but they also require quite complicated seals and awakening spells. Yang Yin was halfway through forming the hand seal when Yi Gu suddenly flew to his side and slashed at him with a knife. Self-created martial arts interrupt the forward swing. Yang Yin had no choice but to let go of his hands. The knife just cut through the middle of his hands. If he didn't separate them, his palms would definitely be cut off. Yang Yin had no choice but to try his best to get rid of Yi Gu, distance himself from him, and then reformed the seal and chanted the spell again, and %yuan at hashtag. However, this time, before he could finish 2 sentences, Yi Gu swung his sword again. Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt again. Yang Yin was completely annoyed. Fuck me. Bang! At this time, the sound of the 3rd level magic gun rang out again. The bullet hit Yang Yin's left abdomen accurately. Yang Yin screamed in pain, covered his left abdomen, and knelt down with a pale face. Gao Shinshua's figure slowly walked out of the fog. The little girl's eyes were calm and peaceful, and she held a magic pistol in each hand, each pointing at Yang Yin. At the same time, a round robot with a diameter of less than 40 centimeters was flying beside her. The robot has a pair of flexible rotors and flies in the air like a helicopter. It has 4 mechanical arms made of lightweight alloy and intelligent telescopic materials. Each hand holds a 3rd-level magic submachine gun, and there is an additional 2nd-level magic gun barrel on its head. The robot's facial expression is shown on the display screen on the front. Gun-holding robot. Gao Shinshua's 2 magic pistols and the robot's 5 magic submachine guns simultaneously pulled the trigger and aimed at Yang Yin's frontal fire. Yi Gu, so miserable. The shadowy fog dissipated. Yang Yin lay on the ground, his clothes were full of bullet holes, and he was already dying. The black hair on the left abdomen also flowed out and turned into blood and disappeared. Yang Yin lay weakly on the ground, looking at Yi Gu and the others unwillingly. You guys? Woo. However, before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by the vines that entangled him. Xia Xiao said, "If we block his mouth, will he be unable to summon the last ghost?" Yi Ge smiled and said, "That's right. Yang Yin, woo woo woo. Stop talking nonsense." Yi Ge held the straight knife in front of Yang Yin. "If you don't behave, I will cut your basket." Yang Yin, bang. At this time, a heavy object fell heavily in front of Yi Ge and the others. When I looked closely, I found that it was a person who was tied up. It's a lunatic. At this time, the madman's condition was not much better than Yang Yin's. He was almost beaten into a pig's face. His eyes, nose and mouth were swollen to the point that he looked like a human. There were bruises all over his body, and there was almost no good flesh on his body. His body was tied up with a rope made of special material, and his mouth was taped. It's hard to imagine what he went through. Oh? It's over here, eh? I was planning to rush over to rescue you. Seeing this, Sang Feng jumped down from the tree and landed in front of Yi Ge and the others. Chapter 159. The boss of the wilderness force. Sang Feng didn't expect that Yi Ge and the others could defeat Yang Yin on their own. Just after he dealt with the madman, he stood on the tree and observed the fog in the forest, thinking about how to go in and save people. Unexpectedly, when the fog dissipated, Yi Ge and his men had actually captured the enemy. Although Yi Ge is the principal's personal student, Gao Xinxue and the others are also top geniuses rated as monsters by the principal. These children are undoubtedly the elite among the elites, and monsters among monsters, but the enemy is a powerful man at the peak of the 100 Souls realm. How did these kids do it? Sang Feng couldn't figure it out. Stop chanting. Master, stop chanting. I feel dizzy. The madman was lying on the ground, obviously having been beaten to the point of losing consciousness. He was still humming something with foam coming out of his mouth. Yi Ge took a look and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with this person?" "It's okay." Sang Feng pushed his glasses calmly. "It's just that his brain suffered a tiny impact, which simply made him have nightmares for more than 10 days. Xia Xiao raised her head and asked innocently, "What kind of nightmare is it?" Sang Feng thought for a while. When he has copied the rules of the old brother a billion times in his dream and can recite them word for word, whether forward, backward or scattered, he should be able to recover. Yi Ge, Xia Xiao said ignorantly. "Oh, by the way, where are His Highness Long Ying and Nangong Qiuyue?" Sang Feng looked around and asked. Soon, Yi Ge and his friends found Long Ying and Nangong Qiuyue in the dense forest. The two men were obviously affected by ghosts, their spirits were traumatized, and their brains were possessed by illusions. They staggered around aimlessly in the forest with their eyes completely unfocused. Xia Xiao giggled. "It seems that they are also afraid of ghosts." Yi Ge shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. After all, these are ghosts controlled by ghost masters in the 100 Souls realm. If they don't immediately realize the ghost's weakness and disperse it, as long as they show the slightest fear, it will be absorbed by the ghost and gradually amplified, and eventually they will be out of control." Then how do we break the illusion? Gao Xinxue asked softly. Sang Feng came in front of the two girls, clasped his hands together, and silently chanted a spell. Illusion, break. Buzz, suddenly, the two girls woke up instantly. "Teacher?" Nangong Qiuyue was bewildered and confused. "What am I, huh? Have these two people been dealt with by you?" She saw the madman and Yang Yin on the ground. "Yes, but I only solved one." Sang Feng glanced at Yi Ge. The remaining one was done by Yi Ge and the other three. When Long Ying heard this, he looked at Yi Ge with a complicated expression. "Actually, defeated the strong man in the 100 Souls realm? Is this true? Are you guys so powerful?" Nangong Qiuyue was surprised. Xia Xiao said proudly, "Of course. Well, mainly because my childhood sweetheart is the best." Gao Xinxue quietly came to the escorted black iron box, carefully checked it, and then said, "The iron box is not damaged, but the car is completely unrepairable. Teacher, what should we do next?" Sang Feng considered this. At this moment, a series of fast and dense footsteps suddenly came from the dense forest. That was the sound of dense footsteps breaking branches in the snow in the woods. Hearing this voice, Yi Ge and others became alert again. They stood back to back in tacit understanding and paid attention to their surroundings. Hundreds of polluters armed with knives and sticks emerged from the dense forest and surrounded them. "Oops." Sang Feng said solemnly, "I almost forgot about these guys. What should we do now?" Nangong Choyue held a straight knife and said nervously, "Our car is destroyed now, we can't rush out." Yi Gu also raised his weapon, looked around, and secretly thought about countermeasures. "You are more capable than I thought. You are indeed worthy of being from the War College." A slightly hoarse and low voice sounded. The polluters made way for him, and a man with a smile on his face slowly walked out. The man looked to be in his 30s, as thin as a knife, with neatly combed white hair, dark gray eyes, a smile as sharp as a knife on his face, and he was dressed decently. In his right hand he held a black cane more than half a meter long. "I didn't expect that my 2 men would be defeated by you so easily," the man said slowly. "You are worthy of being the heir of the largest demonized mutant family in the Empire." Yi Gu raised an eyebrow. "Who are you?" The man asked with a smile. "You have come to my territory, and you still ask who I am?" Song Feng's eyes suddenly moved. "Are you the boss behind these wilderness forces?" The man smiled. "It's me." The boss behind the wilderness forces. Yi Gu frowned and used the system to check the other party's information. Character: Bao Bingqing, age 37, level non-transcendent, health HP 1/1, soul power MP 0/0, 4-dimensional attributes: strength 0.3, agility 0.3, spirit 0.2, stamina 0.4. Basic attributes: physical attack 0.5, magic attack 0, defense 0.4, resistance 0.5, burst 0.3, speed 0.5, agility 0.4, perception 0.3. Special attributes: intelligence 8, charm 8, luck 5. Bao Bingqing? Yi Gu was deep in thought. This character did not exist in the original game plot. Due to the appearance of Yi Gu, the plot direction of the entire map of 10,000 Races world has changed, and the plot of Dark Blood is now undoubtedly being staged ahead of schedule. But he remembered that the final boss of the Dark Blood plot was not this GUI. In other words, if the original plot line of the game is followed, when the plot of Dark Blood officially debuts, Bao Bingqing should have been dead. Xiaoxiao had obviously also used the system to analyze Bao Bingqing's data. She then revealed a puzzled expression and used the system's encrypted voice communication to say in the encrypted channel, "This Bao Bingqing is actually an ordinary person?" Yi Gu nodded calmly. Yi Gu was also a little surprised. "I didn't expect that the boss behind the 2 extraordinary people, Command Maniac and Yang Yin, would be an ordinary person, a non-extraordinary person. But since he is an ordinary person, how did he become the boss of those 2 extraordinary people, just by virtue of the Dark Blood, or is there some mysterious aristocratic family supporting him?" "So you are Bao Bingqing, the leader of the rebellious forces in the wilderness." Song Feng looked at him and said, "Don't you know that you are the most wanted criminal in the Empire? You sell the blood of darkness, making life miserable for the people around the Great Wall. The Night's Watch has been looking for you everywhere outside the Great Wall recently. How dare you show up on your own initiative?" Chapter 160 Plot option triggered. Night Watch? He. Bao Bingqing folded his palms together and placed them on his cane elegantly, saying lightly, "Recently, the Empire has indeed sent a lot of night watchmen to my territory to cause trouble. Unfortunately, most of them came to die, and now all of them are lying in my dungeon with their limbs crippled." "You?" Nangong Choyue was considered half a night watchman, and her eyes widened with anger. Song Feng calmly observed the situation around him. The enemy is now large in numbers and powerful. With so many Dark Blood wilderness polluters, their combat power is definitely not to be underestimated. Their car broke down. No one knows what kind of strength this Bao Bingqing has, but to be able to survive in such a chaotic place in the wilderness and become the leader of a rebellious force, he must be an extraordinary person. The current situation is undoubtedly very unfavorable to them. "What do you want to do?" Song Feng asked after thinking. "I didn't intend to do anything. In fact, I didn't have any bad intentions from the beginning." Bao Bingqing smiled, and his dark gray eyes slowly turned to Yi Gu. "I just want to invite the young master of the Yi family, and everyone else who is traveling with you, to come to my place and be guests." Song Feng was puzzled. "Visiting you as a guest?" Bao Bingqing, "Yes." "Hey, do you think we are fools?" Nangong Choyue said at this time, "How can you be so shameless? No ill intentions? If you have no ill intentions, why would you send so many people to encircle and suppress us? If it weren't like this, would you still be willing to come?" "Of course not. We are on a mission. Who has time to visit you?" "That's it." Bao Bingqing said slowly, "I know my guests won't be happy to come, so I have to invite them this way." Yi Gu looked at him. So if we still refuse now, you will use force? Yes. Bao Bingqing smiled. If I can't invite you, I will have to take you back in an impolite way. Everyone was speechless. That Song Feng looked at Yi Ge, then looked at Bao Bingqing, and asked, "Why do you want to invite Yi Ge to your place?" Bao Bingqing said calmly, "Nothing, just chatting. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will not hurt a hair on your head." "I can promise." Nangong Qiuyue snorted coldly, "Are you, the leader of the wilderness gang, worthy of trust? If I want to hurt you, I can do it now." Bao Bingqing said, "This is my territory. Even if you students of the War Academy are a group of geniuses, you are just a group of geniuses who have not grown up yet, plus a teacher whose strength is suppressed to the peak of the 100 Souls realm. Do you think you have a chance of winning if you fight me here?" Yi Ge hesitated for a moment and was about to say something. However, at this moment, a transparent system panel suddenly popped up in front of Yi Ge. System prompt: the hidden task has been triggered. Enter the plot branch. This choice may change the direction of the entire world plot. Please make your choice carefully. Choice 1: reject Bao Bianqing's invitation, choose to fight, kill all of Bao Bianqing's men, capture the leader of the wilderness forces Bao Bianqing alive, and hand him over to the Empire. You will gain plus 300 favorability from the White Path Extraordinary of the human race, plus 1000 favorability from the public, and a 15% chance to get a random red quality item. At the same time, you will be awarded the title of Public Enemy of the Wilderness in the future if you encounter scavengers, adventurers, wanderers, and other wilderness forces in the wilderness. Their hatred value towards you will be permanently plus 1000. Choice 2: reject Bao Bingqing's invitation. If you can fight your way out of the encirclement with your teammates and the iron box you are escorting and successfully escape, you will continue to complete your mission, and the original world plotline remains unchanged. Choice 3: accept Bao Bingqing's invitation and go to Dark City. You will unlock the hidden plot later. Note: this option is an important choice that will affect the world plot. Players must consider it carefully. Yi Ge was stunned. It actually triggered a hidden plot? Yi Ge pondered for a moment, looked over the three options carefully, and considered them carefully. If you choose option 1, the simple answer is to just start fighting and kill all the people surrounding them. Bao Bingqing is the Empire's most wanted criminal. The royal family is troubled by the wilderness forces that smuggle and sell dark blood. If they can capture him, it will definitely be a great achievement, but the difficulty is definitely not ordinary high. Now they are surrounded by at least 100 wilderness polluters who have consumed the blood of darkness. Each of them has a combat capability comparable to that of an ordinary celestial realm being. It is definitely not an easy task to kill them all. Moreover, Yi Ge had no idea about this Bao Bingqing, and he didn't know if he had any cards to play yet. Next is the second option. The difficulty should be easier than option 1, but now their transport vehicle is broken, and they have to carry a large iron box to fight their way out. Even if it is easier, it is definitely not that easy. If this option is chosen, the original world plotline will remain unchanged. Then Bao Bianqing should die? After all, there is no such character as him in the original Dark Blood plot. So he should be a character who was supposed to die. Finally, the third one, there is very little introduction to this choice, only saying that it will unlock the hidden plot later. Yi Ge closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and thought seriously. "Hey, teacher, you must not be fooled by that guy." Nangong Qiuyue whispered, "Don't trust him. This guy is definitely trying to trick us back. Who knows if he will slice us up or something." Song Feng also responded in a low voice, "Nonsense, of course I know, I accept your invitation." Yi Ge opened his eyes, looked at Bao Bingqing, and finally made a decision. Others? Chapter 161: Separate Actions. I accept your invitation. Yi Ge said this softly. Except for Gao Xinxue, who looked at him with a gentle and calm gaze, the other people present, Song Feng, Nangong Qiuyue, Xia Xiao, and Long Ying, all cast surprised eyes at him. "Hey, are you crazy?" Nangong Qiuyue said anxiously in a low voice, "Can't you see? This is basically a hongmen banquet. Aren't you walking into a trap?" Yi Ge didn't respond, but he actually had a rough idea of what was going on. He still has a lot of trump cards in his hand: the fighting puppet Iron Fist Ghost Arm, the Heavenly Dao Life-Saving Lock, the Earthly Evil Talisman. In this 100 Souls forest, the most powerful people who can appear are those in the 100 Souls realm. With these three trump cards, if nothing else, there will be no problem in ensuring the safety of himself. Gao Shinshua, Xia Xiao and the others. Ye Gu also wanted to know what kind of person Bao Bingqing was. Why was he, the boss of the wilderness forces, not included in the main storyline of the game? And was the boss in the Blood of Darkness storyline related to him? What happened after that? Well, okay. Actually, the main reason is that he doesn't like the reward of option 1. Nangong Chouyue saw that Ye Gu didn't respond, so she had to look at Gao Shinshua and Xia Xiao next to her. Hey, aren't you his childhood sweethearts? Your childhood sweetheart has gone crazy, why don't you try to persuade him? Gao Shinshua said calmly, I believe him. Well, Xia Xiao held Gao Shinshua's arm, and seeing Shuer's attitude, she immediately said without hesitation, I also believe in Xiaoye. Nangong Chouyue, you guys are really longing didn't say anything, but just looked at Ye Gu with deep eyes, as if trying to see through the young man's mind. Bao Bianqing smiled and said, as expected of the young master of the most powerful demonized mutant family, you are really brave, cough cough cough. When he said this, Bao Bianqing suddenly started coughing violently. No, it's too dangerous. Song Feng said seriously, besides, we are still on escort duty and don't have time to visit you. Are you worried that I might have bad intentions towards the things you are escorting? Bao Bingqing said slowly, don't worry, I don't know what you are escorting, and I am not interested in it at all. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I will even treat you as a distinguished guest. After we leave, you can continue to carry out your mission. Song Feng had a blank expression on his face. I never believe what comes out of the enemy's mouth, especially since you are the boss behind the circulation of the dark blood. Bao Bingqing laughed again and said slowly in a hoarse voice, you are a teacher at the War College. You should have more experience. How come you can't see the situation more clearly than your students? You don't think that I only have a few men lying in ambush here? Do you really think you can force your way out of my territory with your strength? Song Feng remained silent, clenching the scroll in his right hand. Ye Gu crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, and said, how about this, since you just want to talk to me, then I'll go alone and let my teacher lead my other teammates to continue the mission. That won't do. Bao Bingqing shook his head. Who knows if they will turn around and ask the Night Watch for help after they leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiao immediately grabbed Yi Ji's sleeve and said, yes, Ye Gu, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. I want to stay with you. Ye Gu thought about it again and glanced at Song Feng. Then how about this, a few of us will go with you, and let teacher Song Feng continue to carry out the mission alone. You can also remove his communication watch, so that he can't get in touch with the Empire. Song Feng? Bao Bingqing fell silent, seemingly considering something. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Several scavengers came over, lifted the madman and Yang Yin from the ground, and carried them to the stretcher. Two strong men came to Song Feng's side, took away his communication watch, and searched him to make sure he had no other communication equipment. Song Feng looked at Ye Gu with a gloomy look in his eyes. Ye Gu, do you really want to go with this guy? Ye Gu blinked his innocent 10-year-old eyes and said, teacher, do you have the ability to lead us all the way out in the unparalleled mode? Song Feng, don't worry, teacher. I know what I'm doing. Ye Gu said, just complete the task well. Song Feng was silent for a long time and finally, I had to say, okay. At the same time, he thought, Long Ying is the 9th princess of the empire, Ye Gu is the direct student of Principal Lan Mi, Nangong Chouyue is the sister of the director of the Night Watch, Xia Xiao is the daughter of Earl Xia. If something happened to these people, it would be terrible. It seems that after leaving, I can only temporarily suspend the mission, return to the Great Wall, and find a way to report to the Empire. At Song Feng had already made up his mind. Perhaps Ye Gu was right. If they fought to the death, their chances of winning would be extremely low. But now, at least he could leave. Although there is no communication equipment, it will take a lot of time to walk back to the Great Wall from here to ask the Night Watchman for help. So, Ye Gu and the others temporarily parted ways with Song Feng here. Ye Gu and the others followed Bao Bingqing back to his base camp, while Song Feng left alone. Roar! A roar like a dinosaur was heard. I saw two huge beasts slowly walking out of the woods. This is a dragon beast that looks like a triceratops. Its skin is green all over. There is no doubt that it has the bloodline of the dinosaur family, but at the same time its limbs are much longer than those of the triceratops. Each of its feet has sharp claws similar to those of carnivorous dinosaurs. Its skin is as hard as black steel rock, and its back is covered with spikes that are sharper than steel. There is no doubt that such a giant beast is no less threatening on the battlefield than a large armored vehicle. Behind each of the two Triceratops was a carriage. It was not an ordinary small carriage, but a large iron carriage similar to that of a train. Please. Bao Bingqing picked up his cane and made a pleased gesture, very gentlemanly. Chapter 162. Welcome to Dark City. Yi Ge walked into the carriage without hesitation, and Gao Shenxue, Xia Shiyao, and others followed him upon seeing him. The space inside the carriage is very large. Not only can you sit, you can even sleep. It is twice as big as the largest RV Yi Ge has ever seen in his previous life. It has all the facilities you need, so there should be no problem in holding a party here. Yi Ge found a random place to sit down and looked out the window, thinking that this carriage was pretty good. He could build one later. It would definitely be more stylish if it was pulled by a monster. Now we are going to be captured and taken hostage. Nangong Choyue looked depressed. Hey Yi Ge, what are you thinking? If we are captured by him and brought to his territory, the barbarian leader will do whatever he wants to us. It would be better for us to fight them just now. Even if we are defeated, at least we will die in battle. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Yi Ge glanced at her and couldn't help feeling helpless. He thought, how did Nangong Choyue, who was naive and talkative when she was young, become the long-legged queen goddess that everyone in the Night Watch had a crush on when she grew up? Their temperaments were totally different. Aren't you a fast runner anyway? Yi Ge said, if you don't want to go, you should still have time to catch up with teacher Sun Feng if you jump out of the car and run away now. That won't work. Nangong Choyue leaned back in her seat with her arms folded, humming, wouldn't that make me a deserter? Besides, since we are assigned to perform the mission together, we are teammates, and I am not such a disloyal person. Yi Ge smiled secretly and thought that this little girl was quite interesting. Longing looked at Yi Ge and asked, what are you going to do? What if he turns hostile and wants to take us hostage if we get to his place? These barbarians in the wilderness don't care about morality. I have no plans. Yi Ge shrugged, let's take it one step at a time. We'll take it one step at a time. Nangong Choyue almost fainted, and turned to look at Gao Shenxue and Xia Shiyao. Is this the childhood sweetheart you believed in? Xia Shiyao pursed her lips and snorted, I just trust Xiaoye. Shuer and I are both Xiaoye's die-hard fans. Do you have any objection? Nangong Choyue, walk. Yi Ge smiled. In fact, what he was thinking was that the three options given by the system at that time had basically foreshadowed the general plot that would happen after he chose each option. There is no need to explain the first and second options, and the third option, although it seems to have only one sentence, you will unlock the hidden plot later and nothing else is explained, but it actually hints that even if you reach Bao Bingqing's base, it will definitely not be a dead end, otherwise, the hidden plot that follows will be meaningless. The giant Triceratops dragged the carriage through the jungle, raising a large amount of dust. The scenery outside the car window gradually changed. From the dense forest at the beginning, it suddenly turned into a canyon shrouded in clouds and mist with steep mountains to eye in the mist. One can vaguely see a black city-state standing in the valley, with rugged peaks and steep cliffs surrounding the fortress. Yi Ge narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew the human map and the game map of all races by heart, but he never expected that there was such a mysterious city-state in this place. It did not appear in the plot of the game. Xia Shiyao looked out the window and asked curiously, wasn't this a forest just now? How did it suddenly become such a steep valley? It's a barrier. Gao Shenxue said, we must have passed through a barrier just now, so the scene outside the carriage changed all of a sudden. It turns out that these wilderness forces have set up their base camp in such a hidden barrier. Longing said, no wonder the Night's Watch has been unable to find their lair. The Triceratops slowly stopped in front of the gate of the small city-state. I saw the heavy steel door in front of me slowly rising up with the creaking sound of hinges and the turning of the wheel. Yi Ge, Gao Shenxue, and others got out of the car. Bao Bingqing also got out of another car, leaning on his cane and walking down step by step. Yi Ge carefully observed his right leg. Although the limp was not obvious, it was not fake. The cane should not be a decoration, and his leg should really be lame. Moreover, Bao Bingqing coughed several times in a short few minutes. Judging from his complexion, his health should not be very good. This is even more interesting. An ordinary person, a cripple, and sick, could actually command so many barbaric forces in the wilderness. Even the two extraordinary people, Crazy Man and Yang Yin, obeyed his orders. Yiga seemed to be lost in thought to it because he fell ill and later died, so he no longer appears in the main storyline of the game. At this time, Bao Bingqing had come to his side and said with a polite smile, "Master Yi, please." Yiga nodded gently and walked into this small city hidden in the mountains. After entering, Yiga found that most of this small city was hidden in the mountains, just like a huge cave space was carved out of a mountain and a city was built inside. Streets, houses, factories, markets, even farmlands, ponds, everything is available, and men, women, young and old can be seen everywhere. There are exposed steel pipes on the stone walls of the cave. I don't know what they are used for. Occasionally, unknown dirty gases can be seen being discharged from the pipes. There are also many huge mechanical gears on the stone walls. The models look a bit old, and they look like backward products from the steam machinery era. All the gears are constantly running and making huge noises, regardless of whether it is the huge gears, pipes, or buildings in this city-state. The main color tone is pitch black, so it makes people feel more or less depressed. Welcome to Dark City. Bao Bingqing said. Nangong Choyue opened her eyes wide and stood at the entrance, looking around like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. I didn't expect these wilderness forces to have such a huge fortune. Nangong Choyue muttered to herself. She originally thought that most of the scavengers in the wilderness lived in various ruins. This place may not be as good as Night City, or any city-state managed by nobles in the interior, but at least it is a place where people can survive. Bao Bingqing said calmly, holding his cane and moving his feet, "Let's go, I'll take you to the place where guests are entertained." Chapter 163. Business. Continuing forward, passing through the long market street, many men, women, old and young on both sides of the street were very interested in Yi Gu and his friends. It was obvious that few outsiders came here. Large metal containers are piled up on both sides of the crowded and noisy market. Some containers are installed on the stone walls of caves. Each container contains a family. Yi Gu thought, "I didn't expect this place to look so orderly." Nangong Choyue was very surprised and asked, "Are these all wanderers in the wilderness?" "Yes." Bao Bingqing said as he walked, "This place is our shelter from monsters." He paused, then continued, "It is also a refuge from your night watchmen." Nangong Choyue grumbled, "If you don't do bad things, do you still need to hide?" Bao Bingqing sneered and did not answer. We came to a huge building. The iron gate was covered with rust and spots. At first glance, it looked like a factory. After entering the factory, a dozen burly men with unfriendly faces stood up and stared at Yi Gu and the others with cold expressions, with obvious hostility in their eyes. Yi Gu noticed that these strong men all had guns in the leather holsters on their waists. That is the Hunter T100 large caliber pistol, a very powerful gunpowder pistol. The muzzle is as big as a child's fist, and it can cause effective damage to extraordinary people. Although it is a gunpowder pistol, it can only be used by professional gunners above the Earth realm. If ordinary people use it casually, it is not a big deal to miss the target. The recoil after pulling the trigger can directly break the radius. "Back off," Bao Bingqing said calmly. "They are the guests I invited back." The strong men looked at each other and then retreated obediently. "Boss, you're back." A slightly gentle, dark-skinned young man came over. He looked at the madman and Yang Yin who were being carried on stretchers, and said, "What are these two doing?" Bao Bingqing said, "They were not as skilled as the others and were defeated by the young master of the Yi family. Liang Quan, please treat them." The dark-skinned young man showed a slightly surprised expression and glanced at Yi Gu. Then, without further ado, he came to the middle of the two stretchers, muttered something, then stretched out his hands, suspended his palms in front of them, and performed a healing spell. A white haze of light fell on the two of them. Soon, the madman and Yang Yin on the stretcher woke up and sat up suddenly. Ye's eyes moved. This young man named Liang Quan was actually a first-level auxiliary transcendent in the Wanxiang realm. Although the interior of the factory is also very shabby, it has a unique wasteland style. All the furniture is assembled with iron plates picked up in the wilderness ruins. Bao Bingqing led everyone to the reception room, beckoned a woman to pour water for them, and then said to Yi Gu, "Master Yi Gu, let's talk somewhere else." "Let's talk alone." Yi Gu nodded. Xia Xiao looked at him with some concern. Yi Gu reached out and touched her head. "It's okay, I'll be back soon." Then, Yi Gu and Bao Bingqing came to a private study on the second floor. The study was very large, with books covering all four walls, and two large leather sofas and a table in the middle. It was probably the most beautifully decorated room Yi Gu had ever seen. He had never expected that Bao Bingqing, the leader of the barbaric forces, would also have the habit of reading. Please take a seat. Bao Bingqing slowly sat down, holding his cane. What do you think of this place? It's pretty good. It's not easy to build such a place in such a wild land. Yi Ge said, and I didn't expect you to have so many extraordinary people here. With your fighting power, you can almost compete with some barons in the empire. No wonder you can rob the empire's transport convoys in the wilderness. If this is not the case, we won't be able to control the dark blood. Bao Bingqing said lightly. Yi Ge nodded. So, you took so much trouble to invite me here. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Just be frank. I don't like beating around the bush. Business. Business? Yi Ge smiled and said, is there any business we can discuss? After your Yi family took charge of border trade, my business near the Great Wall became very difficult. Bao Bingqing said slowly, picking up a cigar in one hand. Click, the cigar is cut. Bao Bingqing paused for a moment and continued, I hope your Yi family can open a small path. Did you find the wrong person for this kind of business? Yi Ge tilted his head, I'm just a little kid. You should go to my father to discuss this kind of business, right? I know you are not a simple child. Bao Bingqing took a deep puff of the cigar, his eyes narrowed in the smoke. You can take over Wanjian City without a single soldier in 2 weeks, which means you definitely understand what I am saying. Yi Ge shrugged, but the blood of darkness is harmful after all. It is the first-level contraband in the empire. I don't think there is any future in doing this kind of business. Something that harms people? Bao Bingqing sneered, then he took out a small bottle from his body. The bottle was filled with a dark red liquid, and as he shook it in his hand, the dark liquid in the bottle rippled. It is undoubtedly the blood of darkness. People who survive outside the Great Wall cannot live without dark blood. They not only rely on dark blood to protect themselves, gain wealth and money, but also rely on dark blood to prolong their lives. Bao Bingqing said, all those who use dark blood do so voluntarily. 20 years ago, the Emperor Long Hai of the Great Qin Empire ordered the conscription of slave laborers to build the second and third lines of defense of the Great Wall, and sent hundreds of millions of slave laborers to the remote border walls. Hundreds of millions of people worked day and night on the Great Wall, but unfortunately before the construction was half completed, a demonic tide arrived, directly causing the deaths of hundreds of millions of slave laborers. The remaining slave laborers who survived were all contaminated by the demonic energy and suffered from various demonic diseases. The current residents of Dark City are basically the surviving slaves and their descendants. You should be able to imagine the attitude of the royal family and the nobles at that time. Bao Bingqing said contemptuously, for the royal family, no matter how many slaves there are, they are just numbers on their chessboard. For people like us who are contaminated by demonic energy, they certainly don't care about our lives. Chapter 164 Yi family's genes. Yi Ge didn't say anything. For ordinary people, being contaminated by demonic energy is simply a terminal illness. There are no medical extraordinary people who can treat us, and there is no place to buy medicine. Once contaminated, we can only wait to die and wait for our bodies to be exposed in the wilderness, not to mention those who have contracted the demonic disease, who are basically waiting to become demonized creatures. Bao Bingqing looked at Yi Ge, his tone as calm as the calm sea. As demonized gene mutants, your Yi family should be able to understand this feeling the most. For the Empire, we worked hard and devoted ourselves to it until our death, working day and night. But in the end, we lost our usefulness and became a burden. The royal family drove us around like cattle. Does it sound familiar? In the past, you fought for the Empire, conquered all races, unified Qin, and made so many contributions? However, after the death of the late emperor, although your Yi family's experience is very unfair, I really envy you. You relied on your own physique to survive the demonic disease and became the first and currently the only genetic mutants who can withstand and even utilize the pollution of demonic energy. At least with this, you can live in a safe environment in the mainland and let your descendants breathe the freshest air. Bao Bingqing held the small bottle in his hand and said, but we don't have this constitution, so we can only rely on the blood of darkness. Yi Ge raised his eyebrows, depending on the blood of darkness? Yes. Bao Bingqing's deep eyes looked at the black and red liquid rippling in the bottle in his hand, as if he was looking at the most beautiful thing in the world. Most of you in the mainland only know that this thing can enhance the combat effectiveness of creatures and make them become violent and crazy, but you probably don't know its other function. It can relieve pain, it can help us adapt to the demonic energy in our bodies, extend our lifespans, and allow us to survive in places with extremely serious demonic energy pollution. Although our health will continue to be eroded, at least we have hope. Bao Bingqing paused and continued. The blood of darkness is my work. This work is actually the inspiration I got from your Yi family. I was wondering, we are all human, why is it that only your Yi family has survived a series of demonic diseases, gained genetic evolution, and become demonic gene mutants? There must be a reason for this. I think there must be something important hidden in your Yi family's genes that allows you to adapt to the harsh demonic environment. Later, I tried every possible way to collect a lot of blood genes from your Yi family and conducted analysis and research, finally found the answer. Bao Bingqing looked at Yi Ge with calm eyes. The blood genes of your Yi family actually carry some recessive demon genes. In other words, one of your ancestors in ancient times should have been a human-demon hybrid. Yi Ge's eyebrows suddenly raised. But this matter has not been discovered by any geneticist in the empire. Bao Bingqing smiled playfully and continued, I think your ancestors used some means to hide this gene trait so that your family could survive among the human race, making it recessive. Yi Ge looked at him with interest. Since even the geneticists of the empire haven't discovered it, how did you discover it? Bao Bingqing smiled and said, don't think that just because I am the leader of the wilderness forces, I am a barbarian or a rough guy. In fact, before I was exiled to the Great Wall, I was also a genetic scientist, and I considered myself a genius. Yi Ge was silent for a moment, then asked, so? You said that the dark blood was made based on the genes of our Yi family? Yes. Bao Bingqing sighed and said, but unfortunately, although we have found the cause, we cannot directly copy it. You can withstand the demonic energy because of your bloodline genes, and we ordinary people cannot directly accept this kind of gene cells. So, we can only proceed step by step and try to perform genetic modification on ordinary people, slowly cultivate the cells in their bodies, and make them mutants who can withstand the pollution of demonic energy. Bao Bingqing handed the bottle of dark blood in his hand to Yi Ge, allowing him to see the liquid in the bottle up close. In this bottle of dark blood, there are actually a large number of dark microorganisms stored. Yi Ge, dark microorganisms? That's right. Bao Bingqing said calmly, these dark microorganisms are artificially cultivated by me. They will parasitize in the body and constantly transform the physique of their hosts, helping their hosts become mutants and eventually achieve cell evolution. Yi Ge thought, how come this seems to be different from the plot he knew later? Is Bao Bingqing lying? But when Yi Ge looked at Bao Bingqing's fanatical eyes, he felt that it was not quite like that. You think I'm lying to you? Bao Bingqing seemed to see what Yi Ge was thinking. Before Yi Ge could say anything, Bao Bingqing picked up something like a remote control and pressed it on the wall. A projected screen soon appeared on the wall of the study. A long string of scientific research and analysis content, like a thesis, appeared in front of Yi Ge. Yi Ge was slightly stunned. This is the analysis of the experimental results of the dark blood. Bao Bingqing said, the dark blood you see now is actually the improved fourth version. Ordinary people who are contaminated by demonic energy can only live for less than 7 days depending on the degree of contamination, but after taking the dark blood, they were able to extend their lifespan by a full year. Later, I continued to research and improve, and raised this number to 3 years, 7 years, and 10 years. Bao Bingqing held the small bottle in his hand and said, at this point, as long as he is not someone who abuses the dark blood, even if he is contaminated by the devil's energy, it won't be a problem for him to live another 10 years. Yi Ge looked at the data on the screen silently. Although he is not as good as Gao Xinshui and Yuli in scientific research, he has successfully researched a system in the illusion created by Lanmi, so he can also be considered a scientist. Of course he could understand the research and analysis on the screen. Just looking at these analyses and experimental data, it seems that what Bao Bingqing said is not wrong. But Yi Ge looked at Bao Bingqing and asked, if that's the case, why do you still want to circulate the blood of darkness to the mainland? Is it just to make money? Making money is one of them. Bao Bingqing said leisurely, of course there is another more important point. I need data. Different people will have different reactions after receiving the dark blood. Bao Bingqing said, I need this data. Chapter 165 The Sick Little Girl. Then how do you plan to collect this data? Yi Gu asked, You let these people take the dark blood, how are you going to get the data on their physical changes? And then find a way to capture them all? Of course not, that would be too inefficient. Bao Bingqing picked up the remote control in his hand and pressed it again. The projection screen on the wall changed. Yi Gu turned his head and his pupils shrank. There were tens of thousands of folders on the screen, each containing a single human's data record, detailing the changes in this person's physical data over several cycles after taking the dark blood. I've said before, these dark microorganisms in the dark blood are special bacteria that I specially cultivated. Bao Bingqing said slowly, to be precise, they can even be said to be a kind of extraordinary microorganisms. Yi Gu, extraordinary microorganisms? Bao Bingqing, yes, they are extraordinary creatures, although it is only the lowest level in the ecological chain, so small that it is invisible to the naked eye. It has no fighting ability and no intelligence, but they do have a slight supernatural power. Once these microorganisms enter the host's body, they will be like transmitters installed in the host's body. Every once in a while, they will use their extraordinary powers to send data messages back to me, reporting the host's body transformation status. Yi Gu was shocked. My goodness, it is still possible. This Bao Bingqing is indeed an extraordinary person. It is really unbelievable that such a smart and capable person does not appear in the background story of the game at all. Now outside the Great Wall, the blood of darkness has been widely circulated. In the small and large towns and villages in the wilderness, all kinds of adventurers, wanderers, adventurers, and scavengers are basically inseparable from the blood of darkness. But the inland areas are different from those outside the Great Wall. The environment in the inland areas is different, and the physiques of the people living there are completely different. So I urgently need data from the mainland. Bao Bingqing shook the ashes off his cigar. Yi Gu said, the bigger reason is that there are more extraordinary people in the mainland, right? Yes. Bao Bingqing admitted directly, I need the data of the extraordinary people accepting the dark blood. Only in this way can I continue to improve and cultivate this dark bacteria based on the experimental results. I will use dark bacteria to transform the bodies of ordinary people, allowing their cells to evolve. Through continuous genetic modification, I will strengthen their resistance to demonic energy and eventually become new mutants. We can even use this data to cultivate crops that can adapt to environments polluted by demonic energy and do not carry demonic toxins. This way, we can solve the food problem in the wilderness. In recent years, the Empire has been suppressing the underground barbaric forces outside the Great Wall, such as the Dark Blood. They believe that it is because of the Dark Blood that their territory outside the Great Wall has become so chaotic. Ha! Believe it or not, once our underground forces disappear, the number of deaths outside the Great Wall will immediately increase by more than half every year. Without the Dark Blood, all kinds of illegal incidents in the wilderness, such as robbery, theft, murder, plunder, and rape will only happen more. Because only the Dark Blood can control these barbaric lawless lunatics. Bao Bingqing paused and looked into Yi Ji's eyes. I don't deny that I am making money, but we are also seeking evolution for survival. We are like rats in the gutter. Since the royal family doesn't care whether we live or die, we can only survive in our own way. Yi Gu was silent. After all this, you should understand now, right? Bao Bingqing put the half-burned cigar on the ashtray. It's not just your Yi family that manages trade on the border of the Great Wall. There are many other families, but I don't even bother to look at those arrogant and stupid nobles. Only you are different. As a family of demonized mutants, I know your family experience, so I think you can understand my feelings. I understand. Yi Gu responded calmly, then he paused again, but understanding does not mean I will participate. Bao Bingqing frowned immediately. I think you can listen to my plan first. I believe the benefits and ingredients will satisfy you. And I think that the Dark Blood is very important to your Yi family, that's not the question. Yi Gu shook his head. Why is that? Bao Bingqing's face turned gloomy. Don't you believe what I just said? Oh, that's part of the reason. Yi Gu was not naive enough to believe the one-sided words of someone he met for the first time. Anyone can wear a mask. When a person defends what he has done, he will of course only talk about his good points. Bao Bingqing is an ordinary person, but he is able to lead a group of extraordinary people, organize so many wilderness hunters, scavengers, adventurers, and vagrants, and establish such a huge barbaric force in the wilderness outside the Great Wall. Naturally, he is cunning, despicable, cruel, unscrupulous, and decisive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is today in such a short period of time. It would be too naive to believe in such a wilderness hero born in darkness based on just a few empty promises. Although the data and experimental analysis you just gave me are all true, but, Yi Ge looked at Bao Bingqing meaningfully, are you really telling me the truth? Do you dare to say that you have no reservations in telling me everything? Bao Bingqing remained silent and looked into Yi Ge's eyes. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, the sound of some cart tires rolling on the ground came from outside the study. Yi Ge turned his head and took a look. Outside the door, a little girl in a wheelchair appeared at the door of the study. The little girl's skin was very pale, the kind of pale that was sickly, but her appearance was absolutely superb, and she also had a quiet and elegant temperament. She was already a beauty at a young age. She raised her little head and looked at Bao Bingqing and Yi Ge in the room with a confused look. Bao Bingqing's expression changed and he immediately stood up from the sofa in the study. He came to the little girl, slowly squatted down, and said in a very gentle voice, "Why are you here, Xiuxiu?" The sickly little girl said in a very quiet voice, "I heard about you here from Aunt Jean, because there were some things I didn't understand in the previous book." Then the little girl looked inside the house again and asked softly, "Dad, are you talking to someone?" Chapter 166. Staying for a few days. Yi Ge narrowed his eyes. Xiuxiu, yes, Dad is talking to a guest about something very important. Bao Bingqing touched the little girl's head and said, "Go back to your room first. Dad will accompany you in a while, okay?" "Well, okay." The little girl acted very sensible. "Dad, if you have guests, just focus on the important things first." "It's okay for me. You can let Aunt Bai Jing teach me first." Bao Bingqing smiled slightly, his expression full of doting. He slowly pushed the little girl's wheelchair and took her out of the study. Then he called a maid from the corridor and asked her to take the little girl back to her room. "Is it your daughter?" Yi Ge crossed his legs and looked at Bao Bingqing, who had returned to the room. "Yes," Bao Bingqing said, but he didn't seem to want to talk to Yi Ge about his daughter. After a pause, he turned back to the previous topic and said, "Regarding this business, I think you can think about it carefully. I can assure you that everything I told you is true. But I can also understand your distrust. After all, no one would easily trust a stranger. So I hope you can stay here for a few days, visit this place, and learn more about the dark blood. I believe you will be interested, and your attitude will change." Yi Ge smiled playfully. "What if my attitude doesn't change until the end? Will you kill me to silence me?" Bao Bingqing glanced at him, was silent for a moment, and said, "No, even if we fail to reach a cooperation, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Yi family. But before you leave, I will let you drink a potion that will cause you to lose part of your memory. Then you will forget all your memories within 7 days." "I see. Well, in that case, I'll stay here for a few days." Yi Ge smiled and said, "Just treat it as a vacation. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to stay." Bao Bingqing said, "I can have someone take you to see the dark blood production factory, the process, procedures, raw materials, and various research materials. If you need anything, you can also ask for it. I'll do my best to meet your needs." Bao Bingqing spoke very sincerely, and it was obvious that he really wanted to reach a cooperation with the Yi family. After Yi Ge agreed, he left the study and returned to the reception hall, where Gao Xinxue, Xia Shiyao, Long Ying, Nangong Chouyue, and others were still drinking tea and eating snacks. Nangong Chouyue held a cake in one hand and a pie in the other, taking a bite from each from time to time. Her cheeks were puffed up, and the sides of her mouth were covered with sesame seeds and grease. The plate of snacks in front of her was the cleanest one that was cleared away. Yi Ge thought to himself, "This girl is really careless. Isn't she afraid of being poisoned to death? I didn't expect the snacks here are so delicious. What are they made of? Isn't it said that the environment outside the Great Wall is full of demonic pollution and that nothing good can be made?" Nangong Chouyue was enjoying her meal when she looked up and said, "Hey, your childhood sweetheart is back. Doesn't he look like he's missing out on any meat?" Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiyao both raised their heads. Xia Xiao immediately stood up and ran to Yi Gu. Xiao Yi, you're back. Shuer and I were so worried about you. Longing looked at Yi Gu and asked, what did that Bao Bingqing say to you? Yi Gu shrugged, nothing, just chatting about our ideals in life. Longing? At this time, the skinny, dark-skinned young man came over. Yi Gu remembered that his name was Liang Quan. Master Yega, I have already heard the boss instructions. I will take you to your accommodation. Liang Quan said politely. Yi Gu nodded, okay. All the girls followed behind Yi Gu. Nangong Choyue came up quickly and asked in a low voice, hey, what kind of place to live? Are we going to live here? Yi Gu said, yes. Nangong Choyue was surprised, why? What did that lame boss say to you? Why do you have so many questions? Yi Gu glanced at her and said, you should know that we are now on someone else's territory. I am lucky enough to be able to lead you out safely in the end. Nangong Choyue felt that it seemed to be the case, so she stopped talking. Liang Quan led Yi Gu and the others to the guest room. What surprised Yi Gu and the others was that although the factory looked shabby outside, the decoration inside was quite good, with all the facilities, just like a 5-star hotel. Xia Xiao and Nangong Choyue could not help but exclaim, "It looks like this is really a vacation." Yi Gu thought. The environment is pretty good. Yi Gu said with satisfaction. If you need anything, you can tell me, as long as we have it. Liang Quan smiled and said, the boss said that we should treat you as the highest level guests. Really? Yi Gu tilted his head and suddenly thought, the 2 triceratops that brought us back before were pretty good. They should be rare mutants, right? They definitely look more nutritious than black beef. I want to try their meat, is that okay? Liang Quan, at this time, Gao Xinxue noticed an iron plate hanging on Liang Quan's waist. It was the iron plate of the War College, with the logo of a musket and sword on it. Where did this iron plate on your waist come from? Gao Xinxue asked. Liang Quan looked down and took off the iron plate from his waist. Oh, you were talking about this. Before you came, there was another team of 6 people. They were also escorting the same iron box as you. They drove through the forest of 100 souls, but they were hijacked by us and are now imprisoned in our dungeon. These things on them have become my trophies. I think they are students of the War College like you. But the black iron box they escorted has a 9th level rune seal on it, and we have been unable to open it. Yi Gu thought, it seems that there are also teams in other missions who have the same idea as them and chose the route of the 100 Souls Forest, thinking that this is a relatively safe route although it is a long and roundabout one. Unexpectedly, this place has become the territory of the wilderness forces, and then we became unlucky and all the members were captured. Where are they being held? Yi Gu asked, take me to see. Chapter 167 Intelligence Points. As Yi Gu and others followed Liang Quan to a dark and damp dungeon, there are about 30 cells in the dungeon. What surprised Yi Gu was that when he passed by the door of each cell, he could see that most of the people imprisoned in each cell were a group of dark races, including night terrors, succubi, werewolves, vampires, and some evil spirits. On the wall at the corner of the cell, there was a very large werewolf skin hanging, which almost occupied the entire wall. There were also 2 huge werewolf claws that had been removed and nailed to the wall with 2 nails. Those 2 giant werewolf claws were thicker than an adult's waist, and judging from the size of the werewolf hide, Yi Gu estimated that it was at least a werewolf warrior at the 1,000 Souls realm. Yi Gu took a quick look and said, it seems that you have fought against the dark race many times in recent years, and got a lot of spoils? Surviving in the wilderness inevitably leads to conflicts with the dark race. There are still too many gaps in the defense lines of the first and second Great Walls, and the dark race often breaks into the human territory. Liang Quan said, over the years, we have killed no fewer dark races than the Night's Watch. Nangong Choyue heard this and said nervously, the big guy with the broadsword said that you also captured a lot of night watchmen? Are they also imprisoned here? And you cut their tendons in their hands and feet? Ha, that's just a madman bragging to scare you. Liang Quan smiled and said, the most we can do is to rob their goods and money, or use the captured prisoners to demand some ransom from the Night Watch. The boss has locked up so many dark races here in order to obtain some experimental samples from them, and there is no point in cutting off the hands and feet of a night watchman, and it will anger all the night watchmen. Nangong Choyue heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Liang Quan brought Yi Go and others to a cell. Yi Go saw a few familiar faces. In the dungeon, Zhang Xiaoming was leaning in a corner with a dejected look on his face. With him were several other students from the War Academy and a burly male teacher with scars all over his body. Yi Go also knew that male teacher. He was the instructor Scar Tiger who conducted the second round of assessment during the previous inner and outer gate assessments. Yi Go was stunned. What a coincidence, this team is actually Zhang Xiaoming's team. Zhang Xiaoming? Xia Xiao asked suspiciously. Ha? Zhang Xiaoming heard someone calling him, raised his head, and saw Yi Go and others. He was immediately surprised. Yi Go? Schwer? Xia Xiao? Why are you here? He looked at Yi Go and the others, then looked at Liang Quan who was beside Yi Go, and said in horror, what the hell? Are you guys in cahoots with this gang of gangsters? Yi Go? Xia Xiao? Gao Xinxue. Zhang Xiaoming was trembling with indignation. You are such a good guy, Yi Go. I originally thought that bastards like you were the protagonists in the script, and only people like me deserve to be licking dogs and extras. I didn't expect that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would become a traitor. And you even led my goddess and Xia Xiao astray. Everyone, Yi Go, Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao looked at each other. I've checked, the intelligence point is 2. Gao Xinxue said. Xia Xiao nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Zhang Xiaoming, what are you talking about? Master Yega, do you know this person? Liang Quan asked. Well, I guess I know him. Although it's embarrassing to know this guy. Yi Go looked at him and said, can you give me some face and let him go? Of course, there's no point in keeping him anyway. At most we can ask the War College for a ransom. Liang Quan said, but before they leave, we need to feed them some memory erasing potion. Yi Go, okay. Liang Quan used the key to unlock the ion cell door and opened the cell. Zhang Xiaoming and others in the cell were confused and had no idea what was going on. Instructor Scar Tiger was the first to react. He realized that Yi Go was here to save them, and immediately stood up by holding onto the wall. After leaving the dungeon, Zhang Xiaoming seemed to have finally figured it out. He approached Yi Go and asked, hey, are you really here to save us? Yi Go rolled his eyes at him. What else? Ha! That's good. Zhang Xiaoming looked at Liang Quan in front of him cautiously, and asked quietly, but how did you get mixed up with this group of bandits? Yi Go was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instructor Scar Tiger followed behind them and suddenly snorted, staggered and almost fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth and looked like he was enduring something, but eventually he fainted. Longing turned around to check on him, then said to Yi Go, he was seriously injured and passed out due to excessive blood loss. A girl next to Zhang Xiaoming said with guilt, Instructor Scar Tiger led us to escort supplies. When we were crossing the 100 Souls Forest, we were ambushed by those bandits. In order to protect us, Instructor Scar Tiger was seriously injured. Liang Quan also came over to check, then cast a healing spell on Scar Hu, and then said, fortunately, there are no fatal injuries. I'll let a few people take him to the infirmary to recuperate. As he said that, he waved his hand and called a few people to carry Scar Hu away. Yi Go looked at Liang Quan again and said, and what about the big iron box that their team was escorting earlier? It's right here, please follow me. Liang Quan took everyone to a storage room. The big iron box is placed here. It looks exactly the same as the big iron box that Yi Go and his team were escorting, and it is also sealed with a 9th level rune seal. The chains and combination locks on the outside had been destroyed by Bao Bingqing and his men, but they were unable to open the 9th level rune seal. Master Yega, I have something else to do. Liang Quan said, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yi Go waved his hand, okay, you go and get busy first. After Liang Quan left, Zhang Xiaoming and several of his teammates finally relaxed. Zhang Xiaoming was still curious and wanted to ask Yi Go how the others got in touch with this gang of gangsters. What is your relationship with this gang of gangsters? Zhang Xiaoming asked curiously, why does that little leader seem to obey you and respect you so much? Longing looked at Yi Go deeply. In fact, not to mention Zhang Xiaoming, even the members of their team didn't know why. What did Bao Bingqing and Yi Go talk about in the study just now? Could it be that? Chapter 168. What the hell happened? That whoosh. Yi Ji's hand gently stroked the surface of the large black iron box, and he said nonchalantly, why do you want to know so much? Anyway, your memory will be erased before you leave here, so even if you know it, you will forget it by then. Jiang Xiaoming, that seems to be true. Jiang Xiaoming looked around and asked, "Oh, by the way, where is your team leader? Why can't I see your teacher?" Oh, he escorted the iron box alone and continued to carry out his mission. Yi Gu said. Ah? Jiang Xiaoming was stunned. He has continued to carry out his mission. Then Yi Gu nodded, "Yeah, I'm on vacation here." Jiang Xiaoming. Yega, when can we leave here? A girl from the passing class asked timidly, although the bandits won't make things difficult for them for now, but staying in such a place really makes people feel a little uneasy. Yes. Jiang Xiaoming also said, "Our mission is not yet completed. We can't keep wasting time here. I will stay here for a few more days. If you want to leave first, I can ask those people to let you go after Instructor Scar Tiger is cured." Yi Gu paused and said, "But before I let you go, all your memories within the past 7 days will be erased, so even if I let you go, you probably won't even remember the mission at all." Jiang Xiaoming's face fell instantly after hearing this. What should I do? Didn't the academy say that this mission is particularly important? I wanted to perform well in this mission and see if there is a chance to be promoted to a good rated class. Yi Gu looked at Jiang Xiaoming and the others. They are basically students in the passing class, and basically every one of them has the strength of the Yellow Realm. The average strength of Jiang Xiaoming's team is definitely the lowest among all the teams carrying out missions in the War Academy. Yi Gu thought that his previous guess should be correct. If each of these large iron boxes they escorted was really so important, it would be absolutely impossible to distribute the strength of each team so unevenly. There were more than 100 teams escorting more than 100 large iron boxes, most of which should be empty boxes used to pass off fakes as real ones and hide the truth. The large iron box escorted by Jiang Xiaoming and his team should also be empty. After all, if it was the real thing, there wouldn't be a need to arrange Jiang Xiaoming and his team of inferior average strength to escort it. Of course, this is still just Yi Gu's guess. Yi Gu thought. But as the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Lan Mi shouldn't do the opposite in order to deceive others and deliberately give the large iron box containing important supplies to Jiang Xiaoming and his weakest team to escort, right? It should be. No way. At this time, the white blood spirit curled up in the collar of Yi Gu's shirt suddenly poked out its cat head. She looked at the big iron box in front of her with great curiosity, and then jumped onto it. Bai Shuling lay on the big iron box and sniffed it. She felt vaguely that there seemed to be a very familiar smell in the big iron box. "Lingling, what's wrong with you?" Yi Gu asked curiously. Bai Shuling did not respond. She stretched out her little cat paws and gently touched the 9th level sealing talisman on the big iron box. "The contents of this iron box, why do I feel the aura of a sacred object from the spiritual demon clan?" Leukemia felt very strange. So she silently chanted a spell in her heart and tried it. The kitten placed its paw on the seal of the iron box again. Buzz. I saw that the thing inside the big iron box seemed to sense something and suddenly vibrated violently. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the big iron box. The 9th level seal on the surface was broken in an instant. Everyone around was shocked. Careful. Seeing this, Yi Gu immediately grabbed Bai Shuling by the scruff of the neck and pulled her back. Boom. I saw that extremely dazzling golden light suddenly penetrated into the chest of Yi Gu, who was closest to me, then it disappeared. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Yi Gu in astonishment. Well, Yi Gu covered his chest with one hand and frowned. What was that whoosh just now? Forest of 100 Souls. Song Feng was moving quickly through the 100 Souls forest alone. He was sitting cross-legged on a thick Confucian scroll, flying the book at an extremely fast speed. He enlarged the book to the size of a carpet, on which people could sit, and the large iron box he transported could also be placed. Alas! How could it turn out like this? Song Feng sighed softly. If any of His Royal Highness Long Ying, Yi Gu, Xia Xiao, and Nangong Chouyue had an accident, he would definitely not be able to pass the evaluation of an outstanding teacher this semester, especially His Highness Long Ying and Yega. One of them is the Emperor's favorite daughter, and the other is Principal Lan Mi's most beloved student. If something happened to them, I would not be able to pass the evaluation of an excellent teacher, and I would probably lose my job. If I had known this, I wouldn't have chosen the 100 Souls forest route. Song Feng secretly regretted it, but it's too late to regret now. We can only go find reinforcements and rescue Yi Gu and the others first. I think I remember correctly. The Great Wall should be ahead. Song Fong murmured. Now without map navigation, it would be very easy to get lost in such a wilderness forest, even for a teacher like him at the War Academy. Kill. Kill all these guys. Leave no one behind. At this time, bursts of fighting sounds suddenly came from the jungle ahead. Song Feng's eyes suddenly moved, and he immediately cast a spell to stop the flying scroll, and then hid in the surrounding woods. What's going on? Song Feng pondered for a moment and decided to go forward and investigate the situation. He used his body skills to dodge a few times and move quickly among the bushes, getting closer and closer to the sounds of fighting. Song Feng pushed aside the bushes that blocked his vision and finally saw the situation clearly. His pupils suddenly shrank. It turned out that a team of spirit demon warriors and a team of blood warriors were fighting each other. Chapter 169 The Demonic Spiritual Fire. Song Feng didn't expect to see the troops of the Spirit Demon Clan and the Blood Clan in this 100 Souls forest. The battle in the jungle was fierce. In an instant, several soldiers on both sides fell. More than a dozen corpses lay on the ground. Most of the fallen were warriors of the Spirit Demon Clan. The bright red blood flowed between the mud and snow in the jungle. The warriors on the Blood Clan side were obviously stronger and more numerous, and the Spirit Demon Clan's troops soon couldn't hold on any longer. Song Feng hid in the woods and observed secretly, carefully examining the situation on the battlefield. This Blood Clan team had about 30 elite warriors. Although everyone's strength was suppressed to the 100 Souls realm and the 100 Souls forest, Song Feng could clearly feel that the true strength of these Blood Clan warriors was probably at least above the 1,000 Souls realm. And they were all a group of very experienced battlefield elites. There were only about 10 members of the Spirit Demon Clan still standing, and all of them were seriously injured. They were completely supported by willpower and faith. Several spirit demon warriors were holding weapons and guarding a box with an ornate appearance. It looked like they were escorting the box? But they were blocked by this Blood Clan army. Song Feng hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should go up and help. Although the spirit demons and humans are allies, the current situation shows a huge gap in strength. Obviously, even if he takes action, it won't make much difference for the Empress. For the spiritual demon nation. A spirit demon warrior raised the sword in his hand and swung it forward with all his might. The captain of the Blood Clan warriors in front of him showed contempt, and Tyruan naturally blocked his attack. At the same time, he quickly found an opportunity after several confrontations, and slashed his lower body with a sword, cutting off his right leg. The spirit demon warrior screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The blood warrior captain came around behind him like a dark shadow, revealing a pair of sharp blood-sucking fangs, and bit down on his neck. Dang, the sword fell to the ground. The last few spirit demon warriors also fell down. Their blood was sucked dry by the vampires, and they turned into mummies. The captain of the Blood Clan warriors licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with satisfaction and sneered, "Check it out, don't leave any alive." More than 30 Blood Clan warriors were checking the bodies of the spirit demons in the jungle. Song Feng hid in the jungle and dared not say a word. His level was suppressed in the forest of 100 Souls. If he was discovered at this time, he would not be sure to escape from the siege of more than 30 elite vampire warriors. After confirming that all the spirit demons were dead, the Blood Clan warrior captain came to the large box escorted by the spirit demons. The Blood Clan captain said contemptuously, "These spirit demons actually asked the human race for help. They thought they could trick us by sending a group of low-level warriors from the War Academy to attract our attention? Do they really think we don't know that this is a trick to sneak into Chensong? Sir, what is secretly crossing Chensong?" A vampire warrior behind him asked in confusion. "It's a human idiom." The Blood Clan captain said slowly, "The spiritual demons knew that we wanted to stop them from bringing back the Holy Soul, so they deliberately went to the human territory to ask for help, and asked the human race to send a group of students from the War Academy to pretend to perform an escort mission to attract our attention. Then the spiritual demons took the opportunity to send the Holy Soul back to the spiritual demon kingdom from another hidden route." Haha, how could this trick fool me? The main reason is that the level of the students sent by the Human War Academy this time is too low. A group of low-level transcendents whose strength levels do not exceed the 100 Souls realm. It is obvious at first glance that they are just there to make up the numbers. How could they be allowed to escort the real Holy Soul? So, I told you to read more books. That way you won't be easily deceived on the battlefield, understand? The Blood Clan captain said calmly, in a teaching manner, "If you only know how to fight, kill, and eat raw meat and drink blood, you will become a barbaric race like the werewolves, who have strong limbs but simple minds. We Blood Clan are smart and noble. Vampire warrior, oh, yes, Song Fong thought to himself. Wow, these days, even vampires have become so cultured? They're even studying human classics? The vampire captain now came to the gorgeous big box. The big box was engraved with the symbol of the spirit demon clan and inlaid with blue and red gems. When our lord obtains the holy soul. The blood clan captain sneered, the Earl will lead us to break through the last inch of the spirit demon kingdom's territory. The spirit demon queen who has lost the holy soul will be the Earl's plaything. As he spoke, the vampire captain picked up the cane sword in his hand, stabbed the lock of the big box hard, and pried it open. The box was pried open, however. When the vampire captain walked forward and saw what was in the box, his expression suddenly changed, because the box was empty. What's going on? Why is it Sora? The vampire captain suddenly let out a sudden and extremely shrill scream. A magic circle composed of some special inscriptions suddenly lit up in the empty box. All I saw was strange dark red fireworks bursting out from the box. The terrifying fire wave quickly spread in all directions, instantly engulfing more than 30 vampire warriors in the woods. This is, help. Song Feng's pupils suddenly shrank to eye in less than half a minute. The 30-odd Blood Clan warriors were all swallowed up by the weird dark red flames and burned into charcoal. Demon spirit fire? Song Feng observed in secret for a while, and only after seeing that those vampire warriors were indeed wiped out did he finally come out from the darkness. The surrounding woods were also devoured by the demonic fire and burned into a bare expanse of land. Song Feng bent down and checked the bodies of the vampire warriors. He murmured, yes, it is indeed the demonic spirit fire. There should have been some kind of ceiling formation set up in the boxes escorted by the spirit demon warriors. Once the box is opened, the formation will be activated, and the demonic spirit fire will burst out instantly, devouring everyone around the box. Song Feng pondered, so, the Blood Clan captain just now made a wrong judgment. This spirit demon clan team seems to be secretly escorting, but is actually the bait to deceive others. The Blood Clan believes that the War Academy will never allow a group of low-level transcendents to escort the real Holy Soul. But with Principal Lan Mi's personality, are you going to go against your will and just find the weakest and most insignificant team to escort us? Song Feng was immediately ashamed. Chapter 170. Please think it over. The kingdom of the spirit demons, the Empress Palace. A peerless beauty with an extremely gorgeous appearance was lying on the couch. The beauty had waist-length hair, a pair of orange-red fox ears on her head, eyes as red as flames, and a majestic face as cold as a glacier that had not melted for thousands of years. 9 red fluffy fox tails coiled around her, covering her dazzling white long legs. Well, Su Yanling's face was pale. She bit her rosy lower lip lightly and tried hard to circulate the spiritual power in her body to calm the balance of the evil spiritual fire in her body. The thin beads of sweat seeping from her fair forehead were enough to prove the pain that the spirit demon queen was enduring at this moment. I'm almost at my limit, Su Yanling sighed quietly. If the holy soul can't be sent back, then she is afraid. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly burst out in the Empress's mind. Boom! In the consciousness, golden light bloomed like an ice lake breaking open. Su Yanling's pupils suddenly shrank, his face turned pale, and he took several rapid breaths. This feeling, is the seal of the secret box lifted? Could it be that my holy soul was devoured by someone? There was despair in Su Yanling's eyes. It is absolutely impossible for the escort team of the Human War Academy to open the box midway. Then the only possibility is that they were blocked by the vampires. If the holy soul falls into the hands of those vampires, that spirit demon country, Shua. At this time, a bloody shadow fell from above the palace, landing on the palace. The bloody shadow eventually transformed into a humanoid creature. He was a handsome man, tall, with three-dimensional features. His skin was as white as a dead person, but his skin was better than many women's. His pointed ears and 2 sharp bloody teeth undoubtedly revealed his identity. He was a vampire. Su Yanling's expression suddenly changed, but then she pretended to be calm and said coldly, "How did you get in?" Count Nicholas was wearing a noble cloak as black as night, which was the standard attire of high-ranking vampires. He had a playful expression on his face. With my strength, if I want to enter here, is there anyone in your current spiritual demon kingdom who can stop me? Su Yanling's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her right hand, which was as white as cream, exerted force slightly, and her fingers with elegant curves seemed to want to crush the armrest. What do you want? Count Nicholas smiled and said, "Don't you understand what I want? I want you. And your spirit demon empire will bow down to me." "You're dreaming." Su Yanling stared at him coldly and said fiercely, if you dare to continue to have this idea, even if I die in battle, I promise to drag you and your tens of thousands of vampires into the burning flame purgatory together." Boom, in an instant, flames blazed fiercely, and the entire palace was engulfed in a sea of evil fire. Count Nicholas stood in the sea of fire, not panicking at all, and his face was still smiling like a spring breeze. "I really can't bear the wrath of the peak. Strong man in the Holy Land. But can your current physical condition really sustain you until the end of a war?" Su Yenling's face was gloomy, but he was speechless. She understood that Nicholas dared to come here today, which meant that he must have known something about his physical condition, which was why he was so unscrupulous. More than a decade ago, after the fall of the 10,000 Demons Nation, the small country of less than 100,000 square kilometers became the last territory of the spiritual demon clan. Count Nicholas said calmly, "As the current queen of the Spirit Demon clan, you have already used up nearly 90% of your demonic power to maintain the spiritual wall around the kingdom to resist the demonic energy. In addition, your holy soul has left your body. How much strength do you have left now? You would use this method of scaring a child to intimidate me, which shows that you are really at the end of your rope." Count Nicholas turned around with his hands behind his back and said, "Please think about it carefully. If you voluntarily submit to me, then the spiritual demon kingdom will at least still exist in the future, but only as a vassal. But if your body can no longer support you and my blood clan army attacks you, you and your spirit demon people will become my captives and slaves. Please think it over carefully, Your Majesty." After saying this, Count Nicholas walked away with his hands behind his back. Su Yenling said nothing and watched him leave coldly. After Nicholas left, Su Yenling was silent and thoughtful for a long time. Strangeness. Originally, when Su Yenling sensed that the Holy Soul was devoured by someone, he thought it was robbed by the Blood Clan troops, but judging from what Nicholas said, that didn't seem to be the case. If Nicholas really got the Holy Soul, his attitude would definitely not be like this. There would be no need to persuade them to surrender, he could just attack directly. But if the Holy Soul did not fall into the hands of the vampires, who opened the seal, Su Yenling felt very strange. Gu opened his eyes dazedly. What caught his eye was a white ceiling and fluttering curtains, and he was lying on a soft and comfortable big bed, covered with a white quilt. Yigu sat up with difficulty and patted his chest. He remembered that the 9th level rune seal on the big iron box was accidentally released, and the golden light burst out and entered his body. Then he felt his whole body burning like fire, his blood boiling, and every cell in his body burning madly, almost burning his life out. Fortunately, his Shangshi soul purification technique started to work automatically, exhausting all the soul power in his body before he was able to forcibly control the fire in his body, but he also fell into a coma due to the exhaustion of his soul power. Ego felt that there was a ball of strange fire in his consciousness. The original ball of golden light seemed to be constantly changing in his consciousness, and finally turned into a strange red color, continuing to burn in his consciousness like a ball of flame. "So what on earth is that thing?" Yigu muttered to himself. "You're awake." A female voice came from the side. Yigu turned around and saw that Bai Shueling, who had transformed into a lowly cat girl, was coming to the bedside with a tray. Bai Shueling saw Yi Ji's gaze, and her proud personality made her subconsciously turn her head to the side. She handed over a cup of water and a medicine on the tray, and said expressionlessly, "Here, drink water and take medicine." Chapter 171. It's okay, don't worry about me. Yigu did not go to get the water cup and pills, but asked softly, "Where are Shuer and Xiao?" Bai Shueling said calmly, "Gao Shinshue went to the kitchen to make you a nutritious meal, and Xia Xia went with her to help." "Is that so?" Yigu sighed. Well, it's really a headache. With two little childhood sweethearts like this, it's really easy to fall into depravity. You have to know that as the young master of a demonized mutant family, you must learn to be cold-blooded, decisive, mean, and unscrupulous in the future, but living in such an overindulgent environment is really not conducive to his growth. Bai Shueling gently placed the tray on the bedside table next to him. In addition to the medicine and a cup of warm boiled water, there was also a bowl of oatmeal porridge with milk, a cup of steamed egg yolk, and a plate of fruit salad with sauce on the tray. Gao Shinshue said that if you wake up, use this to fill your stomach first. Bai Shueling said calmly, "Just sit up and eat your breakfast, then take your medicine. They should be back in a while." Yigu smiled and said, "Yeah, okay." Bai Shueling turned around and was about to leave. Cough, cough, cough. When I walked to the door, I heard Yi Ji's weak cough behind me. Bai Shueling stopped and couldn't help but turn his head to see Yigu still lying at the head of the bed without moving. "You, why haven't you gotten up yet to take your medicine?" Bai Shuling asked. Oh? Yiga looked at her, then said weakly, nothing, I just feel a little tired. I have never been so tired before. I think my soul power is exhausted. You don't even have the energy to drink your porridge or take your medicine? Well, that might be difficult. Yiga smiled and said softly, it's okay, Lingling, you don't have to worry about me, go and play by yourself. The master is just a little tired, and my chest still hurts a little. My head is a little dizzy, I can't lift my arms, and my eyes can't see clearly. But it doesn't matter, you will be fine after a rest. It doesn't matter if you don't have the strength to eat or take medicine. Anyway, if you really can't take it anymore, you will faint, and you won't feel anything. Go and play by yourself, I can do it alone. White blood spirit. The little fist clenched immediately, the two furry cat tails behind him also slapped the floor hard. The little cat girl moved her mouth and muttered something softly, but she eventually turned back to Yiji's bed and picked up the bowl of milk oatmeal porridge on the bedside table. Open your mouth. Bai Shuling scooped a small spoonful of oatmeal porridge with a white porcelain spoon and brought it to Yiji's mouth with a look of disgust on his face. You want to feed me? I just don't want my sickly poop shoveler to die. Yiga smiled slightly, opened his mouth with an ah, and accepted the spoonful of feed from Bai Shuling. It seems a little hot. Can't you just blow it yourself? Yiga closed his eyes, frowned slightly, and showed a somewhat uncomfortable expression. Ah, my chest seems to be hurting again. It must be the same thing as before. The blue veins on Bai Shuling's forehead twitched violently, but in the end, the little cat girl still muttered something like, the useless master is so useless while she scooped a spoonful of oatmeal porridge with a spoon, put it to her mouth and blew it gently, while touching the edge of the porcelain spoon with her lips to measure the temperature of the oatmeal porridge. When she felt that the temperature was about right, she brought it to Yiji's mouthful and fed him mouthful by mouthful. Is this all right? Yeah, after Lingling's careful care, I don't feel any pain in my chest anymore. White blood spirit, after feeding him, Bai Shuling fed Yigu some pills. How do you feel physically right now? The little cat girl stared at Yigu seriously. Body? Yigu thought for a moment and touched his belly. It's fine. I'm full. That's not what I'm talking about. Bai Shuai said with a bulging spirit, I'm talking about how you felt when that thing that ran out of the box entered your body. Oh, actually nothing happened. Yigu said, before I fell into a coma, that thing was burning inside my body and it drained my soul power in an instant, but now that thing has stabilized, it's quiet now, without any reaction. You said that thing is quietly inside your body? Bai Shuling frowned. Yeah. Yigu looked at her meaningfully, do you know what that is? I don't know. Bai Shuling was certainly unwilling to admit it, otherwise, her identity in her previous life would be exposed. In fact, she wasn't entirely sure. It only took a moment for that thing to suddenly burst out of the box and then enter Yiji's body. The only thing Bai Shuling could be sure of was that the thing sealed in the box was definitely related to the spirit demon clan. As for whether it is the holy soul of a top-level spirit demon, Bai Shuling couldn't be sure either, because a spirit demon with a holy soul is at least a great demon at the Saint Realm and has cultivated for 1,000 years. Yigu only has the strength of the Earth Realm. If he really devoured the holy soul of the great demon in the Saint Realm, his body would be burned to ashes by the holy soul in an instant. So even though Bai Shuling sensed the holy soul at that moment, now seeing Yigu looking completely fine, it was a little puzzling. If it is not the holy soul, then what exactly is that thing? Bai Shuling was thinking. This time, Yiji's cough was heard again. The cat girl looked up and saw Yiji's eyebrows slightly frowned, with an expression of unbearable pain on his face. What's wrong with you? Bai Shuling asked immediately. I wondered if the holy soul had started to burn Yiji's body? Nothing. Yigu opened his eyes and looked at Bai Shuling with eyes as calm as water. I just felt that after that thing entered my body, my whole body became very sore and my muscles have no strength at all. It would be great if someone could help me rub it. White blood spirit, Yigu, white blood spirit, Yigu. The cat girl's eyes widened, and she suddenly realized, you are not thinking. Oh, of course. Don't get me wrong. I will never order my favorite Lingling to do such a thing. Yigu sighed and said faintly, just let me suffer in silence. I am not that fragile, my master. At most, I will faint from the pain and then fall asleep. After falling asleep, I will not feel anything. You don't have to worry about me. Just turn into a kitten and go out to play, White Blood Spirit. Chapter 172 Rare Mutant Demonic Disease Night. The moonlight is dimmed out. A petite and quiet little girl sat in a wheelchair, her head held high, her beautiful black eyes gazing at the full moon hanging in the night sky. The girl was the only one in the garden. From this place one could see a huge hole at the top of the cave, through which one could see a little bit of the night world outside. As a little girl who cannot stand up and walk, Xiuxiu has lived in this dark city built inside the valley since she was old enough to understand. She has hardly ever seen the outside world. This city-state built by her father in the cave is the only world she can see, but at this time every night, the girl can see the moon slowly passing by in the night sky through the big hole at the top of the cave. Isn't it boring to watch the moon alone? A voice suddenly came. The girl was stunned for a moment, turned her head and found that Yi Gu had walked into the garden, standing in the same place where she was just now, looking up at the moon in the sky. Are you the person who was talking to Dad in the study before? Chu was confused for a while, then quickly recognized Yi Gu. Oh, you still remember me? Chu paused, then looked at Yi Ji's face carefully, because Yi Gu is very handsome. He is the most handsome boy she has ever seen in her life. Although the world was not big to her, she had not seen many boys of her age, but her father always found ways to bring her back various discs, the kind that could be inserted into the cyber watch with a chip to project a 3D holographic image. So Chu had watched quite a few anime, movies, and TV series. Xiuxiu never thought that there would really be such a handsome boy in this world, like the one in the anime, with fair skin, clear eyes, and every detail of his facial features was endlessly attractive. His voice was soft and warm, unlike those boys in the dark city who always loved to make noises and quarrels. Why are you looking at me? Yi Gu tilted his head. Is there something strange on my face? No. Xiuxiu's cheeks flushed. She was a quiet girl and was too embarrassed to compliment someone's appearance directly to their face, and she would not easily speak out her true feelings. Are you Dad's friend? Friends? Well, sort of. Most of the children in Dark City are very afraid of my father. You are the first outsider to drink tea and chat with him in the study. It can be seen that my father seems to respect you very much. Chu smiled quietly. I think you must be a very powerful person. Yi Gu did not answer her question directly. Have you lived here since you were born? Well, not really, but I've been here since I was old enough to understand. Chu said. Yi Gu glanced at the wheelchair under the girl and said, You can't stand up because Dad said that my body was contaminated by demonic energy during a severe demonic disaster when I was a child. Chu looked down at her legs and said slowly, My legs are the most seriously contaminated. My heart and lungs are also contaminated. Although my dad told me that these are nothing, and that there are people in Dark City who are contaminated by demonic energy and are fine, I actually know that I will not live long. Nightsong ponders. Is it contaminated by demonic energy? Yi Gu used system dialysis to check Chu's physical condition. Character, Xiuxiu age, 11 level, non-transcendent health, HP, 0.1/0.1 soul power, MP, 0/0 dimensional attributes, strength 0.01, agility 0, spirit 0.01, stamina 0.01 basic attributes, physical attack 0.01, magic attack 0, defense 0.01, resistance 0.01, burst 999999, speed 0, agility 0, perception 0.01 special attributes, intelligence 7, charm 9, luck 0 status. Contaminated by demonic energy, weak, rare mutant demonic disease, cell gene mutation. Yi Gu was slightly stunned. Originally, Yi Gu wanted to get close to Chu, check her attribute information, and see if the name Chu was her real name, because in Yi Ji's memory, in the main storyline of Dark Blood, besides the absence of Bao Bingqing, the character Chu was also not seen. But now, rare variant of demonic disease? Moreover, judging from the basic attribute panel, Chu's physical condition is indeed extremely poor. Even among ordinary people, Yi Gu has never seen someone with a health value of only 0.1. It is just like a weak daisy, which will be blown away by the wind, but her burst attribute actually reached 999,999. Yi Gu frowned. What's going on? Could it be because of her rare mutant demonic disease, and the luck attribute is only 0? Yi Gu thought about it and thought that just looking at the basic attribute panel might not be enough. Perhaps only by getting more detailed data can we figure out the secret. What's wrong with you? Xiuxiu looked at Yega strangely, seeing that he didn't say anything. Ye Gu came back to his senses. Oh, nothing. Xiuxiu, how about I perform a magic trick for you? Magic? Chu Chu was curious. What is magic? Well, that is, Ye Gu came in front of Chu Chu and suddenly got very close to her. What happened? It's nothing, look here. Ye Gu put one hand behind Chu Chu's neck and ran his 5 fingers through the girl's black and smooth hair. The girl's body suddenly became stiff and tense. This was the first time in her life that a boy other than her father had touched her hair, but the girl looked at Yi Ji's clear and serious face and thought that it would be impolite to interrupt him at this time. Right, drop. A subtle electronic scanning sound came from behind the girl's neck. Xiuxiu heard the subtle sound, but she didn't pay attention to it, and soon, her attention was completely attracted by Yi Gu. Yi Ji's hand finally came out of her hair. Holding a small white flower in his hand, the boy smiled and said, "It's for you." Thank you, thank you. Chu Chu took the flowers that Yi Gu handed to her, still a little dazed, not knowing where Yi Gu got them from. Weren't his hands empty just now? What kind of flower is this? Xiu asked. Snowdrop. Yi Gu smiled. It is famous for its tenacious vitality. The girl was confused. Oh, okay, the limited program is over, I'm leaving. Yi Gu put a bottle-like prop in his other hand behind his back, put it into his sleeve, then slowly backed away with a smile. Xiuxiu was still dazed looking at the flowers in her hand when she suddenly heard Yega say that he was leaving. She turned around and saw Yega's back 10 meters away. I don't even know your name. Yi Gu stopped and looked back. My name is Yi Gu. Chapter 173. The Secret. What's this? Gao Xinxue asked as she looked at the small bottle handed to her. Gene collection bottle. Yi Gu asked doubtfully, didn't you invent this? Of course I know it was invented by me. Gao Xinxue looked at Yi Gu. I'm asking what's inside it? Yi Gu said, the genetic data belongs to a little girl. When Xia Xiao heard the word little girl, she suddenly became alert as if it was a conditioned reflex. Bai Shuling stood aside with his arms crossed over his chest, and said with disdain, the master is hooking up with other kids outside again. Picture, Yi Gu. Xia Xiao looked at Yi Gu aggrievely, stretched out her little hand and gently tugged at his sleeve. Xiaoyi, don't you have enough childhood sweethearts around you now? Can't Xuer and I take good care of you? Do you really like to find new friends to play with? Yi Gu said, don't let your imagination run wild, it's not happening. Xiu. Gao Xinxue had already scanned the data in the gene collection bottle through the system, read out the name, and then looked at Yi Gu. Who is this Xiu? She is Bao Bianqing's daughter. Yi Gu said slowly, before, when Bao Bianqing and I were talking in the study, I accidentally met his daughter once, and then I found that his daughter was very unusual. Bai Shuling asked in a gloomy tone, extraordinarily beautiful? Or extraordinarily cute? Woo. When Xia Xiao heard this, the look she cast towards Yi Gu became sad again. Yi Gu looked at Bai Shuling helplessly. This little cat girl is obviously here for revenge. This data is indeed very strange. Gao Xinxue pondered for a while and carefully checked the data in the gene collection bottle. Most of the attributes are below 1, but the burst attribute has reached 999,999? Yes. Yi Gu said, at the beginning, I found that her basic attribute panel was very abnormal, so I approached her and wanted to collect her genetic samples so that I could bring them back for you to study carefully. Xia Xiao blinked her eyes when she heard this, and then she realized that she had misunderstood and immediately felt relieved. I told you. Xiaoye is not the type of person who gets bored easily. No matter how many kids with ulterior motives try to approach Yi Gu outside, Xuer and I will definitely always be his best childhood sweethearts. What kind of data is this? Xia Xiao also became curious. Xuer, can you show it to me too? After hearing this, Gao Xinxue directly displayed the data panel using holographic projection. The data collected using the gene collection bottle includes more than just basic attributes such as life, strength, agility, and stamina. There are more detailed attributes on the panel, such as vision, hearing, cell strength, immune protein quality, organ strength, metabolic function, myocardial function, etc. There is more attribute information, which is a bunch of scientific terms that only Gao Xinxue can understand. What an explosive power! Xia Xiao said in shock, but her body looks so weak. Well, judging from the data, her body is almost completely contaminated by demonic energy, and a special genetic mutation has occurred. The contamination has penetrated deep into her spine, bone marrow, and even her heart. Gao Xinshu has said, "It's strange that she is still alive even though her heart has been contaminated to this extent. I think it might be the dark blood that kept her alive." Yi Ge said, "Shuer, can you help me study what exactly the rare mutant demonic disease that appeared in her body is?" Gao Xinshu nodded. Okay. The next day, when Yi Ge came out of his residence, he ran into Liang Quan head on. "Master Yega." Liang Quan had a respectful smile on his face. "How did you rest? Is your health still bothering you?" "Oh, it's okay. I feel much better now." Yi Ge stretched his neck and said, "I feel refreshed." "That's good. The boss is also very worried about your health." Liang Quan joked, "After all, if something happens to you here and the Yi family investigates, we can't afford the wrath of the demonized family." "Don't talk nonsense. We in the Yi family are civilized people. We are always the most reasonable and hate solving problems with violence." Yi Ge and Liang Quan walked out of the residential area together and happened to run into Jiang Xiaoming, Instructor Scar Tiger, Long Ying, Nangong Chouyue, and others. "What's going on with Yi Ge?" Instructor Scar Tiger looked at Yi Ge and Liang Quan's backs as they walked away, and said solemnly, "How could he be so close to these rebellious forces in the wilderness?" Jiang Xiaoming scratched his head, I don't know either." A boy said timidly, "Instructor, this Yi Ge is a member of the demonized family after all. Will he eventually become a team with these rebellious forces and sell us all out?" Jiang Xiaoming patted him on the head and cursed, "What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for me, you would still be in jail." The boy rubbed his head and whispered, "There's no guarantee that he will be bribed later. Yi Ge is not that kind of person." Jiang Xiaoming snorted and said, "Look at your petty mind. You only use dirty thoughts to guess others. If you were in a novel, you would definitely be a minor role that doesn't even deserve a name." Boy, Longing remained silent, looking at the backs of Yi Ge and Liang Quan, as if thinking about something. "Although I don't know what Yi Ge and Bao Bingqing talked about, but there is no doubt about it, there must have been some kind of secret deal between the two of them. This is the factory where we make dark blood." Liang Quan took Yi Ge to visit a factory in Dark City. Yi Ge took a look. The current Dark City seems to be somewhat different from the Dark City in the game CGI. In the Dark City, the most numerous buildings are factories that produce dark blood men, women, old and young, dressed as workers or maintaining the production procedures in the factory. In huge liquid containers are stored unfinished dark blood and well-stored corpses of the dark race. Your boss said that I would definitely be interested in dark blood. Yi Ge glanced at him. But where is he today? Chapter 174 Conspiracy. There has been unrest around the Hundred Souls Forest these past 2 days. Liang Quan said, "You should know that with winter approaching, the activities of the dark race have become increasingly frequent. Especially for those of us living in the first line of defense, we often have to deal with the dark race." "What happened?" Yi Ge asked. Liang Quan's expression also turned serious. "Yes, we found several dark race troops near the Hundred Souls Forest last night. Some hunters have already had conflicts with them. Now those dark race troops are very close to our Dark City, so the boss is dealing with this matter now." "Are the dark race's troops usually so reckless within the first line of defense?" Yi Ge was speechless. The Great Wall, the first line of defense, really so leaky? After all, this is also the territory of the human race, and the troops of the dark race are coming in and out so unscrupulously. Is it true that the Night's Watch and the Imperial Army can't hold on at all?" Liang Quan said, "It hasn't happened before. In the past few winters, even if there were dark creatures that passed through the first line of defense, the Great Wall, and came to the human territory, they were basically just scattered wandering individuals. But this time it is obviously different. These dark race troops are obviously organized and premeditated, so the boss will take it very seriously." Yi Ge didn't think too much and nodded. Liang Quan brought Yi Ge to a workshop, but judging from the furnishings and equipment, it should be a place similar to a laboratory. This laboratory was very large, 3 times larger than the one in the War College. Yi Ge glanced over and saw many alchemists wearing chemical protective suits. When one of the alchemists saw Yi Ge, his pupils shrank and he looked surprised, as if he had never expected Yi Ge to come here. Then he quickly lowered his head, with cold sweat on his back. In fact, His entire body was covered in a chemical protection suit used for research, and his face was also covered with a thick mask. Even if his mother stood in front of him, she would never be able to recognize him. "You have so many alchemists here?" Yi Gu asked curiously. "These are all alchemists that the boss hired from the mainland," Liang Quan said. "Although the boss is a very good genetic scientist, there are some alchemical experiments that he cannot do himself." Yi Gu said, "Because he is an ordinary person, he does not have extraordinary powers, and some important experiments require the experimenter to have extraordinary powers to do them." "Yes." Liang Quan nodded. Liang Quan took Yi Gu to visit the factory and the laboratory, and then took Yi Gu to visit various places in Dark City. After spending less than an hour together, Yi Gu discovered that Liang Quan was also a very capable guy. Not only was he thoughtful and eloquent, but he also had a high emotional intelligence. There was almost no dull moment when Yi Gu was with him. "I heard that this guy is the second in command of Dark City, second only to Bao Bingqing in status, and is Bao Bingqing's absolute confidant," but Yi Gu felt that this guy's temperament was not like that of a member of the Wilderness Gang at all. Liang Quan is different from Kuang Tu and Yang Yin. Although Kuang Tu and Yang Yin are also extraordinary people, they can be seen as wild people and are rough people in the wilderness. Liang Quan does not have any bandit-like airs at all, and his every move is quite measured. Such a person will be valued wherever he goes. Yi Gu even thought that if he chose to develop in the mainland, he would definitely do very well by just joining forces with a noble earl or marquis. It's rare to see an auxiliary transcendent in the universal realm. This is the latest edition of Dark Blood. Liang Quan handed a small bottle to Yi Ji. Yi Gu took the bottle of Dark Blood in his hand and asked, "Are there any major changes between this version and the previous ones? Can it make those who are contaminated by the devil live longer? Or gain greater power?" "No, for ordinary people, this version is no different from the previous Dark Blood." Liang Quan smiled. "This version is actually a gift for you, Master Yi Gu." Yi Gu raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Liang Quan said, "The boss should have told you, right? We have studied your bloodline genes and found that there are recessive genes of the ancient demon race in your genes, so, 1,000 years ago, your Yi family's ancestors said that they had learned to control demonic power and became the first demonized mutants who could control their reason. In fact, it is better to say that you just awakened the recessive genes in your bodies. Because you originally have demon blood, you will naturally not lose your mind due to the pollution of demonic energy." "So?" Yi Gu said calmly, "Go on." Liang Quan smiled and said, "Because it was sealed and turned into a recessive gene in order to conceal the demon bloodline in the early years, so to be honest, the demonic power that your Yi family has discovered now should be less than 1% of your true potential. This new version of Dark Blood can help you, the descendants of the Yi family, discover the true power within you. Also, due to your demonic bloodline, the side effects of the Dark Blood on ordinary people are completely non-existent. For you, you can maintain your sanity while unleashing power several times, or even dozens of times, beyond your current combat power." Yi Ji's eyes moved slightly. Liang Quan noticed the change in Yi Ji's eyes and smiled slightly. "How about it? Are you starting to get interested? If your Yi family is willing to cooperate with us, we can not only make money together, but also study the Dark Blood together." Yi Gu was silent for a long time, then glanced at the scarlet liquid in the bottle in his hand. "You're right, I am indeed beginning to be interested." Liang Quan gave a satisfied smile, but, Yi Gu silently said but in his heart but did not say it directly. After a whole day of touring Dark City, Yi Gu finally said, "Give me some time. I think I still need to think about it carefully." Liang Quan said, "It's okay, you can take your time to think about it." His expression was very confident, because he felt that Yi Gu would definitely be moved. Yi Gu returned to his residence. Gao Xinxue and Xia Xia were sitting on the sofa. When they saw Yi Gu coming back, they all surrounded him. "How is it?" Gao Xinxue walked over and looked at him calmly. Gao Xinxue and Xia Xia already knew about Yi Ji's previous conversation with Bao Bingqing. Yi Gu didn't need to hide such things from these two childhood sweethearts whom he trusted the most. Yi Gu smiled lightly and gave 4 words indifferently, full of conspiracies. "Has everyone started school? Has everyone gone to work? Is anyone still here? They've all left. Okay. It's okay, I'll take good care of myself, drink water when I'm thirsty, pick up some garbage to eat when I'm hungry, and I won't be sad. At most I'll just shed a few tears, don't mind me, I'm busy. Let's all be busy." Chapter 175. Doubt. Another day passed, and Bao Bingqing continued to give Yi Ge the best hospitality. He continued to take Yi Ge to visit his dark city, introduced him to his subordinates, showed him his experimental results, and showed him his ambitions and grand blueprint. The Yi family probably doesn't want to live under someone else's roof forever, right? Bao Bingqing said. Although on the surface, the tension between the royal family and the Yi family has eased, everyone knows that a broken mirror cannot be mended. Yi Ge glanced at him. What do you mean? Bao Bingqing's eyes were filled with ambition. There are countless high-quality territories on the map of all races, waiting for us to conquer and open up. Your Yi family has the most capable warriors, and I have the blood of darkness. We can completely establish our own lords and establish our own order without being restricted by the royal family. Yi Ge smiled faintly and said nothing. Now in the evening, Bao Bingqing rented a drinking party and introduced several of his trusted generals to Yi Ge. This is the only tavern in the Dark City. It is decorated quite simply. The bar is just a few huge steel plates nailed together. The tables and chairs in the tavern were also picked up by scavengers from the ruins in the wilderness. Only the drinks here taste pretty good. The decorations on the walls of the tavern are the heads of various dark creatures, which are usually brought back by hunters. According to the rules of Dark City, as long as you can hunt down a low-level monster and bring back its body, you can exchange it for a week's worth of wine and 100 imperial coins in this tavern, and if you can hunt down a mid-level monster, you can get an imperial gold coin. Bao Bingqing has a total of 5 trusted subordinates. Liang Quan naturally needs no introduction, but Liang Quan is more like a military strategist type of person. In addition, Bao Bingqing has 4 extraordinary warriors. In the Thousand Souls realm, Kuang Tu, Yang Yin, Lao Go, and Fei Long. These people all have a bandit look, a rough personality, and a violent voice, typical images of wilderness adventurers. It is said that they used to be mainlanders, but later they offended some nobles in the mainland and could not survive, so they fled to the outside of the Great Wall and moved between various towns and villages in the wilderness, becoming bounty hunters, and then met Bao Bingqing. In addition to these people, Bao Bingqing has hundreds of hunters under his command, and their levels are between the Yellow Realm and the 100 Souls Realm, coupled with the Blood of Darkness. Countless scavengers also have good combat power. Such a force is definitely the strongest combat force in the wilderness of the human race. Even the Night Watchman's caravans have to tremble in fear when passing through the wilderness, and often worry about being hijacked by them. Kuang Tu and Yang Yin were not very friendly towards Yi Ge at the beginning. After all, they had fought with Yi Ge in the 100 Souls Forest before and suffered losses, so they were still somewhat unwilling to accept the result, especially the madman. He never understood why the boss wanted to win over this little brat from the Yi family and even showed him all his family assets. Even if he was from a demonized family, he was still an aristocrat, and this kind of aristocracy could not blend in with them. Bang! The madman placed a large glass of beer with snow-white foam on the table in front of Yi Ge. Young Master Yi, I toast to you. The madman snorted. No matter how strong the wine in our dark city is, I wonder if your pampered throat can withstand it. Yi Ge smiled slightly and picked up the handle of the beer glass. I'll have one. You can do whatever you want. Oh, you are so small but so arrogant. The madman said exaggeratedly. No need. I will drink as much as you drink. Half an hour later, the madman vomited. The other hunters at the table were also lying on the ground, having drunk most of the wine under the table. They had no idea how this shy and fair-looking boy in front of them could hold so much wine in his stomach. Yi Ge sat alone on the Daoyutai, picking up a fruit from the plate and putting it into his mouth. Opposite him, only Liang Quan was still sitting. Liang Quan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that Master Yi has this ability. Yi Ge said, my demonic blood allows me to adapt well to many things. Wine is no different from water to me. Liang Quan, so that's how it is. After this night, when Kuang Tu and Yang Yin saw Yi Ge's expression the next day, they no longer had that expression of dissatisfaction, but a very complicated expression. They probably felt it was shameful that a group of grown men were actually knocked down by a little kid in just a few days. Yi Ge had basically become familiar with Bao Bingqing and his group from the surface. It seems that Bao Bingqing is indeed open-hearted to him, but the more this happened, the more sober Yi Ge became indeed. Needless to say, Bao Bingqing's attitude over the past few days has been very sincere. He told him almost all the secrets about the Dark Blood, and took him to visit the entire Dark City, factories, laboratories, and even revealed to him the number of his subordinates and all their true strengths. In order to reach a cooperation with the Yi family, he has indeed done enough, but the more sincere Bao Bingqing appears, the more suspicious he is. You have to know that Bao Bingqing is not a young man who has just started out and has only dreams and passion. He was a cunning old fox, a hero who had been fighting in the wilderness for so many years. A guy who could command a group of hunters and extraordinary people in the wilderness could never be so innocent. How could he be so open-hearted to a partner he had only known for a few days? And he took the initiative to expose all his cards. Yi Ge had learned many lessons in his previous life, which made him a person who would not trust others easily. If you trust others easily, you will definitely learn a lesson. He understands this, and Bao Bingqing must understand it too. At night, Yi Ge came to Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao's room. "Shuer, why did you call me here? Is there any result?" Yi Ge asked. "Well, we have a preliminary analysis report." Gao Xinxue handed a tablet to Yi Ge. "Take a look for yourself." Yi Ge took the tablet and carefully reviewed the contents. "Is this a genetic mutation that has never been seen before?" Yi Ge frowned. "Yes, I think it's not just because of the demonic contamination, but also because she took the blood of darkness." Gao Xinxue said, "Because of the demonic contamination in this little girl's body, a very special mutant cell has formed. This cell is similar to that of a person suffering from demonic disease. If there is no corresponding inhibitor, within a week, it will become a dark creature that loses its mind, has a deformed appearance, and is indescribable. However, the mutated cells in her body are slightly more advanced than those of people who have been infected with the demonic disease. Even if she is to become a dark creature, she will definitely become a more advanced monster." Yi Ge glanced at Gao Xinxue and said, "But she hasn't turned into a dark creature yet." "Yes, this is the effect of the dark blood." Gao Xinxue said, "The dark blood is her inhibitor, allowing her to maintain her human form and rationality, but this inhibitor has side effects. While the dark blood maintains the balance in her body, it also causes the mutated cells in her body to evolve and mutate further. Moreover, over time, these mutated cells will evolve and become stronger in her body, until one day, when her body can no longer bear it." Gao Xinxue paused, glanced at Yi Ge, and said, "She will eventually become a dark creature, and she may be the strongest dark creature that has never appeared in history, formed by the pollution of human beings." Chapter 176. The real BOSS. Yi Ge looked at the contents on the tablet in his hand silently with a calm expression. He thought he had roughly guessed it. Really, if his judgment is correct, Chu Chu should be the real boss of the original Dark Blood plot in the main storyline of the original game map of 10,000 races. The magic sound spirit that killed thousands of night watchmen and tens of thousands of demon hunters in the plot CG.it must be Tsutsu. In the original plot, Chu Chu's final ending was extremely tragic and tear-jerking. Even though she eventually turned into a dark creature, she did not actively harm humans. However, all the people in Dark City were affected by the magic sound she cast, and all turned into lunatics, monsters, demonized people, and zombies. The magic sound she made was not something she did intentionally, but was her passive skill. It was a kind of domain-type ability. The magic sound she made unconsciously in her sleep was projected into reality. That was something she couldn't control. Moreover, the influence range of her magic sound will gradually expand, from the Dark City at the beginning, to the entire 100 Souls Forest, and then to the wilderness. In the wild land within hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, the sky and the earth are filled with a strange and distant dark music. As long as people enter this range and hear the music, they will all be affected by the magic sound and begin to become demonized, crazy, and mad. Eventually, various tragic events occurred, forcing the Empire to take it seriously and send out a large number of Night's Watch and War College to encircle and eliminate the magic sound spirit. In that battle in the game's plot, the human race suffered heavy losses. Not only did tens of thousands of people from the Night's Watch, Demon Hunters, and War School die, but there were also countless ordinary people in the wilderness. At least millions of people died. Even the Yi family on the border lost a lot of people because of that disaster. Yi Ge recalled the plot in the background of the game and couldn't help but sigh. "What's wrong with you?" Gao Xinxue asked. "It's okay." Yi Ge paused and said, "Is there any way to save her? If Chu Chu really turns into a dark creature like that, then the Yi family on the border will also suffer, and because he changed the world line, the plot is now different from the original plot. Bao Bingqing seems to have lived longer than in the original plot, which means that if Chu Chu turns into a dark creature, he may even be stronger than in the original plot. Maybe Yuli has a way. Gao Shinshua said, I have sent all her data to Yuli through the system. Okay. Yi Gu immediately opened his system panel and used the communication phone function to call Yuli. Yuli was conducting his research in the Yi family's laboratory at this time. Suddenly, a transparent panel popped up in front of him, showing Yi Ji's incoming call message. As one of the members of Yi Ji's small group, Yuli of course also had the system chip installed. Young Master Yi Gu. Yuli didn't expect that it was Yi Gu calling, so she quickly picked up the phone. Yi Ji's face immediately appeared on the system screen in front of her. Shaoli, are you studying the data that Shuer sent you? Yi Gu asked. Ah, yeah, what's wrong? Are there any progress? Do you think you can develop an inhibitor to control the mutant cells in this girl's body? How long will it take? This. Yuli said a little unconfidently, yes, a little bit. But I'm not very sure. As for the time, listen, you must find a way to make the inhibitor as soon as possible. Yi Gu said seriously, this may affect the lives of millions of people, no, even tens of millions of people. Yuli was shocked, huh? Yuli felt unprecedented pressure and was at a loss, but I don't have much confidence, you must have. There was an irrefutable tone in Yi Ji's voice. Yes, I understand. Yuli bit her lip and clenched her fists tightly. I will do my best. Okay. Yi Gu said, if it's done, send it over here immediately. I'll ask a few strong men to escort you, and I'll send you our location coordinates in a moment. Yuli, okay. After hanging up the video call, Yuli stood in front of the experimental table, still in a daze. This was probably the first time she faced such a big test. It was also the first time that she felt she was so important. It was so important that she was a little scared, terrified that if she messed up, you must have. Yi Ji's voice appeared in her mind again. Yuli came to his senses and took a deep breath. The girl raised her hands and slapped her cheeks hard to wake herself up. Then the girl showed a serious look and immediately began her research work. Sutsu was still sitting alone in the small garden today, sitting alone in a wheelchair, looking up at the big hole on the top of the cave and admiring the moon. Unfortunately, the weather today was not very good. The night sky was covered with dark clouds and the moon was soon covered, but Sutsu still didn't leave and stayed in the garden alone for a long time. In her hands she was still playing with the snowdrop flower that Yi Gu had given her a few days ago. The girl looked around from time to time. She wondered if the boy would come here again if she kept sitting there, but she came to the garden every night in the past few days, but never saw the boy again. Maybe it won't come. Sutsu smiled bitterly in her heart, yes. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of her, and that hand was a new snowdrop. Chapter 177 Eavesdropping. Seeing the snowdrops in front of her, the girl was visibly stunned. Turning her head and seeing Yi Gu, the girl's disappointment and emptiness were immediately filled with surprise and joy. However, her quiet and dignified personality did not allow her to show too much excitement. She just smiled quietly. It's you really sit here every night? Yi Gu said. Well, maybe my life is too boring. Sutsu's fingers gently fiddled with the petals of the white flower in her hand, and I don't have many friends. What a coincidence. I don't have many friends either. Eh? Really? The girl tilted her head, but when I looked out of the window of my attic during the day, I saw several girls following you. They are not friends, they are all my childhood sweethearts. Yi Gu shook his head. Childhood sweetheart? Chuchu's eyes showed a hint of confusion. As a little girl who has lived in dark cities since she was old enough to understand, there are many words in this world that she has never heard of. In fact, I originally just wanted to be friends with them. Yi Gu sighed, but then I found out that they were treating me like a child. Child? Chuchu was even more surprised. But then again, it seems that we can't see the moon here today. Yi Gu raised his head and looked at the hole above his head. Why are you still sitting here so late? Well, because, are you waiting for me here on purpose? Sutsu didn't expect her thoughts to be revealed, and she felt embarrassed for a moment. No. She fiddled with the petals in her hands even faster. Isn't it? Yi Gu said, but I came here specifically to find you. Huh? Chuchu was stunned for a moment. She stared blankly at Yi Ji's fiery eyes that were looking directly at her, and turned her head away shyly. Looking for me? Yeah. Yi Ge smiled. I want to talk to you. What are you talking about? Chu Chu asked curiously. Yi Ge smiled faintly again. Let's talk about your father. An hour later. Yi Ge basically got all the information he wanted. Tsutsu was actually a very smart girl, although she has been living in Dark City since she was old enough to understand and has never been exposed to the outside world. But when Yi Ge, an outsider, asked her about her father, Chu Chu was still a little wary, and what she said was ambiguous at first. Unfortunately, what Yi Ge is best at is making cute girls let down their guard after a round of persuasion that appealed to his emotions and explain things with reason. Yi Ge had basically understood most of the details. It is extremely easy for him, a grown man with an adult mentality and 12 IQ points, to fool a little lowly girl with 7 IQ points and no social experience. Shui Yi Ge performed the Black Shadow dance copied from Nangong Choyue, and moved quickly between the various buildings in the Dark City in the deep night. Finally we arrived at Bao Bingqing's residence. The place where Bao Bingqing lives is similar to a tower, which is the tallest building in Dark City and reaches the top of the cave. Yi Ge originally didn't know where Bao Bingqing lived. He got it from Chu Chu. I am so ashamed. Yi Ge quickly reached the window of Bao Bingqing's room, stepped on the eaves outside the window, and saw that the light in the window was still on. He could faintly hear two people talking. Boss, those dark race troops have been active more and more frequently around the 100 Souls Forest recently. It was Liang Quan's voice. Yes, I know. Bao Bingqing said lightly. I have asked Quan Tu, Filong, and others to take the hunters out for reconnaissance. Humph. I don't know how the Empire's night watchmen and city defense forces guard the Great Wall. So many dark race troops can cross their patrol lines so easily. It turns out that the Empire's army is a bunch of good-for-nothings. There was silence in the room for a long while. After a full silence of about 30 seconds, Liang Quan said, Boss, I think I should tell you the truth. I picked up the dark race troops and taught them how to circumvent the first line of defense, the Night's Watch on the Great Wall. When Yi Ge, who was standing on the eaves outside the window and eavesdropping, heard this, his heart moved slightly. In the room, Bao Bingqing turned around, stared at him coldly, and asked, Why? His tone was full of anger. Liang Quan's face was calm. Boss, do you remember the advice I gave you last time? Bao Bingqing, are you trying to say, cooperate with the dark race? Yes. Liang Quan said, if we want to produce a large amount of dark blood stably, we must need a large amount of monster blood as the production material. Some time ago, our production was insufficient because hunters could not hunt enough monsters, so the production chain was directly stagnant, causing countless people in Dark City to be unemployed and waiting for work. If we cooperate with the dark race, we won't have to worry about the raw materials for production. They will regularly provide us with the purest blood essence, and they will even help us expand this business. In that case, our business would not even have to be limited to the human territory enclosed by the Great Wall. The dark blood business can even be done with other races among all races. By then, how much money do you want to make? We won't have to stay in the human territory and have to obey the Imperial Army and the Night's Watch. Bao Bingqing sneered. Which dark race is negotiating this condition with you? Blood Clan. Liang Quan said calmly, the lord of the Blood Clan Ghost Source Castle, Count Nicholas. Blood Clan, hee. Bao Bingqing chuckled several times and said, I know with my ass what conditions they will put forward if I want to cooperate with them. They want a large number of blood slaves for them to drink blood from. Liang Quan said calmly, we can keep the residents of Dark City and capture some wanderers from the wilderness to give to them. Anyway, these wanderers live in the wilderness and will be contaminated by demonic energy and tortured by diseases for the rest of their lives. They won't live for many years. It's better to give them to the vampires. It won't make any difference. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Bingqing raised his cane and pointed it at Liang Quan's chest. The mechanism at the end of the cane opened, revealing a sharp sword. The sharp blade pierced Liang Quan's chest, and blood slowly flowed out from his chest like a bright red stream, flowing down his clothes and pants, dripping onto the ground. Chapter 178. Being soft-hearted is a big taboo. Liang Quan looked down at the sharp sword that had pierced his chest and the bright red blood that was flowing from the wound, but his expression did not change at all and he said nothing. Bao Bingqing's cane sword did not pierce very deeply, and as a transcendent in the Wanxiang realm, even if Liang Quan was a support, even if his level was suppressed in this place, this minor injury was nothing to him. You seem to have forgotten how many of our brothers died at the hands of the dark race. Bao Bingqing said expressionlessly, took a step forward, and thrust the cane sword in his hand a little deeper. How many of our brothers' families have fallen into the hands of the dark race and have been tortured to death? And now, you are going to abandon your last bottom line as a human being, become a traitor, and personally deliver your compatriots into the hands of the dark race? Of course I remember, boss. Liang Quan said calmly, but I also remember that the reason why we ended up like this today, living in this barren place, is because we have no money, no power, mediocre talent, and offended those nobles, who can exile us with just one word. Those guys who once made us suffer so much that we wanted to die are also human beings, and they are our blood brothers and sisters. Bao Bingqing, boss, you are too soft-hearted. Liang Quan said slowly, since we are walking on this dark road, we have to be as cold-blooded, greedy, and scrupulous, and just for ourselves like a group of hyenas. Being soft-hearted is the biggest taboo. Since the human race doesn't treat us well, why should we care about the lives of those irrelevant people? Since we are already on this dark road, why can't we cooperate with the dark race? But don't forget it. Bao Bingqing narrowed his eyes. We have been able to achieve this point today. We have built such a huge force in the wilderness and made so many brothers follow us willingly. What did we rely on? Do you really think it was just relying on the blood of darkness? Loyalty, as well as your ability, means, and brains. Liang Quan said, so you can continue to maintain your image of being loyal. In front of your brothers, you are still the good boss. I will do the things in the dark. Bao Bingqing stared into his eyes gloomily. Liang Quan looked into his eyes without any fear. The blood continued to flow onto the ground, forming a small pool of blood. Puff Bao Bingqing put away his cane sword and turned around. I don't agree with this matter. Bao Bingqing said expressionlessly, Quang Tu, Yang Yin, Lao Go, Fei Long, their wives, children, parents, and family members all died at the hands of the dark race. I promised them that I would help them get revenge. You are not allowed to mention this matter again, and you are not allowed to have any dealings with the dark race again. Liang Quan heard this and sighed softly. All right, Liang Quan then asked, what should Ji Gu and his people do? Just follow the original plan. Bao Bingqing put his hands on his cane. It should be almost done in the next few days. The night watchman should be here soon, right? Yes. Liang Quan said, the patrolling scavengers have also found traces of the night watchman outside the 100 Souls forest. Bao Bingqing nodded, you can go down. Yes. Liang Quan bowed slightly, then stepped back and left the room. Ye Ge leaned against the window, deep in thought. It seems that the situation within their faction is really complicated. A brightly lit room, Longing sat alone in the room, cross-legged on the bed, meditating and practicing call. After an unknown amount of time, Longing let out a deep breath and opened his eyes. She was so worried that she couldn't calm down and practice. Having stayed in this dark city for so many days, she had many doubts in her mind. These days, Ye Gu has been hanging out with rebels like Bao Bingqing. Bao Bingqing and his people seem to have always treated him as a guest of honor. There must be something wrong here. What did they talk about? Longing was a little anxious. Except for Ye Gu, the movements of the others were restricted, which was basically equivalent to house arrest. Their cyber watches and space rings were also confiscated, and they had no way to contact the outside world. According to Ye Gu, their memories would be erased before they left. By then, they will forget what happened here. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Longing hesitated for a moment, then walked over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a tall, gentle-looking young man. It was Liang Quan. Liang Quan smiled and said, Your Highness Longing, you haven't slept yet. Are you the subordinate of Bao Bingqing? Longing glanced outside the door and saw that there was no one else. What do you want to talk to me about? There is something, and it's very important. Liang Quan took a step forward and lowered his voice. Can we go in and talk? There was a flash of vigilance and suspicion in Longing's eyes. I know your Highness is on guard. I don't know why I'm here. Liang Quan took out a silver token. Do you recognize this? Longing glanced at the token, then looked at him. This is the family token of Duke Wang En. Who are you? Liang Quan smiled and said, Can you trust me now? Longing nodded. Come in. Liang Quan closed the door and went into the room with Longing. Your Highness, I apologize for my previous disrespect. Liang Quan knelt on one knee in front of Longing. No need. Longing put one hand behind his back and looked at him expressionlessly. Now you can tell me your identity.
Liang Quan stood up slowly and said, I am an undercover agent planted by Duke Wang Yan in Bao Bingqing's place.
Long Ying's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh?
Duke Wang Yan actually has this trick?
Has he already planted spies inside the wilderness rebellious forces?
Then she paused and asked, if that's the case, why didn't Duke Wang Yan make any progress in investigating the rebellious forces in the wilderness? And why didn't he report it to the court?
The Duke naturally wants to catch a bigger fish before reporting to the court for credit. Liang Quan smiled. Otherwise, if we had told His Majesty so early and let His Majesty know that we had penetrated the inner circle of the rebellious forces, His Majesty would definitely be eager to get the result, but you should understand that this kind of thing cannot be rushed.
Indeed. As a daughter, Long Ying of course understands her father's personality best. He is so impatient and too eager for success. Then why did you come here to see me today? Chapter 179 The Smell of Death, because I have something very important to report to you. What's up?
The young master of the Yi family, Yi Gu, has reached a business cooperation relationship with Bao Bingqing. Liang Quan said slowly, in the future, the Yi family will help Bao Bingqing introduce the blood of darkness to the mainland. At the same time, the Yi family will also provide a large amount of financial support for the research of the blood of darkness.
Long Ying's expression suddenly changed. Are you serious?
The girl immediately turned her head and stared at him and asked. Liang Quan said, you should have seen how Bao Bingqing treated Yi Gu these past few days. He treated him like a distinguished guest, taking him on a tour of the entire Dark City, his factories, and laboratories.
How could this be like treating a prisoner?
In fact, with your intelligence, you should have discovered the problem long ago even if I hadn't told you. Long Ying didn't say anything, she just felt extremely confused for a moment. Is this really true? Although Liang Quan's guess was correct, she had already noticed that something was wrong in the past few days, but when Long Ying actually heard Liang Quan say this, he still found it hard to accept. It's not just that I can't accept that Yi Gu betrayed the empire, dark blood, what a harmful thing it is to people.
Long Ying knew it very well. That why Yi Gu, is he such a person? What's wrong with you, Your Highness? Liang Quan saw the sadness in Long Ying's eyes and asked, you seem very surprised? Long Ying didn't know what was wrong with him.
He just felt something stuck in his throat. After a long while, he slowly said, it was indeed a bit unexpected. This is nothing surprising.
Yi Gu is a demonized gene mutant after all. His family is well known for being cold-blooded, cruel and bloodthirsty.
Their ruthless methods are even feared by the dark races. It is completely expected that they would do something like this. Liang Quan seemed to understand something. His Highness Long Ying must have been deceived by the appearance of that little demon.
Long Ying, this matter is very serious. Once the dark blood circulates in large quantities in the mainland, the consequences will be disastrous. I don't know how many innocent people will suffer.
Liang Quan said, taking out a cyber watch and a space ring and handing them to Long Ying. This is your communication watch and ring, Your Highness.
You'd better find a way to contact the court as soon as possible.
Facts have proved that the Yi family is a scourge to the human race after all, and they will never be able to coexist with us ordinary humans. Liang Quan left, and Long Ying sat alone at the table, looking at the cyber watch and space ring on the table, pondering for a long time. Yi Gu sat up from the head of the bed, yawned and stretched. Under the thick quilt next to him, the little snow-white civet cat curled up quietly beside him with its two long furry tails curled up beside him and took a nap. Winter is coming, the temperature is dropping rapidly, and it is getting colder day by day. Of course, kittens will look for a warmer place by themselves, and the owner's bed is of course the most convenient choice. At the beginning, the kitten was actually reserved. Unfortunately, she couldn't resist the temptation of Yi Ji's hand beckoning several times while lying on the bed, and he always tempted her with her favorite magic milk. In the end, the kitten was tricked by Yi Gu into bed in such cold weather. No one would be willing to come out after getting into bed, not even the golden quality two-tailed snow spirit cat that has the potential to advance to the Soul Emperor realm in the future.
Damn it!
The cunning and scheming master. He actually used such despicable means to trick her into a comfortable circle. The white blood spirit hummed and talked in cat language in his sleep. As Yi Gu stood up from the head of the bed, the cold air from outside poured into the quilt.
The kitten couldn't help but shiver.
It subconsciously moved slightly and put its small body close to Yi Ji's legs to keep warm. Yi Ge looked out the window. Today is already his 4th day in Dark City. Well, it's time to go back. It's almost time to end the story here. Yi Ge yawned twice sleepily and prepared to get up. At this moment, I suddenly heard a burst of noise coming from outside, as if a lot of people gathered together and chattered. What happened? Yi Ge came to the window and looked out from the pavilion. He saw a lot of people gathered in a square in the Dark City, including Bao Bingqing and Liang Quan. There were several men beside Bao Bingqing who were talking to him very quickly. At the same time, there were several young men with angry faces, flushed red, and very emotional. There were also several people wiping their tears and looking very sad. Yi Ge didn't know what had happened, but he sniffed and suddenly smelled a smell of blood. What a strong smell of blood, Ye Ge murmured. The spirit of disaster flapped its black wings and flew back to his shoulder. It said in a deep voice, "My lord, I smell the smell of death, and there are more than 1 or 2 dead." Someone died? Yi Ge narrowed his eyes and immediately turned around to go out. Before going out, he picked up Bai Shueling, who was sleeping in the bed, and put him on his shoulder. Bai Shueling was sleeping soundly and had no idea what was happening when Yi Ge dragged him away. The kitten opened its eyes and complained to Yi Ge with a meow, as if it was blaming his rude behavior, but soon she crawled from Yi Ji's shoulder and into his collar, found a warm shelter again, and continued to sleep. Yi Ge came outside and saw that more people had gathered in the square. When he came to the front, he could see clearly what was happening in the square. More than a dozen people covered in blood were lying on the ground. Among them were 2 of Bao Bingqing's trusted generals, Quang Tu and Fei Long. A few old men who looked like doctors were examining them with sweat on their foreheads. Liang Quan was also standing beside them with his hands raised, using his extraordinary healing powers. Judging from the attire of these dozen people, they are all hunters under Bao Bingqing. They are seriously injured and lying on the ground motionless. Only the madman is still conscious, but he also has several knife wounds and scratches on his body. Each wound is very deep and you can almost see the white bones. Yi Ge could feel that there was a hint of darkness on those wounds. It was obvious that Madman and the others were injured by the dark race. Then Yi Ge used the system to check the Berserker's attribute panel and found that his health bar was only 1% left, and he was really hanging on to his last breath. And Fei Long, and several other hunters, after Liang Quan had been using healing magic to try to save the patient for a while, he let out several heavy breaths, obviously having consumed too much energy. Bao Bingqing immediately asked beside him, "How is it?" "The madman has been rescued and is no longer in danger of death." Liang Quan paused and said, "But Fei Long and several other hunters may have already." Chapter 180. Let them be buried with you. Bao Bingqing's face looked terribly ugly, as gloomy as a stormy day in June. Yi Ge stood aside in silence. At this time, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, Jiang Xiaoming, Long Ying, Nangong Choyue and others also came over and squeezed to the front of the crowd. Nangong Choyue came to Ye Ge's side and saw more than a dozen corpses on the ground. Her eyes were dull for a moment, and she said in a daze, What happened?" Yi Ge shook his head and said nothing. Bao Bingqing sighed softly and supported himself on his cane with both hands. "Who can tell me what's going on?" "It's a vampire army." A hunter standing nearby who was slightly injured and wearing a bandage said with a sad face, "When Brother Quangtu and Brother Fei Long were patrolling with us in the 100 Souls Forest, we found that a vampire army was approaching our dark city, so we started a battle with them. But the vampire leader who led the team was very strong, and his level was also suppressed to the 100 Souls realm. Brother Quangtu and Brother Fei Long were no match for them at all, especially Brother Fei Long, who completely lost his combat effectiveness after only one bite from him. We had no choice but to retreat and escape at all costs, but Yang Yin and Lao Go were also standing aside." When they heard these words, they trembled all over, their eyes full of anger, as if they couldn't wait to find that group of vampires and kill them to the death. "Blood race?" Bai Shueling opened his eyes in the darkness, and when he heard the word vampire, he seemed to wake up instantly. A cat's head immediately popped out from Yi Ji's collar. This time, Yi Ge bent down and examined Fei Long's body. He used one hand to push Fei Long's neck away. Lao Go asked him, "What are you doing?" Yi Ge glanced at him, then pointed at the 2 small tooth holes on Fei Long's neck and said calmly, "He was poisoned by blood. The Blood Clan captain who bit him should be at least a Shura level warrior. Even if his level is suppressed, his blood poison passive skill can still be used. If you are bitten by a high-level vampire that cultivates blood poison, you will continue to enter the blood loss state, losing life at a rate of 500 HP per second. If Fei Long's poison resistance is not high enough, the blood loss rate will be even faster. Even if you could bring him back, he would have died on the way. Ye Gu looked at the other people again. The other hunters who died were all in almost the same situation.
Bao Bingqing looked at Ye Gu and said, "Do you know a lot about the vampires?"
Ye Gu shrugged, "I read a lot of books. For students of the War College, learning the knowledge of all races is a basic item."
Bao Bingqing said nothing more, and his two hands, which were resting on the cane, were trembling slightly. It was not a trembling of fear, but a trembling of anger. Ye Gu observed his eyes from the side. What is certain is that at least his hatred for the dark race is real, that look can't be faked.
Blood clan, humph.
Bao Bingqing looked grim and asked coldly, "How many people are there in total? Have you figured it out?"
The hunter with the bandages said, "We saw at least 50 or 60 vampire warriors, 40 of them were low-level vampires, and a dozen or 20 were mid-level vampires.
But I estimate there are definitely more than that. There should be at least 100 of them."
Hundreds of people. Bao Bingqing took a deep breath, as if he felt a little pressure, and then said viciously, "Yang Yin, Lao Go, you too, call all the hunters in the city to gather. Also, call back all the scavengers and hunters who are hunting and scavenging outside."
Yang Yin and Lao Go, yes.
Then they turned and left. The madman was also carried away on a stretcher, humming something along the way. The residents who were watching around gradually dispersed. Bao Bingqing looked at Ye Gu and was silent for a long time before he said, "I'm sorry, Master Ye Gu, I was going to have a good talk with you today, but now it seems that I don't have the time."
"Are you planning to go to war with this Blood Clan army?"
Ye Gu shrugged. "They may just be passing by unintentionally because of other things.
Maybe their target is not the Dark City."
"Whether they did it intentionally or unintentionally, my dozen brothers cannot die in vain." Bao Bingqing said expressionlessly, his tone firm and ruthless, "If anyone dares to touch my people, I will bury them with them."
"Do you think you can beat them?" Ye Gu asked curiously. "They may have at least dozens of mid-level vampires."
"Ha!
Do you know why I built Dark City in the Valley of the 100 Souls Forest?"
Bao Bingqing picked up a bottle of dark blood and said coldly, "Because here, no matter how strong they are only at the 100 Souls realm." Ye Gu said nothing more. Bao Bingqing and Liang Quan left together. Xia Xiao and the others came over at this time. Strange, Nangong Chouyue crossed her arms and frowned. With the Great Wall, how could a Blood Clan army of more than 100 people infiltrate the human territory without warning? It doesn't make sense. The first line of defense, the Great Wall, has many gaps and loopholes in its defenses. It is inevitable that monsters often sneak into human territory, but most of the time they are scattered. It's outrageous that a vampire army of more than 100 people, such a large target, ran into the Forest of 100 Souls, and the Night Watch had no warning at all. Jiang Xiaoming analyzed carelessly. "I think, most likely those Imperial soldiers and night watchmen on the Great Wall dozed off while on guard at night, just like when I was in class, and that's why they accidentally let so
many vampires sneak in."
"Oh. It hurts.
What are you doing?"
Jiang Xiaoming looked aggrieved. "Don't talk nonsense."
Nangong Chouyue kicked him angrily. A night watchman would never do such a reckless thing.
Gao Xinshua looked at Ye Gu at this time and said, "Now, Bao Bingqing and the others should not have the time to take care of us.
Perhaps we can take advantage of this opportunity and leave." Chapter 181 Go back to sleep. This is indeed a good suggestion.
Instructor Scar Tiger said seriously, "Now that they can't take care of us, we can take this opportunity to leave Dark City." Ye Gu said, "If it is true as they said, that more than 100 Blood Clan warriors appeared near the 100 Souls Forest, do you think it is really safe for us to leave now?" Instructor Scar Tiger hesitated. Moreover, more than 100 Blood Clan warriors are actually just an estimated number.
Ye Gu said, "So many Blood Clan warriors sneaked into the human territory and appeared in the 100 Souls Forest. This is definitely a purposeful action. Maybe they have surrounded the vicinity of Dark City now. Do you think it will be safer for us to leave Dark City now than to stay here?"
Instructor Scar Tiger remained silent.
"So what should we do now?" Nangong Chouyue asked curiously. "Why Ye Gu, go back to the house and sleep."
Nangong Chouyue, huh? Ye Gu yawned, turned around and walked towards his residence. The other people all looked confused. Gao Xinshua didn't ask anything and was the first to follow Ye Gu towards the residence. Seeing this, Xia Xiao blinked twice in a silly way, then immediately jogged after him. Jiang Xiaoming saw that they had all left and scratched his head. "Instructor, are we really going back to sleep?" Instructor Scar Tiger looked embarrassed, but I have to admit that what Yi Gu said makes sense. Even if they could leave Dark City, if they encountered the vampire army while passing through the Forest of 100 Souls and fell into the hands of the vampires, the consequences would be disastrous, Longing said at this time. In this case, then let's do as he said and go back to sleep.
Ah? Nangong Choyue was surprised and looked at her. You think so too?
Longing said calmly. Teacher Songfeng said that when he is not around, Yi Gu is the captain.
Since we are carrying out a mission, there must be someone to make the decision. Nangong Choyue was helpless.
That's right, Longing didn't explain anymore and turned around and walked towards his residence. Hey, are you really leaving?
Nangong Choyue called out.
Seeing that she was the only one left in their team, she immediately pursed her lips and muttered, "You guys are so careless." "Forget it, just go back and sleep." Longing returned to her single room and took out her cyber watch again.
How should I explain the situation to my father?
Longing hesitated again and again. There are many doubts about this matter. She still had many questions in her mind that had not been answered. That Liang Quan, although he said he was Duke Wangan's man, but, nor can it be fully trusted. Forget it, let's not report this to father yet. Longing originally wanted to make a phone call back to explain the situation and seek reinforcements from the court, but after considering for a moment, Longing decided to use his own people first. As the 9th princess of the empire, Longing was born into an imperial family and was destined to face all kinds of cruel competition in the future around her. Every brother, sister, younger brother, and younger sister with royal blood is her future competitor for the throne. In this world of extraordinary powers, strength is everything and gender is not that important, so even a princess is qualified to compete for the throne. Therefore, Longing started training his own direct subordinates since he was 7 years old. Among her direct subordinates, there are naturally troops that can be used at such a critical moment.
Longing pressed the button on the watch screen and sent a message. Uncle Fu, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Highness. A holographic projection image of Uncle Fu appeared on her watch.
Thank God, there is finally news about you.
I heard that you encountered danger during your mission and were kidnapped by the rebellious forces in the wilderness. His Majesty is very worried and has sent a large number of troops out to search for you.
Well, that's about right.
Longing said, I've sent you a location message, bring your people here immediately. Yes. Also, don't tell my father about this for now.
Why?
Uncle Fu was puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to let His Majesty send troops to rescue you?
You don't need to ask more.
Longing said lightly.
Yes, I understand.
Uncle Fu responded respectfully. Of course Yi Gu didn't go back to sleep. Gao Xinxue and Xiao Xiao both sat in front of him.
Shuer, can you investigate the situation near Dark City?
Yi Gu asked. Gao Xinxue nodded. Yes, sure. Then, Gao Xinxue took out a suitcase. Although the space ring had been temporarily confiscated by Bao Bingqing's group, they still had the system, and this suitcase was naturally downloaded from the system space column. Gao Xinxue opened the mechanical buttons and opened the suitcase. There were 3 layers in the box, each layer had 12 grids, and in each grid there was a small mechanical bug. There are mechanical bugs in the shape of ants, mechanical bugs in the shape of bees, and mechanical bugs in the shape of cockroaches. If you look at these mechanical insects with the naked eye, you can't tell the difference between them and ordinary insects. Only when you look at them with a magnifying glass, you will find that their body structure is made up of mechanical parts. Even every tentacle and hair on their bodies are high-tech nanoproducts, used as tools for perception. Gao Xinxue released all the mechanical bugs. These mechanical insects quickly scattered, some crawled into the cracks in the corners of the wall, and some spread their wings and flew out of the window, starting their reconnaissance work. Forest of 100 Souls, more than 30 fast-moving figures shuttled quickly among the woods. All of these people were wearing the black uniforms of the Night Watch. Nangong Ru was running in the front at a very fast pace, her windbreaker fluttering, and she was jumping quickly between several big trees in her long combat boots. The several night watchmen behind her had to use all their strength to barely keep up with her. A young night watchman chased after him and said, Chief, you don't have to come here in person. It's too dangerous. Another middle-aged night watchman nearby said, Yes, Chief, your strength is suppressed here. What if we encounter too many enemies? Nangong Ru ran quickly while saying solemnly, Stop talking nonsense. My sister has fallen into the hands of those barbaric forces.
Do you think I can still sit still?
The other night watchman fell silent.
Ha! At this time, a night watchman looked at the woods ahead and suddenly said in surprise, "Chief, look ahead. I have something to do today, so there is only one update. Everyone go to bed early, I will post some pictures tomorrow to make it up to you." Chapter 182. The purpose of the Blood Clan. Nangongru looked at the woods not far ahead, and her amber eyes suddenly narrowed. She quickened her pace. The female chief of the Night Watch took a few steps forward, pushing the tree trunks hard with her black military boots. Soon she was flashing and jumping between several big trees, rushing out hundreds of meters. The woods in this area were full of traces of fighting. The rough tree trunks were carved with scratches from weapons. The ground was stained with blood, and it was obviously fresh. The bright red blood flowed in the snow like the crimson poured on a Sunday. Nangongru leaned over, touched the blood on the ground, picked up a little and sniffed it. It's the blood of the polluter, and it also smells a bit like vampires. The female chief of the Night Watch quickly glanced at the surrounding woods and snow. Clear footprints could be seen everywhere, and it was very chaotic. It seemed that there were quite a few people fighting on both sides, at least 30 or 40 people. It looks like there are more than just one or two vampires. Nangongru said, "There should be at least a team of dozens of vampires." A team of dozens of vampires? A middle-aged night watchman asked in surprise, "How is it possible? How could so many vampires appear in the Empire? There hasn't been any warning from the Great Wall?" "That's the truth." Nangongru slowly stood up and looked at the middle-aged night watchman. "Oldly, contact the Great Wall and the Empire immediately." "Yes." The middle-aged night watchman, Laoli, raised his wrist and touched the screen on the Cyberwatch. After operating it for a while, he was slightly stunned. "Chief, something's wrong. The signal here is so bad." Laoli said, "It seems that our signal has been interfered with in some way. Our equipment is no longer usable." "What?" Nangongru frowned. "How could this happen?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, several dark shadows suddenly fell from the tree. "Who?" Nangongru turned around with a cold look and drew the straight knife from her waist. "Director Nangong, don't be nervous." Sung Fong walked out of the bushes and showed his War Academy badge. "We are one of you." Behind Sung Fong were several extraordinary warriors of the Imperial Army. They were the reinforcements he had brought from the Great Wall. "Are you Song Fong from the Confucian School?" Nangongru recognized him and said expressionlessly, "You sent out a carrier pigeon to report that my sister and her friends were held hostage by rebel forces. What happened?" Sung Fong then recounted in detail what had happened before. Nangongru frowned. "You mean, the lair of the wilderness rebellious forces is in this 100 Souls forest?" "Yes." Sung Fong said, "But I suspect there should be a barrier near their lair. We have searched this forest for a long time but have not found anything. Also, there seems to be signal interference here. Many functions of our watches are not working, and the map cannot be loaded. We almost got lost in the forest. I suspect it was done by the vampire troops. They must have carried signal jammers." The vampires are a race that also possesses a highly civilized state like humans. They have a complete civilization system and social system. Their race has a civilization history of millions of years, which is even higher than that of humans, so their technological equipment is no worse than that of humans. Nangongru narrowed her eyes. "Blood Clan troops? You know about this too?" Sung Fong said, "Not only did I know about it, I also saw with my own eyes a Blood Clan team and a Spirit Demon Clan team fighting in the forest." Nangongru was surprised. "What?" "This matter is related to the mission of our war college. When there was still signal just now, I had already spoken to Principal Lonmi on the phone." Sung Fong said slowly, "The reason why the Blood Clan troops appeared here is to snatch something." "What?" "The holy soul of the female emperor of the Spirit Demon Clan." Yi family. Yuli stood alone in front of the workbench in the laboratory. The desk was covered with sheets of information and drawings covered with complicated symbols. Test tubes filled with colorful liquids were placed on the shelves, and the blue flames underneath were slowly warming them. A dozen wires nearby connected pieces of stone engraved with runes to another instrument. When the instrument was running, each rune lit up with a pale blue light and made a slight buzzing sound. Yuli carefully poured the powder in the medicine bottle in her hand onto the balance scale. The pointer of the instrument kept twisting and finally stopped and balanced. She turned the mechanism of the instrument and energy began to flow in. there is only one last step. Yuli took a deep breath, and the expression on her delicate little face gradually became a little nervous. She pulled out a bottle of light blue potion. The liquid inside looked like crystal blue tears, emitting a charming halo under the light. As an ordinary person, there are some potions that cannot be refined. Some special medicines must be blessed with extraordinary powers during the refining process. Yuli has not yet used potions to awaken into a superhuman being. One reason is that she has not yet developed a potion suitable for herself. Another reason is that after she improved the potion ratio given to her by Yi Gu, she has never had confidence in the improved version of the potion, but this time, Yi Gu needed the inhibitor she refined, which must be refined using extraordinary power. Yuli opened the bottle cap, tilted his neck back, and poured the potion down his throat in one breath. The girl frowned slightly, showing a painful expression, as if she was enduring something. Ugh. At night, the mechanical insects that Gao Xinxue sent out for reconnaissance came back. Gao Xinxue raised her finger and let a mechanical bee land on her slender finger. With a flash of technology in her pupils, she entered all the information obtained by the mechanical insect into her personal system. How is it? Yi Gu asked. I will share the data with you. Gao Xinxue's eyes flickered again, and a data panel appeared in front of her. Please receive it. A download progress bar appeared in front of Yi Gu and Xia Xiao, and they quickly received the data transmitted by Gao Xinxue. Soon, a map appeared in front of them. Countless red dots appeared on it. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the valley where Dark City is located, we have detected more than one Blood Clan team. Gao Xinxue said, in the swamp rainforest to the east, we found 3 Blood Clan teams, each with about 30 Blood Clan warriors. In the canyon to the west, there are also 2 Blood Clan teams. In the forest to the north, there are 4 Blood Clan teams. In the forest to the west, there are also 4. The total number is about 400 to 500 Blood Clan warriors. Chapter 183. The stupid defeats the expert. 4 or 500. Yi Gu was shocked. Wow! Such a large number of Blood Clan troops actually sneaked into the human territory so silently, and the Great Wall had no warning at all. What on earth are those Night's Watch and the Imperial Army doing? Xia Xiao asked nervously. What should we do now? Report our location to the Empire and ask for help? Although Yi Gu and his friends' communication watches were taken away, their system still has the communication function. No. Yi Gu said, I don't want to contact the Empire for the time being. Why? Xia Xiao was puzzled. Because I suspect there is a conspiracy in this matter. Conspiracy? Oh, I'm not talking about the vampires. The appearance of these vampire troops should just be an accident. Yi Gu paused and said, I'm talking about Baobingqing. What happened to Baobingqing? Don't you think that Bao Bingqing is a little too polite to me? Xia Xiao thought for a moment and said, well, is it because he wants to promote cooperation with your Yi family? Yes, that's right. Yi Gu said, though those people in Dark City didn't make things difficult for you these past few days, you can only move around in the residential area, which is basically equivalent to being under house arrest. But I'm very close to Bao Bianqing and can move freely in Dark City. Just think about it, what would Instructor Long Ying, Nangong Chouyue, and Scar Tiger think? Gao Xinxue seemed to have thought of it immediately. They will definitely be suspicious and think that you and Bao Bingqing have reached some kind of deal. They will even think about whether it is related to the Dark Blood, because your Yi family is in charge of the trade on the border of the Great Wall. Yes. Yi Gu said calmly, Long Ying is the 9th princess of the Empire, Nangong Chouyue is the sister of the director of the Night Watch, Scar Tiger is an instructor at the War College, Jiang Xiaoming and the others are also students of the War College. Each of their identities represents that they are very good witnesses. Although Bao Bianqing said that before they leave, their memories of the past few days will be erased. But think about it, if their memories are not erased and they return to the mainland with such doubts, what will happen? Gao Xinxue's eyes changed. You mean, this is a planned frame-up? Bao Bingqing actually had no intention of cooperating with your Yi family from the beginning? The purpose is to frame the Yi family for being tainted with the blood of darkness? Xia Xiao was also surprised. Huh? Why is this? Why did he do this? Yi Gu, of course he didn't want to do this, but there is someone else behind the scenes. Xia Xiao asked innocently, someone else? Who is it? Yi Gu closed his eyes,
put a finger on his forehead, and tapped his eyebrows gently. Let me guess, if you put yourself in my shoes, I am the one manipulating everything behind the scenes. I will let Bao Bingqing deliberately show special hospitality and respect to Yi Gu in front of Long Ying and the others, take Yi Gu on a tour in Dark City, show him the factory, laboratory, and city-state construction, so that Long Ying, Nangong Choyue, and the others will have doubts, but this is only the first step. In the second step, I will arrange for someone to claim that he is an undercover agent planted next to Bao Bingqing, and go to Long Ying or Nangong to tip off the situation, so that they can confirm their suspicions. The third step is to spread some rumors, so that Long Ying and the others can accidentally hear some rumors and confirm their suspicions. Gao Xinxue frowned. Xia Xia was bewildered, her eyes seemed to be full of mosquito coils. She was confused and said, wait a minute, what's going on? I don't understand. Xiao Ye, can you tell me again? Yi Gu, who would do such a thing? Gao Xinxue said seriously. There are quite a few people who have grudges against the Yi family. Yi Gu said, but now, the royal family has reconciled with the Yi family, and the Yi family is on the rise. Under this situation, there are still people who dare to do such a thing. Yi Gu paused and sneered, I can only think of Duke Wang En. Duke Wang En. Xia Xiao tilted her head, by the way, what grudge does this Duke Wang En have against your Yi family? Why does he have to make things difficult for you? I don't know. I heard it was the vengeance of my grandfather's generation. Xia Xiao thought for a moment and suggested, should we go and explain this to Long Ying and the others now? They have to believe the explanation. Yi Gu shrugged, empty words will not work. Xia Xiao, oh, besides, I haven't finished what I just said. Yi Gu said slowly, if I was the mastermind behind this, I could even be more ruthless and more ruthless. Gao Xinxue, what do you mean? If I am the mastermind behind this, I will ask the person who leaked the information to return the communication watch to Long Ying or Nangong, and let them report the matter to the Empire and the Night's Watch immediately. Yi Gu paused at this point, and then his eyes darkened, then, kill everyone and leave no one alive. In the end, put the blame on Yi Gu. Long Ying is the 9th princess of the Empire, and Nangong Choyue is the sister of the director of the Night Watch. If the two of them were silenced because they discovered the deal between Yi Gu and Bao Bingqing, Gao Xinxue looked solemn and continued his words, then the Empire will have no choice but to turn against the Yi family completely. A war between the royal family and the Yi family is inevitable, and no one can stop it. Yes, Schwer is smart. Vicious, so vicious. Yi Gu sighed and said leisurely, the person who came up with this conspiracy is such a sinister, cunning, despicable, and shameless bastard. Gao Xinxue was silent for a moment, then said, if everything is really as you expected, then how do you plan to break this situation? Yi Gu smiled and said, maybe I don't need to break this situation at all. Gao Xinxue, what do you mean? I don't think Her Highness Long Ying is that stupid, right? Yi Gu stroked his chin and thought, after all, she is a person with an intelligence score of 11. If she can't even think of such a conspiracy, then it's all in vain. Gao Xinxue thought for a moment and asked, what if the person they are trying to instigate chooses Nangong Choyue? That's even simpler. Yi Gu said, there's a saying you may have heard before. What? A master of bad writing. Picture. Chapter 184 Opportunity to make big money. Nangong Choyue stood at the windowsill of her residence, looking at the scene in the dark city outside. I don't know what's going on outside. Nangong Choyue sighed softly, alas, I have been locked up here for so many days, my sister must be very worried. There was a faint noisy sound coming from the next room, as if a lot of people were drinking and chatting, and they were talking very loudly, and from time to time a few uncivilized swear words were heard. The houses in Dark City are basically built with wooden boards picked up from the ruins, so the sound insulation effect is certainly not very good. People in the wilderness are like this. They have careless living habits, do not pay attention to etiquette when doing things, and are generous and rough. Hey, have you heard about it? About our boss and the young master of the Yi family. I never expected that. Some noises came from the next room. Nangong Choyue was complaining in her heart at first. She had lived here for a few days and could often hear the sound of a few young men next door drinking and chatting at night, which kept her from sleeping well these few nights. But when the girl heard the words young master of the Yi family, her heart suddenly moved and her ears immediately pricked up. Their boss. Bao Bingqing? With Yi Gu? What's going on? Nangong Choyua hesitated, then immediately walked over, pressed her ear against the wall, and eavesdropped on the movements in the next room.
Damn, I don't know what's wrong with the boss these days. I really don't know why he is so polite to the young master of the Yi family.
For those mainland nobles, we can just tie them up in the dungeon like we did before, whip them and take pictures, and then ask their families for a ransom. But this time, he actually serves them like he is serving his master.
This is not just capturing a prisoner, it's simply inviting back an ancestor," said a man.
"Hey, you don't know this. The boss has already reached a deal with the young master of the Yi family. In the future, the Yi family will help us to channel the blood of darkness to the mainland. The Yi family will be our financial backer in the future, so of course we have to be polite to them," an older voice said with a smile.
"Fuck, is this true?" Another man was surprised.
Nangong Choyua was shocked when she heard this. Yi Gu actually agreed to help Bao Bingqing sell the blood of darkness. This Yi Gu is so abominable. He saved me once before, and I thought he was different from those other vicious demonized people. I thought he was a good and reliable captain. Nangong Choyua stood up angrily, looked around, picked up the straight knife on the table, and strode out of the room. In the next room, Liang Quan and several other men were sitting around a table. One of the men lay on the wall, quietly listening to the sounds coming from Nangong Choyua's room. After a while, he heard the door slam shut, and immediately said to Liang Quan, "Brother Liang, the little girl should have heard it."
"Yeah."
Liang Quan responded calmly, taking a sip from a glass of wine. "It seems that the plan is going well."
"Brother Liang, is our boss really going to go to war with the vampires?"
a young man asked with some concern. "I heard that the vampires are quite powerful. Although they all look weak and frail, their vampire physiques are destined to make them more powerful than us humans. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid." Liang Quan smiled, looked at him, and asked, "You don't want to risk your life, right?" The young man sighed. "We have been in the wilderness for so many years, and finally built up a foundation.
We have just had a few days of good life and can make good money.
Who would want to risk his life? That's right."
Liang Quan smiled again, his eyes playful. "Then I'll give you another chance to make a lot of money. Are you willing to do it?" The young man's eyes lit up. What opportunity?
Nangong Choyua took advantage of the night, covered her face, and crept to the window of Yi Ji's residence. Her little head popped out from the window when she looked carefully at the situation in the room with a serious look in her eyes. If Yi Gu really agreed to something like that with Bao Bingqing, before leaving Dark City, their memories will be erased. She won't remember anything by then. We must find evidence before that.
Nangong Choyua pushed open the window quietly, turned over carefully, and entered the room.
Taking advantage of the darkness, she lowered her body and crawled slowly on all fours on the ground, trying not to make any sound. However, at this moment, the lights in the room suddenly lit up. Nangong Choyua's heart skipped a beat. She felt as if time had stopped, and she slowly raised her head with a stiff neck. Then she saw Yi Ji's legs right in front of her. Yi Gu looked down at Nangong Choyua, who was lying in front of him, and said with a half smile, "Are you playing the detective game again?"
"Nangong Choyua, why aren't you sleeping so late at night? Standing here and scaring people. It's more scary when you sneak into my room silently in the middle of the night, right?" Yi Gu said. Nangong Choyua's cheeks turned red. She brushed the dust off her hands, and quickly got up from the ground.
I came to." Nangong Choyua was thinking about what kind of excuse she should come up with.
"You overheard some rumors accidentally, so you wanted to check for evidence that I was planning to work with Bao Bingqing to sell the blood of darkness, right? How did you know?"
Nangong Choyua widened her eyes. The next moment she realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and quickly covered her mouth. Yi Gu curled his lips and said speechlessly, "With your IQ, you still want to solve cases.
No wonder your sister doesn't want you to join the night watch."
"I really don't know how this silly girl became the captain of the Night's Watch in the future." Nangong Choyua was stunned for a moment, then angrily asked, "Who are you scolding?" Yi Gu wanted to say something else. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his body. The red light in his consciousness seemed to burn his body completely. Well, Yi Gu frowned slightly and covered his chest with one hand. It was the thing he had absorbed from the iron box that was causing trouble. Nangong Choyua saw Yi Ji's painful expression and asked curiously, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Yi Gu gritted his teeth and didn't answer. A deep red aura was faintly emerging from his body. The lingering spiritual energy was like a burning flame, and soon Yi Gu was wrapped in a ball of red light, releasing hot energy.
Chapter 185. Hey, you, Why are you on fire? Don't pretend, I didn't do anything, Nangong Choyua said nervously. Ye Gu seemed to have completely lost consciousness, his body swayed and he leaned forward, falling right into Nangong Choyua's arms. Nangong Choyua had no choice but to support him, a little panicked. Hey, big brother, you can't do this? I'm just collecting evidence, I didn't say that you really colluded with Bao Bingqing, don't move. A cold and light voice suddenly came from behind. Nangong Choyua shuddered. When I turned my head, I found that it was a very cute but cold-faced lowly cat girl with white cat ears and tail. Bai Shuling walked up to her expressionlessly, took Yi Ge from her hands, and then helped Yi Ge lie down slowly on the sofa next to her. You are the cat lady that Yi Ji's pet? Nangong Choyua blinked and recognized her. What happened to your master? Is he sick? He is not my master. Bai Shuling said angrily in his heart, but she appeared calm and said nothing. He's not sick. If it's not illness, then what is it? The white blood spirit did not answer. I thought, sure enough, the Holy Spirit has begun to devour his body. With Yi Ji's current cultivation level, I'm afraid he can't handle it at all. If this trend continues, I'm afraid that within an hour, his vitality and soul power will be completely absorbed and dried up. After 3 hours, his body and soul will be completely devoured by the Holy Spirit. Bai Shuling bit her rosy lips. It's like he made some decision. The little cat girl stretched out a hand. He gently placed his cool palm on Yi Ji's chest. In an instant, a cold breath entered Yi Ji's body. Strangeness. Bai Shuling showed a slightly puzzled expression. The situation didn't seem as bad as she imagined. There seemed to be some kind of golden energy circulating automatically inside Yi Ji's body, as if it was some special technique that Yi Ge was practicing. This technique, it was actually taming the holy soul in his body. Bai Shuling showed a surprised expression. The kingdom of spirit monsters, the Empress's bedroom. Su Yenling sat in her bedroom with her beautiful eyes closed, her brows slightly furrowed, and beads of sweat flowing down her fair and beautiful cheeks. How is it possible? Who is the person who swallowed my holy soul? My holy soul seems to be being tamed by him? Su Yenling felt extremely surprised and frightened. The holy soul is actually something similar to the inner elixir of a spirit beast. Both the Spirit Demon Clan and the Spirit Beast Clan have inner elixirs in their bodies. They are the products of all their cultivation efforts formed in their bodies after their race has been cultivated into form. The Holy Soul is what is formed when the Spirit Demon Clan breaks through to the Holy Realm. Their inner elixir transforms and evolves, and their soul merges and sublimates with it. If the inner elixir of an ordinary spirit monster is taken away, his life will be instantly ended. But the Holy Soul is different. Su Yenling can even let the Holy Soul temporarily leave the body and turn it into his own spiritual clone, while his own strength will not decrease for a long period of time. Originally, Su Yenling discovered an ancient secret place left by the spirit demons in the human race's territory 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, the human race had not even appeared on the map of all races. If you can open the secret realm and obtain the inheritance within, maybe you can gain the power to rebuild the spiritual demon clan's former glory. This secret realm from ancient times can only be opened by great demons from their spiritual demon clan who have cultivated for thousands of years, reached the Holy Spirit realm, and have inherited the bloodline. Su Yenling meets all the criteria, but the spiritual demon nation needs her to stay and use her spiritual power to maintain the spiritual realm wall. Otherwise, without the spiritual realm wall, the current spiritual demon nation will be polluted by the filthy demonic energy in an instant, and countless spiritual demon people will suffer. So she could only release her holy soul and let her spiritual clone go to the human territory to find the ancient secret realm. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred when opening the secret realm. Not only was the holy soul's body damaged, but he was also targeted by the vampires. That's why Su Yenling sought help from the human race's war academy to help escort the holy soul back to the spirit demon kingdom. But I didn't expect such an accident to happen. The holy soul contains all of my cultivation. To absorb my holy soul, one must be at least a strong person in the apocalypse realm. Su Yenling bit her lip. Originally, she thought that the person who swallowed the holy soul by mistake was some ignorant young man, but now it seems, no. Even for the sake of the spiritual demon nation and my people, I will never admit defeat. Su Yenling closed her burning eyes again. She could feel that her holy soul was being constantly pulled by two forces. In her consciousness, a pure white space appeared. A little boy with an exquisite and almost perfect appearance appeared in front of her. Who was this person? Su Yenling was puzzled. In her consciousness, the little boy suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes,
which seemed like an endless abyss, met her gaze. Knock, knock, knock. The moment their eyes met, Su Yenling heard her own heartbeat quickening. It was a feeling I had never had before. Then she felt a wave of pain sweeping through her soul. Well. He finally opened his eyes again and regained consciousness. The scene before my eyes was full of double images, but soon, all the double images overlapped together, and everything in front of him became clear again. Bai Shuling stood beside the sofa, looking at him in disbelief. How is this possible? He actually used his own strength to suppress the holy soul of the 1,000-year-old demon. What kind of monster is this Ye Gu? Lingling? Ye Gu slowly sat up from the sofa. I still feel a little weak. You finally woke up? Nangong Choyue knelt beside him with her chin in her hands, and asked tentatively, what happened to you just now? Your body spontaneously combusted and you screamed. I thought you were sick. Bai Shuling looked at Ye Gu quietly and asked, how do you feel now? Ye Gu didn't say anything. He just rubbed his chest. The holy soul in the body has settled down. In the end, it seems like a tie. Ye Gu pondered. In his consciousness, he could vaguely feel another heartbeat that didn't belong to him besides his own. Chapter 186, Amazing Vision. The moment when Ye Gu used the Shangshi soul purification technique to completely suppress the holy soul in his body, the scarlet evil spirit fire shot up from his residence and went straight into the sky. Even the barrier of Dark City could not stop the flames shooting up into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky above the 100 Souls forest turned into a boiling sea of fire. The rolling waves of fire covered the sky and were extremely terrifying. It was as if the sun suddenly came face to face with the earth. The dark night sky was lit up in an instant. Inside the 100 Souls forest, hundreds of vampire warriors saw this scene. My lord! Look! A vampire captain saw this scene and showed a look of horror. Such an amazing vision. What level of powerful person is this to have such terrifying power? Such a strong soul power, a blood clan warrior side. This is probably the power that can only be released by a strong person at the Saint Realm, right? If you don't know, you might think that some powerful apocalypse has broken through to the Holy Land. The vampire captain thought for a moment and immediately thought of something. It's the Holy Spirit. The holy soul of the Empress of the spiritual demon clan is indeed here. Everyone listen, we must seize the holy soul for the Earl, yes. The other side, Nangong Ru, Song Feng, as well as a group of night watchmen and imperial soldiers in the forest, also saw this astonishing sight. What happened? Nangong Ru's face was serious, and she asked incredulously, could it be that a Saint Realm expert appeared in the human race's territory? In the Empire, there is only one Saint Realm expert, but it definitely won't appear here then. It could only be the other races. Song Feng's glowing glasses reflected the blazing waves of fire that filled the sky. I think it should be the Holy Spirit. Nangong Ru looked at him and said, you mean, it's the Holy Spirit of the Empress of the spiritual demon clan? But why would such a strange phenomenon appear? I don't know either. Song Feng pushed his glasses and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky in the distance, but at least, we should be able to roughly confirm the location of the Dark City barrier now. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Long Hai stood outside the hall with a burning gaze. Even though he was in Kyoto, thousands of miles away, he could still see the scarlet divine light at the end of the sky, and also, the terrifying soul power emitted by that divine light. Priest Ji Lian, do you know what that is? Long Hai frowned. Could it be that an alien army from all races has intruded into the territory of our empire? Ji Lian was dressed in holy white clothes, standing not far from him, the cold wind making her snow-white clothes flutter. Your Majesty, that should be the holy soul of a spiritual demon with 1,000 years of cultivation. Ji Lian analyzed, if the holy soul of the spirit demon clan advances a second time, such a phenomenon may occur. Long Hai's eyes lit up. Thousands of years of cultivation? Doesn't that mean it's a spirit monster in the Saint Realm? Yes, with such an amazing phenomenon, this great demon may have the potential to break through to the Soul Emperor realm in the future. And Ji Lian said this and suddenly fell silent. And what? Long Hai asked. According to my calculations, the holy soul of the spirit demon must have been swallowed by someone. Ji Lian said, I can feel that the holy soul has accepted the fusion of two completely opposite forces, which has caused some kind of mutation and evolution, which is why such an amazing scene has appeared. Oh? Long Hai looked at the red divine light in the distant sky. There was a deep envy and greed flashing in his eyes. As the second emperor of the Qin dynasty, he has been stuck at the peak of the apocalypse realm for many, many years. That if he was the one who swallowed the holy soul, I think I will definitely be able to break through to the saintly realm. So, what just happened? Yiga sat on the bed with an innocent look on his face. Bai Shuling stood aside and looked at him seriously. That look was like looking at a monster. What happened? You were just a low-level transcendent in the earth realm, but you swallowed the holy soul and nothing happened to you. And you asked me what happened. What on earth is this guy's body made of? Just now, it seemed like something rushed out of your body and into the sky? Nangong Choyue said beside him. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and I couldn't open my eyes for a whole minute. Even with my eyes closed, I felt like my eyelids were about to burn off. Now my eyes are still a little uncomfortable. Bai Shuling glanced at her and thought, with your level being just a low-level transcendent, it would be impossible for you to open your eyes and feel the transformation of the Holy Soul at such a close distance. And it's not just Nangong Choyue, I'm afraid that everyone in the entire Dark City couldn't open their eyes at the moment when the Holy Soul transformed and emitted red light. Ye Ge vaguely felt that his body had undergone great changes, just now, after Shang-Chi's soul purification technique was automatically activated and the thing in his body was controlled, although his extraordinary level did not change and was still at the earth realm, his physical attributes seemed to have leaped forward. He opened the system and checked his property panel. System prompt: you have obtained a gold quality special item, Su Yanling's Holy Soul. Item: Su Yanling's Holy Soul quality, gold property. Introduction. Note: this item has special attributes and cannot be traded. Ye Ge? Holy Soul, Su Yanling? Ye Ge was shocked. He remembered the name. Isn't that the Empress of the spiritual demon clan who will appear in the game's 2.0 version? How did his Holy Soul get into my body? Ye Ge frowned and immediately recalled what had happened before. The light that suddenly whooshed from the box before rushed into his body. Could it be Su Yanling's Holy Soul? WTF? Ye Ge seemed to understand something. The Shang-Chi soul purification technique can not only help practitioners purify all negative things in the body, but also help practitioners absorb the energy of all things in the world. The stronger the energy, the easier it is to be attracted to it, and the Holy Soul, it is essentially a kind of energy with vitality broken. Ye Ge thought to himself, when he was practicing the Shang-Chi soul purification technique just now, the person who was desperately pulling with him in his consciousness could not be Su Yanling himself. If Su Yanling knew that he had swallowed her Holy Soul, wouldn't she come and fight him to the death? You have to know that he is a powerful person in the Saint realm. Oh my god, Ye Ge patted his chest. He vaguely felt that the red soul flame in his body was once again quietly still there, and that ball of red soul flame seemed to gradually transform into the form of an enchanting and beautiful female. And what was different from before was that this time Ye Ge could actually feel the energy of the red flame. And he found that he seemed to be able to obtain some of the energy from the flame for his own use. Chapter 187. Preparing for war. After a while, Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiao also ran to Yi Ji's room. Xiaoye, did you see the red light that suddenly appeared just now? Xia Xiao rubbed her eyes. It's too dazzling. I just felt a red in front of my eyes, and then I couldn't see anything. I don't know what's going on. Ye Ge scratched his face. Well, Xia Xiao looked at Nangong Choyue and frowned. Huh? Why are you in Xiaoye's room so late? Nangong Choyue looked embarrassed for a moment, not knowing how to answer. At this time, there was a commotion coming from the residential area outside. Ye Ge looked out the window and asked in confusion, what's going on outside? Gao Shenxue said, the red light that shot up into the sky just now seems to have destroyed the barrier of Dark City. Now the vampires have begun to attack Dark City. I heard that many scavengers have died again. Ye Ge raised his eyebrows. Come outside, there is already chaos in the Dark City. Many men, women, old and young moved their few belongings and hurriedly hid in deeper shelters. Others shouted in horror, the dark race is coming. Gao Shenxue, Xia Xiao, Nangong Choyue all turned their eyes to Ye Ge with a slightly anxious look on their faces. Obviously he was waiting for the captain to make a decision. Ye Ge was silent for a moment, then said softly, you guys wait here. Ye Ge left the residential area alone and came to the tavern. This is the only tavern in Dark City, and it is also the tavern where I drank with Madman and his friends before. Ye Ge entered the tavern and found that there were at least 200 or 300 people gathered in the tavern. Each of them looked ferocious. They were all thugs surviving in the wilderness. They were Bao Bingqing's men. Some were hunters with large-caliber firearms on their waists, some were extraordinary adventurers, and some were scavengers who had taken the blood of darkness. Bao Bangqing was sitting on one of the chairs, and his two trusted subordinates, Yang Yin and Lao Go, were sitting behind him. What Ye Ge didn't expect was that the madman was also present. But half of his upper body was wrapped in gauze and his left arm was in a sling with a bandage. He looked like a mummy, which was a bit funny. The vampires have discovered our dark city. Bao Bingqing placed both hands on his cane and spoke in a hoarse, slow and steady voice. The Empire is unreliable and the Night's Watch is useless, which is why these dark races broke into our human territory. The Empire doesn't care about the lives of us wild hyenas. In the eyes of those royal nobles, we are just a bunch of rotten lives. So now, we can only rely on ourselves. Okay, boss, stop talking. The madman had a bandage on one hand, but he grabbed a bottle of liquor with the other hand, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth, then wiped it with his arm and said viciously, "Hurry up and give the order. Damn, I can't wait to cut off the heads of these vampires and soak them in liquor." Bao Bingqing glanced at him and said, "You are injured like this, can you still fight?" "Humph, it's just a minor flesh wound." The madman pulled off the bandage on his left arm. "Boss, don't forget that my extraordinary profession is not only a warrior, but also a mutant." "Okay, cough, cough, cough." Bao Bingqing coughed violently a few times, looking a little weak, and then said slowly, "Quang Tu, you take 50 hunters to the canyon north of the city. Yang Yin, old dog, you also take 50 men each and go to the west and south respectively. If it's possible," Bao Bingqing paused, his eyes cold, "kill the Blood Clan captain who killed Filong before, and bring his head back to see me." "Got it, boss." "Hee hee, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time." The madman put the wine jug aside and stood up. Quang Tu, Yang Yin, and Lao Go each led a group of people out. Liang Quan walked to Bao Bingqing's side, leaned over and whispered, "Boss, I got intelligence that there are at least 400 to 500 Blood Clan troops in the 100 Souls Forest." Bao Bingqing had a blank expression on his face. "What do you want to say?" Liang Quan, "Bao Bingqing, I told you not to make suggestions that shouldn't be made." Liang Quan, "Yes." Yi Ge came over. "It seems that you are preparing to go to war with the vampires?" Yi Ge smiled. "The Blood Clan killed several of my men." Bao Bingqing said coldly, "Of course I want them to pay with blood." Yi Ge, "They seem to be quite numerous, are you sure?" "Ha, don't underestimate me." Bao Bingqing lit his cigar and took a deep puff. "I haven't been in the wilderness for so many years in vain. The number of times I have dealt with this gang of dark races is no less than that of the Night's Watch." It soon became clear that Bao Bingqing was not bragging. After dawn, the madman came back carrying 2 vampire heads, and a group of hunters behind him also brought back a lot of trophies. Although they suffered some casualties, they clearly won a victory. "Damn, it's a pity that I didn't meet the captain of the Blood Clan team before." The madman was still cursing. Yang Yin and Lao Go also came back with their men soon. They also gained something. There was a long string of things similar to pendants hanging around their waists. If you look closely, you can find that they are blood fangs of vampires strung together. These are the trophies they got back after killing the vampires. Yi Ge took a tour around the dark city and was able to basically find out the process of their battle. After all, the 100 Souls Forest was the place they were most familiar with. Madman and his men took advantage of the terrain when fighting against the vampire troops and gained a lot of advantages. In the end, after several vampire teams suffered considerable losses, they chose to retreat temporarily. Bao Bingqing was also very happy and set up a celebratory banquet in the tavern. At this time, an older man hurried over to Bao Bingqing's side and whispered, "Boss, the lady." Bao Bingqing's face suddenly changed and he hurried back immediately. When he rushed to Chu Chu's room, he saw Chu Chu lying quietly on his bed, covered with a quilt, with a pale face and closed eyes. He looked completely bloodless and it was obvious that his vitality was very weak. Yi Ge sat on a chair in the room with his arms folded. Chapter 188, When Did We Ever Meet? Bao Bingqing hurried to Xiuxiu's bedside, looking at the pale Xiuxiu, his eyes full of heartache, and then looked at Yi Ge, his face solemn. "What's going on?" "Ah." Yi Ge raised his head and looked at him. "Oh, it has nothing to do with me, I was just passing by." Bao Bingqing, an old man with white hair and wrinkles on his face, walked over. He was one of the few healing extraordinary people in the Dark City. The old man sighed. "Miss Xiuxiu's health has gradually weakened over the years. I'm afraid she can't hold on for much longer." Bao Bingqing glanced at him and said, "You said last time that she could hold on for another year." "Old man, that can only be said to be the best case scenario." Bao Bingqing said nothing more and was silent for a moment. "Go and call Liang Quan over." The old man, "Yes." Yi Gu and Bao Bingqing were the only two people left in the room. Yi Gu sat on a chair beside the bed, drinking tea from the thermos cup he brought with him. The Blood Clan is facing a great enemy, and at this critical moment, your daughter's condition has worsened. It seems that your luck is not very good. My luck has always been bad. Bao Bianqing sat on the bed and lifted the quilt for his daughter, but I will let her live. She was severely contaminated by the demonic energy, which has penetrated deep into her heart. It is a miracle that she is still alive today.
You already know that?
Yi Gu smiled and said, after all, I am a demonized person. Lying on the hospital bed, Xiu Xiu's eyes were tightly closed, her brows were slightly furrowed, her small cherry lips slightly opened as if in a dream, and she seemed to be whispering something.
Xiu Xiu.
Bao Bingqing immediately leaned down upon seeing this, and said in a very gentle voice, Dad is here, what did you say?
Xiu Xiu murmured, Night son, Bao Bingqing?
Yi Gu, what's going on?
Bao Bingqing looked up at Yi Gu with a strange look. Why did she call your name? When did you have any contact with her?
Yi Gu coughed twice. One night 2 days ago, I saw her sitting alone in the garden, so I went over and chatted with her.
Just a few words?
Bao Bianqing frowned even more tightly. Why did she call your name in her sleep after you just chatted with her for a few words?
What did you say to her?
Bao Bingqing felt that he knew his daughter very well. Although Xiu Xiu appears to be quiet and reserved, she is actually a very guarded girl. In the dark city, Xiu Xiu doesn't have any friends of the same age. It was not because Bao Bingqing restricted her. On the contrary, Bao Bingqing often found some children of the same age for her. However, Xiu Xiu treated these children with only quiet and dignified politeness. She did not seem to be interested in them as playmates and seemed to think they were too childish, and this Yi Gu has only been here for a few days. How did they get to know each other?
Oh, I just said a few words of encouragement.
Yi Gu said, maybe it's because I look more approachable.
Bao Bingqing, and now these are not important anymore.
Yi Gu said leisurely, in a few days, she will die.
She won't die. Bao Bingqing emphasized. Everyone will die.
You have lived in the desolate land outside the Great Wall for such a long time. As the boss of Dark City and the boss behind Dark Blood, you should be well aware of the harm of demonic pollution to the human body.
I said she can't do it.
You are so sure?
Yi Gu said slowly, is it because of the blood of darkness? Bao Bingqing paused for a moment.
If I'm guessing correctly, you studied the dark blood and tried every possible way to sell it to the mainland in order to obtain more experimental data on different people. Your ultimate goal should also be to save your daughter, right? Yi Gu said, you want to develop dark blood that can completely transform your daughter's body, so that your daughter's genes can evolve so that she can adapt to the mutated demonic cells in her body, right?
Bao Bingqing narrowed his eyes. How do you know my daughter's physical condition?
I guessed. Yi Gu casually threw a dried fruit into his mouth. I can tell from your daughter's condition that she is deeply contaminated by the demonic energy. Her heart is contaminated, but she is not dead yet. This shows that your daughter has a special physique. She must have an extraordinary talent, which caused the demon cells in her body to completely mutate. That's why you can rely on the dark blood to prolong her life for so long.
Bao Bingqing was silent.
But, judging from the current situation, I don't think Xiu Xiu will survive until your research results come out. Yi Gu glanced at the weak and pale girl on the bed. Her condition has worsened. I'm afraid that before you can figure out the results of your research, she will completely mutate into a real dark creature. Besides, you gave her so much dark blood that the cells in her body have evolved and mutated countless times.
If she really turned into a dark creature, Yi Gu looked at Bao Bingqing and said, I'm afraid he will become a terrifying monster that no one can stop in the wilderness.
Bao Bingqing had a complicated expression and didn't speak for a long time, although Yi Ji's words were a bit harsh, but he knew that these were all true. He himself is a genetics scientist and knows his daughter's physical condition very well. The last physical examination report of my daughter showed that the genetic cells in her body had undergone multiple levels of terrible mutations, while the dark blood kept Xiu Xiu alive. It also gave birth to a terrible monster in her body. Even so, Bao Bingqing seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. I won't give up. Although he said that, his tone sounded uncertain and unconfident.
Oh, actually you don't have to be so dejected.
Yiga picked up the thermos cup and took a sip of hot tea, because I can save her. When Bao Bingqing heard this, he suddenly looked up and looked at Yiga with doubt. What did you say? Can you save Chu Chu? Yes? Bao Bingqing showed a skeptical look. You have only been here for less than a few days, and you have never checked my daughter's physical condition. What makes you so sure that you can save her? How do you know I haven't checked? Have you checked? A hint of coldness flashed in Bao Bingqing's eyes. Didn't you say that you and Chu Chu were just chatting casually for a while? Then when did you check it? And how did you check it? Yi Gu. Chapter 189. Working for me, none of this matters now, right? Yi Gu didn't expect Bao Bingqing to think so much at once. Saving your daughter's life is the key. Bao Bingqing was silent again. Can you guarantee that you can save her? Of course, absolutely guaranteed. Okay. Bao Bingqing looked at him seriously. Any conditions? Or, how much do you want? I'm not short of money. Yi Gu shook his head, but I do have conditions. Sure, as long as I can do it. Bao Bingqing said seriously, what are the conditions? Yi Gu looked at Bao Bingqing and smiled. I want you to be my subordinate and serve me loyally from now on, and Dark City will become a vassal of my Yi family from now on. Bao Bingqing was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect Yi Gu to put forward such a condition. Then, he looked at Yi Gu deeply. Oh, you little guy, you are really taking advantage of the situation. You are asking for too much. No wonder you said you don't need money. Are you going to take my property directly? No, I'm wrong. I want more than just your property. Yi Gu said, I want you as well. Bao Bingqing, when we were drinking before, I asked Kuang Tu and Yang Yin why they, as extraordinary people, would follow you, a weak and lame non-extraordinary person, and recognize you as their boss. Yi Gu crushed another walnut with his right hand and put it into his mouth. The answer they gave me is, you can fulfill their dreams. And you all have the same dream. They all know that the madmen are a bunch of rough guys. They are good at fighting, but they are limited to fighting. They are destined to be just a group of thugs. If you ask them to go out and fight, hunt down the dark race, they may be very good at it. But when it comes to dealing with the big and small things in the Dark City every day, business matters, order matters, trade matters, and human affairs, they will have a headache. They don't have the ability to lead everyone in Dark City, but you do. Bao Bingqing remained silent. He didn't expect that this young man had only been in Dark City for a few days and already knew everything about their affairs. Do you know our dream? Bao Bing looked at Yiga with his dark gray eyes. Yi Gu smiled slightly. In the territory of all races, you have your own place. Build your own city-state on the barren wasteland. No need to be bullied by the imperial authority anymore. No need to worry about the looks of the Night's Watch, nobles, and the imperial army. Let my family no longer suffer from hunger and disease. When Bao Bingqing heard this, his eyes were burning. Yi Gu gently put down the cup in his hand. Follow me, I will magnify your dreams by 100. Forget it, be humble and magnify it 1,000 times. Bao Bingqing, is that a modest statement? Yeah, Yi Gu said, I originally wanted to say 1,000,000 times. How is it? Yi Gu smiled, I have already drawn the cake, do you want to eat it or not? Bao Bingqing was silent again. He looked at Yi Gu quietly. How could this young boy have the guts to say such a thing? Is it the bold words of a young and fearless person? Or, after nearly half a minute, he said calmly, if you can really save my daughter's life, I agree to your conditions. But I have to make sure you can really save her first. Don't worry, if you are not satisfied, I will refund you in full. Yi Gu stood up and wiped his fingers with a wet tissue. Wait until your people come. Let the healing transcendent cast a few healing spells on Chu Chu. It should be able to temporarily alleviate the situation. Soon, my people will send the things to save your daughter. Something to save my daughter. Bao Bingqing was bewildered. What is it? An inhibitor specifically for the mutant cells in her body. Oh, Yi Gu turned around and prepared to leave the room first. At this time, Bao Bingqing hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Master Yiga, please wait a moment. Yi Gu stopped and looked back at him. Anything else? There is something. Bao Bingqing paused and said solemnly, I think I need to confess to you. Soon, Bao Bingqing confessed everything.
This is Duke Wang Yan's plan.
Bao Bingqing said seriously, he wants to frame your Yi family. Whether you agree to the deal with me or not, he will pour this dirty water on your head. There was no reaction on Yi Ji's face. It turned out to be exactly as he had guessed. Does he still intend to have you kill Long Ying and Nangong Choyue, and then frame you by saying that it was His Highness Long Ying and Nangong Choyue who discovered the secret of my cooperation with you, and then killed them to silence them?
Bao Bingqing was surprised. How did you know?
Yi Ge thought, this Duke Wang Yan really has no creativity at all. Okay, I got it. Yi Ge waved his hand and said, take good care of your daughter.
Then he stood up. Could it be? Seeing that Yi Ge had no expression of surprise at all, Bao Bingqing asked in confusion, you have already seen that this is a conspiracy? What do you think?
Bao Bingqing took a deep breath. The people of the Yi family are indeed extraordinary. It seems that his decision was correct. At this time, Liang Quan came in from outside with a few people.
Boss, what happened to Miss Xiu Xiu? You've come just in time. Bao Bingqing said, Xiu Xiu's condition has worsened. Cast some healing and purification spells on her first.
Okay. Liang Quan said, and came to Chu Chu's side. Yi Ge was about to leave, but he soon noticed that there was something wrong with the people Liang Quan brought with him. Judging from their attire, they are all hunters from Dark City, but their pistols are not inserted into the belts around their waists. Instead, they are held directly in their hands, hidden in their long sleeves, with only a black barrel exposed. At the same time, a young man came silently behind Bao Bingqing. A shiny sharp knife emerged from his sleeve. Liang Quan was performing healing magic on Chu Chu beside the bed, while Bao Bingqing was watching worriedly beside him. As an ordinary person, he was completely unaware of the murderous intent of the young man approaching behind him. Chapter 190 Traitor. The yellow-haired young man close to Bao Bingqing was one of the first scavengers who followed Bao Bingqing to build the Dark City, yet he almost starved to death in a garbage dump, and it was Bao Bingqing who took him in and gave him food. The yellow-haired young man came behind Bao Bingqing. The sharp knife in his hand had slipped out from his tattered sleeves, and slowly approached his neck from behind. His eyes were vicious and greedy. How could he still remember how miserable he was in the past? However, just as the yellow-haired young man was about to take action, he was suddenly shocked to find something. The hand holding the dagger suddenly began to turn black. Soon, starting from his hands, along to his wrists, arms, shoulders, and then to his entire body, the yellow-haired young man's skin quickly turned black. It was a strange black color, as if the person had been poisoned by some terrible poison, but vaguely one could see something strange wriggling under the skin. The yellow-haired young man was so frightened that the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Oh, Yi Ge whistled, as if smiling. As expected, you still carry some life-saving equipment with you. The other hunters in the room also had their expressions changed drastically. Bao Bingqing turned around and saw the yellow-haired young man curled up on the ground, screaming in pain.
Bao Bingqing said coldly, asshole. How dare you betray me? Bang! He kicked him hard in the lower abdomen. The yellow-haired young man's body was curled up and convulsing. White foam kept coming out of his mouth. His skin had turned completely black, and his muscles had begun to twist and deform, looking extremely horrible. Bao Bingqing raised his cane, took out the rapier at the end, and pierced the yellow-haired young man's heart with one sword. Crack! At this time, Liang Quan picked up a large-caliber revolver, pressed the safety with his thumb, and pointed it at Bao Bingqing's head. Several hunters also took out their guns. Some pointed their guns at Bao Bingqing, while the two hunters standing at the door pointed their guns at Yi Ge, blocking his way out. Yi Ge suddenly stopped where he was. He looked at the two hunters who stopped him at the door and pointed their large-caliber pistols at him, and shrugged helplessly. You want to rebel and kill the boss, but you want to take me with you? I'm just passing by. Liang Quan, what are you doing?
Bao Bingqing had a blank expression on his face. Liang Quan smiled and said, Ghost protection, your pink quality amulet.
Any enemy that approaches you and threatens your life will be cursed by the ghost that has made a contract with you. Unfortunately, this thing is only a one-time item.
I really have to thank this guy for blocking this curse for me.
Then, Liang Quan pointed at Yi Ge again and said, by the way, don't let the young master of the Yi family go. His life is worth a lot of money. Duke Wang Yan specifically wants his life.
Yi Ge didn't say anything and remained silent. He calmly scanned all the people in the room with his eyes, his pupils flashing with technological light. A data panel appeared on his retina, and the system scanned the attributes of everyone in the room. There are 8 hunters in total, all of them are low-level extraordinary people in the gunner profession, 3 in the heaven realm, 3 in the earth realm, and 1 in the mysterious realm. Although Liang Quan is a transcendent in the myriad realm, his profession is just a support, and within the range of the 100 Souls Forest, he can only display the strength of the 100 Souls realm. Ha! Yi Ge suddenly showed a puzzled look and sensed something strange, including the 8 hunters, Liang Quan, Bao Bingqing, Chu Chu on the bed, and Huang Mao, who was already dead on the ground. There should only be 12 people in the room besides himself. How come the system also scanned out the attribute panel of the 13th person? Bao Bingqing looked at Liang Quan deeply and said, I really didn't expect that you would betray me. Then, he looked at the other hunters in the room one by one. These were all his trusted men. Those hunters seemed a little guilty and were embarrassed to make eye contact with him. Liang Quan smiled and said, You are the one who doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness. If you had listened to my advice, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Bao Bingqing, you mean, Liang Quan said, your ability is indeed beyond reproach. Most of the people living in Dark City are death row prisoners who have escaped from the mainland, offended by the nobles, wanted criminals with heinous crimes, vicious thugs, some who steal and some who kill and rob. Only you can control them. It's a pity that you made a stupid move this time. You didn't know the current situation. If you were willing to listen to me and cooperate with the Dark Race, we would have done business long ago and made much more money than we do now. And now, in order to avenge a few dead people, you want our brothers to fight the Dark Race? Hee, don't you think about it? We have finally had a few days of good life, and we haven't made much money yet. How many of us are willing to go back to the days of risking our lives every day? Bao Bingqing sighed softly, I'm so sorry, Master Yega, I didn't expect you to see such a joke. Yi Ge spread his hands indifferently, it's normal. Our Yi family has to eliminate several traitors and spies every year. I'm used to it. Liang Quan looked at the two of them and frowned, then he sneered again, at a time like this, you're still pretending to be calm and relaxed. Bao Bingqing didn't care about the large caliber pistol in Liang Quan's hand. He sat down on the sofa in the room and said, It seems that you have really forgotten how we relied on each other to survive in the wilderness, the blood feud with the Dark Race, and the purpose of our establishment of Dark City. Ha! Of course I didn't forget. Liang Quan said contemptuously, It's because I remember that in the eyes of the Empire, we are already a bunch of garbage, so let's just be garbage. I'm not like you. I've been treated as garbage, but I still stick to my bullshit bottom line. What's wrong with trading with the Dark Race? It doesn't matter if I'm a traitor. As long as I can live a good life, this is my means of survival. Chapter 191 We are really strong. Bao Bingqing looked at him calmly, but you forgot that your life was saved by the brothers who were killed by the Dark Race. Liang Quan showed an embarrassed look, such a long-winded. He turned his arm and pointed the revolver in his hand at Chu Chu lying on the bed. When Bao Bingqing saw this scene, his expression finally showed some changes. I still need you, and I don't want you to die. After all, those vicious thugs in Dark City only listen to you. Liang Quan said with a smile, If you are willing to listen to my arrangements and be my puppet emperor, maybe I can spare the life of this little girl. Puff, at this moment Yi Ge suddenly laughed. Liang Quan turned around angrily and said, You little fool, what are you laughing at? In his opinion, Yi Ge's attitude was obviously a contempt for him. I laugh at you for not understanding the situation at all. Yi Ge scratched his fingers, I think you should save your own life first. Liang Quan, what did you say, ha? The words have not been finished. The bed where Xiu was lying suddenly twisted strangely, the whole bed suddenly deformed strangely. It turned out to be a giant python disguised as a bed. Liang Quan was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and saw a pitch-black python opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards him. Liang Quan's pupils suddenly dilated. Liang Quan's right hand holding the gun was bitten by the huge black python and he fell to the ground, and Yi Ge also moved at the same time. Copy the martial art, Black Sun Shadow Dance. Yi Ge's figure moved like a ghost. When the two hunters who were pointing guns at him showed expressions of astonishment because of the changes in the room, Yi Ge took the opportunity to dodge their guns. At the same time, the Shadow Moon straight knife suddenly appeared in Yi Ge's hand. Two extremely fast cuts, leaving dazzling shadows, passed through their necks. Puff blood spurted out. The two hunters were still in a daze, and before they could even make a sound, they had already lost their lives. The remaining 6 hunters quickly came to their senses at this time, but it was too late. Second level supernatural power, Wood Illusion Entanglement.
Xiao Xiao's voice rang out. Green vines and branches quickly grew out from under the feet of two of the hunters, wrapping around their legs and making them unable to move. Third level supernatural power, water crystal. At the same time, Long Ying's voice also sounded. Two balls of pink liquid shot out from nowhere and hit the two hunters, slamming them heavily against the wall. The liquid quickly solidified and turned into red crystals. Nangong Choyue, Jiang Xiaoming, and others also jumped in through the window from outside at this time. Second level martial arts, wind slash. Nangong Choyue held a straight knife in his hand, and his speed was astonishingly fast. With two flashes of sword light and swish, he accurately slashed the chests of the two hunters with two blows, knocking them down. Jiang Xiaoming also wanted to help. However, after he clumsily climbed in through the window, he raised the ghost-controlling sword in his hands above his head, intending to chop it on a hunter's head. As a result, Nangong Choyue was already one step ahead of him, and knocked him down with two kaka slashes. Jiang Xiaoming looked at all the hunters lying down in the room. His mouth moved slightly, and he felt a little uncomfortable. We are really strong, these people are too weak. Nangong Choyue was still a little unsatisfied. She waved away the blood on the straight knife in her hand and said unsatisfactorily, after all, they are all transcendents above the Xian realm, but they don't have any ability to resist. Jiang Xiaoming said resentfully, you have snatched away my opponent. He originally wanted to show Gao Xinxue the results of his studies in the inner sect of the War Academy. Yi Ge smiled faintly. Gao Xinxue walked in slowly from the main door and came behind Yi Ge. You came at the right time. Yi Ge looked at Gao Xinxue behind him and said, they shouldn't have heard anything they shouldn't have heard, right? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it, there's nothing. Gao Xinxue said. Asshole. Get out of here. Liang Quan fought with the giant black python with his bare hands and finally pushed it away. His gun had fallen aside, and his right wrist was bitten by the black python, bleeding profusely. Liang Quan's eyes were gloomy. He grabbed his bleeding wrist and silently retreated to the corner. He looked at Yi Ge and others in the room, then looked at Chu Chu lying on the ground, and the black python. Damn, I was careless. That giant black python is the mimic black python, a creature that lives in the forest of 100 souls. Its ability is to change the pattern on its body surface, like a chameleon, and completely transform into any object in the surrounding environment. This black python had been injured before and was rescued by Bao Bingqing, and has been raised by Bao Bingqing ever since. Liang Quan had always wondered where Bao Bingqing kept this black python. It turned out to be disguised as his daughter's bed, responsible for protecting his daughter's safety. How about it? Yi Ge looked at him with a smile. Surrender? Hoof. Liang Quan said sinisterly, don't be too complacent. Do you think that just because I'm a support, I don't have the ability to fight? After all, I'm in the Myriad realm. Go to hell. Bang. Liang Quan put his hands together, gathered his soul power, and quickly recited the spell silently while moving his mouth. Curse whale. Buzz, in an instant, a black light burst out from his body. It instantly enveloped everyone in the room. Immediately afterwards, a strange and piercing wailing music resounded in everyone's mind. Well. Long Ying's face showed pain, her body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. She stood with one hand supporting her crystal sword and the other hand covering her temple. She only felt an indelible, strange and mysterious sound ringing in her mind. There seemed to be a faint sound of a child crying, a woman screaming, an old man wailing, a deathly roar, all kinds of negative sounds mixed together, making her unable to exert any strength in her body. Others are in the same situation. Nangong Choyue could no longer hold the straight knife in her hand. It fell to the ground with a clang. She held her head with both hands and endured the pain. What is this, an illusion? Yi Ge frowned slightly. He knew that this was not an illusion, but a curse. In terms of auxiliary professions, the most common ones are generally three types of extraordinary people. One type is a nurse who performs healing and purification techniques on people. There is also a type that is good at providing shields and protective assistance to others. There is also a type of support that is good at inflicting negative buffs such as curses on the enemy. He soon received a prompt from the system. System prompt, under skill curse, life and soul power are decreasing. System prompt, under skill curse, within 15 minutes, your strength minus 45%, agility minus 70%, physical strength minus 85%, spirit minus 71%, attack power minus 50%, defense power minus 65%. Chapter 192, Elimination Potion System Prompt, under skill curse, health minus 135, -129, -141, -113. System prompt, under skill curse, soul power -140, -130, -98, -156. System prompt, under skill curse, entering dizzy state, sense of balance -55%, sense of weightlessness +60%. System prompt, received a skill curse, entered the tinnitus state, hearing -60%, spirit -232. Yi Gu endured the noisy and wailing sounds in his ears, and felt dizzied. I didn't expect that Liang Quan was actually an auxiliary extraordinary person who could perform two different types of skills at the same time, healing and debuff. However, it happened to hit him right in the face. Drop system. Team voices turned on Yi Gu. Shuer, Xiao, can you still move? Xia Xiao, my head feels heavy, but I can barely handle it. Yi Gu, open the system inventory and download the Type 2 abnormal status remover that Julie gave you. That thing can remove this type of negative buff. Gao Xinxue, okay. Xia Xiao, okay. Longing tried hard to mobilize the soul power of the heavenly realm to resist and wanted to stand up from the ground, but he couldn't do it at all. What a powerful large-scale AoE curse skill. The opponent was at the peak of the 100 Souls realm, which was a huge difference in level from her own. The curse she cast had too great an impact on her. With her strength at the first level of the heaven realm, she was simply unable to resist. Liang Quan looked at the people in the room who couldn't stand up, and smiled sharply. Do you know how powerful this is? This curse will last for 15 minutes, but in fact it doesn't even take 15 minutes, your lives will slowly slip away. The Imperial Princess? The young master of the Yi family? The proud son of the War Academy? Ha, it turns out that it is just like this. Just finished speaking. Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, and Xia Xiao used the Type 2 abnormal state removal potion system prompt. The medicine was used successfully. System prompt, the current negative status has been lifted. And within 15 minutes, you have 80% immunity to the same curse. After the negative state was lifted, Yi Gu immediately jumped up from the ground. He kicked his feet suddenly, holding Yingwei in one hand and Guangli in the other, like a wild beast that had been lurking for a long time, and suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Liang Quan. Third level sword skill, double sword slash. Liang Quan's expression suddenly changed. How is it possible? This is a curse cast by him with the strength of the 100 Souls realm. Logically speaking, Yi Ji's attributes should have been reduced by more than half, and he should have been subjected to various debuffs such as dizziness, nausea, and tinnitus. How is it possible to have such a speed? Shuai Yi Ji's two swords struck Liang Quan's chest with lightning speed. Liang Quan is, after all, an auxiliary transcendent, and his level is suppressed. Once someone gets close to him, his combat power is only between the ordinary earth realm and heaven realm. Liang Quan groaned, took a few steps back, and hit the wall of the room with his back. The clothes on his chest were torn by the two swords, but no blood flowed out. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. This guy actually wore protective gear. Item, purple gold soft breastplate plus 9 stars level. Available in 100 Souls realm quality. Purple attributes, defense plus 1000, resistance plus 350, depletion, 65%. Liang Quan touched his chest with a look of disbelief. What weapon is that in your hand? Liang Quan looked at the two swords in Yi Ji's hands in disbelief. I spent a lot of money to strengthen the purple gold breastplate to plus 9 stars with just one strike? Yi Gu said, you should be thankful that this is a 100 Souls realm breastplate that has been strengthened 9 times, otherwise your upper body would have been split into 2 pieces. As he said that, Yi Gu attacked again with the knife. He performed the Black Sun shadow dance, and the whole person was like a ghost. The double blades in his hands also dragged out dazzling light and shadows as he moved quickly. Liang Quan had no choice but to bite his tongue and engage in close combat with Yi Gu in the room. Nangong Chodue and the others were still surprised. Even with the curse debuff, he can still move so fast, can also perform the Black Shadow dance. What kind of monster is this guy? At this time, Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao also came to help. Gao Xinxue clasped her hands together. Second level mechanical skill, plasma tracking machine behind the girl. Her long black ponytail fluttered up, and a dozen fist-sized small planes flew out. These small planes surrounded Liang Quan, releasing plasma currents to each other, and all the currents were concentrated on Liang Quan. Liang Quan was already struggling in close combat with Yi Gu, and with the harassment from those small planes, more than a dozen blue electric currents visible to the naked eye flashing on his body made his movements even slower. The power of these electric currents is not very strong, but they are mainly harassing and annoying. They will continuously shock and paralyze the target, causing it to lose health. So Liang Quan's movements look like a frame-by-frame freeze.
Within 2 seconds, his body would freeze in place, and within 2 seconds, his body would twitch. Xia Shiyao also cast a spell at the same time, second level supernatural power, Parasitic Seed. A cloud of green smoke blew towards me. When Liang Quan saw the green smoke, he subconsciously took a deep breath. Hiss, the parasitic seeds enter the body through the nasal cavity. Superpower, Birth. Xia Shiyao changed her handprint. A green sprout soon appeared on Liang Quan's skin, and the vitality is still being sucked away. What the hell is this? Liang Quan was terrified and kept scratching his skin in panic. Ye Gu took the opportunity to attack. Swish. A knife, a sword, cut his chest again. This time, his breastplate was completely shattered. Liang Quan's screams rang out. Zhang Xiaoming was watching from the sidelines in complete stupefaction. Wow, so amazing. Are all those above your demon-class monsters of this level? Long Ying had a complicated expression. She is a transcendent being in the celestial realm. Logically, she should be the one who suffers the least from the curse among all people, but now it seems that these 3 people are not affected by the curse at all. What is going on? Chapter 193. The curse transfer is not normal. Second level auxiliary skill, resistance improvement. First level auxiliary skill, healing. Liang Quan covered the blood on his chest, slowly retreated, and cast a buff and a healing spell on himself. Ye Gu, Gao Xinxue, and Xia Shiyao have already forced him into a corner. As expected of the peak of the 100 Souls realm, his vitality is really strong. Yega smiled a hee. As expected of the young master of the Yi family, I finally witnessed the horror of the demonized family today. Liang Quan showed a pale smile. You guys are awesome today, we will meet again in the future. As he spoke, he took something out of his arms and threw it on the ground. Bang! It turned out to be a smoke bomb. Liang Quan took the opportunity to turn around and try to escape through the window. However, before he could take a step forward, a strong arm reached in from the window and strangled him. Instructor Scar Tiger appeared from the window and punched him in the face. Bang! As a martial arts boxer, Instructor Scar Tiger's punch was extremely powerful, and the sound of the skull breaking was clearly audible. Liang Quan flew in from outside like a kite with a broken string and ran head-on into Ye Gu. Seeing this, Ye Gu immediately raised Guangli and caught him. Puff! Liang Quan's eyes were wide open before he died. He slowly lowered his head and saw the Guangli sword piercing through his chest. I can't. Liang Quan uttered a few hoarse sounds from his throat and wanted to say something, but he no longer had the strength to say any more. Ye Gu pushed the dead Liang Quan away from his sword with a light push. Instructor Scar Tiger turned over and entered the room, looking at everyone. Are you all okay? Ye Gu, Gao Xinxue, Xia Shiyao, it's okay. Times 3". How can it be okay? Nangong Choyue gritted her teeth and said weakly, I can still feel the crying of various women, children, and the elderly are making a symphony in my mind. Scar Tiger frowned slightly. What's wrong with them? Ye Gu said, after being hit by Liang Quan's curse skills, it will probably last for 15 minutes. Scar Tiger immediately came to Long Ying's side to check on him, and then his expression became somewhat solemn. This curse lasts for 15 minutes, during which time blood and status will continue to be deducted. Even if Liang Quan is dead now, this curse will not stop. With the levels of Long Ying, Nangong Choyue, and the others, their health points would be deducted in 10 minutes, let alone 15 minutes. In the early stages of the game, various debuff-removing purification potions were very rare, and this type of debuff curse auxiliary was a very popular profession. Once a combat-type extraordinary being is cursed, even if he does not die, he will completely lose his combat effectiveness, and if he does not have purification assistance, this effect cannot be dispelled at all. I'm a warrior, I can't help you remove the curse. Instructor Scar Tiger took out a few life potions. Use these to hold on, it will be fine after 15 minutes. Long Ying and the others took the medicine and took it immediately. Strangeness. Instructor Scar Tiger turned his head and looked at Ye Gu. You 3 shouldn't be auxiliary extraordinary people, right? How did you remove the curse? Why do you look fine? Oh, upon hearing this, Ye Gu immediately revealed a painful expression and covered his stomach. In fact, we were also very uncomfortable, but we have strong willpower, and we can still fight by forcing ourselves to endure it. As he spoke, he kept signaling to Gao Xinxue and Xia Shiyao with his eyes. Yes. Xia Shiyao also pretended to bend down and hold her stomach, and said weakly, ouch, I feel so uncomfortable too. Instructor, give me a life potion as well. Seeing this, Gao Xinxue also covered her stomach with her 2 little hands and slowly squatted down with an expressionless face. Others, Instructor Scar Tiger's eyelids twitched. Why is it that when they are cursed, their heads hurt, but yours hurts their stomachs? Yi Ge looked at him sincerely. Cancer can spread, so isn't it normal for curses to spread as well? Scar Tiger, after a while, Long Ying and Nangong Choyua's conditions gradually improved. Yi Ge walked to Bao Bingqing with a life potion. As an ordinary person, Bao Bingqing suffered the most serious impact of the curse. At this moment, his lips had basically turned pale, his eyes were hollow, and he was completely unable to speak. Yi Ge held his shoulders, took out the advanced life potion developed by Yuli, and fed it to him. Instructor Scar Tiger's face changed, and the other few people also looked surprised. Yi Ge, what are you doing? Instructor Scar Tiger said solemnly, you want to save him? If he dies, Dark City will be in complete chaos. Yi Ge said slowly, look at the scene in the room. With so many people dead, the thugs in Dark City will definitely think that we killed Bao Bingqing. Do you think we can get out then? Instructor Scar Tiger fell silent. After feeding him the life potion, Bao Bingqing's condition gradually improved. Yi Ge turned his head again and looked at Chu Chu, who was still sleeping beside him. Tsu's condition seemed stable. Although her face was still pale, she did not seem to be affected by the curse. However, Yi Ge could feel that the smell of the demonic power in Chu Chu's body was becoming stronger and stronger, and was about to explode. Instructor Scar Tiger looked at the corpses in the room, then looked at Bao Bingqing and Chu Chu on the bed. What is going on? Isn't Liang Quan Bao Bingqing's subordinate? Why, Yi Ge smiled lightly. Actually, I know that you have been here for the past few days, and you must have a question and suspicion in your heart. I have been so close to these rebellious forces in the past few days. What exactly did we discuss? Instructor Scar Tiger was silent for a moment. He didn't expect Yi Ge to bring up this matter on his own initiative. Yi Ge is a student of the Imperial War Academy, but he has been so close to Bao Bingqing, the leader of the rebellious forces, in recent days, which really makes people think too much. Where should I start? Yi Ge made a thoughtful expression. Let me tell you. Bao Bingqing suddenly said at this time. After taking the advanced life potion, his condition had stabilized a lot and he could speak normally. Yi Ge smiled faintly. He believed in Bao Bingqing's intelligence. This boss who could rule Dark City as an ordinary person and make a group of extraordinary people convinced must know what to say and what not to say. Chapter 194. The truth comes to light. Bao Bingqing quickly began his story. As the boss of Dark City, Bao Bingqing has very rich experience and knowledge. He knows very well what Yi Ge does not want Scar Tiger and others to know, and he also knows what Yi Ge wants Scar Tiger to know. You mean, the dark blood can save your daughter's life? Long Ying looked at Chu Chu, who was lying quietly beside him. To be precise, it is to maintain my daughter's life. Bao Bingqing said calmly, His Highness Long Ying is knowledgeable and talented, proficient in the classics of all races, and is quite familiar with the dark race. If you just take a quick look, you should understand how serious the demonic pollution she has suffered is. Long Ying checked Chu Chu's condition, and after using soul power to input the girl's body perception, an incredible look flashed in his eyes. To be polluted to this extent, actually, a normal person would have died long ago, or turned into a dark creature. Bao Bingqing said, she is fine because the dark blood has balanced the pollutants in her body. The parasites in the dark blood will constantly change the host's genetic chain, achieving cell evolution, allowing the host to control the power of demonization, and prolonging the lifespan, allowing the host to coexist with the pollutants in the body. For the people in the wilderness, if their bodies are corroded by demonic energy, they will soon die. Apart from the blood of darkness, they have no other choice. Nangong Choyue frowned and muttered, this dark blood has this effect? Why haven't I heard of it before? In fact, my original intention of studying the dark blood was to save my daughter. Bao Bingqing looked at Chu Chu beside him tenderly, with a hint of sadness in his expression. I kept collecting data on different people receiving the dark blood and improved it. Only then did I design the most suitable version for Chu Chu, which saved her life for so long. Everyone fell silent. Instructor Scar Tiger stared at him. So what did you and Yi Ge discuss these days? What secrets do you have? What I wanted to do at the beginning was to divide you and make you suspicious of each other. Divide us? Among you, there is His Majesty the Ninth Prince, the sister of the head of the Night Watch, and an instructor from the War Academy. Bao Bingqing swept his eyes over everyone in the room. Your identities are the best witnesses. When you finish your mission and return to the mainland, your testimonies will be the best evidence that the Yi family colluded with the rebellious forces to trade the blood of darkness. Instructor Scar Tiger's pupils shrank,
And he seemed to understand something. You want to frame the Yi family? Otherwise, what do you think it is? Bao Bingqing showed a playful expression. If we really want to plan something, how can we let you see it so openly? Everything you see is just what I want you to see. What you suspect is also what I want you to suspect. As for what I said about erasing your memory before leaving, it was originally to deepen your suspicion. You know that I will erase your memory before you leave, so you will try your best to get out of my hands before I erase your memory. Instructor Scar Tiger, Nangong Choyuet, and the others all gasped. I didn't expect it to be such a conspiracy. This Bao Bingqing obviously had a grasp on their minds, and he knew exactly what they were thinking about every scene they saw. Longing didn't say anything. As expected, when Liang Quan found her before, she felt that everything was too coincidental. Then why did you frame the Yi family like this? Instructor Scar Tiger clenched his fists and asked, do you have a grudge against the Yi family? I have no grudge against the Yi family. Bao Bingqing said leisurely, of course someone bribed me to do this. Who is it? Wang Yan, the Duke of the Southern Territory of your empire. Instructor Scar Tiger was shocked. Duke Wang Yan? How is this possible? Impossible? Bao Bingqing sneered and took out a bottle of dark blood. Do you think that we can really research this thing with the ability of our wilderness forces alone? What do you mean? From the very beginning, Duke Wang Yan helped me research this thing. Bao Bingqing said slowly in a hoarse voice, although I am a genetic scientist, cough cough cough, but I am not a transcendent, and I cannot perform many refining tasks. It was Duke Wang Yan who found an alchemist to help me complete the dark blood, and at the same time reached a commercial cooperation with me to sell the dark blood. I was in front of the stage, and he supported me behind the scenes, helping me pave the way in various aspects so that the dark blood could circulate into the mainland. How is this possible? Instructor Scar Tiger still couldn't believe it. Why would Duke Wang Yan do this? Then you may not know the profits that the dark blood has brought him in recent years. Bao Bingqing snorted coldly. Let me tell you another secret that will shock you. Although Duke Wang Yan made a lot of money from his business cooperation with me, it is just the tip of the iceberg for him. However, the transactions he made with the dark race are the bulk of his income. The dark race? Everyone was shocked. Wai Ego was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Duke Wang Yan is still making deals with the dark race? He didn't even know this. He sold human slaves to the dark race, and sold resources that are only available in human territory, all kinds of natural treasures, and spiritual minerals to the dark race. He made a lot of money. You don't know this, right? Bao Bingqing sneered. Your empire has been investigating for so long in recent years, and each time you find a few traders who trade with the dark race, but they are just a group of minions. As for the real mastermind, it is the person in charge of the investigation. Isn't it ironic? Scar Tiger clenched his fists in disbelief and looked at the corpses on the floor of the room. Then your man. Bao Bingqing continued to speak in a methodical manner. Liang Quan has been persuading me a long time ago, telling me the benefits of doing business with the dark race, because he has seen how much money Duke Wang Yan has made from the dark race. This time he wants to rebel and kill me. I don't think he has the courage to do so. I'm afraid Duke Wang Yan feels that my power has grown too fast with his help, and I don't listen to him much, and feels that I can no longer be controlled, so he wants to train a more obedient dog to be his successor. Chapter 195. Is it really possible for me to defeat him? Yi Ge couldn't help but admire Bao Bingqing's eloquence. No wonder he could become the behind-the-scenes boss of Dark City and command a group of wilderness thugs with his ordinary identity. These words not only dispelled everyone's suspicion of Yi Ge, but also directly pointed the finger at the Yi family's mortal enemy, Duke Wang Yan. I have a question. Longing looked at Yi Ge at this time. Then Yi Ge, why are you here? Why are you in Chu Chu's room? And judging from your expression, you don't seem surprised. Did you know that this was a planned conspiracy? Yi Ge smiled slightly. Yes, I knew it a long time ago. Bao Bingqing confessed it to me before. Why? Because I can save his daughter. Longing was stunned. Can you save her? She looked at Chu Chu beside her. In her current condition, the evil spirit has already penetrated her bones and heart. I'm afraid she will die at any time. She will completely lose her human rationality at any time and mutate into an indescribable dark creature. Yi Ge continued her words, then he paused and said, moreover, the dark blood has completely transformed her body.
A large number of genetic mutations and evolutions have occurred in Chu Chu's body. Her demonized cells have transformed countless times and have reached a very scary point. Once she mutates into a dark creature, she will transform into an unprecedentedly powerful monster. If she really reaches that point, Yi Gu said in a deep voice, then I'm afraid she will become a terrifying existence that none of us can stop, and will bring unimaginable disasters and death to the human race. Long Ying had a complicated expression as he looked at Chu Chu lying on the bed in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. Yi Gu smiled faintly. Are you thinking that since we know she will become a monster, we should just kill her before she becomes a disaster? Bao Bingqing's expression suddenly changed. Long Ying's expression suddenly became very ugly, and he said solemnly, Yi Gu, who do you think I am? Yi Gu did not respond to her question, and said to himself, in fact, even if you want to do this, it is impossible. The dark microorganisms in her body were originally living in her body, using her vitality to reproduce and evolve, and at the same time helping her transform her body's genetic cells. They have a symbiotic relationship with Chu Chu. But now, these dark microorganisms have evolved to the point where they can survive on their own even without relying on Xiu Xiu's vitality. So contrary to what you think, if you kill Xiu Xiu now, the dark microorganisms will completely take over Xiu Xiu's body and turn her into a dark monster in an instant. Everyone had complicated expressions. I didn't expect it to be such a dead end, Jiang Xiaoming said nervously. Is it so terrible? Yi Gu, are you really sure you can save this little girl? I can't save her, but I have a friend who can. Yi Gu said, she has developed an inhibitor that can allow Chu Chu to control the demonic power of genetic mutation in her body, and she is on her way here now. Jiang Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Long Ying looked at Yi Gu with an indescribable look. Did Yi Gu realize that all this was a conspiracy and frame up the moment he entered the dark city, in such an unfavorable situation, turn the impossible into possible, incite the enemy to rebel, find the weaknesses in the enemy's character, and find a way to break the situation? Long Ying's petite body shivered slightly. An inexplicable feeling of fear came over me. This feeling had also occurred in the simulated war fantasy. It was an indescribable feeling of powerlessness. For an instant, Long Ying's mind was filled with doubts about himself. I regard him as my biggest opponent and my biggest target, but if it is an enemy in the future, is it really possible for me to defeat him? The friend you just mentioned. Bao Bingqing looked at Yi Gu nervously. When will she arrive? I have sent someone to escort her here, riding our Yi family's dragon eagle mount. Yi Gu rolled his eyes and thought for a moment. From the inland to here, if nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely be able to arrive within a day. Crow. At this moment, a ball of black mist suddenly appeared beside Yi Ji's shoulder. The pitch-black crow landed on Yi Ji's shoulder, its beak slightly open, as if saying something to him. This time, the little civet cat also crawled out from Yi Ji's collar. Bai Shuling sniffed hard with his little nose and his eyes became serious. She smelled a scent, a smell she hated so much. It's right here. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes and turned to look out the window. I saw a blurry black shadow hanging upside down. Outside the window of the room, looming. Who's outside? Instructor Scar Tiger turned his head suddenly, his eyes darkened, and it was obvious that he had noticed it too. When the black shadow saw that Yi Gu and the others had discovered him, he ran away at an extremely fast speed the next moment. Want to run? Yi Gu said coldly. Schwer, catch him. Okay. Gao Xinxue took out a glove with a strange appearance. First level mechanical skill, mechanical flying claws. Swish, a huge mechanical hand stretched out like lightning and smashed the window glass with one punch. After escaping out of the window, the shadow tried to spread out his cloak and glide. However, he never expected that a strange mechanical claw would catch up with him from behind, and its speed was even faster than his. What is this? The black shadow was stunned for a moment. The next moment, the mechanical claws grabbed the back of his collar, pull it back suddenly. Gao Xinxue retracted the retractable mechanical claw. He directly dragged the black shadow that was about to fly away back into the room. The black shadow fell back into the room with a bang and rolled several times on the ground covered with glass shards and blood, finally rolling right to Yi Ji's feet. Yi Gu, Black Shadow, are you from the dark race? Yi Gu looked down at him and smiled. Do you feel good eavesdropping? Do you want to run away after listening? The dark race suddenly jumped up from the ground, flipped backwards, retreated to the corner of the room, and looked at Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, Long Ying, and others vigilantly. This dark race person looks exactly like a human, but his skin is very fair, even better than women's. He is also handsome, with short golden hair, purple pupils, and black lipstick, giving off an evil feeling.
To be precise, you should be a member of the dark race, the vampires, right? Yi Ge sneered, you are a scout in the vampire army? I didn't expect that you have already lurked in the dark city.
Chapter 196 Parasite. The vampire slowly retreated to the corner, grinning, revealing a sharp bloody fang.
Ha, I didn't expect that you would find me with my ability to hide and lurk. It seems that the human race is not just a bunch of good-for-nothings, vampires?
Instructor Scar Tiger's eyes were cold. Tell me your name.
Me?
The vampire said contemptuously, you lowly humans are not worthy of knowing my noble name. You're already in our hands, yet you still dare to be so arrogant.
Nangong Choyue drew out her straight knife, then kill him. Yi Ge, wait a moment. Nangong Choyue was puzzled, what? Yi Ge said, he is not the only lurker in this room.
The spirit of disaster just told him that there was a suspicious aura in this room. This person hid his aura very secretly. Unless someone was an extraordinary being with extremely outstanding perception attributes, ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all. Everyone was shocked.
There's another person? Instructor Scar Tiger frowned, then looked left and right. Where is he? Even as an instructor, he did not realize that there was another enemy in the room. Yi Ge didn't say anything.
He held the Shadow Moon straight knife in his hand and slowly walked up to the dead Liang Quan. Then he held the straight knife in reverse grip with a puff sound. It pierced into the corpse. Everyone else was confused, not knowing what Yi Ge was doing. Was he whipping a corpse? However, the next moment, a blurry and disgusting mass of flesh and blood suddenly emerged from Liang Quan's body, shocking everyone. The blurry mass of flesh and blood crawled out of Liang Quan's body, flowing and crawling on the ground like a ball of broth. It looked extremely disgusting, but this disgusting thing eventually slowly turned into a human form. A man with a strange face and blue skin appeared in front of everyone.
How did you find me? The man looked at Yi Ge sinisterly. You have been hiding in this guy's body for at least several hundred days, right?
Yi Ge glanced at Liang Quan, then looked at him. I haven't taken a shower for several hundred days.
The smell of your body has overwhelmed me. I can't help but smell it. Man, hidden in his body for hundreds of days? Bao Bingqing was very confused when he heard this. What do you mean? Are you saying that this guy has been living in Liang Quan's body? Gao Xinxue said calmly, parasite. Xia Xiao turned around in confusion, parasite? What is a parasite?
Long Ying explained, parasitism is a special ability of a supernatural being. A person with this ability can live in the body of a target organism like a parasite. While parasitizing, they will slowly absorb the lifespan, nutrients obtained by the body, and some attributes of the host. Half of the host's usual cultivation results will also be absorbed by the host. Over time, even the host's extraordinary abilities may be absorbed by it.
Nangong Choyue was surprised. So powerful?
Yes. Instructor Scar Tiger said solemnly. Moreover, the person being parasitized is completely unaware that he is being parasitized.
The lifespan of a transcendent is long.
Even if their lifespan is absorbed for 10 or 20 years, they will not be able to detect it in the short term. Even if their cultivation speed suddenly slows down, they will only think that their talent limit has reached this point. It is hard to say that they will think that they are being parasitized.
It is a very terrifying ability.
Zhang Xiaoming heard this and got goosebumps subconsciously. He felt creepy. What a terrible and perverted skill. The supernatural powers of the supernatural are unique.
There is only one human in the world who can use the parasitic power. Instructor Scar Tiger stared coldly at the man in front of him. Are you the famous parasite, Gui Cheng?
Ha 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 ha.
Gui Cheng laughed loudly. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there are still people who recognize me?
Yi Ge smiled faintly. I have also seen your name in the book of rare superpowers.
You should have lived for more than 2,000 years, right? I didn't expect you were still alive. 2,000 years? Xia Xiao was shocked.
Yes. Yi Ge said, since the time when the late emperor was alive, this guy has been a well-known wanted criminal in the empire. At that time, there was a minister in the Shura realm in the empire who was parasitized and sucked to death by him. The empire's law enforcers tracked him for a long time, but his ability was too good to escape and hide. The empire sent out several high-level law enforcers, but in the end, not only did they fail to catch him, but 3 law enforcers were parasitized and died by him.
And until they died, these law enforcers themselves did not realize that they were parasitized.
Bao Bingqing had a complicated expression. He didn't expect that there was a person lurking among the people around him that he was completely unaware of.
What about Liang Quan? Bao Bingqing asked. He definitely doesn't know he's been parasitized.
Yi Gu said, he probably didn't know when this guy secretly took over his body.
Hee, that's right.
Guiqing took out a curved short knife and licked the blade with his long tongue. Since it has come to this, I will tell you the truth, Bao Bingqing, it was the Duke who asked me to keep an eye on you. Bao Bingqing's eyes darkened. Wang En, my Lord Duke has long known that you are not an easy person to deal with. Guiqing sneered, when you have expanded your power in the wilderness, I will find a chance to kill you and directly take over your achievements, territory, and subordinates.
Yi Gu smiled and said, that's a good idea.
But Guiqing's eyes swept through everyone in the room one by one. Since you already know the Duke's secret, then I definitely can't keep you here today.
I will kill you all, Parasit? Interesting.
A vampire said, I didn't expect Duke Wang En to have such a trick up his sleeve.
Guiqing glanced at him and said, these people must all die here.
If we let them take the secret back and the Duke falls, you blood race won't be able to get cheap human slaves from us anymore. The vampire shrugged and smiled, saying, well, then I'll just help you kill all these little brats. Chapter 197 Fighting Humph, you are so arrogant.
Nangong Choyue curled her lips, just the two of you?
Guiqing narrowed his eyes.
Hey, little girl, as soon as he finished speaking, in just a moment, Guiqing flashed behind Nangong Choyue.
You are still a child, ignorant and fearless, but I advise you to be more respectful to the elderly. Nangong Choyue's pupils widened. Guiqing's voice sounded behind her, like the voice of a ghost. His curved dagger had already reached Nangong Choyue's fair neck. Martial arts, Wind Shadow Dance. Nangong Choyue immediately used her body movement skills and shrunk her body downwards to avoid Guiqing's throat-cutting attack. Then she instantly distanced herself with extremely agile and swift steps. Guiqing was slightly surprised. The little girl is quite fast? Then he said, but it's still a little behind. As he said that, Guiqing kicked his feet and launched a second charge attack, catching up with Nangong Choyue in an instant. When Nangong Choyue saw the curved dagger coming towards her, cold sweat instantly broke out. Bite. At this time, Yi Ji's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, holding a shadow moon straight knife, blocking Guiqing's attack. Guiqing didn't expect that the second attack would be blocked again. Not it's okay that Nangong Choyue is a speed-type warrior, but how could Yi Gu be so fast?
Ha. Interesting. Very interesting.
Guiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't expect that after sleeping for so long, I would encounter such an exciting prey as soon as I came out. As he spoke, he turned his wrist, and the curved dagger flew out of his hand, spinning swish along with Yi Ji's straight knife. Martial arts imitation of the flying leaf spinning blade. Yi Gu felt that the force of his knife was being taken away. After Guiqing spun the knife a few times, he suddenly grabbed the handle of the knife and slashed it with 2 horizontal strokes at lightning speed.
Shwa, 2 blades flashed.
Yi Ji's right arm and Nangong Choyue's left shoulder were both cut by the knife, and the speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Why Yi Gu frowned slightly. Such a fast speed, if it weren't for the fact that he and Nangong Choyue both knew how to perform the Huifanjing dance and were both extraordinary beings with outstanding speed, if it were anyone else, the 2 blows would have probably taken their lives. Amazing.
Jiang Xiaoming was shocked. Isn't the parasite a supernatural being? How come he has such a powerful swordsmanship?
It seems that his close combat ability is even better than that of a warrior, Longing said solemnly. The parasite is a very special one. When he first awakened his powers, he was almost the same as an ordinary person. He had no combat power at all and his attributes were extremely low. All his strength was slowly acquired by parasitizing others. I think he must have parasitized some warriors who were good at using swordsmanship before and absorbed their abilities and attributes. That's right. Guiqing said proudly, among the law enforcers who chased me before, there were several warriors who were good at speed. Their abilities are now mine. Ha, damn you, you dared to hurt Xiaoye.
Xia Xiao angrily formed a seal with her hands. 2nd level supernatural power, parasitic seed.
A cloud of green mist blew towards me.
That trick doesn't work on me. Gu Ching had already seen the power of this move in Liang Quan's body. He immediately jumped up to avoid it, flew to the ceiling of the room, then stood upside down, kicked his feet against the ceiling, and attacked Xia Xiao at a high speed with a scimitar in his hand. However, before he could get close, he was blocked by a steel robot at least 2 meters tall. Gu Qing's scimitar slashed the robot's head and bounced back with a ding sound. The robot swung its fist, but Gu Qing dodged it by flipping backwards. Gao Xinxue had already put on a pair of technological glasses similar to VR glasses. She picked up a special mechanical game controller and began to control the steel robot to fight as if she was playing a game. TSK. Gu Qing was forced away by the steel robot and snorted coldly, "What a group of troublesome little ghosts." Seeing this, the vampires wanted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Gao Xinxue from the side. However, Instructor Scar Tiger immediately blocked in front of him and threw a heavy fist at him. The vampire showed a hidden blade on his arm and blocked Scar Tiger's fist. Instructor Scar Tiger punched the edge of the hidden blade, but no blood flowed. The power confrontation between the two people was deadlocked in the air, and the airflow around them began to whirl, with a faint buzzing sound of soul power colliding. In this place, their strength was suppressed at the 100 Souls realm, and their fighting power was evenly matched, so it was impossible to determine the winner for a while. Instructor Scar Tiger felt a little surprised. He was a boxer and a power-type extraordinary being. According to the racial characteristics of the vampires, most of them should be speed-type. However, the vampire in front of him, who was of the same level of strength, could actually compete with him in terms of strength. The vampire laughed and said, "What's wrong, big guy? Are you confident in your strength? Let me tell you, our blood race's physique completely suppresses your human race when we are at the same level. Even though strength is not something we are good at, we still have an advantage over low evolutionary creatures like you humans. Not to mention, our speed is our specialty." As he said that, the vampire gave up on a head-on confrontation with Instructor Scar Tiger. He suddenly reduced his strength, changed his fighting style, turned around and began a feint attack. After changing his tactics, Instructor Scar Tiger immediately fell into a disadvantage. The Blood Clan members were extremely fast, just like vampire bats that suddenly attack their prey at night. Their attacks were as fast as lightning, and each attack was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, Instructor Scar Tiger had been stabbed 5 or 6 times and had several wounds on his body, but his fists were completely unable to hit the vampire's body. Egu, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, Nangong Chouyue, Long Ying, and Zhang Xiaoming were dealing with Gu Qing, while Bao Bingcheng and his black python were guarding Chu Chu, carefully protecting her safety from them. Shua. In a few more breaths, Zhang Xiaoming and Long Ying were both stabbed. Gu Qing's speed was too fast. The children were all low-level transcendents. Even if it was 6-1, it was difficult for them to touch him, bite. There was a metallic sound. Gu Qing slashed with his sword and knocked the straight sword in Nangong Chouyue's hand away. Zhang Xiaoming screamed and ran over with a sword in hand, but was kicked back by him and flew into the bookcase in the room, and was buried by the books in the cabinet. Yege's eyes were fixed on Gu Qing's every move. I see. Chapter 198. This move, why does it look so familiar? When playing Map of All Races in his previous life, Yi Ge had never piked against players with professions like Parasite in the game. After all, this is an extremely rare ability, and there are almost no other supernatural professions similar to his. There is also very little information about this profession on GameForums.an account that awakens a parasite can definitely be sold at an extremely high price. However, Yi Ge had been watching Gu Qing's every move during the battle just now, and he already had a rough understanding of the characteristics of his profession. In Gu Qing, Yi Ge saw many extraordinary professional abilities, such as the skills of the assassin profession, the skills of the swordsman profession, the skills of the elementalist profession, the skills of the stalker profession. These skills should have been acquired from the hosts he had parasitized in the past 2,000 years. Speaking of which, the effect of this copying is somewhat similar to his magic copying technique. However, Yi Ge can immediately copy the target skills after just one look, and create a demonic dark attribute version suitable for him. However, the skills that Gu Qing obtained through parasitism were all low-end versions, and it required parasitizing the target's body for decades or even longer to acquire them. Whether it was his flying leaf spinning blade, his several stealth steps, or the several long-range spells he cast, their power was lower than that released by ordinary 100 Souls realm transcendents that he just attacked Nangong Chouyue. If it was the genuine flying leaf rotating blade, with his strength at the peak of the 100 Souls realm, Nangong Chouyue would have been killed for sure, but when Gu Qing performed this move,
his strength was at most at the peak of the heavenly realm. Ye Gu smiled secretly. So that's how it is, the copied skills are all low profile versions. Well, it seems like just right. Martial arts, imitation, flying leaf, spinning knife. Gui Ching is still fighting with Gao Xinxue and the others. His scimitar was spinning in his hand, and with his speed at the 100 Souls realm, he was absolutely suppressing everyone. In less than half a minute, after just a few moves, they were unable to resist and were all injured. Gui Qing's scimitar was stained with the blood of who knows how many people. This is because Gao Xinxue and others are inner disciples of the War Academy. Each of them is a future top boss or top monster. Their combat effectiveness is much stronger than those of their peers. If they were ordinary low-level transcendents, they would have been killed by him long ago. First-level ghost controlling technique, evil spirit pounces and bites. Jiang Xiaoming summoned a black evil spirit and pounced on Gui Qing. Gui Qing swung his sword diagonally and killed the evil spirit easily. Then he twisted his body, took 2 steps and flashed in front of Jiang Xiaoming, and stabbed him in the chest with a knife. Jiang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, looking down at his blood-stained collar. Gui Qing smiled, swung his scimitar, and with a puff, he hooked out one of his ribs. Gui Qing let out a wild and perverted laugh. Damn it! Nangong Choyue gritted her teeth, rushed forward from the side and swung her sword to cut with the wind. The knife hit his arm, and Nangong Choyue thought she could cut off one of his arms. But Gui Qing's arm suddenly bent like plasticine, and then wrapped around her straight knife. This is the ability of the boneless man profession. Nangong Choyue was stunned. He. Gui Qing used his plasticine-like arms to pull the straight knife out of Nangong Choyue's hand, and then used the scimitar to chop Nangong Choyue's chest. Nangong Choyue was knocked back 4 or 5 meters by the force of the knife. Her chest was covered in blood and she fainted. Longing bit her lip. How many extraordinary people has this monster parasitized, and how many professional abilities has it absorbed? Ha ha ha! Gui Qing's eerie laughter filled the room. He leaped onto the roof again, like an elusive springtail, catapulting back and forth between the walls and the ceiling. After several ricochets, another lightning strike was blocked by Long Ying's crystal shield. But Gui Qing immediately found the flaw, and with his weird laughter, he slashed Long Ying's calf with a knife. At this time, Gao Xinxue used the remote control to control the robot to rush over with its iron fist swung. Gui Qing looked back and raised 2 fingers, magic imitation water confinement. The robot swung its iron fist, but it hit a water barrier. Then the robot was completely wrapped in a huge blue bubble. Due to water ingress, a crackling electric current was emitted after a few seconds. Superpower imitation of high-pressure air bomb. Then, Gui Qing quickly turned around and raised his 5 fingers. 5 small air bullets that were invisible to the naked eye were shot out from his 5 fingers, hitting Xia Xiao, who was trying to cast a spell to control him. Xia Xiao also fell down screaming in pain. The joints of her limbs and her heart were all hit, and the pain was so severe that she was completely unable to move. This monster is too strong. Longing supported herself with her stone crystal sword and tried hard to stand up from the ground. Ha 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 ha. A student of the War College? A child of destiny? So this is all your strength is? Gui Qing said contemptuously, it seems that the human race is really in decline in this era. When I was in the era of the previous emperor, when the human race was at its peak, the opponents I encountered were stronger than you. So you understand, right? Even if my level is suppressed to the 100 Souls realm here, with my combat experience, it would be easy for me to beat you young brats who are just starting out. However, if I sell you little guys to the dark race, I think I can definitely get a good price, so you can rest assured that I won't kill you immediately. I will send you to the magic scholars of the dark race. They need a lot of human extraordinary people to do live experiments. It's a good dream. Yi Ji's voice sounded at this time, as an old monster who has lived for 2,000 years. In your eyes, we may indeed be a group of immature brats, but unfortunately in my eyes, you are just an old-fashioned person who has long been out of touch with the times and is unaware of it. Gui Qing turned his head and gave him a sinister look with a cold gaze. You are from the demonized mutant family, you are really arrogant. I have never fought with anyone from your demonized family before. Today, let me see if you are worthy of the name. Gui Qing jumped up again, kicked his feet against the ceiling, and then fought with Yi Ji. Ye Gu smiled faintly. Copy martial arts, demon leaf Xuanfeng blade. Yi Ji's shadow moon straight knife began to spin in his palm, and there was a faint demonic energy swirling around the blade. Gui Qing was stunned for a moment. This move, why does it look so familiar? Chapter 199. Don't underestimate humans. The Shadow Moon and the Night Singer's hand spun faster and faster. As the long sword became faster and faster, it suddenly swung up like lightning. Bite, when he directly knocked the scimitar in Guiqing's hand away. Guiqing? Yi Ge narrowed his eyes, seized the opportunity to win. Puff, he immediately stabbed him again in the chest. Unfortunately, Yi Ge's Shadow Moon was a straight knife and couldn't pick out his ribs. Guiqing's expression changed and he stepped back several times, putting some distance between himself and Yi Ge. He lowered his head and touched the blood flowing from his chest. How is it possible? The move just now was flying leaf rotating blade? How do you know this move? No, that's wrong. Yi Ge shook his head and corrected him seriously. It's the demon Li Xuanfun blade. Guiqing's eyes turned cold, and he snorted coldly. I didn't expect that you also learned the same martial arts. The flying leaf whirlwind blade is a martial art. Martial arts are not unique like superpowers. Martial arts can be learned by any extraordinary person with the talent for learning martial arts. So Guiqing didn't think much about it for a while and just thought that Yi Ge had learned the same skill by coincidence. Guiqing said, as expected of you, you are the young master of the demonic family. It seems that I underestimated you before. Yi Ge smiled. Now that your knife is gone, what tricks do you have? Guiqing sneered. You don't think that I have only learned sword skills from the host for more than 2,000 years? As he spoke, he put his hands together and gathered his soul power, superpower, imitation sand gathering fist. As his soul power condensed, the tiny yellow sand in the room quickly floated up into the air, condensed in the air, became the shape of a fist, and then hit Yi Ge. Yi Ge's pupils flashed. He thrust the straight knife under his feet and clasped his hands together. Copy the ability Dark Sand Fist. As his soul power gathered, the tiny grains of sand in the room gathered together. Each grain of sand was wrapped in dark soul power and condensed into the shape of a fist. Since all the sand is wrapped in dark energy on the outside, the sand fist condensed by Yi Ge is black, and judging from the appearance, it is at least a circle larger than the one condensed by Guiqing. Guiqing widened his eyes. Bang! The two fists collided with each other, and Guiqing's sand fist was directly shattered by one punch of the dark sand fist, as big as a casserole, hit Guiqing head on. However, Guiqing is a strong man in the 100 Souls realm after all. Even if the skills he displayed only have the power of the heaven realm, his attributes are still at the 100 Souls realm. Guiqing raised his arms and crossed them, performing the martial arts cross defense, but this move only made him retreat a few steps. Not only Guiqing, Longying was also shocked. She had never seen Yi Ge use these two moves in the previous simulated battle. Could it be that Yi Ge, like this parasite, can copy other people's extraordinary abilities? Bao Bingqing was also a little dazed. Yi Ge is only at the Earth realm level, but is this the strength of the demonized family warriors? Although Guiqing was not knocked down, but only took a few steps back, he felt a stuffy sensation in his chest and a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. How could this little devil? But Yi Ge had no intention of giving him any chance to catch his breath. Copy the superpower Dark Spirit Air Bomb. 10 compressed air bullets were fired from his 10 fingers and all hit Guiqing's body, and each air bullet accurately hit the acupuncture points and soul power nodes in Guiqing's body. Guiqing let out a terrible cry of pain. Guiqing's eyes were red and bloodshot. Little devil, I will kill you. He rushed forward suddenly and engaged in close combat with Yi Ge again. Yi Ge's eyes flashed with technological light, and he turned on the system's team voice. Yi Ge, Shuer, Xiao, opportunity. Gao Shinxue, I understand. Xia Xiao, understood. While Guiqing's attention was drawn to Yi Ge, Gao Shinxue clasped his hands together and said, second-level mechanical skill, plasma tracking machine. A dozen small planes flew up and surrounded Guiqing, releasing plasma currents to each other. There were crackling flashes of electric light on Guiqing's body, and his movements became noticeably slower. Xia Xiao also used her special abilities. The grass and trees entangled Guiqing's legs, making it impossible for him to move further. Guiqing looked down and saw that his legs were entangled in the grass and trees. He struggled hard and cursed, damn, you annoying little devil. Yi Ge took advantage of this opportunity to raise two fingers and silently recite a spell. Copy magic, magic condensation. Deep dark blue bubbles appeared around Guiqing, wrapping him up. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Guiqing was immediately choked by the water, and as if he was drowning, he paddled with his limbs and struggled continuously in the bubble, but the water pressure formed in the bubble made him more and more immobile, and his cheeks and face gradually became deformed. Yi Ge smiled faintly, I got you. The other side, Instructor Scar Tiger was also in the room, fighting desperately with the vampire scout. Instructor Scar Tiger was now covered in wounds, with at least 20 stab wounds all over his body, from his face to his chest, abdomen, arms, and legs. Almost every part of his body was covered with knife marks. He was already gasping for breath, and his vitality and soul power had reached the bottom. I didn't expect this guy to be so useless. The vampire glanced at Guicheng on the other side, who was actually caught by a few human brats. He is a human who has lived for more than 2,000 years, but I didn't expect him to be a waste. Puff, the Scar Tiger instructor in front of him spat out another mouthful of blood, his body swayed, and he held onto the wall next to him, trying hard not to fall down. Humans are really unreliable. The vampire looked at Scar Tiger with a sneer, but it doesn't matter, I can kill you first, and then go get rid of your students. Instructor Scar Tiger's eyes, which had originally seemed to be dying, suddenly became fierce and sharp again. It was like a wolf that had been bitten all over, but still had a ferocious look on its face, crawling on the ground. You'd better not underestimate humans. The vampire was disdainful. Tisk, you're already injured like this, yet you're still so tough. Okay, I'll give you a ride first. As he spoke, the vampire once again displayed his skills, thrust out his hidden blade, and attacked Scar Tiger. Instructor Scar Tiger's movements had become much slower and he couldn't avoid the vampire's attacks at all. Puff. A sword pierced his chest, pierced his heart. The sword tip came out from behind. You were so stubborn until your death. The vampire sneered. However, when he tried to pull the hidden blade out of Scar Tiger's body, the vampire was stunned as he found that Scar Tiger had grabbed the arm on which his hidden blade was equipped. In this way, you can't escape. Instructor Scar Tiger once again revealed his eyes of a deadly wolf, full of murderous intent. Chapter 200 Humanity's explosive potential. When the vampires saw Scar Tiger's cold and ferocious eyes, they couldn't help but shudder for a moment. He felt as if he was being stared at by a mad wolf. This human being whom he looked down upon actually made him feel a little trembling in fear. What does this human want to do? Instructor Scar Tiger grabbed his arm with one hand and slowly raised the other hand and clenched it into a fist. He breathed heavily and his raised right hand was trembling. It was obvious that his physical and spiritual strength had reached the limit, but he still clenched his fists with all his strength. Roar! Instructor Scar Tiger roared, and with a loud bang, he punched the vampire hard in the face. The vampire groaned and saw stars in his eyes. His tall nose was broken instantly, and a clear crack sound could be heard, and blood flowed out of his nostrils. This human is crazy. This is the only thought that comes to the vampire's mind now. Let me go. You lunatic. You lowly human lunatic. The vampire tried desperately to pull the hidden blade out of Scar Tiger's body, but he couldn't do it. Instructor Scar Tiger's left hand was like a pair of iron clamps, tightly grasping his right arm. At the same time, he swung his right fist again and delivered several heavy blows to the side of the vampire's face. Blood continued to flow from the wound in his chest where the hidden blade pierced his chest. Scar Tiger ignored it all, gritting his teeth and swinging his fists again and again with a ferocious look on his face. Let me go, you are crazy. You lowly human, the vampires screamed in fear and panic. Instructor Scar Tiger completely ignored the vampire's struggle that he swung his fists very slowly, but each one was full of power, no weaker than when he was in his prime. Every time he punched, you could hear a heavy muffled sound, and a wild animal-like roar from his throat. Bang bang bang. He threw more than 30 punches in a row. At the beginning, the vampire could still struggle and curse, but later on, all he saw was blood and there was only a buzzing sound in his head. His originally beautiful and fair face had been beaten to pieces, and his face was even completely sunken, and even his facial features were almost invisible, and only blurry flesh and blood could be seen. The vampire had completely lost consciousness, like a limp humanoid doll. But the instructor didn't stop, still roaring and punching crazily, with only anger and ferocity in his red eyes, punching the vampire in the face, one punch after another, one punch after another. Yigo and the others who were watching from the side were also stunned. They never expected it to turn out like this. Instructor, Xiaoxiao wanted to step forward worriedly, but Yigo raised his hand to stop her and said calmly, "Be careful not to hurt yourself." Xiaoxiao asked, "What should we do then?" Yigo didn't say anything. Finally, Instructor Scar Tiger's fist stopped. At the same time, he let go of his left hand. The vampire was dead beyond death, and he slowly slid to the ground like a piece of mud. Instructor Scar Tiger exhaled a few deep breaths, then closed his eyes and fell heavily. Yigo flashed in front of Scar Tiger and held him with his shoulders and arms. Gao Shinshua and others immediately came to his side. Yi Ge slowly put Scar Tiger down and let him lie flat on the ground. Long Ying frowned. How is he? Yi Ge used the system to scan Scar Tiger's attribute panel. His health was only 1 point left, and he was still losing blood at a rate of 0.1 per second. His heart was pierced by a magical sword. Yi Ge said calmly, and immediately formed a seal to cast a spell. Copy auxiliary skills, magic light healing. He copied Liang Quan's skills, and a black light enveloped Scar Tiger's body. However, the effectiveness of treatment is still limited. Demonic energy was condensed on the vampire's hidden blade, and Scar Tiger's heart was injured by the demonic energy. It was not an ordinary wound. Yi Ge placed his palm on Scar Tiger's chest at the position of his heart, and silently practiced the Shangxi soul purification technique in his mind to purify his wound. Fortunately, this is a world with extraordinary powers, otherwise they would have gone looking for body bags by now. Longing saw the scene from the side and secretly confirmed something in his heart. This Yi Ge indeed has some ability to copy other people's skills. Schwer, give me the life potion. Yi Ge said. Gao Shinshua immediately took out a high-level life potion and handed it over. Yi Ge took the potion and gave it to Scar Tiger immediately, then checked Scar Tiger's attribute panel again. Character, Scar Tiger health, HP, 3/250000 soul power, MP, 0/170000 status, near death, extremely weak, comatose. The negative status has been removed, high-level life potion has been taken, and treatment is being received. Life value is slowly recovering. Yi Ge breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the data displayed on the panel. Then, Yi Ge went to check on Nangong Chouyue and Zhang Xiaoming. Nangong Chouyue was stabbed in the chest, and one of Zhang Xiaoming's ribs was hooked out by the scimitar. Both of them were unconscious. Yi Ge also quickly gave them life potions and purification potions, and cast a healing spell. Then Yi Ge asked about Gao Shinshua and the other's situation. Gao Shinshua was probably the only one who was not injured except Yi Ge. Xia Xiao's limbs were injured by high-pressure air bombs, and now she can't even lift her arms. Long Ying's forearm, calf, and thigh were all cut by the scimitar, leaving the skin and flesh exposed, but the wounds did not appear to be deep. I'm fine, just a minor injury. However, just as Long Ying finished speaking, his body suddenly shook and he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, she felt dizzy and her eyes were full of double images. Seeing her like this, Yi Ge immediately checked her attribute panel. Character Long Ying HP, 6542/20,000 soul power, MP, 16804/22,000 status, poisoned, wounds are getting worse, health points are continuously deducted. Yi Ge came to Long Ying and grabbed her arm. It seems that this guy's scimitar is poisoned. Gue Cheng was imprisoned in a dark blue water dungeon at the moment, and he grumbled, "Humph, that's right, it's poisonous. And it's a poison that you absolutely can't cure. Without the antidote, you will die in less than 15 minutes. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly, otherwise." Yi Ge ignored him and asked Long Ying to sit on the ground. He rolled up her trouser legs, held her fair ankles, and practiced the Shangxi soul purification technique. The wound that had turned black due to the toxin was healing slowly and visibly, and the black toxin had disappeared. Yi Ge raised his head and glanced at Gue Cheng in the water dungeon. What did you say? Gue Cheng. Chapter 201. Holding a bomb. Long Ying's body felt a little tense. This was the first time she had her ankles held like this. As the 9th princess of the empire, it was the first time that Long Ying's body was touched by a member of the opposite sex. Even her father, Long Hai, had never touched her. Even when she was a baby, her father had never held her in his arms. Long Hai thought that as the emperor of the Qin Empire, holding a child was simply against his status, so when Yi Ge naturally helped her roll up her trouser legs and held her ankles with his hands, Long Ying's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her self-esteem made Long Ying pretend to be calm, even though all the muscles in her body were tense. Until Long Ying took a look at Yi Ji's calm and clear eyes, and the golden light condensed in Yi Ji's palm made her wound warm and comfortable, making her want to hum. Amazing. What kind of ability is this? It doesn't seem to be an ordinary healing spell. Long Ying's body slowly relaxed. Is the machete poisonous? Xia Xiao tilted her head and asked in confusion, but didn't I see him licking his blade at the beginning? Yi Ge glanced at Gue Cheng and said, "This guy's poison comes from a supernatural being who is a poison master. I'm afraid his body is already full of toxins, so he is naturally not afraid of poisons." Then what should we do with him now? Gao Shinshue asked. This guy was originally a wanted criminal in the empire for more than 1,000 years. Yi Ge said. Back then, a night watchman caught him and sent him to the Empire's death row.
Unfortunately, for some reason, this guy suddenly escaped from the Empire's most strictly guarded deep death row.
It seemed that someone deliberately let him go.
For that incident, dozens of jailers at the time were all executed by the late emperor.
I guess the person who let him go was Duke Wang En, and he signed a sole contract with him.
So after that, he would work for Duke Wang En. Who was the night watchman who caught him?
Xia Shiyao asked.
Nangong Shua.
Yi Ge paused and glanced at Nangong Choyue, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He is Nangong Choyue's father.
Xia Shiyao.
Oh, Yi Ge, since we have caught him, let's take him back and let the law enforcers interrogate him. As someone who has worked for Duke Wang En for such a long time, I think he will definitely reveal a lot of secrets.
Xia Shiyao was stunned for a moment, as if she saw something, and exclaimed, Yi Ge.
Look!
Ha!
Yi Ge turned back suddenly to eye in the water prison. Guiqing's hands formed seals at lightning speed. In just 2 seconds, he completed more than a dozen seals and finally raised 2 fingers.
Magic transfiguration. With a bang, Guiqing actually turned into a deep-sea fish. With the help of the deep-sea fish's ability to withstand high water pressure, he actually broke through the water prison barrier. Yi's eyes darkened. Damn, this old monster has so many tricks up his sleeve. After Guiqing broke through the water prison, his figure flashed like a ghost and appeared beside Chu Chu. Bao Bingqing seemed to realize what he was about to do and immediately wanted to come up to stop him, but Guiqing kicked him away with one kick. The black python was also easily subdued by him with one move. Yi Ge and others wanted to go up, but it was too late. Hey, don't move.
Guiqing came to Xiuxiu's side, took out a triangular bayonet and pressed it against Xiuxiu's neck. Yi Ge and others had to stop. You are an old monster who has lived for more than 2,000 years. Xia Shiyao said angrily, you are fighting with a group of kids like us, and you even want to take a teenage girl as a hostage.
Aren't you ashamed?
Guiqing was full of disdain. Humph, I don't care about face. As far as I know, people who care too much about face usually don't have a good ending.
The result is the key. Let her go.
Bao Bingqing climbed up from the ground with his cane and said solemnly, we can talk.
I have nothing to discuss with these little ghosts.
Guiqing said with a sinister smile, looking at Yi's calm eyes, I have seen how powerful this kid from the Yi family is, so I will not take it lightly now.
Yi Ge, what do you want? Get out of the way and let me go.
Guiqing's 3-edged bayonet was against Chu Chu's neck, otherwise, you will collect the body of this girl.
Are you out of your mind?
Yi Ge said, you are holding her hostage, why should we get out of the way?
Little devil, do you think I dare not kill you?
Guiqing's eyes turned cold. He exerted a little force with his hand holding the knife, and the sharp blade cut the girl's delicate skin, and bright red blood flowed out.
Idiot!
Yi Ge curled his lips, don't you know that you are holding a bomb?
What? Guiqing frowned, just finished speaking. A continuous stream of terrifying demonic energy surged out from Chu Chu's body. Guiqing finally reacted at this time. The wound on Xiuxiu's fair neck was like a torn seal.
What is this?
Guiqing let out a terrified wail. The purple magic power emerging from Xiuxiu's body condensed into something similar to tree roots and tentacles. These semi-solid demonic tentacles directly penetrated Guiqing's body and tore his body in half, and within just a few breaths, the purple evil energy completely melted and devoured his body. Yi Ge couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. Finally, it's here.
Xiuxiu slowly stood up and opened her eyes. Her purple pupils were like the deep and bottomless universe and starry sky. Vast and majestic magic power continuously emerged. The tentacles of magic energy condensed on her body surface to form a layer of strange and unique purple clothes. Then, the girl's lips slightly opened. A high frequency and eerie music suddenly sounded. It was an extremely terrifying music, like a call from hell, instantly filling the entire space with depression and terror. Every note was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly cutting through the tranquility of the air, making people's heartbeats speed up and their breathing quicken. Yi Ge gritted his teeth and used the Shangxi soul purification technique to resist. The space around him seemed to begin to distort under the influence of the music. The others soon couldn't bear this weird music anymore. Gao Xinxue, Xia Shiyao, Long Ying, and Bao Bingqing all covered their ears with painful expressions, but they couldn't resist the power of this horrible music at all. The world before their eyes seemed to have turned into a dark and weird purple color.
Chapter 202 Temporary Control Amazing.
Even stronger than I thought, Yi Ge gritted his teeth and said secretly, the ghostly sound of the devil spirit, also known as the Requiem, is a special attack of sound attribute plus dark attribute, which can make the souls of all creatures who hear this music fall into endless pain and torture, and finally turn them into inhuman lunatics and monsters. Gao Xinshui and the others simply could not bear such horrific music, and they were all unable to move under the suppression of the Requiem. Only Yi Ge, relying on Shangxi's soul purification technique, could barely maintain his consciousness from being eroded. This is when Xiuxiu's awakening has not yet reached its complete form. Yi Ge resisted the influence of the Requiem, forced himself to raise 2 fingers and circulate his soul power.
Doomsday Curse.
With a sharp cry of crow, the spirit of disaster flapped its black feather wings and flew away, flying in front of Xiuxiu. The pitch-black crow suddenly burst out with a black light. The black light penetrated into Xiuxiu's body, and the Doomsday Curse effect was activated. The magic power emanating from Xiuxiu's body gradually disappeared. Those magical tentacles that swayed like tree roots instantly dissipated as the magic power on her body disappeared, and the Requiem also stopped. Xiuxiu's purple pupils returned to normal instantly, but her pupils were unfocused, and it was obvious that her consciousness had not awakened. The magic forbidden effect of the Doomsday Curse temporarily sealed her magic power, preventing her from casting the Netherworld Spirit Sound. However, the effect should not last too long.
Lingling.
Yi Ge said again. The white blood spirit, as a spiritual pet, immediately understood what the Beastmaster Yi Ge meant, turned into a cat girl lowly, and walked in front of Chu Chu. The white blood spirit's scarlet eyes stared at Xiuxiu's eyes, and soon Xiuxiu fell into an illusion and fell asleep again. Bai Shuling supported Chu Chu and let her lean on him. Yi Ge breathed a sigh of relief. The Requiem stopped, and the others gradually recovered from their pain. Long Ying's face turned pale. Just now, what was that piece of music? Yi Ge explained. The dark parasite in Chu Chu's body caused her gene cells to undergo a special mutation in evolution, which has completely transformed her into a demonized gene mutant. The music just now is her special talent as a demonized person.
Demonized person. Long Ying looked at Yi Ge. Isn't that the same as you?
Yes, but the difference is that she is not from the Yi family.
She cannot control her demonic power. After most people evolve into demons, their consciousness will be completely eroded by the devil.
Yi Ge came to Chu Chu and Bai Shueling, put a finger on Chu Chu's neck that was cut by the blade, and used Shangxi's soul purification technique to help her heal the wound.
Fortunately, her current demonic state is not yet complete.
It's only because Guiqing cut her body, which is the carrier of her demonic power, that a small part of her power has leaked out. Otherwise, the entire Dark City, and all the creatures in the Hundred Souls Forest would probably have been killed by that idiot. Strictly speaking, Xiuxiu's situation is both different and similar to Arthur's. Although both of them have the same special and rare demon gene mutation, Xiuxiu's demon cells spread throughout the body.
Arthur's demon eye disease is different.
The demon eye disease concentrates all the demon power in one eye, so as long as he can find the right direction to control it before it spreads to the whole body in the early stage, he will not be considered a completely demonized person. Xia Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. I was scared to death. I'm glad you're okay. Bao Bianqing came over, helped Chu Chu from Yi Ji's arms, and asked carefully, what about her now? She's fine now, but she still needs an inhibitor. Otherwise, the next time she completely turns into a demon, I won't be able to control her.
Yi Ge said.
Oh.
Bao Bingqing let out a long sigh.
Now, our troubles are far more than that.
Yi Ge said. Gao Xinshui looked at him and asked, what does this mean? Yi Ge didn't say anything.
He first walked to the body of the vampire, searched his body, and finally took out a small technological device installed in his clothes like a microphone.
What is this? Xia Xiao asked curiously. Location transmitter and monitor.
Yi Ge crushed the thing in his palm. This guy is a scout in the Blood Clan army. All the information he just got will be transmitted back to the Blood Clan army as soon as possible. That ghost Qing just now, I think he must have the same thing on him.
I'm afraid Duke Wang Yin already knows everything about us.
Yi Ge paused here and sneered. He must be so anxious that he can't wait to send out an assassination team to kill us and silence us. Long Ying's face darkened, and he immediately said, I will inform my father right away and have him capture Duke Wang Yin.
Yi Ge said leisurely, it's useless. Just look at the signal status of your watch and you will understand. Signal status?
Longing was slightly stunned. She raised her left wrist and operated her cyberwatch. Sure enough, the signal bar on the watch had reached the bottom, no messages could be released, and the network could not be connected.
How could this happen? Longing frowned. I've noticed that since we entered Dark City, the signal here has been getting worse and worse. There was still internet yesterday, but it's completely gone today. Yi Ge said, I think the Blood Clan troops probably used equipment like signal jammers. Xia Xiyao was surprised, these vampires have such advanced technology?
Their technological level is not lower than ours, and in some aspects it even surpasses us.
Yi Ge said, now that Duke Wang Yin knows that we have learned his secret, he will definitely not be willing to let us return to the mainland.
He will take advantage of our current signal disconnection to send out his strongest assassins and cooperate with those vampires to eliminate us here so that we can never go back.
Bao Bingqing snorted coldly, if a war breaks out around this dark city, let them come. I don't believe that I can't deal with them in my territory.
Wang Yin is one of the 4 great dukes of the empire after all.
He must have many top warriors under him.
Guiqing is probably just one of them, and not even the most powerful one.
Yi Ge said, we must be fully prepared.
I will go and gather all my brothers immediately.
Bao Bingqing said. Chapter 203 Danger is imminent. Asen City. Duke's Palace. Duke Wang Yin looked extremely ugly, as gloomy as a cloudy day with a rainstorm approaching. He didn't expect that Guiqing would be discovered. Moreover, this guy Bao Bingqing actually turned to the little devil of the Yi family and revealed everything that happened between him and him. At this time, more than 30 powerful men in black were kneeling on one knee in front of him. Each of them was at least at the Wanshan realm.
Each of them exuded a cold and ruthless powerful aura, and they all looked like they were ready to obey orders at any time.
You are all my strongest warriors.
Duke Wang Yin swept his gloomy eyes over the people in front of him and said, you should all understand the seriousness of this matter.
If I fall, none of you will survive. So, no matter what, no matter the cost, we must not let these people return to the mainland.
Whether it's the little demon of the Yi family, Nangang Choyue, or His Highness Long Ying, we must kill them directly if we catch them, no need to capture them alive.
We must not leave any of them alive. All the black-clad warriors shouted in unison, yes.
After saying this, the figures of these black-clad warriors gradually blurred, and then completely turned into data and disappeared into the AI or IT. Turns out that these people are also holographic projections. Most of these black-clad warriors are kept by Duke Wang Yin all over the world. They are his secret trump cards and will never be used easily unless it is a critical moment. Duke Wang Yin originally thought that these people would only be used when there was a need to eliminate the Yi family in the future. Who could have thought that the purpose was to kill a 10-year-old kid from the Yi family? Duke Wang Yin was still worried and kept pacing back and forth in the room. Finally, he raised his wrist and dialed a special signal number with his watch. This is the Vampire Clan's dedicated line number, a signal line that cannot be monitored by human law enforcers, and is specifically used for communication between him and the Vampire Clan. After a while, a holographic projection of a vampire appeared in front of him.
Duke Wang Yin?
The vampire opposite was sitting on a black leather sofa, shaking a red wineglass filled with blood in one hand, with a playful look on his face. It's rare for you to contact me on your own initiative.
What's the matter? Business matters, can't you contact my men?
Nicholas, our deal has been exposed.
Duke Wang Yin said with a serious expression. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. Oh? Duke Wang Yin quickly recounted the story.
Oh.
So that's how it is.
Nicholas said, I have already had someone contact that Bao Bingqing. Not only did he refuse to cooperate with me, he also killed many of my people.
He is a stubborn ass.
I suggested you kill him a long time ago. I was going to kill him, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon.
Duke Wang Yin said with a stern face, it's too late to say anything now.
I must see these people dead before I can rest in peace.
They must be killed and never allowed to be released back to the mainland.
Don't worry.
Nicholas looked relaxed. My troops have now surrounded the Dark City.
Our blood race's unique signal jammers have completely blocked your Qin Empire's communication network.
Now they can't find reinforcements or send messages back. What else do you have to worry about?
Those little brats are all students of the War Academy, and each of them is a genius of the demon level.
Duke Wang said seriously, especially that Yi Gu, he is the young master of the Yi family, that little devil has a lot of tricks, you must pay special attention to him.
Oh?
The Yi family? Is that the demonic gene mutant family of your human race? Nicholas seemed to be thinking, I didn't expect that someone from the Yi family would be here.
But he's just a 10-year-old kid, not Night Owl or Night Spring.
What's there to pay special attention to?
Duke Wang frowned and said, you'd better not take it lightly. Previously, an earl of our human race was defeated by him without any effort because he took it lightly.
Nicholas tilted his head back, sipped the delicious blood in the cup, and said with disdain, you compare us vampire warriors with those nobles of your race who live a life of luxury all day long?
Duke Wang was somewhat dissatisfied with Nicholas's arrogant attitude, but he knew that this was a common problem among the blood race. These vampires have always thought highly of themselves. In short, I advise you not to take it lightly. In the 100 Souls Forest, the strength level of all creatures will be suppressed to the 100 Souls realm.
You will not have much advantage.
Nicholas smiled contemptuously, obviously still not taking Wang Yan's words to heart. Don't worry, I will help you get rid of these people. After all, if you fall, our blood clan will lose a lot of cheap blood slaves in the future. After saying that, he hung up the holographic projection. Duke Wang cursed inwardly. This arrogant guy. After about half a day, Scar Tiger, Nangong Choyue, Jiang Xiaoming, and the others woke up, and their health points were restored to about half. Longing explained the current situation to them in brief sentences. Instructor Scar Tiger tried to use his watch, and found that the message could no longer be sent. So, we have been completely isolated from the outside world. Jiang Xiaoming sat on the bed with a pale face. The other 4 students in Jiang Xiaoming's team also looked nervous and trembling. Xia Xiao blinked. Why, are you scared?
Who is scared?
Jiang Xiaoming waved his fist, but accidentally pulled the wound on his chest, causing him to scream in pain. As a student of the War College and a future soldier of the Night's Watch, there is no need to be afraid.
Just come if you want. Nangong Choyue hummed and said, it's just right.
I can take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few more vampires and add more experience to my future promotion in the Night's Watch. You'd better understand what you're getting into. Yi Gu leaned against the windowsill, crossed his arms over his chest, and said calmly, most of you are still at the Yellow Realm and the Mysterious Realm.
The highest dragoning is only at the Heaven Realm.
I know that as inner disciples of the War Academy, you are talented and all of you are capable of fighting against enemies above your level. However, we are not dealing with just 1 or 2 enemies, but hundreds of Blood Clan troops, as well as a group of top assassins that Duke Wang will soon send out. It was so difficult for us to fight against one Gue Cheng, and we were all seriously injured in the end.
How likely do you think you are to win against hundreds of them? Nangong Choyue was sitting at the head of the bed.
When she heard this, she shrank her neck and muttered softly, You don't have to undermine our self-confidence like this, right?
Chapter 204 Viscount Brian, I just want you to understand what kind of enemy you are about to face.
Yi Gu said lightly.
So what are your plans?
Longing looked at him and asked.
Strike first and catch the leader first.
Capture the leader first?
Longing frowned. The problem is that we are in Dark City now and have no information at all. We don't even know how many enemies there are.
We don't know the specific situation of the enemy troops, their comprehensive strength, their military layout, or who the leader is.
How can we take the initiative?
Of course I know this, so I say this. As Yi Gu spoke, he raised his hand and pressed a few buttons on his watch, and a holographic projection immediately appeared. This is a map model of the mountains and forests surrounding Dark City.
It's a map of the area around the 100 Souls Forest. Nangong Choyue stared blankly, then suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion, Huh? Doesn't the watch have no network signal? How did you open the map?
I downloaded this map model before I came here, just to prepare for emergencies like this. Yi Gu looked at her helplessly. That's why Teacher Tsongfeng asked you to reflect on why you didn't prepare anything before the mission. Nangong Choyue blushed immediately. Why Yi Gu operated his watch, placing small red dots on the map model, and then explained, this is the distribution of the Blood Clan troops. There are about 400 to 500 Blood Clan warriors in total, and they are divided into 12 teams. Each team is led by at least one Blood Clan Baron. Everyone was very surprised, except Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao. Naturally, all of this intelligence information was collected by Gao Xinxue's mechanical reconnaissance insects.
Where did you get this information?
Yang Yin stood behind Bao Bingqing with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Even this group of wilderness thugs, who had been fighting guerrilla warfare with the vampire troops outside the Dark City these past few days, had no way of completely determining the number of vampire troops, and this Yi Gu has clearly been staying in the Dark City these past few days. Yi Gu glanced at him and said, "Want to know?"
Yang Yin nodded vigorously, yes.
Night Song, secret. Yang Yin. Bao Bingqing looked at Yi Gu deeply. As expected of a family of demonized mutants who made their fortune through war, the Yi family must have unique means of investigation. The class division of the Blood Clan can actually be seen at a glance by looking at their clothing.
Their nobles have corresponding lapels, pins, buttons, and patterns according to their ranks.
Yi Gu said, the lowest-ranking Blood Clan warriors all wear the simplest black clothing. The clothes only have one color, which is black. As for the Baron captains, their clothes are also black, but there is a bat wing pattern on their cloaks, which is very obvious. And our target is the only vampire viscount among these 12 Blood Clan troops. Yi Gu put a photo on the table. This is also a photo taken by Gao Xinxue's mechanical bee. The photo shows a handsome male vampire, who looks like a young man in his 20s. He is very handsome, and if he were in the human society, he would definitely be an idol star. His name is Brian. Yi Gu said calmly, he is under Earl Nicholas and is the leader of these 12 vampire troops.
Yang Yin and the others' eyes widened even wider. They didn't understand how Yi Gu had even gotten the photo of the enemy leader. It's him.
When the madman saw the photo, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his eyes were almost on fire. Bao Bingqing looked at him and asked, "Do you know this vampire?" Fei Long died at his hands. The madman's eyes were full of hatred, and he clenched his fists. I was also injured by him.
I see.
Yi Gu said, if you were defeated by this guy, then your loss was not unfair.
The madman frowned. What do you mean?
I also know this vampire. Longing looked at the photo and said, I have seen him before in the battlefield of all races. He is an extremely smart vampire warrior. He is smart, arrogant, conceited, and insolent. At that time, my Imperial Army team was defeated by the team led by him.
Yi Gu smiled and said, arrogant and insolent, this is a common problem among these vampire nobles.
Vampire Viscount Brian is considered a small boss-level existence in the game. Naturally, these unknown wild thugs like the madman could not be his opponents, Longing said seriously, but he is indeed very powerful. He is not just a pretty face. He is also a master of tactics. Back then, on the battlefield of all races, our army of 3,000 fought against the blood race of 1,000, but in the end we were defeated. Yi Gu laughed secretly. To deal with smart people, you naturally have to use the right methods for smart people. So, as long as we take down their leader, that is, their commander, these Blood Clan troops will not be so scary anymore.
Longing looked at him. Do you have a solution?
This map clearly shows the distribution of these Blood Clan troops and where they set up camp. Yi Gu said, we don't need to fight them head-on, we can go straight into the hinterland. Forest of 100 Souls Vampire Camp. In a tent, the vampire Viscount Brian was wearing a gorgeous dark brown velvet coat. He placed his left hand in front of his chest with a crimson glove and bowed slightly. My lord, I have completely surrounded Dark City and can launch an attack at any time. The holographic projection of Count Nicholas appeared in front of him, still sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and shaking a red wine glass filled with blood. Is there any news about the whereabouts of the Holy Soul? Not yet, but it is confirmed that it is in Dark City. Brian said, don't worry, I will definitely help you get the Holy Soul. Yes. But besides the Holy Soul, there are a few others you need to pay attention to. Nicholas said, showing him a few photos through the projection communication. Brian, these people are, Nicholas explained briefly. So that's how it is, the young master of the demonized Yi family. Brian said respectfully, don't worry, sir, I will deal with all these people. I trust you to do the job. After saying that, Nicholas's projected communication gradually disappeared. Brian picked up the photos he had just printed out and looked at them carefully, memorizing the appearance of these people. Although he is the young master of the demonized Yi family, but they are all just a bunch of kids?
Master Brian. At this time, a lower-ranked vampire warrior rushed in from outside the tent and said, "It's bad. Our left-wing troops' camp was attacked by the humans from Dark City." Chapter 205, Killing Silently. Brian didn't expect that these human wilderness forces would be so bold. Instead of hiding in the Dark City, you actually dare to attack actively? How many people are here?
Brian asked a vampire warrior. There are about 200 people, half of them are hunters, and half of them are polluters who have used the blood of darkness.
Our people can't resist them. 200.
Brian narrowed his eyes. According to the information obtained by Lord Nicholas, these humans in Dark City should have just experienced a rebellion and infighting. If he was Bao Bingqing, he would at least clear out all of Liang Quan's direct subordinates in the organization first to make sure there were no other traitors among them before he would feel at ease. I didn't expect that he didn't even reorganize himself, but reorganized his men so quickly and turned around to attack their vampire clan? According to the information provided by Liang Quan, the combat force that can be mobilized in Bao Bingqing's Dark City is only 200 to 300 people at most. Something is not right. Brian seemed to understand something. He sneered and said, "Since they are so brave, let's have some fun with them. Let the nearest teams 3 and 6, as well as the soldiers in our camp, go over to support them."
Vampire warrior, then we won't leave any manpower around this camp?
Brian, leave a dozen soldiers stationed around the camp.
Our camp is the only way down the mountain.
Be careful that their leader takes the opportunity to escape with the Holy Spirit from the empty place where we are stationed.
Blood Clan warrior, yes.
Having said that, he stepped back. Shuashwashua. In the woods, several dark shadows quickly shuttled through the bushes. Under the cover of night, Yigu squatted in the bushes, quietly observing the camp ahead. Instructor Scar Tiger carefully observed his surroundings and whispered, "It seems that all the troops in their camp have really been transferred away."
Nangong Choyue was amused. "Is that the smart vampire commander you were talking about? He doesn't seem that good at all. He fell into our trap so easily."
Yiga seemed to be lost in thought. Longing asked, "What's next?" Although 2/3 of the Blood Clan warriors have been lured away, there are still more than a dozen Blood Clan members. We have to kill more than a dozen vampires one by one.
Yiga paused and glanced at the others. "Have you ever played Assassin's Creed?" "Everyone? Never mind. I guess there is none."
Yiga said, "Listen, I will assign tasks to each of you.
I want you to deal with these people quietly."
Nangong, do you see the vampire warrior standing on the commanding heights in the north? He is probably at the Profound Realm, with speed and perception. He is a scout in the vampire world, responsible for keeping watch. Your realm level is lower than his, but you are responsible for killing him, and you have to kill him silently."
Nangong Choyue was puzzled. "How do you know he is in the Profound Realm? Also, how do you know he is a speed and perception type?" "Don't interrupt."
Yiga saw it through the system scan, but he couldn't say it directly. "Just tell me if you can do it.
If not, I'll find someone else."
"Of course."
After being encouraged like this, Nangong Choyue immediately ignored everything else.
"Okay." Yigu said, "You have to sneak to about 20 meters behind him first. You can't sneak within 20 meters because he will definitely notice you with his perception attribute. When you are within 20 meters, you have to perform the wind shadow dance to quickly approach him, and then use the swift wind slash to attack his left back at a 48 degrees backhand angle.
That is his blind spot for reaction." Nangong Choyue was confused when she heard this. "Huh?"
Next, Jiang Xiaoming, you and your 4 teammates, go deal with the vampire warrior under the pine tree. That guy is the weakest among the vampires, only at the 9th level of the Yellow Realm. Yigu added, "You must first summon the sleeping ghost and hypnotize him, and then your teammates will cast static electricity magic, freezing magic, and..." Jiang Xiaoming and his 4 teammates. Yigu looked at Scar Tiger again and said, "Instructor Scar Tiger, you deal with the 2 vampires next to the green tent in the south. They are both at the 100 Souls realm. You have to deal with both of them by yourself."
Instructor Scar Tiger nodded. "No problem."
Yigu, and then there was Shui'er. Soon, Yigu assigned tasks to everyone through the system. Yigu can clearly see the attribute panel of each of these vampire warriors and see through the weaknesses of each of them. Then, based on these weakness analyses and his gaming experience as a top player, he rationally assigned opponents to each of Scar Tiger and his team. Even how to perform each move and the timing of releasing them were arranged for them. Nangong Choyue and the others only need to follow what he says step by step. If one of you fails or makes a sound, our assassination will be exposed. Ye Gu said seriously, once exposed, everyone will be in danger, so you must remember every word I just said to you. Jiang Xiaoming's body trembled. Listen, it sounds like there is a lot of pressure. Gao Shenshua looked carefully at the Blood Clan warriors around the camp, and asked again, there are a total of 12 Blood Clan warriors around the camp. According to your assignment just now, we can only kill 8 of them. What should we do with the remaining 4? I'll take care of all the remaining 4 by myself. Ye Gu said calmly. What? Instructor Scar Tiger frowned. Are you kidding me? There are 4 vampires left, and they are all standing in different positions. You are alone, how are you going to kill them all at the same time? Let me help you. Ye Gu did not respond. He formed seals with his hands and chanted a spell silently. Copy magic, shadow clone technique. Bang, Ye Gu suddenly turned into 4 clones. Scar Tiger was shocked, Nangong Choyue was stunned. Are you a human? How many skills can you use? Xia Xiao looked proud and said with a smile, our Xiaoye is a full-time master. He has all kinds of abilities. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Ye Gu looked calm and said slowly, get ready for action. Chapter 206 How come you were so skilled? Around the tent. On a huge red vein tree. A vampire sentinel was like a bat hiding in the night, hanging upside down on a tree trunk at a commanding height. He had his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open, and his sharp ears were always alert to any movements around him. Vampires have the same special abilities as bats. From their slightly open mouths they can emit ultrasonic waves that are inaudible to ordinary creatures. Only the ears of vampires can hear that sound. When the ultrasonic waves encounter an obstacle they will bounce back, and they can use this to detect the surrounding situation. Nangong Choyue sneaks silently to a place 20 meters behind the vampire sentry. She watched for a while, then tested the situation by throwing a branch in the opposite direction of her corner, startling a squirrel. The vampire sentinel's pointed ears twitched, as if he had sensed something, and he pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Nangong Choyue was shocked. Such a light sound can be heard. It seems that what Ye Gu said was true. If she really got within 20 meters, she would definitely be discovered by him. So, Nangong Choyue no longer hesitated and directly performed the returning wind shadow dance. The slender figure rushed out like a phantom, and its speed attribute instantly increased 5 times. Shwa, the vampire sentinel suddenly opened his eyes, and the ultrasonic wave he emitted hit Nangong Choyue, and he had sensed that someone had sneaked in. Unfortunately, he didn't have any chance to react, as Nangong Choyue had already come behind him. Martial arts, Gale/Nangong Choyue killed him with a sharp and clean strike from behind. At the same time, he pressed the blade against the wound to prevent the blood from oozing out and dripping onto the tree. After this and just a few breaths, Gao Shenshua, Xia Xiao, Longing, Scar Tiger, Jiang Xiaoming, and others also took action. Gao Shenshua used a remote control to control 2 mechanical scorpions, which climbed up the back of the 2 vampire warriors' necks from behind. The 2 vampire warriors were still unaware. Gao Shenshua pressed the joystick with her thumb. The mechanical scorpion crouched on the back of the necks of the 2 vampire warriors and raised its sharp stinger. Puff, the mechanical scorpion stinger instantly retracted and stabbed out. A 15-centimeter long stinger pierced through the necks of the 2 vampires and came out from their throats. Several other vampire warriors stationed there were also killed one after another by Xia Xiao and her team. Ye Gu and his 3 clones also lurked behind the 4 vampire warriors, divided into 4 people, except Yi Ji's original body. Each of these 3 clones only has 10% of Yi Ji's vitality and combat power. The clone currently possesses 10% of Yi Ji's health, soul power, dual attack, and dual defense, but its agility, speed, dexterity, and intelligence are all at 100% of the original body's level, and its spirit and physical strength are at 80% of the original body's level. The more clones you create, the weaker the attributes of each clone will be. With Yi Ji's current soul power at the Earth Realm, 10% for each clone is already the limit. Among the 4 vampire warriors assigned to Ye Gu, 1 was at the Heaven Realm, and the remaining 3 were at the Earth Realm. If he only had 10% of his attack power, it would be quite difficult to kill a vampire in the Profound Realm, let alone a vampire in the Earth Realm. But Ye Gu equipped each of his 3 clones with a magic gun developed by Schwerer, relying on the speed and stealth skills of Their original bodies, the three clones sneaked silently behind the three vampire warriors in the Earth realm. Then he took out a magic pistol with a silencer, pressed it against the heads of the three vampires from behind, pulled the trigger with his finger, and shot through the heads of the three vampire warriors. What's going on? When the Heavenly Realm vampire warrior heard the sound of the silencer, he realized something was wrong and his eyes widened up. Yiga took advantage of the fact that his attention was drawn, seized the opportunity, and instantly accelerated with a black shadow dance. The Shadow Moon straight knife in his hand emitted a beam of black light and easily cut off the throat of the vampire warrior. The vampire warrior covered his bleeding throat in horror. He wanted to sound the alarm, but he couldn't do it at all, and slowly fell down. Yiga wiped the straight knife on the vampire warrior's clothes to wipe off the blood, then turned around to look at the others. At this time, the others also walked over in a hurry and made a gesture. It means safe solution. Yiga had already arrived outside the enemy commander's tent. He looked inside from the outside and made sure that there was no problem. Then he made a gesture and asked everyone to come over. Instructor Scar Tiger had a complicated expression. This guy, is this really his first time on the battlefield? Why are you so sophisticated? Nothing happened. Yiga lowered his voice and said to the others, in a moment, Instructor Scar Tiger and I will go first, and then Nangong and Long Ying, you who have melee attributes will follow. Shuer and Xiao, you two will be in charge at the back. Jiang Xiaoming pointed at himself, what about us? His four teammates were also standing by and looking at Yiga eagerly. Yiga glanced at them and said, you guys should be responsible for throwing the smoke bombs and area stun bombs. Jiang Xiaoming and his four teammates, that's it, let's move. Yiga said, and then entered the tent. When Instructor Scar Tiger saw this, his expression darkened and he immediately followed. It was pitch black inside the tent. The camp of this vampire general was very large, like a small villa on the side of a country road. Yiga groped cautiously in the darkness. The little civet cat crawled out from his clothes. The snow white cat walked lightly in front to explore the way. There was no bed in the tent. Apart from some simple furnishings, everyone only saw a huge black coffin. There is a bat symbol on the coffin. Yiga and Scar, who came to the black coffin together, looked at each other and exchanged glances. Nangong Choyue came over to take a look and muttered quietly, this coffin actually has a sliding lid, so classy. Everyone, crash. Scar Tiger grabbed both sides of the coffin lid with both hands and pushed hard. Yiga's pupils shrank. The coffin was empty. Schwat, a sharp sonic boom suddenly sounded. A blood-red whip came swiftly, with a swish sound. Instructor Scar Tiger's neck was tied by the whip, then he was thrown into the air. Instructor! Jiang Xiaoming exclaimed. Instructor Scar Tiger was directly hung up by the whip, his 200-kilogram body suspended in the air. He grabbed his neck in pain and struggled constantly. Long Ying's eyes moved and he looked over there. Yiga looked up. He is a handsome vampire man with long hair tied in a ponytail. He held a bloody whip in his hand and looked at Yiga and the others with a playful expression, a sharp smile on his lips. Sure enough, Long Ying came behind Yiga and said solemnly, he is Brian. Chapter 207, an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Oh, it's His Highness Long Ying. I didn't expect that we would meet here again. Brian also recognized Long Ying and smiled. The last time I saw you on the battlefield of all races, you seemed to be still at the Earth realm, just a trainee warrior beside the Imperial commander. Are you now at the Heaven realm? Ha, you are worthy of being the genius princess of the human royal family. Long Ying did not respond. Brian looked at Yiga again, looking at his face carefully, and at the same time took out a photo with his other hand and compared it. You are the young master of the demonized Yi family, Yiga? Brian tilted his head. I originally thought that the people of the Yi family would look ferocious, violent, hideous, and cruel like the demons. Why do you look better than me? Yiga stared at him. Did you know we would come? Ah, yes. Brian's eyes swept over everyone one by one. You want to take down the commander first, so as to effect the mobilization of our Blood Clan troops. But aren't there too few of you? Just a few low-level extraordinary people like you? Yiga calmed his eyes and carefully observed the situation around him to see if there were any other ambushes. Brian smiled and said, don't worry, there are no other ambushes. I don't need any ambushes to deal with you kids. I can handle you all by myself. Yiga turned around and shouted, Jiang Xiaoming, regional shock bomb. Jiang Xiaoming and 4 other teammates heard what was said and immediately reacted, yes. Then everyone immediately threw out an area shock grenade. 5 area shock grenades flew to Brian's side. Boom! Buzz! This type of regional stun grenade is a specially modified version of the War Academy. The fusion of the supernatural power of sound and light has greatly enhanced its power. It can produce a strong shocking effect even on mid-level supernatural beings, but it reduces the impact range of the stun bomb and will only produce effects in a smaller area, thereby reducing the situation of accidentally flashing teammates. 5 Area shaking thunders exploded around Brian at the same time, intense bright light concentrated and pressed towards Brian. The expanding air pressure created an extremely sharp noise that was beyond biological limits and unbearable. Brian's body visibly shook due to the harsh sound and bright light. Ego knew that the vampires were creatures that preferred night and darkness, and this strong light stimulation would cause great harm to them. I didn't expect Brian to not dodge at all of this as a great opportunity. Let's do it, Yigu said, and jumped up first. Now that Instructor Scar Tiger has been subdued first, he is the strongest fighter among the group. You must be at the forefront. Copy martial arts, Demon Leaf Shuanfling Blade. The Shadow Moon in Yi Ji's hand spun rapidly, and then he slashed it with a fierce blow. Bite. Unexpectedly, Brian easily caught his straight knife with his bare hands. Ego was stunned for a moment. Brian sneered, "You don't really think this kind of stun grenade will work on me?" Yiga frowned. It seems that this Brian has equipment that increases his resistance to strong light. Wow. Then Brian swung his cloak suddenly. Ego immediately leaned back. The end of the pitch-black cloak still scraped his face, leaving a bright red blood mark on his fair and handsome face. Doomsday Curse. Ego silently chanted the spell and raised 2 fingers. A black mist appeared around him and several crows swooped out. Brian swung his cloak again and unfolded it. Dozens of vampire bats flew out from under his dark cloak. Crows and bats collide in midair. A dazzling black light burst out. Ego flipped upside down in the air and landed with his right hand. Everyone be careful, Yiga reminded. As soon as the words fell, Brian has launched his night shadow-like attack on everyone. With a few swish sounds, his cloak fluttered, his figure was as fast as a ghost, and his scarlet eyes left a trail of afterimages in the dark environment. Wop wop. Brian swung his cloak and passed in front of Long Ying and the others. His cloak was light and flowing, as thin as paper, but at the same time it seemed extremely sharp. It just passed by everyone at the speed of lightning, as if they were cut by a thin blade. In the blink of an eye, everyone was injured. So fast, Nangong Choyue was shocked. This guy's speed is much faster than that Guicheng and the Vampire Scout before. Don't say you've caught up. Even the eyesight was struggling to keep up, not to mention the reaction. First level supernatural power, Wood Spirit Entanglement. Xia Xiao clasped her hands together and used her supernatural powers. However, the grass and trees could not catch up with Brian's speed. Brian appeared beside Xia Xiao like a ghost, his cloak fluttering. It seemed like a light blow, but Xia Xiao flew out and fell heavily in the corner. Brian pulled out another bloody whip from his waist. A whip from the left hit the robot controlled by Gao Xinxue. The robot with a steel shell was actually split into 2 halves by his whip, cut it in half. Various blue and green electronic circuits were exposed from the robot's waist, and blue electric light and white smoke were emitted. Then he lashed out with a whip on the right, shattering the red crystal shield condensed by Long Ying, the ghost summoned by Jiang Xiaoming, and the magic shields condensed by several of his teammates. While smashing them to pieces, they were all blown away. Oh my god! Jiang Xiaoming fell on his back and hit the wall upside down. Long Ying also flew out horizontally and hit the dark coffin, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound. Nangong Choyue looked pale. This guy is even stronger than the previous Guicheng. No. It should be said that it is several times stronger than Guicheng. This was the first time she encountered such a powerful dark race. Obviously, the Blood Clan member in front of him is the same as Guicheng, and their strength is suppressed at the 100 Souls realm. How could there be such a big difference? After just a few moves, she clearly understood the difference in strength. There is no chance for these people to fight back. Schwab, another sharp whip came over. Nangong Choyue saw that the whip was coming towards her, and quickly raised her straight knife to block it. The result was that the straight knife was pulled away, and a deep bloody mark was left on her wrist. The whole person flew backwards. Wow! Nangong Choyue also spat out a large mouthful of blood. The health value also dropped by half instantly. What a bunch of poor kids! Brian put away his cloak, stood upright, and smiled elegantly. It's your misfortune that you ran into me the first time you faced the Dark Race troops head-on, and you chose me. Then I will personally send you off. As he spoke, Brian slowly raised the blood whip in his right hand. Blood Spirit Illusion. At this moment, a pair of scarlet and cold eyes suddenly occupied the entire field of vision in front of him. Brian's pupils suddenly shrank, his consciousness fell into a trance for a moment, but his mental strength is strong. The blood spirit illusion only took effect on him for less than 3 seconds. What just happened was, although it was only 3 seconds, Brian was still frightened and cold sweat broke out on his head. Martial arts, double-edged slash. The next moment, Yi-Ge's 4 clones appeared around him at the same time. They surrounded Brian from all sides and attacked him at the same time. Chapter 208. The tiger descends the mountain. Brian's face changed. Facing Yi-Ge's attack, he actually felt a hint of threat. Darkborn, Night Shadow Dance. Brian lifted his dark cloak. Clatter. Countless vampire bats with scarlet eyes flew out from his clothes. Martial arts, clone, double-edged slash. The 4 Yiga swung their swords at the same time and surrounded them from all sides. Swish. A dazzling black light bloomed in the air. Long Ying, Gao Shenxue, Nangong Choyue, Xia Xiao, and others found it difficult to open their eyes and could only raise their arms to block their sight. 2 seconds later, 4 Yi-Ge's bodies fell from the air. 3 of the clones fell heavily to the ground with their backs on, and then disappeared with a bang. The only one left, Yigo, did a somersault in midair and finally landed steadily. Yigo holds Xingyue in his left hand and Guangli in his right hand. He looked down at his right shoulder, where there was a clearly visible claw mark. Brian also had a long wound on the right side of his face, from the bridge of the nose all the way to the base of the ears. Brian slowly raised his hand and touched the scar on his cheek with his black moleskin glove. Then he saw the glaring blood and felt a little shuddered. He was actually beaten to a bloody pulp by a little human brat from the Earth realm. It also scratched his handsome face. It's a shame. I originally thought that after dealing with your instructor, His Highness Long Ying, a transcendent in the heaven realm, would be the most difficult one to deal with. Brian stared at Yigo with gloomy eyes. I didn't expect that a child of a human transcendent in the Earth realm could make me feel the approach of death in an instant during the fight just now. He is worthy of being a member of the demonized Yi family. Yi-Ge's eyes were indifferent. He listened to Brian's praise, but he didn't feel any happiness in his heart. That attack just now was an opportunity he had finally found, although it looked like it left a wound on Brian's face. But judging from the attribute panel, not much damage was actually caused to this vampire in the 100 Souls realm. Character, Brian. Age, 771. Race, Blood. Race level, Shura realm, 1st stage, currently suppressed to the 9th stage of the 100 Souls realm. Life, 269540/3000000. Soul power, 248001/2500000. Strength. Yiga thought to himself that the sword of Guangli had just stabbed his face, and the effect of reducing his health by 10% of his HP was activated, so it caused 3W plus points of damage. If it weren't for Guangli's health reducing effect, then they would have only taken away 460 HP from the opponent after the siege. The gap in strength between a low-level transcendent and a vampire at the peak of the 100 Souls realm is still too big, and next time, this guy will definitely be wary of the sword in his hand. Brian glanced at the Guangli long sword in Yi-Ge's right hand. There's something wrong with that sword. The weapons used by Earth realm transcendents should only be of a level below the Earth realm. It should be impossible that weapons below the Earth realm level could hurt him, unless that sword has some special effect attached to it and carries real damage. Has it been enchanted with some special material? It seems that I have to get rid of you first. Brian's eyes were sharp and he clenched the bloody whip in his hand. Yigo took a step back and said calmly, I will deal with him. You rescue the instructor and then retreat quickly. Nangong Choyue said, withdraw now? Then don't we, the sneak attack has failed. Yigo said, if we could stab him 8 or 10 times in one go while he's asleep, we might still have a chance of winning. In the current situation, even if we attack together, we are definitely no match for him. If we know we can't win but we don't retreat, are we going to stay and be made into red wine snacks? Nangong Choyue, Yigo didn't say any more nonsense. He jumped up with double blades in his hands and fought with Brian. Seeing this, Long Ying covered his chest and slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone listened to him and retreat quickly. Gao Shenxue controlled the mechanical bee to fly into the air and cut the rope that was hanging Instructor Scar Tiger. Scar Tiger finally landed. The Instructor Scar Tiger covered his neck and coughed several times. Then he said to everyone seriously, you go first, I'll go help Yigu. After that, he rushed forward. Gao Shenxue helped Xia Xiao up, and Jiang Xiaoming and the others also helped each other to get up. Brian turned his head to look at the others and immediately wanted to go forward and chase after them, but Yigu kept harassing him. Copy ability Dark Spirit Air Bomb. Copy magic, Magic Condensation. Copy martial arts, Sun Fist. Brian frowned. He didn't know where Yigu learned all these skills. Isn't he only 10 years old? Why is he proficient in everything from supernatural powers to magic to martial arts? And Brian clearly felt that his attributes should completely suppress Yigu, whether it's speed, strength, or attack power. It's more than 10 times as strong. but for some reason, Yiga seemed to be able to predict his attack methods every time he managed to dodge his fatal blow.
Can this human read minds and predict the future? How does he know my attack method?
Brian felt very confused. Yiga knew very well that given his level and attributes, if he were to clash head-on, he would undoubtedly be shattered. The level of suppression of 2 major realms is no joke. Brian is a small boss in the Dark Blood plot in the game. He is an enemy that players will face only when they reach the Thousand Souls realm. His strength is far more terrifying than that of the Black Abyss Demon Lord, and his routines vary greatly. Even though he had a very clear game strategy and backup plan in his mind, Yiga didn't dare to say that he was absolutely sure that he could defeat him alone without any damage with his Earth Realm strength. So Yiga chose to continuously use interference skills. These skills certainly wouldn't cause much damage to Brian, a vampire in the 100 Souls realm, but the solution to each skill was different. Every time Brian figured out what a skill was, the second skill would hit him in the face. The damage wasn't great, but it still made him upset. Mainly, Brian had to be wary of the 2 swords in Nightsinger's arsenal. Those 2 swords were obviously weapons that carried percentage-based true damage, even though Brian, who is in the 100 Souls realm and has hundreds of thousands of health points, cannot ignore the blood-slashing effect of true damage. Therefore, he could only respond cautiously to every move made by Yiga and did not dare to force a breakthrough. This time, Instructor Scar Tiger also rushed up.
4th level martial arts, Tiger descends from the mountain.
Chapter 209, Don't you feel depressed? Scar Tiger crouched like a tiger, and after accumulating strength, he suddenly jumped up and pounced towards him like a tiger coming down the mountain. Brian's eyes changed. He naturally did not dare to ignore the attack power of Scar Tiger, a power-type warrior. Bang! The 2 faced off head-on. Brian is the fist and Scar Tiger is the palm. After one move, the 2 of them flew backwards at the same time. Scar Tiger stepped firmly on the ground with his feet, the soles of his shoes rubbing violently against the ground, and he retreated 7 or 8 meters. Brian took 5 or 6 steps back. This guy, Instructor Scar Tiger, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I have never seen a vampire in the 100 Souls realm be so strong. His strength is almost comparable to that of some werewolves. At this time, Yiga looked back. I found that Gao Shinshua and the others had already evacuated.
Instructor, let's go,
Yiga said.
Okay.
Instructor Scar Tiger nodded. Yiga took out 2 spherical smoke bombs from his arms and threw them on the ground. Bang!
Thick yellow-green smoke burst out, then turn around and retreat. Want to leave?
Brian's eyes narrowed. He walked quickly, trying to chase after him through the yellow-green smoke. However, as soon as he touched the yellow-green smoke, his face changed and he felt something was very wrong. He was choked and felt sick.
Ahem, asshole.
It actually smells like garlic. Everyone retreated safely back to Dark City, but everyone seemed very depressed. After all, the night attack failed.
How about it? Bao Bingqing came up to them and asked expectantly.
Alas, what else can I do?
I failed.
Jiang Xiaoming sighed. Bao Bingqing fell silent and said nothing more. He immediately waved and called over a few veteran pharmacists to treat everyone. Liang Quan is dead, and the remaining healing assistants in Dark City are all low-level extraordinary people, but they can still be used in emergencies. In the infirmary, the atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. No one spoke, and there was only the sound of the old pharmacist helping to bandage and change dressings. Everyone looked a little dejected. Long Ying had been on the battlefield of all races, so he was more open-minded and said calmly, "War is like this. It is impossible for every plan to succeed. Failure is very normal."
That's right.
Instructor Scar Tiger said in a stern voice, "Victory and defeat are common in the military.
Only naive children would imagine being invincible on the battlefield. Even a military saint cannot do that.
On the battlefield of all races, not to mention failure, death in battle is a very common thing.
The comrades who were chatting and laughing yesterday may not even have time to collect the bodies of the enemy today.
It's already good enough that we can retreat unscathed, so cheer up. As students of the War Academy, you will have to adapt to this sooner or later." Jiang Xiaoming and several other students in the passing class straightened their backs when they heard this. Yes. Xia Xiao said regretfully, but it still feels so pity. According to EGE's map, we have bypassed all the Blood Clan soldiers and sneaked all the way to the commander's camp. But I didn't expect that the Blood Clan commander was so powerful, much more powerful than Gui Cheng.
With so many of us, we couldn't hurt him at all. Yiga said leisurely, "There is no way. At the same level, the attribute values of vampires are higher than those of humans. This is a factor of physical genes.
Gao Xinshui turned and looked at him at this time. Yi Gu felt a little uneasy when he was looked at by Xinshui's mother's direct gaze, and couldn't help but whispered, "What's wrong?"
Gao Xinshui tilted her head. "Why do I feel that you don't seem to be that depressed?"
Yi Gu touched his nose and said nothing. After a while, Yang Yin, Lao Go and others also came back. They were responsible for leading a feint attack on the Dark Race's camp to attract the attention of the Blood Clan troops. They did not fight to the end, but many people were still injured.
"How is it?" Bao Bingqing asked them.
"More than a dozen brothers were injured, but it's nothing serious."
Yang Yin looked at Yi Gu and the others. "What about you? What's the situation?" "We failed." Yi Gu said directly, "The vampire commander is much more powerful than we thought. We couldn't take him down even with our combined efforts." "It's okay. As long as everyone can come back alive, we can think of other ways." Bao Bingqing looked at the scar on Yi Ji's shoulder and said, "Is this a scratch left by the vampires?" "Yeah." Yi Gu glanced at his shoulder. "It's the vampire commander."
"You must be careful of the wounds left by the vampires. Even if you are not bitten by their blood fangs, you may still be infected with blood poison and contaminated by them and become a blood slave." Bao Bingqing said this with a serious face, then turned around and said, "Old Jean, hurry up and get the medicine to suppress the blood poison." An old man with white hair was panting as he carried a tray, 2 bottles of medicine and gauze, ready to apply medicine to Yi Ge. Yi Gu sat there, letting Lao Jin fiddle with his arm. Longing looked at Yi Gu strangely. The kind of martial arts that Yi Gu had used when he fought Gue Qing before seemed to be some kind of immortal cultivation method, possessing a very ancient holy aura. That kind of skill should be able to resist the blood poison of the vampires. Why now? Longing didn't think too much, just thought, maybe it's because of the battle just now. The soul power consumption is too great. While Lao Jin was bandaging Yi Ji's wound, he kept glancing at Yi Ji's expression and the conditions of other people in the room. His hand calmly grabbed a scalpel from the medical tray and slowly moved it towards Yi Ji's throat. Snap! At this moment, Yi Gu suddenly grabbed his wrist. Lao Jin's heart tightened. The scalpel in his right hand was less than an inch away from Yi Ji's throat. "What, you want to kill me?" Yi Gu looked at him. The others also showed surprised expressions. Bao Bingqing's eyes darkened. "You are not Lao Jin. Who are you?" He. Seeing that he had been exposed, Lao Jin no longer concealed it and took off his costumes. A meter-long blade stretched out from his left sleeve and stabbed directly at Yi Gu. But Instructor Scar Tiger had already reacted. He had already flashed in front of Lao Jin, grabbed his knife with one hand, and kicked him hard in the chest. Immediately, there was a crack sound of bone breaking, and the fake Lao Jin was kicked out directly. Chapter 210 is actually a clone? Lao Jin's body slowly slid down the wall, his chest completely sunken in, and it was obvious that his sternum was completely broken. This shows the power of Scar Tiger's punch. "Who are you?" Instructor Scar Tiger clenched his fists, took 2 steps forward, and stared at Lao Jin fiercely. Yi Gu said leisurely, "No need to ask, I know it was sent by Duke Wang En." Old Jin slowly raised his head, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Yi Gu and said contemptuously, "You are worthy of being the young master of the Yi family. You are really smart." Bao Bingqing frowned. "Wang En's people came so quickly?" Yi Gu said, "It's nothing strange. Wang En has many assassins in various places privately. This one probably just happened to be close." Instructor Scar Tiger stared at the fake Lao Jin and asked, "What orders did Duke Wang En give to you assassins?" Lao Jin said nothing. "Don't tell me? Then I'll make you suffer." As he said that, Scar Tiger grabbed Lao Jin's neck and lifted him up from the corner. Unexpectedly, Lao Jin raised the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the skin on his neck began to bulge and large lumps appeared one after another. Then the bulging skin broke open and sharp bone spurs grew out. His bones actually grew out of his body. Instructor Scar Tiger's pupils shrank and he quickly let go of his hand. But his wrist was still scratched by Lao Jin's bone spurred eye in just a few seconds. Instructor Scar Tiger's cut wrist quickly turned dark purple, showing obvious symptoms of poisoning. "Poisonous bone man?" Longing reacted. Everyone stepped back. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly retreated. As students of the War College, they certainly knew about the bone poisoner. This is a kind of extraordinary person with a mutant profession. This kind of mutant has to undergo genetic modification of bones since childhood. From the age of 5, they have to drink a special poison to allow their bones to evolve the ability to freely grow skin at any time. Their bones are stronger and more numerous than those of ordinary people, and they are also highly toxic. Once the bone spurs come into contact with the blood, they will be contaminated, and if they do not receive treatment within 5 minutes, the person will die. It is a very dangerous mutant superhuman. This kind of mutant is usually a killer transformed by some imperial nobles since childhood. They are specially used to carry out killing missions and are very dangerous. The room was not big, and after everyone dodged at the first opportunity, there was almost no place to hide. Lao Jin rushed up with a loud laugh. All the bones in his body grew out of his body surface, making him look like a hedgehog. People were afraid to approach him. Ye Gu drew out his straight knife. Facing Lao Jin, who was in danger all over, he did not panic at all. He responded calmly with the straight knife in hand. With 2 ding sounds, 2 of his bones were cut off. Lao Jin looked at the bone in the center of his right palm in surprise. Your knife is quite sharp? That's right. Ye Gu, do you still want to try? Humph, you only have a knife in your hand. I wonder how many angles of attacks you can block. As Lao Jin spoke, a bone grew out of his left hand, and at the same time, the broken bone in his right hand grew out again. Despite attacks from both sides at the same time, Ye Gu was able to handle it with ease. At this moment, Lao Jin narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a long tail covered with bone spurs grew behind his butt, like the tail of a stegosaurus, and swung towards him fiercely. Xiaoye, be careful. Xiao Xiao reminded, but it was too late. The tail covered with bone spurs swung hard on Yi Ji's body. A puff, more than a dozen sharp bone spurs pierced his body directly. Everyone in the room widened their eyes. Xiao Xiao's face turned pale. Xiaoye. Lao Jin raised his lips and said, "Ha, I succeeded, ha?" He was stunned for a moment, but soon realized something was wrong. With a bang, after being hit by the bone spur tail, Ye Gu turned into a ball of white mist and disappeared. Lao Jin? Gao Xinshua's calm face revealed a hint of surprise, but the look in the girl's eyes seemed as if it was expected. This Xiaoye is not the real person, is it a clone? What's going on? Lao Jin was completely confused. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Longing seized the opportunity and used their skills at the same time to control Lao Jin. First level supernatural power, wood spirit entanglement. Third level supernatural power, water crystal. Lao Jin's legs were first entangled by the growing grass and then his body was hit by hydrocrystalline. The liquid quickly condensed into red crystals on his body, making Lao Jin unable to move. Longing breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Jin lay on the ground screaming and crying, but he was unable to break free from the solidified water crystals. Fortunately, we subdued this weirdo in time. Longing turned her head and said, "Instructor, are you okay?" Instructor Scar Tiger grabbed his blackened right wrist and shook his head. "I'm fine, I'll deal with it right away." But what Ji Gu did just now, it was Xiaoye's magic shadow clone technique. Gao Xinshue said slowly, "What Lao Jin hit just now should be his clone." Ha? Nangong Choyue was confused. Doesn't that mean that the one who just came back with us from the vampire camp, well, it should just be Yi clone? Then, where did Xiaoye's real body go? Xiao Xiao asked blankly. Gao Xinshue didn't say anything, but she seemed to have figured something out. Longing frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly woke up. Is that possible? Vampire Camp. It was already daytime. Brian stood on a mountain peak, looking at the overlapping mountains shrouded in white mist in the distance, and squinted his eyes slightly. Among the dark races, most do not like the daytime, especially the vampires, werewolves, night terrors, and other races. They prefer the night. The glaring sunlight during the day will make them lose their energy, while the night will increase the vampire's combat effectiveness by 50%. Similarly, the combat effectiveness of vampires during the day is only 50% of that at night. So even though the vampire's paper attributes are higher than humans at the same level, it is fair to have such restrictions. It's that disgusting day again. Viscount Brian took out a handkerchief, took off his gloves very elegantly, wiped his hands, and then said slowly, "How was the situation last night?" "Those hunters from Dark City raided our camp last night, but it was not to break out." The vampire warrior beside him reported, "They just made a feint attack and didn't entangle with us for too long before retreating." "Then you didn't pursue them either?" "Well, the area around Dark City is the territory of these humans after all. Bao Bingqing's people have set up many traps around it. This is how we suffered the loss when we fought them last time, so I don't dare to chase them too deep, waste.
Brian cursed.
Yes. The vampire warrior lowered his head. Chapter 211. The old Sixth Night song. You never imagined, forget it, as long as we didn't let them escape. Brian said, the demonized young master of the Yi family brought people to attack me last night. Now I have a rough idea of their strength.
They are just a group of low-level extraordinary people. There is nothing to worry about.
The only threat now is how much dark blood Bao Bingqing still has in his hands.
The vampire warrior asked, then shall we launch the attack during the day?
No. Brian said, although the opponent is not strong, there is no need for us to choose to fight them when we are weak. Brian paused, thinking about it. Even though those little brats were defeated by him last night, the demonized mutant Yi Ge did pose a slight threat to him. Because of the reputation of the Yi family, he didn't dare to take it lightly, but they have been here for such a long time. The human empire's Night Watch and Imperial Army should find them soon. Although the Spirit Demon clan's troops have been annihilated by them, the Spirit Demon Queen will definitely send more troops soon for the sake of the Holy Soul. We must take over the Dark City and obtain the Holy Soul as soon as possible.
We cannot delay any longer.
Let all troops rest and sleep for 12 hours. If there are any soldiers who want to drink blood to replenish their strength, the human slaves we captured in the wilderness can be used as food.
Brian squinted his eyes and looked at the misty forest.
The Dark City was located in the steep valley. When night falls, we will launch the final offensive.
Vampire warrior, yes.
Brian returned to his commander's tent. Naturally, all the curtains in the vampire tent were drawn to block out any sunlight from outside, so the tent could be said to be completely dark. He had just been outside for so long, and the daytime sunlight was really tormenting him, and his mental strength had suffered a lot. In preparation for the final battle that night, he decided to have a good rest and some sleep. Brian opened his huge sliding coffin, lay down in it, and slowly closed his eyes. The pitch-black coffin lid slowly closed. I don't know how long it took. Brian has fallen into a deep sleep. Once a vampire enters this state, all life activities will cease and his lifespan will enter a temporary period at this moment. Even if a vampire sleeps for 10,000 years, he will still look the same when he wakes up as before he fell asleep. This time, unless someone directly causes harm to them, they will have no perception of the outside world at all. Even if someone curses loudly into their ears, they will not be able to hear it. Even though he is a mid-level vampire, he is no exception. Therefore, vampires usually sleep in such specially made coffins. Such coffins are not only sturdy, but also usually have a certain connection with their consciousness and spirit. Once someone attacks the coffin from the outside, they will sense it immediately and wake up. However, Brian would never have thought, at this moment, Lao Lu, whom he could not see and would never think of, was sleeping in the same coffin with him. After confirming that Brian was asleep, a strange black mist slowly emerged from Brian's body. The black mist gradually condensed into a human shape. Finally, it turned into Yi Ge's appearance. Yi Ge lay next to Brian. Fortunately, as a noble among vampires, the coffin Brian used to sleep in was very large and high-end, so it would not be crowded even if two people lay in it. Yi Ge turned his head to look at the vampire Viscount, then stretched out his hand and waved it vigorously in front of him. Call. Yi Ge let out a breath. It seems the plan was successful. From the very beginning, Yi Ge never thought that last night's night attack would be successful. Vampire Viscount Brian is a minor boss in the dark blood plot of the game, and Yi Ge knows his strength very well. Even if Brian hadn't been on guard last night, there was no way they would have succeeded. Therefore, the so-called capture the leader first night raid last night was, of course, just a cover. The purpose is to find an opportunity to use parasitism during the battle. Come to think of it, Guiqing really helped him a lot. Yi Ge smiled. That old monster is annoying though, but it must be said that his skills are really useful. Then, Yi Ge reached out and patted the coffin lid above his head, groping for the mechanism in the darkness. The sliding lid coffin was open from the inside. Yi Ge quietly rolled out of the coffin, then looked back at Brian, who was still sleeping in the coffin. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Ge quickly gave up the idea of attacking him here. Although it is daytime now, his attributes are halved, and his health bar is of course halved as well. If Guangli were to strike him in the vital part now, he would be seriously injured, but Yi Ge knew that he definitely couldn't kill him directly. Even if he was able to defeat him after seriously injuring him, it would definitely attract the vampire soldiers who were responsible for keeping watch during the day. There are still 12 hours until dark. Yi Ge thought for a moment, clasped his hands together, and silently chanted a spell. Magic transformation. Bang.
He became like Brian. Yigo walked out of the commander's tent. There were only 2 vampire warriors standing outside the tent, and they were all confused as to why Brian came out again. Lord Viscount. The 2 vampire warriors saluted. Yeah. Yigo put his hands behind his back and nodded with a cold expression. Sir, didn't you go to sleep? A vampire warrior asked doubtfully. I suddenly feel thirsty and want to drink a glass of blood wine. So that's how it is, I'll bring you a human slave. No. Yigo hooked his finger. You two come here. The 2 vampires looked confused, not knowing what to do, but they still walked to Yige's side. Bang. Yigo grabbed the heads of the 2 vampire warriors with his hands, and then slammed them hard in the middle. It directly knocked out the brains of the 2 vampire warriors, like 2 exploding watermelons. Chapter 212 Assassination Clearance. After killing the 2 vampire warriors on guard, Yigo dragged their bodies into a hidden corner. Bai Xueling turned into a cat girl. Lowly appeared behind Yigo and looked at him silently. So this is your real plan? The little cat girl said after a long silence. Yigo looked back at her and said with a smile, why did you come out on your own initiative today? Lingling is usually very lazy. When this little civet cat was just born, it was very shy and not very friendly, but later it seemed that it found Yige's smell very pleasant and intoxicating, so when it had nothing to do, it would basically hide in his clothes. Only when it wanted to drink milk or eat, would it poke its cat head out of Yige's collar to beg for food from him. Bai Xueling pursed his lips, blushed slightly, and did not respond. The Blood Clan is a group of people who are very sensitive to the smell of blood. They can clearly distinguish the smell of blood from several kilometers away, especially the blood of their own people. Bai Xueling looked into Yige's eyes and reminded him seriously, although most of these vampires sleep in coffins during the day, there are still a few Blood Clansmen responsible for guarding the daytime. If you kill these 2 Blood Clansmen, I'm afraid you will be discovered by other sentinels soon. Yes, I know. Yigo said this, then took out a bottle of special powder and sprinkled it on their bodies to cover up the smell of blood. Bai Xueling was stunned for a moment. It turns out he was already prepared. Is this guy really fighting against the vampire army for the first time? After dealing with the bodies of the 2 vampire warriors, Yigo walked out of the woods. Go to other tents. Master Brian. Another vampire warrior on guard saw Yigo, who had transformed into Brian, and he placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly respectfully. Didn't you fall into a deep sleep? Well, I suddenly remembered something else that I need you to do. Yigo hooked his finger. Come here for a moment. Yes. The vampire warrior walked up to Yigo and asked, excuse me. Puff. Yigo acted quickly and decisively, piercing the Blood Clan warrior's heart with one sword. You. The vampire warrior widened his eyes, looked at Yigo in disbelief, and then slowly fell down. Yigo walked in the camp, and by transforming into Brian's appearance, he easily dealt with all the vampire soldiers guarding the day. The light sword has light attribute attacks, which has an additional increased damage to the dark race. Coupled with the daylight, the vitality of these vampire warriors was reduced by half. Yigo relied on the plus 13 enhanced light sword to stab their vital points. Except for Brian, the other vampire soldiers could be killed one by one with one sword. After dealing with all the sentries guarding the camp during the day, Yigo pulled open the curtain of a soldier's tent and walked in. This tent was not as big as Brian's tent, but there were 8 coffins placed inside, 4 in each row, and a vampire soldier was sleeping in each coffin. Yigo walked to one of the coffins and reached out to gently touch the outer shell of the coffin. Then I scanned the system. Material: black blood fur quality, purple hardness, 55 strength, 52 Yigo. This kind of material should be able to be penetrated directly by the Guangli sword. Yigo stood beside the coffin, holding Guangli in reverse hand, slowly raised it up, and carefully aimed at the position. Crack, a sword stabbed down. The long sword pierced through the coffin lid and at the same time pierced through the vampire soldier lying in the coffin. The vampire soldier lying in the coffin was killed by Yige's sword while he was sleeping, and he would never wake up again. 30 minutes later. Yigo took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood off Guangli's sword blade. All the vampire warriors in the camp had been slaughtered by him, including those vampires who were sleeping in coffins. They would never wake up again, except for Brian. Yigo was not sure that he could kill him directly. Bai Xueling followed behind Yigo, looking at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression. He actually killed an entire camp of vampires so easily with just one person. It's unbelievable. However, Bai Xueling naturally still enjoyed watching it. After all, the vampires have a blood feud with her. The original kingdom of 10,000 demons was destroyed by the invasion of the Blood Clan army.
Hey, you deserve it. You blood-sucking white-faced people have finally got what they deserve. Ugh. By Shuling hummed secretly in his heart. Puff, a ball of black mist surged in the air. Then, a pitch-black crow flew onto Yi Ji's shoulder. The spirit of disaster stood on Yi Ji's shoulder and said, "My lord, the vampires and the rest of the Blood Clan camp have also entered a sleeping state. There are only a few sentinels responsible for guarding the day." Yi Ge nodded. "Very good. There are a total of 12 vampire teams stationed around Dark City, with 12 camps. Yege's plan was to kill all the vampire soldiers in these 12 camps silently by himself before night fell, completed a true assassination clearance. Yege looked left and right, checking the camp to see if there were any fish that had escaped. Finally, he walked into a tent that was a different color from the others. Pulling open the curtain, Yege walked in. It was pitch black inside, and none of the windows in the tent were open, so no sunlight could penetrate. This tent was a little special. There were no coffins at all, but there were many military iron boxes made of special materials, stacked up in piles, at least a dozen boxes. It looked like a military armory. Yege took a quick glance, walked to a large iron box, and pried open one of the boxes with his sword, and inside were weapons and armor. Is it really the military base? These weapons and armors have obviously been enchanted, with faint textures lingering on them. Yege picked up one of the pieces of armor, used the system to explore its properties. Armor, Vampire Standard Soft Armor Level, available above Earth Realm Quality, Purple Attributes, Defense plus 50, Resistance plus 50. Enchantment Effect. When wearing this soft armor, the normal damage of human units to it is reduced by 1000 each time. Yege was shocked. 1000 damage to human units? You know, the average attack power attribute of a human heavenly realm transcendent is only 3000. A reduction of 1000 is equivalent to 1/3 of the damage being lost. I didn't expect that the Blood Clan troops actually have such protective equipment specifically targeting humans, and it's standard equipment. If all the vampire warriors were equipped with such an armor, then in the future, when the human race and the vampire army come into direct combat, they will definitely be at a great disadvantage. In addition to the armor, there are also the standard vampire swords in the box. Yege took a look. As expected, these are weapons designed to target human troops, and each weapon has additional damage to human units. Chapter 213 Equipment for the Human Race. Yege looked at the weapons and protective gear in the boxes, and suddenly recalled the scene of them besieging Brian last night, and cursed inwardly. No wonder, despite the siege of so many people last night, Brian was only slightly hurt. I originally thought that Guy's dual defense attributes were too high. But now it seems that he must be wearing this kind of specially enchanted armor. Who? Yege took a deep breath, and without saying anything else, he put all the clothes and armor in the box into his space ring. After confiscating all the weapons and armor in this tent, Yege saw a very large iron box in the corner. To be precise, it looked like an iron cabinet. From the big iron cabinet, Yege faintly sensed the breath of many lives. Yege narrowed his eyes, cut off the outer iron lock with a sword, and opened the iron cabinet. Sure enough, the cabinet was filled with human slaves, captured by the vampires. Most of them were young men and women in tattered clothes. Most of them were women and children. It could be seen that most of them were people from the wilderness, but there seemed to be some mainlanders who were well dressed. No one knew how they were captured by vampires. These people huddled in the closet, and when they saw Yege, who had transformed into Brian, appear, they all showed expressions of fear and trembling. Were you all captured by that group of vampires? Yege asked. No one dared to answer him. Everyone looked at him timidly, and many people showed doubts. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm human. Yege cancelled his transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. A girl was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly asked, You are here to save us? Are you the Empire's Night Watch? I'm not a night watchman. I'm only here to kill those vampires. Yege said slowly. How did you get caught by those vampires? It was Duke Wang Yen, the girl said indignantly. He captured us and sold us to those vampires, in order to get money and benefits in exchange. And those equipment were also made by Duke Wang Yen in cooperation with the Blood Clan. Wang Yen provided the Blood Clan with human genetic data and soul power samples. Only through these data and samples, the Blood Clan used special enchanted materials to research and create weapons and protective gear specifically for humans. Oh? Yege frowned. Wang Yen helped the vampires create equipment specifically for humans? Yege asked in confusion. Why did he do this? After all, Duke Wang Yen is also a human being, right? This guy sold all human genes for a little money, the girl snorted coldly and said. He has a treaty with Count Nicholas of the Blood Clan. The weapons and protective gear they have jointly researched are also needed by Duke Wang Yen. With these weapons and protective gear, his civil war strength in the empire will be raised to a higher level. By then, he may be the duke with the strongest military force among the 4 dukes. In addition, one of the purposes of the Blood Clan coming to the human territory this time is to trade with Wang Yen. Ye Ge was silent. I see, Wang Yen, this old bidden, in order to be invincible in the civil war within the human empire, even went so far as to sell the weaknesses of his own people to the dark race, and he prepared these weapons and protective gear, if Ye Ge guessed correctly. I'm afraid it was prepared to deal with the Yi family. Ye Ge sneered, Wang Yen, let's see how you run now, I see. Then I'll save you guys along the way. Ye Ge said, however, after returning to the mainland, you must cooperate with me and serve as witnesses to identify what Wang Yen did. No problem, the girl agreed immediately. Ye Ge turned around. The girl opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask Ye Ge something else, but Ye Ge had already walked away. Crack. Snap. Ye Ge swung his sword a few more times, breaking several other iron cabinets and releasing the people inside. After cutting off the lock of the last iron cabinet, a huge figure rolled out from it and rolled directly to Ye Ge's feet. Whoa. It was an orc who was at least 2 meters tall, his body was bound with black chains and his mouth was sealed. Ye Ge was stunned. I didn't expect that this group of vampires not only captured humans as blood slaves, but also captured an orc. However, judging from the appearance of this orc, this guy should not be an ordinary orc. The skin of ordinary orcs is mostly green and brown, but this orc's skin is bluish-green, and special textures can be faintly seen on his body surface. He has the orc symbol of lower fangs, thick lips, and strong muscles like steel, but his ears are not as sharp as those of orcs, and the way his bones grow faintly has some characteristics of giants. Ye Ge could basically judge that this guy should be a hybrid of orc and giant. Whoa, the green orc lay on the ground looking at Ye Ge, twisting and turning, but he couldn't break free from the chains on his body. Ye Ge squatted down and removed the seal on his mouth. The orc half took several deep breaths, and then immediately cursed a few swear words in the orc language, cursing those damn vampires. Ye Ge squatted in front of him, looked at him calmly, and asked in the language of the orcs, how did you get caught by those vampires? The orc-human hybrid was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little surprised. You can speak orc? Ye Ge smiled and said, I can speak many languages among all races. Is that so? The orc-human hybrid said in his rough voice, in that case, human kid, can you help me untie the chains? The beast god will be grateful to you, you should be a child yourself, right? Ye Ge said, you are a hybrid of an orc and a giant, but you are only 2 meters tall. I guess you are no more than 8 years old. Orc-human hybrid. Chapter 214. You are worthy of being my lifelong enemy. You're saying that Xiaoye's real purpose is to disguise herself as a vampire and sneak into the vampire camp? Xia Xiao had a silly and cute look on her face. I think that's the case. Gao Shenxue said slowly, in the battle last night, Xiaoye only fought with the vampire commander for a few rounds before leading us to retreat. It seemed that the vampire viscount was too powerful and we were no match for him, but in fact, I don't think Xiaoye showed his true strength. Xia Xiao pinched her chin and pursed her lips to think. It seems to make sense. Longing recalled carefully. A memory came to mind. At that time, Ye Ge used the clone technique, and when he turned into Four Ye Ges and besieged Brian, he used the double sword Huajian to fight with the vampire Brian in the air. In the end, Ye Ge's 3 clones were seriously injured by Brian and eliminated on the spot, leaving only one Ye Ge falling to the ground from the sky. At that time, they all thought that Ye Ge was his real body, but now it seems that Ye Ge should also be a clone. The real Ye Ge might have used some method to sneak into the vampire camp without anyone noticing. It's actually like this. Instructor Scar Tiger took a deep breath. Unbelievable. So, what Ye Ge said from the beginning about taking us on a night raid was just a cover? Yes. Gao Shenxue said calmly, it seems to be the case now. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. No one had expected such a reversal. Nangong Chouyue moved her mouth and said uncomfortably, if that's the case, why didn't he tell us the plan from the beginning? How could he not trust even his own people? I thought we had failed miserably this time, and I was depressed for a long time. To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your own people. Maybe what he wants is our true reaction. Bao Bingqing sat next to him, resting his hands on his cane, and said slowly, "Besides, just like Duke Wang An's people have disguised themselves as Lao Jin to sneak into Dark City, if there are undercovers among us, they will see that your reaction is not that disappointed, and Yi Ji's plan will be exposed. So I think there is nothing wrong with Yi Ji's approach."
Yeah. Xia Xiao looked at Nangong. "If I told you, you would probably come back with a silly smile on your face, right?"
"Who would believe me then?" Nangong Choyua's cheeks flushed, and she raised her fist and waved it in dissatisfaction. "My acting skills are not that bad, okay?"
"Awesome. Really awesome."
Jiang Xiaoming held the fist of one hand with the other, his eyes full of fire, as expected of Yi Ge, my lifelong rival and nemesis.
Such a brain, such a strategy.
In this way, it will be more meaningful for me to defeat him in the future.
It really makes me more and more excited.
As he said, he excitedly stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Gao Shenshua and Longing and Xia Xiao, the 4 students in his team, "It's good to have a dream, just go to bed." Nangong Choyua commented seriously, "Shua shua shua." Several dark shadows quickly passed through the woods. Nangong Ru, Sangfeng, and a group of night watchmen lurked silently near the vampire camp and secretly observed in the bushes more than 100 meters away. Finally found the camp of these vampire troops. Nangong Ru narrowed her eyes and raised a hand to make a gesture. "Everyone be careful, and be careful to hide your soul power. The vampire's perception ability is much stronger than ours, so be careful not to be discovered by them."
Other night watchmen, yes. It's so quiet. Song Feng's eyes scan everywhere behind his glasses. Strange?
Since the Blood Clan troops have set up camp here, and we are already so close to the camp, we shouldn't be able to see even a Blood Clan sentry, right?
It's daytime now. Nangong Ru analyzed, the characteristics of the vampires are exactly the opposite of us humans.
They fall asleep during the day and prefer to move around at night.
They don't like sunlight. Maybe their sentries responsible for guarding the day are hidden in dark corners.
It's normal for them to be quiet.
Song Feng nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Wu used the detection technique to investigate.
Nangong Ru said, "See how many vampires are sleeping in their camp, and determine the location of their daytime sentinels."
Yes.
The young man called Xiao Wu took out a bow from behind his back, pulled the bowstring with his fingers, and an arrow condensed from blue soul power appeared on the bow. Swoosh, the soul power arrow flew out, shot into the vampire camp. The soul power arrow was inserted into a tent, spreading out soul power sound waves. This kind of sound wave is somewhat similar to the ultrasonic sensing of the vampires. They also use sound waves of a certain frequency to detect the terrain in the area ahead and whether there are any living creatures. After the sound waves spread, the soul power arrow will automatically disappear. No trace will be left. Xiao Wu closed his eyes and used his consciousness to sense the message conveyed by the arrow's sound waves. Soon, he showed a puzzled look and frowned slightly.
"What's going on?"
Nangong Ru asked, "How many vampire soldiers have been detected?" This, Xiao Wu opened his eyes and hesitated for a moment, seeming to find it strange. "Sister Ru, I didn't detect anything. Nothing was detected?"
Nangong Ru was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "The reconnaissance arrow I just shot did not detect any life response."
"What?"
Nangong Ru frowned. Could it be that the vampires have invented some new technological weapons that can block the detection skills of human detection type extraordinary beings? What should we do now?
Song Feng glanced at her. Nangong Ru pondered for a moment. "The appearance of these vampires here seems to be related to the rebellious forces in Dark City. If we can capture 1 or 2 vampires and interrogate them, perhaps we can find out the exact location of Dark City." "How about we stop investigating and just attack directly?" asked a middle-aged bald night watchman.
"It's daytime now anyway."
"No," Nangong Ru said with a straight face, "we don't know the number of enemies, nor the strength of the enemy commander.
It's too risky to blindly confront them head-on. We must clear out the sentries guarding the daytime."
"Xiao Wu, but our detection skills seem to be completely ineffective."
Nangong Ru thought for a moment and said, "Then let's do a physical count.
I'll lead the charge, and you guys follow behind me and slowly sneak past."
"Okay." Song Feng responded, "Shua." After saying that, Nangong Ru shook her black windbreaker and rushed out herself. The others quickly followed. Chapter 215. Who has such great ability?
According to the sentinel positions of the vampire army, they should be hiding here.
No.
As the director of the Imperial Night Watch, Nan Gongru has been active on the Great Wall defense line for many years. She has rich experience in fighting against the dark race and has fought against the vampire troops many times. Nan Gongru knew the habits of these vampires very well, and naturally she was also very familiar with the deployment rules of the Blood Clan Army sentries. However, Nan Gongru, Sun Feng and a group of night watchmen circled the perimeter of the vampire camp again and again, checking every corner where there might be hidden vampire sentries, but they still didn't find even a single vampire soldier. What the hell is going on? Nan Gongru really didn't understand. Sun Feng looked around. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and the lenses of his glasses reflected light slightly. Come and see. Sun Feng waved and asked everyone to come over. Nan Gongru was puzzled and immediately came to his side. What did you find? The other night watchmen also gathered around. Look. Sun Feng put his hand on the ground. The soil here is very loose, obviously it has just been turned over by someone. Then he took out his weapon and